Volume 2. Book 5, Chapter 4. B5C4, goodbye, Shohei. Humph, you two even want to run away? A huge red octopus is floating on one side of Chinyu. While the other blue octopuses have tentacles that are over 10 m long, this red octopus has shocking tentacles that are 40 to 50 m long. With a light flashing on its body, the red octopus turns into a human again. Tut, taking a smash by me without dying, you unexpectedly have some skills. Sangamo looks mockingly at Chinyu. At this moment, the other octopuses transform into humans too. Just now so many of them got their tentacles cut off by Chinyu, but after turning into humans, their forelimbs are totally undamaged. A trait of these octopuses is that their severed tentacles can still regrow. This has nothing to do with their power levels and is just a characteristic of the octopus family. By contrast, once a divine beast dragon Rocky Lion gets a limb cut off, unless it can achieve ascension, this limb will never grow back to normal. Third bro, just now I let you get into action, but who would have thought you wouldn't even be able to touch him? Sangamo was very dissatisfied. That third brother says in a terrified manner at once, big brother, it couldn't be helped. A moment ago, when I was ready for action, that Zyashinist's speed suddenly increased by over 10 times. He was terrifyingly fast, so I simply couldn't catch up with him. Luckily you eventually intervened. Sangamo says with a hump sound, forget it. That brat's speed is indeed strangely fast. In the end I had to rely on my true form plus the length of my tentacle to overtake him. In terms of body speed, I'm equal to him at most. Chinyu however is secretly astonished. Just now he was using the stellar field. Had it been a normal situation, he simply would not have been able to match Sangmo's speed. It looks like it's really extremely hard to escape. Chinyu keeps considering in his mind, totally ignoring his body's injuries. Chinyu has been injured very badly, but thanks to the various clear streams that are moving through his whole body non-stop, he is recovering at an astonishing speed. He believes that it will not take long for him to recover completely from the bodily injuries. However, he is still amazed by Sangmo's offensive force. Big brother. Xiaohei rushes to Chinyu's side, patting Chinyu's back with his wings. Chinyu turns around and takes a look at Xiaohei. His face is full of anger. Xiaohei, why haven't you run? Why? Chinyu stares at Xiaohei and rebukes using his holy sense. There is only anger in his heart at the moment. Despite being stared at by Chinyu this way, Xiaohei says, big brother, if you can't run, we'll die together. Stupid. Chinyu suddenly scolds with a shout. Xiaohei is startled. Chinyu's voice rises seriously in Xiaohei's mind through holy sense communication. Remember, one of you must escape no matter what. Even if you want to die with me, you must wait until after taking revenge for me. There is a note of fierceness in his voice. He has never admitted defeat since age 8. What is one's greatest enemy? It is himself. Since the age of 8, Chinyu has overcome himself time after time. He has never given up no matter what. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will never stop fighting. He is not afraid of death. What he is afraid of is to die such a pointless death. Ha, he suddenly turns his face upwards, laughing out loud. Sangamo says coldly, why are you laughing? I laughed at myself being too stupid. The look in his eyes becomes blank. The pictures of what he has gone through for the last 20 years seem to flash by his eyes one after another. I'd been drifting on the ocean in high spirits, ready to enjoy the Shojin world's hair-raising experiences, but then I dived into the ocean out of ignorance to explore the underwater world of demonic beasts. I've got a taste of its horrors. Pity this is perhaps the last time I've had this hair-raising feeling. Chinyu says with a sigh. Xiaohei however secretly becomes suspicious. He knows very well that even in a dangerous situation Chinyu will definitely keep on fighting till the end. But why is he talking in such a disheartened manner to the enemy? Xiaohei's intuition tells him that something is going on. You're very ignorant indeed. Not even Xiamoists and Zyuxianists dare to go deep into this boundless ocean at will. Only some high-level Zyuxianists or Xiamoists will dare to dive down. Even so, they'll leave the deep parts very quickly. Sangamo is sure that the Zyuxianist before him is seriously injured. A Zyuxianist 'Xianist' 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 In the beginning, he was even worried that Chinyu's body would be smashed into pieces. At the moment, seeing Chinyu so demoralized, Sangamo naturally becomes arrogant. The internal injuries have healed 90%. It's already almost enough. Chinyu, however, is secretly calculating in his mind. Using his holy sense, he has located all of the opponents in his surroundings. After another mental simulation of his plan, he decides that there are no problems with it. Xinyu turns around, taking a look at Xiaohei. As Xiaohei sees the look in Xinyu's eyes, his heart cannot help skipping a beat. He knows that Xinyu has made a decision. Big brother, what do you want to do? Say it. Quickly tell me. He says hurriedly. Xinyu says resolutely through his holy sense, Xiaohei, remember, if another opportunity to escape arises, you must grasp it. You must run away no matter what. Even if only one of us can escape, that'll be enough. The one who'll escape must take revenge for the other. If both of us can get away, that'll be great. But if neither of us can escape, we'll have to take some of them with us. Xiaohei is startled. He can feel Qinyu's determination to risk his life. Xiaohei started to live with Qinyu not long after he was born. A special telepathy developed between them long ago, which has since even enabled them to sense each other's sentiments. It is really very mysterious. Don't worry, big brother, I won't disappoint you. Suddenly, an eagle cry rises. At the same time, a frightening force surges forth from Xiaohei's body. He performs an act of spitting and a stream of flaming lightning shoots at Sang Mo extremely fast from his mouth. This stream of flaming lightning is different from those in the past because there is a mass of dark lightning in its center. Child's play. Sang Mo makes a wave with the sleeve disdainfully. A red ribbon flies out from inside the sleeve and hits Xiaohei's stream of flaming lightning directly, which unexpectedly blazes all of a sudden. In just a moment, it has already burnt the ribbon up. Sang Mo's face changes color. Big brother, quickly run. Xiaohei's voice rises in Qinyu's mind. Qinyu's face changes color. Xiaohei has unexpectedly acted earlier than he can. Too bad, he knows that Xiaohei's plan is too simple, so simple that it has almost no chance of success. But he will not let Xiaohei's planning go to waste. Whiz! He stands on his flying sword, rushing south extremely fast. Want to run? Two late Jindan stage octopuses brandish their 16 tentacles, blocking up the spaces in front and on one side of him. Well prepared, the other two late Jindan stage octopuses have also completely blocked his other possible escape routes. These octopuses prefer eating the body of a Xiaxionist to eating an eagle. Moreover, just now Qinyu severed quite a few tentacles, so they have a much deeper hatred for him than for Xiaohei. However, the stream of flaming lightning Xiaohei shot has arrived at Sang Mo's face. With a fierce yell, Sang Mo suddenly turns into a huge red octopus. Various golden rays of light are unexpectedly flickering on his 40 to 50 m long tentacles. Taking a careful look, one will see that those tentacles are being covered in a holy class suit of armor. Boom! Carrying a terrifyingly great amount of demonic elemental energy, those tentacles ruthlessly smash into that stream of flaming lightning, which subsequently disintegrates with a boom. But that flash of dark lightning unexpectedly flows to the surface of the holy weapon outside the tentacles like a liquid. Chi. In only a short while, that holy suit of armor has been corroded. Sang Mo feels various acute pains at once. He instantly controls his internal demonic elemental energy to resist that strange dark flash of lightning, which is intensely corrosive. Neither of you can run. A deep voice that contains an extreme anger rises in Qinyu's and Xiaohei's minds through holy sense communication. 840 to 50 m long tentacles sweep all around Xiaohei like huge anacondas. A raging power is surging through each of the tentacles. Big brother. Xiaohei looks at the 8 tentacles encircling him, then looks at Qinyu, who is being surrounded by 4 huge late Jindan stage octopuses, but he does not know what to say. Qinyu's eyes flash with a hint of amusement. Even though it disappears like a flash, Xiaohei is totally certain that he just saw a hint of amusement in Qinyu's eyes. It must have been caused by the success of his plan. Xiaohei cannot help getting stupefied inwardly. You unexpectedly dared to destroy a middle-grade holy suit of armor of mine. I'm going to skin you alive, then suck up all of your blood and shatter your soul. Sang Mo's deep voice rises in Qinyu's and Xiaohei's minds. Xiaohei makes a careful comparison between Sang Mo's power and his own. In the end, he finds out that even if he uses a desperate special skill, he will still be unable to defeat this early Yuanying stage demonic beast, which is even 3 times as strong as Xiang Yang. However, at the moment Qinyu. Very good, this is the right moment. A faint cold smile appears on the corners of his mouth. His holy sense and attention are totally locked onto that Sang Tu, who is also none other than Sang Mo's son. At this moment, seemingly caring about his father's business, Sang Tu unexpectedly turns his head to take a look. The moment he looks away, meteor strike. Qinyu's entire body starts to spin. His hands are holding the flaming sword. His stellar energy begins to rotate according to a strange orbit. In only a moment, his whole body turns into an awl, and the tip of the awl is the flaming sword. Sang Tu. Another late gened on stage octopus has realized what is going on, but Chinyu is simply too fast for him to stop. He only has enough time to tell the other demonic beasts at the scene through holy sense communication and, therefore, they are also aware of what is happening. Sang 2. As Sangamo takes a look, he only sees an indistinct spinning all with the color of starlight directly shatter the head of the true form of his son, Sang Tuesday. A golden shaft of light then shoots straight southwards. Sangamo knows very well that golden shaft of light is none other than a Jindan. Whose Jindan is it? Boom! Sang 2's body falls onto the ground with a loud sound. Receiving such a fatal blow from Chinyu while totally unprepared, he has died instantly. In fact, even if he had been prepared, he would not have been able to withstand that all-out strike. Demonic beasts value their offspring even more than humans do. Sangamo is merciless and frosty, but he has been very nice to his son. It was only because he killed some demonic beasts letting his son absorb their Jindans that his son was able to reach the late phase of the Jindan stage and match his several brothers in power. Ah! A sharp deafening sound spreads out in all directions like waves. At the same time, with a violent downward shake of his 8 huge tentacles, Sangamo immediately pierces through the water, chasing after Chinyu like lightning. Xiao Hei's eyes pop out of his head. Xiao Hei, quickly run. This is your last chance. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I won't close my eyes after death. Chinyu's voice rises in Xiao Hei's mind through holy sense communication. In just a moment, Xiao Hei has totally understood. A resounding eagle cry comes out from his mouth. It sounds extremely hurt, reluctant, bitter and grieved. However, Xiao Hei has no choice but to execute the passing lightning flashing 9 times rushing west. At this moment the other octopuses comes to their senses. They want to chase after Xiao Hei, but this eagle is unexpectedly also frighteningly fast like that Xiaoxianist. Seeing Xiao Hei's speed, those late Jindan stage octopuses deliberately give up chasing because they are merely half as fast as Xiao Hei. Only their big brother Sangamo, who has reached the early phase of the Yuanying stage, can have a good chance of catching up with him. We don't chase? The third brother looks at the fourth and second brothers. The second brother rebukes, chase what? Sang 2 is already dead, so big brother must have gone mad. We have to help him chase that Xiaoxianist together. That eagle isn't important. If that Xiaoxianist escapes, you guys should be ready to take big brother's fury. As soon as the third brother and fourth brother think about Sangmo's temper, their hearts tremble. Let's go. 3 late Jindan stage demonic beasts then rush south extremely fast as well. At the moment Chinyu is standing on his flying sword, using the body weapon unification technique. His whole body is piercing through the water extremely fast like a speeding arrow or a flash. However, a red octopus, which is furious because of the death of his son a moment ago, is chasing closely after him. Every shake of his 8 tentacles is allowing him to flash through the water almost as fast as using teleportation. Pooh! A tentacle smashes down. At the last moment, with a strange twist of his entire body, Chinyu avoids this strike with difficulty. However, immediately afterwards, several tentacles smash down in quick succession. Chinyu's speed quickly decreases. He clenches his teeth. Let's leave it to my luck. His entire body suddenly turns red, looking as if it is boiling, but there is a faint smile on his face. He knows very well that with Xiao Hei's speed, if Sangamo does not go after him, he can definitely escape. Goodbye, Xiao Hei. Chinyu slowly says in his heart. Then, in an instant, his entire body becomes extremely red while his eyes flash with ruthlessness. Suddenly, a flame starts to blaze on one of his arms. End of B5C4. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 5. B5C5, Fleeing for Life. In almost a moment, Chinyu's entire body shoots southwards like a meteor. His current speed is nearly 100 times as fast as his speed when using the body weapon unification technique under a normal situation. In a blink of Sangmo's eyes, Chinyu has already disappeared completely. Sangamo then quickly transforms into a red-robed human from a huge red octopus. The eyes of him, who is now being covered in a red robe, radiate a shiny green light. He stands there for a long time. No one can know what he is thinking. Only after a long period of time does he say in a deep voice that is filled with hatred, blood-escaping art? No, that's unlikely. He's not a Xiaomoist. Humph, Xiaoxianist, no matter who you are, I, Sangamo, will definitely kill you to avenge my son's death. With a movement of his body, he immediately leaves that place. A half day later, Sangamo comes to a very elegant palace. Since a water-repelling restrictive spell has been set up outside this palace, even though it is located at the bottom of the ocean, there is absolutely no water inside it. He goes into the palace directly. Patriarch. Two very muscular bald men say to him while bowing. Without saying a word, Sang Mo enters the main hall of the palace at once. He then orders in a cold voice, "Tell everyone to quickly gather in the main hall within 10 breaths. Latecomers will be punished with impalement." Sang Mo's voice resounds through the whole palace. 10 breaths, no more, it is such a short period of time. The members of Sang Mo's clan thus all activate their demonic elemental energy to hurry into the main hall at their fastest speeds. In less than 10 breaths, nearly 100 octopuses have already gathered in the palace. They are all using their human forms because this is the requirement for entering the palace. Otherwise, the palace will simply be unable to accommodate their huge octopus bodies. The fact that these clan members can transform into humans means that they have all at least reached the Jindan stage. "May I ask for what important matter you've summoned our clan's members so urgently, Patriarch?" A grey-clad middle-aged man bows and says. Sang Mo, robed in red, says coldly, "Humph, important matter? My son Sang too has been slain." "Sang man, do you think this is an important matter?" With eyes glittering with coldness, he stares at that grey-clad middle-aged man Sang man. Being given that cold stare, Sang man immediately feels all of his hair quickly begin to stand on end. His heart trembles, that brat Sang too is unexpectedly already dead. No wonder Patriarch is so furious. This time I've offended him when he is angry. Knowing that this is bad for himself, Sang man hurriedly says to Sang Mo, "Important matter?" "Of course this is an important matter. Patriarch, please tell me about the bastard who dared to kill Sang Tuesday. I'll definitely cut him into pieces." "Get back," Sang Mo says coldly. Sang man cleverly returns and joins the other members at once while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Though the Sang clan isn't big, within the radius of 8 million li controlled by the Blood Red Cave there's been nobody who dared to bully our clan. But this time my son has unexpectedly been slain by a Xiaoxianist. The aura around Sang Mo's entire body is terrifyingly cold and sinister at the moment. None of those clan members dares to say anything. In the Sang clan, Sang Mo's words are absolutes. In the end that brat used a technique similar to Xiaomoist's blood escaping art. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured and lose more than 90% of his power. There are only some Shoshin and Shoma islands within 8 million li of the Blood Red Cave and none of them has such a blazing energy as that brat's. Sang Mo says in a deep voice. Suddenly his voice becomes solemn, all members of the Sang clan must tell members of other clans that brat is definitely within a 100,000 li radius of this place. There's not even one island of Xiaoxianists in this area. Find him for me. You must find him for me. Yes. The nearly 100 clan members in the main hall say with obedience at once. Alright, you can get started now. Sang Mo coldly gives an order. Immediately, the nearly 100 clan members all leave the palace at high speeds. Sang Mo himself, however, takes out a black authority card. There are some written talismans on it. It is none other than a relatively precious transmitter. Sang Mo channels his request into it using his holy sense. In only a short while, this piece of information has been sent to the Blood Red Range, which is several million li away. The Blood Red Range is the center of this area of water, which has a radius of 8 million li. The Blood Red Cave is the supreme central power of this area of water. In the Blood Red Cave, there are a cave master and 2 vice masters. They have 13 guardians under them altogether. The 13 guardians of the Blood Red Cave are very powerful. Even the weakest among them is a late Jindan stage expert. Moreover, in terms of real offensive power, this late Jindan stage guardian is definitely not inferior to early Yuanying stage ordinary Zuyuyoists. Therefore, he was able to become the 13th guardian. And Sang Mo has another identity, that is, one of the Blood Red Cave's 13 guardians. In the Blood Red Cave. Vice Master, Guardian Sang Mo has just sent a message, saying that he wants a reward offering order to be given. A blond man, who received the message, says to a very thin man. This very thin man is none other than Cha Go, one of the cave's 2 vice masters. The master of the Blood Red Cave is Cha Hong, whose power is the most fearsome in the cave. It is said that he has reached the Dongshu stage. Added to this the unusual innate gifts of his true form, a blood red aquatic python, and he has extremely powerful offense. Even in the boundless ocean, he can still be regarded as a strong figure. However, the 2 vice masters are not very powerful. They were able to become the cave's vice masters mainly because they are Cha Hong's younger brothers. The second brother Chapo's power is not bad, having reached the middle phase of the Yuanying stage. But the third brother Chago has only reached the early phase of the Yuanying stage and is about as strong as the average guardians. However, because his big brother is Cha Hong, he has been a real tyrant in this area of water. Oh, give a reward offering order? Cha Ji's long narrow face and also his ice-cold eyes look like those of a real python. Yes, Guardian Sangmo's son has been killed by a Xiaxionist. When the blonde man has just finished saying, Chago laughs out loud. No wonder. Sangmo's precious son has been killed, it's impossible for him not to go insane. Tell me, what treasure did Sangmo bring out? Let's see if it's valuable enough for me to get into action. The blonde man says, Vice Master, Guardian Sangmo took out a middle-grade holy weapon. At the same time, he said he'd owe anyone who captured that Xiaxionist a favor. Hearing the words middle-grade holy weapons, that Vice Master Chago has a hint of disappointment on his face. That Sangmo is really stingy, only a middle-grade holy weapon and a favor. Alright, whatever happens, he's still a guardian of our blood-red cave. Let's publicize the reward offer within our waters of 8 million li in radius to help him. Yes. The blonde man, however, secretly curses. You're a vice master, so this middle-grade holy weapon naturally doesn't interest you. But it and a favor are already a high reward for such a simple thing as capturing a Jindan Xiaxionist who can use an escaping technique similar to the blood escaping art. Of course, the blonde man will not say it out. Zuyuyoist's art of forging is not as good as that of Xiaxionists. It is still simple to forge a low-grade holy weapon, but it is much more difficult to forge a middle-grade one. Among Zuyuyoists, most owners of middle-grade holy weapons are Yuanying stage experts. A middle-grade holy weapon and a favor from Sangmo. Sangmo is one of the 13 guardians, no less. So, a favor from him will be very useful. Perhaps when this reward offer is made public, a great number of Jindan Zuyuyoists will get into action. After all, the target is really too weak. Having used an escaping technique similar to the blood escaping art, he must have suffered a huge loss in power. If he can have 30% of his power left, that'll already be not bad. The blonde man nods with a smile, then leaves to issue a statement about the reward offer. By contrast, Vice Master Chago goes towards his own dwelling place. He even says angrily, that Sangmo is really stingy. He's still too attached to that high-grade holy weapon Thunderhammer to bring it out. This Chago has coveted the treasure of Sangmo's, the Thunderhammer, for a very long time. However, his big brother Cha Hong has ordered that his subordinates absolutely not fight each other. Right after the reward offer is publicized, many Zuyuyoists in the 8 million li radius controlled by the blood-red cave begin to emerge. There are even occasional appearances of Yuanying stage experts. That reward offer has given a very detailed description of Qinyu. All of those who know about this news decide that this Xiaxionist, whose energy is extremely pure and blazing, should be in the 100,000 li of water next to the Qianlong continent. After all, even though a desperate escaping technique similar to the blood escaping art is fast, it cannot be used to cover a very long distance. Therefore, a great many experts within this 100,000 li area of water emerge. The further it is from this area, the fewer Zuyuyoists join the pursuit of Qinyu. And the ones who are enthusiastic about and interested in this matter the most are of course the members of the Sang Octopus clan. ########. Ah. Acute pains continuously come from his left arm. Qinyu's entire body keeps shooting south extremely fast like a meteor. This escaping technique is none other than the special escaping technique that is used to flee for life in the Stellar Transformations book, The Meteor Escaping Art. When using it, the user burns his body like a meteor in exchange for an extremely fast speed. Damn you, meteor escaping art. This feels really almost unbearable. Clenching his teeth, Qinyu keeps heading straight forwards. At the moment his entire body is red, looking as if flames are about to come out from inside it, and the blood and flesh of his left arm are being burnt non-stop. In theory, one should have already passed out long ago due to such acute pains. After all, the pain of burning his own flesh and blood is beyond the tolerance limit of a person. However, Qinyu's mind has been trained since he was a little kid and therefore is extremely tough. Moreover, thanks to the nourishment of the meteoric tear, his soul has become very strong. So, he unexpectedly has not lost consciousness despite the agonies. However, because of this, he has had to endure the continuous intensification of the pains. With a clear state of mind, Qinyu observes himself flying south extremely fast. Only when more than half of his left arm's and upper body's flesh has been burnt does he stop. It should have already been several tens thousand li. His whole face begins to twitch. The feeling of burning himself non-stop while maintaining a clear mind is really not something a human can bear. Meteoric tear, I'll leave everything to you. He gets under a coral reef then stops moving. The meteoric tear keeps sending out various clear streams, which continuously heal the burnt places. Xinyu's left arm has nearly been burnt up, with only a few charred muscles and bones remaining. Taking a look at it will make anyone feel unbearable. His entire body is trembling non-stop. It feels really very comfortable when the meteoric tear's clear streams fuse with the injuries, continuously healing them. Even his burnt muscles and blood are being regenerated. However, this recreating process unexpectedly inflicts even more pain on him than burning himself did. Sweat keeps oozing from his entire body. His muscles and bones are all trembling. Xiaohei, you should be okay, right? Xinyu somehow thinks about this matter, but right afterwards a heart-piercing pain comes from his chest. A breastbone more than half of which has been burnt up earlier is unexpectedly regenerating little by little. But this is really shockingly painful. Xinyu cannot help letting out a groan. Beads of sweat continue to stand out on his whole body. For the moment he cannot think about anything else other than trying to endure this kind of pain. The nourishment of the meteoric tear is comfortable, but the regeneration of the muscles and bones is so painful that his soul is shaken. This comfortable feeling and this pain are basically two polar extremes. He is shuttling back and forth unceasingly between these two extremes. However, it is much easier for the meteoric tear to repair the damage to the bones than to the internal organs. In only 2 days, Xinyu's originally terrifying wounds have already healed more than 50%, and 80% of his left arm has unexpectedly regrown. Most of his burnt muscles and bones have regenerated. You really didn't disappoint me, meteoric tear. Xinyu let Xiaohei run away first because he had decided to take a gamble on the meteoric tear's wonderful effects. But even so, he was not certain that the meteoric tear would be able to regenerate his limbs and body. After all, even though it can repair the heart, this does not necessarily mean that it can regrow the body and limbs. Xinyu gambled for the sake of Xiaohei, and this time he has won. Good, now the injuries have healed more than 50%. He tries hard to sit up with legs crossed. Blood oozes out of some scabs that have just been formed on his body at once. He draws a cold breath in pain with a hiss but still sits up. Then, using his intact right arm, he quickly takes out a Jindan. It is Sang Tu's Jindan. Right now, power is the most important thing. Let's refine this Jindan first. Ignoring the fact that his injuries have not completely healed yet, Xinyu immediately accelerates the nebula inside his body and forms another nebula around him. He then begins to refine this Jindan. In his method of refinement, energy will go from the nebula outside his body into the nebula in his dantian by going through his entire body's muscles and bones. However, at the moment his body is still seriously injured. Therefore, when stellar energy and the essence of the Jindan go through his muscles, bones and channels, he cannot help slightly trembling all over because it is really extremely painful. Even though he did limit training for years starting when he was still a child, he has never experienced such sharp pains. But Xinyu understands that he must persevere and improve his power as much and as fast as possible. The boundless ocean is an unfamiliar place to him. In this place, he must improve his power first, then gather all the information about it. He also knows that Sang Mo will never give up trying to catch him. Since Sang Mo should be focusing most of his attention on me, Xiaohei should be safe. Xinyu thinks to himself while pains that can go deep into his muscles and bones keep coming from every place of his entire body. Sang Tu's Jindan is also being refined and absorbed non-stop. In a dark cave at the bottom of the ocean, there are 2 blue dots of light. They are the light radiated from a pair of eyes, whose owner is none other than Xiaohei, who was able to escape thanks to Xinyu. Black flashes of lightning are flickering unceasingly on Xiaohei's body. After a long time, many golden air streams float out from inside his body. Big brother, you must hang on and wait for me. Thanks to the special telepathy between Xiaohei and Xinyu, he can feel that Xinyu is still living. But he knows that, being hunted by Sang Mo, Xinyu is in imminent danger. Therefore, he has selected that forbidden technique in his hereditary memories to practice. A series of deep cries comes out heavily from Xiaohei's throat. His entire body is undergoing drastic changes non-stop. Big brother, wait for me. End of B5C5. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 6. B5C6, Shioma Book Nameless. Chi. The energy of the Jindan keeps going through Xinyu's muscles and bones. The originally damaged muscles and bones are shaking continuously while trickles of blood are oozing from his pores. But Xinyu is clenching his teeth to endure. Get the most out of his time. In his dantian, the blue flame in the center of the nebula is burning the airstreams made of the Jindan's energy non-stop, getting rid of all the impurities, leaving only the essence in the end, which in turn is absorbed by the various silvery grains in Xinyu's nebula. Last time, because Qin executed his special skill and struck Xiang Yang a life-risking all-out blow, his silvery grains were reduced in size a lot. Despite a period of restoration, only more than 50% of what was lost was later regained. However, at the moment, the silvery grains in his nebula have already surpassed their peak in the past. I only need a half day. My power can reach its best condition in only a half day. Qin Yu is calculating in his mind. He does not care too much about the refinement of the Jindan because this refining process is very simple and only requires a little attention. But what can I do when my power is restored? His mind becomes somewhat anxious. He basically knows nothing about the overseas Shojin world, especially the world of its greatest power, the underwater Zuyuyoists. For example, he does not know how, when he went into the ocean for the first time, Zuyuyoists were able to find out that he was an outsider. If this matter is not cleared up, it will probably be difficult for him to even take a step forwards. There are so many Shoujo experts under the water. Many of them must be stronger than me. If I can't fully understand the world of underwater Zuyuyoists, perhaps I should return home to the Qianlong continent like a cowardly black turtle. Qin Yu Simple cannot stand himself retreating. But are there any solutions? Asking someone? Will those Zuyuoists tell Qin Yu? Maybe they will immediately attack him. Ah, right. Qin Yu's mind is struck by a thought. He suddenly remembers that among the Shojin books that he read in Lei Mountain House in the past, there were Shoshin secret books, Shoma secret books and Shoyo secret books. Moreover, there were even some Shojin secret books from Earth, the holy land of Zayashinists in another universe. One of those books from Earth seemed to be a Shoma secret book. Qin Yu glanced through it once and saw two words, soul examination. Because some practice methods of Zayamoists in this book were really too brutal, for example, using pregnant women's placentas or something, he naturally was not interested in it and only skimmed through it once. But he immediately took notice of this Shoma secret skill soul examination. Good, after refining this Jindan I'll start practicing this skill. Qin Yu's heart is filled with happiness. At a crucial moment, these special Shoma techniques unexpectedly can help him. After remembering the soul examination, he also remembers the other Shoma secret skills that secret book talked about. Each of them is extremely eerie. However, to Qin Yu, they cannot be more suitable to use in his current situation. When he is still overjoyed, suddenly. No good. There's someone. He knows that this is not good because his holy sense has noticed that two Zuyuyoists are passing by above him. These two Zuyuyoists are going through the water in their human forms, but they are not powerful at all. The stronger of them is only at the late phase of the Jindan stage. Qin Yu's soul is very tough and strong, so his holy sense is extremely formidable too. He locks his holy sense onto those two Zuyuyoists, but they unexpectedly do not detect anything. Martial brother, I've heard that the son of the Sang Octopus clan's patriarch is already dead and that patriarch has even offered a reward. Whoever captures the killer will get a middle-grade holy weapon and also a favor from him in return. The tall Zuyuist says to the short Zuyuist beside him laughingly in a casual manner. The martial brother says disdainfully, martial younger brother, don't think too much about this. He must be powerful to be able to kill the Sang clan's patriarch's son. Stop dreaming. The tall Zuyuist however does not agree, martial brother, you haven't heard about that reward offer, right? In the end that Zyuxianist used an escaping technique similar to the blood escaping art, so his power must have suffered a huge loss. Plus, he hasn't even reached the Yuanying stage. Martial brother, whoever uses a desperate escaping technique on a par with the blood escaping art will definitely need about a year to recover. You're right. It's very hard to recover from the injuries caused by desperate escaping techniques like the blood escaping art. The martial brother nods in agreement. Qin Yu, who is observing everything from below using his holy sense, secretly rejoices. Had it not been for the meteoric tear, it would have taken him about a year to regain his power and, even worse, his burnt left arm would not have been able to regenerate. Those Zuyuyoists all think that it will not be hard to catch Qin Yu and the only problem is to find him, but a man without a Shoyo aura will be very easy to recognize. However, Qin Yu has the meteoric tear. And none of those Zuyuyoists knows about this, which gives him a slim chance of surviving. That's right, martial brother. That Zyuxianist must be very weak now. Why don't we conduct a search? Let's use our holy senses to find him on the way. Maybe we'll really run into him. The tall Zuyuist suggests. Qin Yu's heart immediately shakes. At this moment, it seems to skip a beat. Then he can hear his heartbeat pounding in his head. No good. I haven't finished refining this Jindan. If I rush out without any plans or preparations like this, even if I can kill these two blokes, I'll be hunted by a large number of Zuyuyoists. Having learned the lesson last time, he knows that he cannot be rash. Whatever happens, he must be fully prepared before getting into action. Marshall, younger brother, quit dreaming. The ocean is boundless while we only have short-range holy senses. If our holy senses detect a terrifying, formidable demonic beast, provoking him, you should just prepare to die then. The Marshall brother rebukes loudly. It is very impolite for one to casually examine another more powerful than him with the holy sense. As soon as the tall Zuyuist hears this, he cannot help getting frightened. That's right. What you say is true, Marshall brother. Let's go. What's yours is yours. You won't get what's not yours even if you try. The Marshall brother is clearly very cautious. Then the both of them keep going forwards above Qin Yu's head. In the boundless ocean, there may be a certain hidden formidable demonic beast calmly practicing in a certain area of the seabed. Even though the probability of bumping into such a demonic beast is low, it is certainly higher than the probability of finding Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu is only one man while there must be more than one demonic beast hiding at the bottom of the ocean. If their holy senses disturb such a formidable demonic beast, they will probably be eaten by him. Phew! Qin Yu secretly lets out a sigh. Even though he is not afraid of these two Zuyuists, it would have been terrible if his whereabouts had been revealed because of them. Moreover, according to the conversation between them, he has discovered a bad thing. The reward offer. This is bad. I never expected Sang Mo to offer a reward. He thinks about many things in only a moment. In the end he is sure of one thing, he must learn the Shoma secret technique soul examination first no matter what. As for some other special secret techniques, there is no hurry to learn them for the moment. After learning the soul examination, the first thing he is going to do is to find a Zuyuist and use it. At least he must know the general situation to be able to make further preparations. After all, he can only always win if he knows his own situation and that of the enemy. A half day later, Qin Yu finally finishes refining and absorbing all of the Jindan. By now, all of the injuries on his body have completely healed with not even a scar on his left arm, only that there are many scabs on the surface of his body. When Qin Yu was refining the Jindan, his blood oozed from the yet-to-be completely healed injuries then solidified to form these scabs. Of course, by now his body has totally recovered. Buzz. With a shake of the energy on the surface of his body, all of those scabs are immediately shattered. Very good, this is the best condition I've ever been in. Qin Yu opens his eyes. At the moment he is under a coral reef. Using his stellar energy, he shakes the dirt around him away directly. Concurrently with this, his holy sense enters his spatial ring. Qin Yu's holy sense can scan everything in the spatial ring with ease. It comes straight into the study of Lei Mountain House. Nameless? Only when Qin Yu uses his holy sense to open that Shoma secret book does he notice that it unexpectedly has a name. Being called nameless does not mean that it has no name, but that the name of this Shoma secret book is nameless. He instantly skips over the part about Shoma methods and gets to the part about how to practice Shoma secret techniques. In the past he paid little to no attention to them, but now he starts to read them carefully one by one. What is the holy sense? Does it automatically come into existence when a person reaches the Jindan stage and has a strong enough soul? It has been said since ancient times that Zayationists have the holy sense while immortals have the immortal sense. At first I believed this truism, but later I discovered that this is simply not true. When reading this part, Qin Yu totally immerses himself in it. Reading using the holy sense is indeed very fast. He quickly finishes reading all of the secret techniques of this Shoma book. Having done this, he feels that his understanding of the soul has reached a whole new level. He then opens his eyes, which flash with excitement. This anonymous senior's achievement of writing this nameless book is definitely not inferior to Master's creation of the stellar transformations. Having read the book, Qin Yu sincerely admires this Shojin senior from the planet Earth in another universe. This senior has opened up a new world, a world about the most essential thing, the soul. Alright, let's try the first step. The Shoma secret techniques flash through his mind one after another, but they all have one same basis, being able to control spiritual energy at will. What is spiritual energy? The holy sense is spiritual energy. By inference, the legendary immortal sense is also spiritual energy, only that when the strength of the soul reaches certain levels, spiritual energy will also undergo fundamental changes. Qin Yu remembers the description of how to practice the first step. In this technique, the first step is the most difficult to practice. Spiritual energy is very mysterious. Generally, Zayationists can only send out and expand their spiritual energy, and it's extremely difficult for them to do other things to it, such as making it rotate like a maelstrom, shaping it into a sphere and so on. This depends on a person's natural talent. I can only try doing it again and again. There's simply no shortcut. Qin Yu has no choice but to hope that he is talented enough. spin, spin. He says in his mind, trying to control his spiritual energy directly using his thoughts. However, just like what the book says, spiritual energy turns out to be really very hard to control. It seems expanding and withdrawing are the only two things he can do to it. When he observes through the holy sense, his spiritual energy is expanded. And when he does not use the holy sense, it is withdrawn. A weak small heat current then gradually flows in Qin Yu's head from the meteoric tear. In the depths of his head, there is a disk of energy. Various sinuous electric sparks are zigzagging around this disk non-stop. At the same time, the disk is slowly radiating a seven-colored light. That weak small heat current is absorbed by that disk little by little. Qin Yu is still experimenting on spiritual energy control. Since spiritual energy is immaterial, he cannot see it with his eyes, and can only feel it. He keeps experimenting over and over without giving up, because that Shoma secret book says that. The most talented disciple of this school needed 3 days of experimentation only to be able to slightly control spiritual energy, while the author of the book even spent a whole year's time. Suddenly, the non-physical spiritual energy, which has been quietly whirling around Qin Yu's soul and his mind, shakes for a short while. It's moved. A pleasant surprise surges up in Qin Yu's heart. He simply never thought that it would take him only 2 hours to succeed. He basically cannot explain how he was able to gain control of his spiritual energy so easily. Soul examination. Wasting no time, Qin Yu immediately recalls the soul examination technique and begins to practice it. Less than 1 hour later, he can already completely control 10% of his spiritual energy. Yes, 10% of the spiritual energy is now under his total control. This seems to be a very small amount, but even the author of the book needed 5 whole decades' time to reach this level. However, even though Qin Yu keeps experimenting, he cannot control more spiritual energy. Alright, let's consolidate the foundation first. He then controls that 10% of his spiritual energy, making it move. That amount of spiritual energy starts to rotate like a maelstrom, surrounding his soul and the remainder of the spiritual energy in its center. On Earth, this was the method of defending against other people's spiritual energy-charged attacks. Even though it cannot resist the attacks forcefully, it can weaken them by using the various layers of the maelstrom. That maelstrom-like mass of spiritual energy is slowly moving. Suddenly, the meteoric tear in Qin Yu's body vibrates for a short while. A burning hot heat current flows out from it and rushes up into Qin Yu's head directly. The maelstrom simply cannot block it. With an unstoppable momentum, that heat current smashes the maelstrom formed by Qin Yu to pieces. No good. This is the first time Qin Yu has formed a maelstrom with his spiritual energy, but it has been shattered all of a sudden. That amount of spiritual energy has unexpectedly become chaotic. Even worse, it has started to cause the rest of Qin Yu's spiritual energy, which is not controlled by him, to become chaotic too. When his spiritual energy is in a calm state, he can only control 10% of it. Now that it has become totally chaotic, he quickly gets panicky. However, at the moment, above Qin Yu, a middle Yuanying stage Zuyuist is slowly going in the distance. His holy sense has spread out in a very lordly manner. Judging from his direction, he is going towards Qin Yu. Given Qin Yu's currently chaotic spiritual energy, he definitely will not be able to avoid detection by this Zuyuist. According to the reward offer, that Xiaxionist is very likely to be within a 100,000 li radius of this place. This idiot saying I never thought he wouldn't be able to catch a Xiaxionist who hasn't even reached the Yuanying stage. With a cold hump, this single-horned man rushes extremely fast in Qin Yu's direction. End of B5C6. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 7. B5C7, Soul Examination. At the moment Qin Yu does not know that a middle Yuanying stage Zuyuist is about to search his area. His entire attention is being focused on what is happening inside his head. That burning hot blue heat current rushes into the area of his spiritual energy in an unstoppable manner. Water is variable in shape and spiritual energy, which is immaterial, is also the same. Despite being disarranged, Qin Yu's spiritual energy will calm down as time passes. Of course it will need quite some time to completely calm down. In his head. As opposed to the huge mass of spiritual energy, in its center, the disk, which is continuously sending out various serpentine electric sparks, is the real core of a person, the soul. The relationship between the soul and spiritual energy is just like that between the sun and sunlight. Only the soul is the very essence of a person. At Qin Yu's current level, he only has some understanding of spiritual energy while knowing nothing about the soul, the real fundamental thing in him. The soul is a forbidden domain that Xiaxionists cannot touch. What is exactly the blazing blue heat current the meteoric tear sent out? Xinyu focuses his entire attention on that blue air current, which has appeared all of a sudden. That blazing blue air current goes through the spiritual energy without being obstructed in the least, heading straight for the soul. The area of the spiritual energy is like a violent ocean. In the center of this violent ocean of spiritual energy, there is an islet-like disc, which is none other than the soul. When the blue air current flows to the islet-like disc, that is, the soul, it is immediately absorbed. At the same time, the seven-colored light of the soul, which keeps sending out sinuous electric sparks, suddenly becomes chaotic. The blue light immediately intensifies, but in a short while, it goes back to its state moments ago. At this moment, the huge mass of spiritual energy around the soul flashes with a blue light. All of the spiritual energy seems to have undergone a transformation, while an extremely great change has also occurred in Xinyu himself. What a wonderful feeling! Xinyu suddenly opens his eyes, which glitter. Mental control. Now Xinyu's mental control is much stronger than it was in the past. It has many uses, for example, to control the movement of the elemental energy inside his body. The stronger the mental control is, the more his elemental energy follows his direction, and the more finely he can control his energy when attacking. But the spiritual energy seems to have become harder to control. When Xinyu tries controlling his spiritual energy again, he discovers that it has transformed. Previously it was like an untrained scholar, but now it is like a strong muscular man. An indescribable change has happened to it. At the same time, it has also become much more difficult to control. Even though Xinyu's mental control has suddenly improved, he unexpectedly can only control 10% of his spiritual energy as before. His control has increased and his soul has also transformed, but controlling 10% of his spiritual energy is still his limit. It is 10% just like before. What does this mean? Xinyu is doubtful, but he simply cannot understand because theoretically neither spiritual energy nor the soul itself can suddenly improve. A practitioner has to try using his mental control many times over to improve it, and even then it improves extremely slowly. As for his spiritual energy, it also gradually improves thanks to the transformations that happen to his soul as his power increases. Just now, Xinyu's mental control and spiritual energy both improved by one step in only a moment, which simply cannot happen to the other Zayashinists. The cause of all of this is one blazing blue air current from the meteoric tear. The meteoric tear, what is it exactly? Xinyu becomes even more curious about the meteoric tear, which fused with his body. He also tries sending his spiritual energy out. The moment he sends it out, he discovers that a middle Yuanying stage expert is rushing above him in his direction and, worse still, that expert is even searching using his holy sense. However, when that holy sense sweeps across Xinyu, it detects nothing. Moreover, when his holy sense expands, the expert does not feel anything happening whatsoever. Their holy senses are on two different levels. That middle Yuanying stage Zuyuist's holy sense is slightly weaker than Xinyu's holy sense, so it cannot detect his. Xinyu simply does not know the principle of this. It is really somewhat mysterious. He only knows the outcome, that is, a holy sense can detect a weaker one but cannot detect a stronger one. After a while, Xinyu's whole body shoots out through the coral reef from under it like lightning. His current condition is the best he has ever been in. The bad effects of using the meteor escaping art have all been removed. Moreover, he has also learned the soul examination technique. Xiaohei is in the northeast and even not very far from here. Closing his eyes, he can feel Xiaohei's existence clearly. A special telepathy developed between Xiaohei and Xinyu when they were still little, allowing them to feel each other's existence. Xinyu slightly narrows his eyes and immediately considers his situation. By now Sang Mo has already offered a reward because of his son's death. Plus, these underwater Zuyuyoists seem to be able to tell that I'm not a Zuyuist with ease, including even the demonic beasts weaker than me. He recalls how, when he and Xiaohei had just dived down the deep parts of the ocean, those weak demonic beasts ran away very fast. Those Zuyuyoists can recognize me. Added to this the reward offer, and it's hard for me to take a step in this underwater world. Plus, I know nothing whatsoever about this world of Zuyuyoists. Now the most important thing to do is to sneakily kill a Zuyuist and use the soul examination to know the situation of this underwater world's Zuyuyoists clearly. Xinyu knows very well that in an unfamiliar environment he has to be extra careful. He then sends his holy sense out, very confident about it. Not even a middle Yuanying stage expert was able to detect him, so it is easy to imagine how formidable his holy sense is. Like a beam of light, Xinyu flashes south directly. However, soon afterwards, he detects 8 Zuyuyoists not far from him. In an instant, he stops using stellar energy and suppresses his aura. But he has no worries about using his holy sense at all because, after all, these 8 Zuyuyoists are only at the Jindan stage. Big brother Sang Tan, this time Patriarch is about to go insane already. He ordered us to search non-stop without allowing us to take a rest. A Zuyuist says. These 8 Zuyuists are none other than members of the Sang Octopus clan. These 8 members have joined forces and been doing their job together. In fact, they have been doing this because of their laziness. After all, if each of them went to a different area, their overall searching speed would be much faster. Damn it! Where'd this Xiaxianist sod off to? There's not a Xiaoxian island within 100,000 li of this place. We've been searching for so long. Patriarch has also offered a reward, and almost every 100 li is being searched by someone, but unexpectedly not even a bloody shadow has been seen. Sang Tan says angrily too. The face of Qin Yu, who was observing using his holy sense from a distance, immediately changes. He knew that the reward offer would cause many Zuyugoists to look for him, but did not think there would be a Xiaxianist in every 100 li on average. It should be known that a 100 li distance is not considered far at all by a Zuyuist. Qin Yu, however, does not know that the pursuing Zuyuists are being concentrated mainly in this area of 100,000 li in radius. After all, most Zuyuists think that he is in this area. As for further areas, there are much fewer pursuing Zuyuists present in them. Most pursuing Zuyuists search these areas only once conveniently. Because Zuyuists usually spend time practicing, they are very bored, and therefore many of them are very eager to chase some Xiaxianist. 8 Zuyuists. Qin Yu considers the probability of killing these 8 Zuyuists. After a while, he slowly shakes his head. No, I can't handle these 8 guys quickly. Also, when Sang Mo sent his clan's members out, he must have given them a method for transmitting messages. Even if I could kill these 8 quickly, they'd send a message and so many Zuyuists would gather in this area, which would be very bad. The 8 of you are very lucky. Without activating the stellar energy in his body, Qin Yu pierces through the water like an arrow using his physical power. The principle of the body maneuvering skill he practiced in the past is to turn water resistance into assistance. With Qin Yu's body and his water-piercing body maneuvering skill, his speed is still very fast. In a short while he has already gone very far from those 8 Zuyuists. Using physical power alone to go through the water is still slower than using stellar energy. There are no Zuyuists in his surroundings according to his holy sense, so he begins to activate his stellar energy, preparing to go forwards extremely fast from now on. However, Qin Yu's face changes color abruptly. There are unexpectedly 2 Zuyuists up ahead. Even worse, judging from the fact that they are searching with their expanded holy senses, they are probably also Qin Yu's pursuers. It's been only 10 odd li, but I've encountered other pursuers again. Qin Yu finally knows how densely distributed his pursuers are, especially within this area of 100,000 in radius, where almost all Zuyuists conveniently expand their holy senses to search when they are free. These 2 Zuyuists looks very muscular. One of them is bald and wearing armor. The other is even more muscular. His whole body's skin has a dark blue color and there is a pitch black stick in his hand. Hey, bro, today is really boring. Recently you haven't surfaced to hunt, have you? The armor-clad bald man says to the blue large man casually. The blue large man says with a mysterious smile, of course I have. When I came to the waters near the continent to hunt last time, I was very lucky to run into a fishing boat. There were 10 odd people on the boat, including even some women. At that time I turned into my true form and ate half of them up at a gulp. Then I sucked the rest in my storage bracelet. Ha, when those people saw my true form they all yelled sea monster ... Then could you let me also, the bald man signals to the blue large man with a look. The blue large man says laughingly, all right, all, before the blue large man can finish saying, a fist penetrates his chest and, moreover, it lands exactly where his heart is located. This man's heart is immediately shattered. Go to hell. There is a hint of ruthlessness in Qin Yu's eyes. When he heard what these 2 men said to each other, he became determined to kill them. As soon as the bald man takes a look at Qin Yu, he is greatly shocked. Who are you? This bald man is horrified by the fact that before he could feel an aura, Qin Yu already killed his friend directly with a punch. This speed was really terrifyingly fast. With a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, Qin Yu stares at the bald man. You're going to be the target of my soul examination. Soul examination, what does it mean? The bald man is astounded in his heart. The soul examination can only be used when the opponent's soul still exists. If a person's body dies, his soul will quickly leave the body to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, there are 2 ways to perform the soul examination on a person. The first is to examine his soul directly when he is alive. The second is to kill him, then immediately examine his soul, taking advantage of the time when the soul is yet to leave the body. However, because that blue large man has been dead for a while, his soul has already left, and therefore Qin Yu can only consider this armor-clad bald man the target of his soul examination. You're a Xiaxianist, that Xiaxianist who killed Sang Mo's son? The bald man suddenly says. Chinyu slightly raises his eyebrows because the opponent has quickly recognized him. You've unexpectedly recognized me. Tell me, how did you do that? He asks while staring at the bald man, who secretly lets out a breath because the opponent did not attack him immediately, which also gives him a slim chance of escaping. He has no intention of fighting Chinyu. After seeing how Chinyu killed his friend with a blow just now, he has made a judgment about Chinyu's power. The bald man says with a flattering smile, this is really very simple. Your body doesn't have a Shoya aura. Your aura is different from ours. Also, a Xiaxianist who dares to go deep into the ocean is either an extremely powerful expert or a completely ignorant rookie, but in the upper part of this area, there is no. Before the bald man can finish his saying, he suddenly sees Chinyu's body, which is 10 m away from him, make a swaying movement and arrive at his face in an instant. Ah! The bald man immediately reacts, wanting to resist. However, Wen has just thrown a punch. Bang, dot. With a series of noises of bones being smashed, Chinyu's fist directly shatters the bald man's fist, then, while he is shocked, proceeds to pierce through his chest and break his heart into pieces. At the same time, Chinyu's left hand makes a violent grab at the bald man's head. Shioma, soul examination. After a while, Chinyu pulls back his hands. Concurrently with this, he gets the jindans of these two Zuyugoists, both of whom are at the middle phase of the jindan stage. He gave the bald man a chance to talk because he did not want any mistakes to happen. If he had tried to kill the bald man right after killing the blue large man, that bald man would definitely have defended with all his might. If the bald man had self-destructed, he would have had to run away to avoid the explosion, which would have given the opponent's soul enough time to float off. Therefore, Chinyu allowed the bald man to talk, but when the opponent had just said half of what he intended to say, he sprang into action. Let's get rid of the corpses to remove all traces. He sucks the two Zuyugoists' dead bodies, weapons and armor in his spatial ring. Ordinary Xiaxianists have storage bracelets with small spaces, so they would have to deal with some useless things before doing this, but Chinyu just does not care. Sucking the bodies in the spatial ring is absolutely the best way to remove all the traces of what happened. Having absorbed the memories of that Zuyuist, now Chinyu understands everything about the entire underwater world of Zuyuists. All of his doubts have disappeared in an instant. He cannot help giving a faint confident smile. I see. End of B5C7. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 8. B5C8, Nowhere to Run. The ocean is immense and seems limitless. The islands on the ocean surface are the territory of Xiaxianists and Xiamoists, while the boundless underwater world is the territory of Zuyugoists, whose power is much greater than that of either Xiaxianists or Xiamoists. There are 3 superpowers in the underwater world of Zuyugoists, just like 3 big empires. The first is the Azure Dragon Palace. The overlord of the palace is, of course, a divine beast Azure Dragon in his true form. He is called the #1 expert of the overseas Shojin world. Even super experts among Xiaxianists and Xiamoists cannot compare with him. The second is the 9 Demons Hall, which has 9 leaders, whose true forms are purple demon aquatic dragons, a mutated kind of aquatic dragon. Even though they are not as strong as the Azure Dragon Palace overlord individually, as 9 brothers, they enjoy an advantage in number. Moreover, each of them is a super expert. The third is the Blue Water Mansion. The Blue Water Mansion Master is a mutated divine beast, a 3 blue-eyed toad. His third eye is extremely fearsome and has very strange offense. He is slightly weaker than the Azure Dragon Palace overlord, but because of that unusual third eye, not even the Azure Dragon Palace overlord is certain of beating him. In the underwater world of Zuyugoists, these 3 superpowers are like 3 super empires. They occupy an area of water that is millions of li in radius each. Nobody dares to shake their positions of power, so they are absolute overlords under the water. There are small powers under these 3 superpowers. The waters ruled by the 9 Demons Hall have a radius of 90 million li. There are 8 lesser powers in this area, all of which are under the control of the 9 Demons Hall, and the leader of which is the Blood Red Cave, which is in charge of the northernmost region, which is 8 million in radius, of the 9 Demons Hall's territory. The structure is very clear, just like on the Qianlong continent. The Azure Dragon Palace, the 9 Demons Hall, and the Blue Water Mansion are very similar to 3 big dynasties. As far as the Blood Red Cave is concerned, it's like a county subordinate to the 9 Demons Hall. And I'm currently in the waters controlled by the Blood Red Cave. Shinyu's mind is now clear. Previously, he knew nothing about the underwater world of Zuyugoists, so naturally he was scared. A person is only afraid of the unknown. After understanding everything, even though Chinyu knows that there are countless Shogyo experts under the water, he has relaxed a lot mentally. This underwater world of Zuyugoists is obviously larger than the Qianlong continent and, moreover, there are many more experts here as well. The two worlds are simply not on a par with each other. Several tens random Zuyugoists alone from the underwater world can easily wipe out the entire Qianlong continent. A continent of mortals and an underwater world of Zuyugoists are simply not on the same level. It turns out this is the reason why Zuyugoists can quickly tell that I'm an outsider. 2 jade cards appear in his hand. These jade cards were taken from the bodies of the 2 Zuyugoists killed moments ago. The upper halves of the jade cards have 2 words, 9 demons, and the lower halves of the cards have a word, blood red. These few words are all emitting a special aura. In the beginning, the Great Majesty of the 9 Demons Hall gave an order, that is, in the territory controlled by the 9 Demons Hall, all Zuyugoists who have reached the Jindan stage must receive a jade identity card. In the 9 Demons Hall's waters, Zuyugoists who belong to the same power cannot fight each other. There are 9 kinds of jade identity cards for Zuyugoists in the territory of the 9 Demons Hall. They are 9 Demons Blood Red, 9 Demons Great Shell, and so on. There are 8 lesser powers like the Blood Red Cave in the 9 Demons Hall's territory, so naturally there are 8 kinds of jade identity cards like the 9 Demons Blood Red card. The last kind of jade identity card is the 9 Demons card. It is given to the Zuyugoists who are directly under the 9 Demons Hall and are not controlled by the 8 powers. No Zuyugoists in the 9 Demons Hall's territory are allowed to kill the ones with the 9 Demons cards. Anyone who breaks this rule will be punished by the guards of the 9 Demons Hall. A Zuyuist with a 9 Demon Blood Red card is not allowed to kill another one with the same kind of jade identity card, but he can kill any Zuyuist who has a different kind of identity card. The 9 Demons Hall gave this order to make the 8 lesser powers fight each other, thereby losing power. Moreover, no one can kill the Zuyugoists controlled directly by it. So, naturally more and more Zuyugoists have become its immediate subordinates. There is a hint of a smile on Qin Yu's face. From now on, I'll become a member of the Blood Red Cave, which is under the 9 Demons Hall. He personalizes a jade card by blood and sucks it in his body, then conveniently throws the other card in his spatial ring. The 9 Demons Hall has never worried that outsiders will take these jade identity cards by force. It cannot even wait for some experts from the outside to accept them. Once a Zuyuist has a jade identity card, he can sense the information about another's jade identity card with it. If they have the same kind of identity card, this will mean they belong to the same powerhouse. If their identity cards are of different kinds, they can fight each other. Of course, he can also fight someone from the same powerhouse as his if he is confident that he can hide this from the rule enforcing squad or that he can resist this squad. Previously, mainly because Qin Yu and Xiao Hei did not have jade identity cards when they dived deep into the ocean, they were quickly spotted by those Zuyugoists. But, even though I've got a jade card, my body still doesn't have a Shoyo aura. Qin Yu slightly frowns. Zuyugoists' auras are commonly referred to as demonic auras, which are very easily recognizable to all Zuyugoists. This is also the reason why those Zuyugoists were able to judge that Qin Yu was a Xiuxianist in an instant. He feels that a complication has arisen. Because he has a jade identity card, Zuyugoists can sense the aura on his card. If they do not pay close attention to him, then they will not be able to discover his true identity, but if they observe his aura carefully, then they will notice that he does not have a demonic aura, which will put him in serious danger. A demonic aura. Qin Yu frowns deeply while mumbling repeatedly. His mind, however, is pondering non-stop. Zuyugoists can recognize each other thanks to, firstly, the jade identity cards and, secondly, their demonic auras. After all, because most Zuyugoists use their human forms, they look very similar to Xiuxianists and Xiamoists. That's right, Northern Darkness. A faint smile appears on the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. The Northern Darkness is a Shoma secret skill which is more difficult to practice than the soul examination by several levels. To perform the Northern Darkness, the user must combine his spiritual energy with his body's elemental energy. The Northern Darkness has 2 functions. The first is to suppress the user's aura and the second is to accelerate his practicing progress. If he wants to suppress his aura, he will only need to execute the skill with a little spiritual energy, and his entire aura will be swallowed up. If he wants to speed up his practicing progress, he will have to perform the skill with a lot of spiritual energy. Not only will his entire aura be swallowed up, the natural holy energy in his vicinity will be absorbed completely as well. At that time, in the eyes of observers, the user of the Northern Darkness skill will look like a black hole, sucking in all holy energy near him. Examining someone with the holy sense is, firstly, to examine his holy sense and, second, to examine the aura that his body sends out. Once I use the Northern Darkness, my aura won't be sent out. Other people not only won't be able to feel my aura, but even my spiritual energy as well. Perhaps the enemies will think that I practice a certain special Shoyo technique. This is an eclectic solution. Chinyu is not a Zuyuist, so he cannot form a demonic aura that Zuyuists naturally send out from their bodies. But he only needs to absorb his entire aura. If other people discover that they cannot feel his aura at all, they will generally think that he is a mysterious expert. Chinyu, who is pondering about practicing the northern darkness, simply does not notice a small green fish not far from him. When Chinyu examines his surroundings using his holy sense, he pays no attention to ordinary fish and shrimps and only cares about those who have at least reached the Jindan stage. This small green fish is a Xiantian level small fish, the likes of which are very commonly seen in the depths of the ocean. In the Sang clan's palace, Sang Mo is sitting alone in the main hall, sadly drinking wine mouthful after mouthful. After spending several days searching without finding Chinyu, he has now engaged the help of 30 experts from the Green-Eyed Fish clan, which can be said to have eyes everywhere in the ocean. Senior Sang Mo, the killer has been found. A man whose face has green scales quickly walks into the main hall, then says smilingly to Sang Mo while bowing. Sang Mo immediately stops the cup in his hand. You said, the killer had been found? His eyes glitter with killing intent. That man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan says proudly, isn't it only an area of 100,000 li in radius? 30 members of my clan have been searching together. Each of them controls over 1,000 fish. There are countless fish at the bottom of the ocean, so who would pay attention to a common fish? Ha, quickly tell me where he is. Sang Mo is elated. The man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan hands over a slip of jade to Sang Mo directly. After all, it is very hard to give a clear verbal description of Chinyu's whereabouts. Using the holy sense to draw a sketch of Chinyu's location is very much simpler. As soon as Sang Mo scans the jade slip with his holy sense, he knows where Chinyu currently is. Good, when the killer's been captured, I'll definitely thank you handsomely. At the moment Sang Mo is extremely excited. The man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan says with a smile, I'll go with you, Senior Sang Mo. Even if he moves, I can tell you his whereabouts clearly. Very good, then follow me. Right after saying, Sang Mo shoots out of the palace like a red beam of light, rushing extremely fast towards Chinyu's location. That man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan goes with him side by side. Sang Mo also begins to tell his clan's members to gather in that area through his transmitter. This time I won't let him escape no matter what. Sang Mo's eyes glitter with fierceness. His killing intent is moving around his body non-stop. Chinyu gets into the rocks of a seamount and starts to try practicing the Shilma skill Northern Darkness. The soul examination only uses spiritual energy, so it was very simple for him to practice, but the Northern Darkness combines spiritual energy with the body's elemental energy, so Chinyu will have to mix his stellar energy and his spiritual energy together. He draws out a stream of stellar energy from his dantian and a stream of spiritual energy from his head, then makes them come into contact with each other. Combine? How to combine? Chinyu discovers that his stellar energy and spiritual energy are two totally different kinds of energy. There is simply no way to combine them because spiritual energy can even go through stellar energy. Spiritual energy is immaterial whereas stellar energy is physical. No wonder the book says the Northern Darkness is extremely hard to learn. The author was only able to create it after reaching the Dujia stage. Chinyu slightly frowns. Spiritual energy and stellar energy are basically two completely different things, so heaven only knows how the author was able to combine them. Senior Sang Mo, my young just sent me a message that the killer is in a seamount 300 li to the southwest. It seems he's practicing. The man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan says to Sang Mo smilingly in a confident manner. Sang Mo's eyes glitter. There are more than 20 members of his clan behind him. Meanwhile, the Sang clan's members in several other directions are also attempting to surround Chinyu. 300 li, very good. Sang Mo feels his whole body's blood starting to boil. As soon as he remembers how his son's head was penetrated and shattered and his son's Jindan was snatched, he cannot control his fury. Go! With his robe flapping, Sang Mo speeds up by a notch, rushing straight towards Chinyu's current location. On one side, the man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan and over 20 members of the Sang clan also rush in Chinyu's direction after him. Only 300 li, to Zuyuyoists, this is really a very short distance. Before long, there are only several tens li left between Sang Mo and Chinyu. In the seamount, Chinyu, whose holy sense has always been on high alert, suddenly changes his countenance. His holy sense has detected that Sang Mo and quite a few experts are rushing towards him in the northeast. Luckily for Chinyu, his holy sense has become a bit stronger and its range has also enlarged quite a bit. Seeing Sang Mo hurrying in a straight line and Sang Mo's expression, Chinyu is 90% sure that Sang Mo knows where he is. Simply having no time to think about how the enemies know his location, Chinyu leaves the seamount extremely fast. Standing on his flying sword and using the body weapon unification technique, he immediately flees south. Sang Mo is not chasing in his true form, so his speed is naturally not as fast as Qin Yu's. No good, the killer seems to have noticed us. He's running south. The man from the green-eyed fish clan becomes very anxious at once. Sang Mo's face changes color. The man from the green-eyed fish clan continues, the killer's speed is extremely fast. My young simply can't keep up with him. Perhaps the fish controlled by the other members of my clan can detect the killer, but these members are still in the Sang clan's palace. Sang Mo did not think that Qin Yu would be able to detect him, so he only brought a man from the green-eyed fish clan with him. Never mind, I've arranged my clan's members in the other directions. Killing intent starts to come out from Sang Mo's face. At the same time, with a fluttering movement of his robe, Sang Mo transforms into a huge red octopus. With a shake of his 8 tentacles, he immediately chases south like a beam of light. Compared to Qin Yu, who is using the body weapon unification, he is even slightly faster. Qin Yu is rushing south extremely fast, but then he suddenly stops. There's someone. His holy sense has detected 10-odd octopuses several tens li away from him. Even though there are only 10-odd of them at the moment, who is to say many more will not come? Based on this and the fact that just now Sang Mo was rushing straight towards him, Qin Yu makes a judgment. Sang Mo knows where I am. Plus, a circle has even been formed around me. After Qin Yu stopped for a while, his holy sense discovers that a huge red octopus is rushing towards him from a distance of several tens li behind him. It's Sang Mo. Qin Yu's countenance instantly changes. End of B5C8. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 9. B5C9, Countdown to the Killings. At the moment Qin Yu is merely at the middle phase of the nebula stage, while Sang Mo has already reached the early phase of the Yuanying stage, and, moreover, his true form is an octopus, which has extremely strong offense. Once Qin Yu encounters Sang Mo, he will definitely be at a disadvantage, and therefore his reaction is the west. Disregarding everything else, Qin Yu changes his direction and rushes straight to the west at a terrifyingly fast speed. He is relying on the fact that the range of his holy sense is longer than that of Sang Mo's by a considerable distance. Thanks to this distance, he can detect Sang Mo before Sang Mo can detect him. Sang Mo is still rushing south. In only a moment, the distance between them has reached 100 li. Indeed. Qin Yu's eyes flash with coldness. His holy sense has discovered clearly that there are 10-odd octopuses lying in wait in the west. Clenching his teeth, he keeps rushing west straight at his fastest speed like a beam of light regardless. The western area is huge, but because the enemies are 10-odd octopuses, they have been able to cover a very large area with their holy senses. Whiz! A blur flashes through the area covered by an octopus's holy sense. That member of the Sang clan immediately lets out a strange deep yell. The killer, it's the killer. Those words, said in the Sang clan's unique language, make the 10-odd members of the Sang clan around jump. The leader of this group takes out a transmitter at once. Patriarch, the killer is running west. In only a short while, the huge octopus has already gone south several hundred li, but then he suddenly feels a message in his transmitter. The color of his face instantly changes. Uttering an extremely furious deep yell, he makes a course correction again with his body and rushes west. Sang Mo's true form is extremely fast, but Qin Yu's direction changes again at this moment. Humph, chase me? Take your time chasing. Qin Yu has changed his direction again. He unexpectedly begins to rush south instead of keeping going west. This time, no one informs Sang Mo about Qin Yu's movements. Even though Sang Mo is fast, because he and Qin Yu are going in two different directions, the distance between them only keeps increasing. Qin Yu hurries south 1,000 li extremely fast. Then he changes his direction again and rushes east 1,000 li. Then he goes southeast very quickly. Because Sang Mo does not know Qin Yu's direction, he has not discovered any traces after a half day of chasing. He cannot help grudgingly accepting that this chase has failed and has no choice but to return to his den in rage. In the palace of the Sang clan. The man from the green-eyed fish clan says smilingly, "Please don't worry, Senior Sang Mo. This time you've asked 30 members of my clan to help you. Given our method of searching, that killer definitely won't be able to lose us." Obviously he is very confident. Lifting his red robe, Sang Mo furiously takes the master seat of the main hall. He went after the enemy in a big way, but the enemy has escaped, so how can he possibly not be angry? At this moment, 3 other men from the green-eyed fish clan go into the main hall from inside the palace. There are fish scales on their faces too. These 3 men slightly bow respectfully as they see Sang Mo. Then one of them says, "Senior Sang Mo, our young have been able to trace the killer's whereabouts." Say. Sang Mo says very loudly. His entire body's aura rises. That man says, when you were chasing that killer, at first he rushed west then hurried south. We're not clear about some places he went to in the process, but later he more or less ran southeast. At the moment he is about 7,000 li to the southeast of where you first tried to chase him down. These men from the Green-Eyed Fish clan are controlling no fewer than 1,000 fish each. Every fish has become one of their eyes. Moreover, they can easily discover Qin Yu's identity based on his rushing speed and the fact that he does not have a demonic aura. Perhaps within this area of 100,000 li in radius, only Qin Yu lacks a demonic aura and has such a fast speed. Very good. Sang Mo suddenly stands up then says to a member of the Sang clan in the main hall with a cold hump, Sang Lanpu, I let you all handle a small matter but you were useless. Give the transmitter to the Green-Eyed Fish clan's members. He is obviously very dissatisfied with the members of his own clan. That member called Sang Lanpu immediately takes out a transmitter then hands it over to a man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan. Sang Mo stares at this man and says in an ice-cold voice, this time, I won't let that bastard escape again no matter what. The 30 of you from the Green-Eyed Fish clan must stay in the palace and work together. If there's any news, tell me about it through the transmitter. Last time he failed because he could not receive information from other members of the Green-Eyed Fish clan. He has learned his lesson and is not going to make the same mistake this time. Therefore, he has given one of these 30-men a transmitter and told all of them to stay in the palace to message him whenever they have any information. Please don't worry, Senior Sang Mo. The fish controlled by the 30 of us average about 1 in several hundred li. As soon as that killer makes a move, they will detect him. He won't be able to escape from the palm of our hand. The man from the Green-Eyed Fish clan is very confident. Sang Mo nods his head in satisfaction. Senior, the killer is currently in this area. He hands a jade slip over to Sang Mo directly. Giving it a scan with his holy sense, Sang Mo immediately knows the location of that area. A faint savage smile appears on his face, Xiaoxianist bastard, you won't escape this time no matter what. With his robe flapping, Sang Mo flies out of the main hall at once. Qin Yu is leaning tiredly on the side of an underwater rock. The clothes on his body, however, can repel water. At the moment he is frowning deeply. It is obvious that he is pondering. How was Sang Mo able to find my hiding place? Even now Qin Yu cannot understand this. After all, he has always been very careful. To the best of his knowledge, he should not have left any traces. After thinking for a while, he presses his temples. He has not had a moment of peace since arriving in this underwater world of demonic beasts after leaving the Qianlong continent. He is already too tired. Father should be very happy now. Qin Yu cannot help giving a faint calm smile. His father is living in peace on the Qianlong continent while Qin Yu is fleeing for his life. Even worse, the enemies can appear anytime. Fish in the ocean are really beautiful. Qin Yu makes a wave of his hand. The several hundred fish of different colors in his vicinity swim away joyously at once. In the ocean, shoals of fish are the most common sight. Sometimes, thousands or even tens of thousands of fish can swim together. Swimming among fish is also a kind of enjoyment. However, Qin Yu does not notice that a fish among these several hundred fish is slightly different from the others. The special technique of the Green-Eyed Fish clan is not something he can detect. After resting for a while, he moves again. There are very many Zuyugoists in the ocean, but in this area of 100,000 li in radius, most Zuyugoists are only at the Jindan stage. There are very few who have reached the early Yuanying stage, but his holy sense discovers them long before they can discover him. On the way, Qin Yu has to dodge continuously. Despite some scares, he does not encounter any serious dangers. Very good, let's stay here and practice the northern darkness again. He has seen a huge seamount that is formed by layer upon layer of coral. He goes into it through a crack. Then, with a shake of his stellar energy, he creates a cave directly. Sitting down in this cave, he sorts things out a bit. In terms of offense, he should be relatively formidable. Not only is he good at close quarters attacks, he can also control the flaming sword to execute long-range attacks. Besides, there are some special techniques from the Stellar Transformations book that he can use. As for escaping ability, his body is comparable to holy weapons and he does not seem to experience any resistance when going through the water. Once he uses the body weapon unification, his speed will indeed be frighteningly fast. Moreover, he even knows some fairly unusual special techniques, Shouma secret techniques. Whether to escape or to blend in with the Shouyao world and experience it, I must learn the northern darkness. Qin Yu immediately sits with legs crossed and begins to practice. Once again, he controls a thread of stellar energy, making it go up into his head. His spiritual energy is indistinct and immaterial, as if it does not exist. But stellar energy is a real force. His stellar energy then goes through his spiritual energy. Xinyu simply does not know how to combine them with each other. Even worse, the practice method of this technique in that Shilma book only has one word: experiment. He must experiment over and over again. The creator of this technique had to experiment many times before mysteriously succeeding. And so, not even he knew the exact reason for his triumph. Despite having to try using this technique repeatedly, Xinyu is not worried at all. He has already made preparations to undergo a 1-month closed-door training session here to experiment with the technique. A month later, because Sang Mo will not have found him, perhaps the hunt for him will be slowed down. However, when Xinyu has just been practicing for a half day. Senior Sang Mo, according to my Young's message, he should be 100 to 200 li to the south of you. But I don't know more details about his location. The man from the Green-Eyed Fish Clan sends a message. There are no fish controlled by the Green-Eyed Fish Clan around the place Xinyu chose to undergo a closed-door training session, but a fish 100 li away from this location discovered that Xinyu disappeared after rushing here, so it naturally judged that he is here. Well done, very well done. Sang Mo sticks out his blood-red tongue, giving a faint ferocious smile. Without turning into an octopus, he quietly approaches Xinyu's location in his human form. At the same time, he expands his holy sense to the utmost to search carefully. Xinyu is practicing, patiently experimenting with the technique over and over again. Every time he tries using it, he analyzes his errors. He keeps experimenting repeatedly. Sang Mo. Xinyu's eyes suddenly open. Almost at the same time, he stops practicing. Even though he has been practicing, his holy sense has been on high alert, and therefore he has quickly noticed that Sang Mo is approaching. However, at this moment, Sang Mo, who is moving extremely fast, has already passed the distance caused by the difference in range between his and Xinyu's holy sense. Whiz! Having no time to think about anything else, Xinyu immediately crashes through the coral reef to rush out. He then rides the flaming sword and uses the body weapon unification technique to flee east at his fastest speed. When Sang Mo's holy sense has just discovered Xinyu's aura, Xinyu is already running away again. Don't even dream about escaping this time. A faint cold smile appears on Sang Mo's face. In an instant, his body transforms into a huge red octopus. Concurrently with this, he gives the 30 members of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan in the Sang Clan's palace an order through his transmitter: Green-Eyed Fish Clan's members, watch carefully for me. Always send me info about that Xiaxianist's location. After sending the message using his holy sense, Sang Mo immediately chases in Xinyu's direction. Even though his speed is slightly faster than Xinyu's, he notices that his holy sense cannot detect Xinyu's aura again. Therefore, he concludes at once that this disgusting Xiaxianist has changed direction once more. Which direction did Xinyu run away in? The answer is impossible for Sang Mo to guess. Senior Sang Mo, the killer is 150 li to the south of you. He's rushing south extremely fast. Sang Mo is overjoyed to receive this message from the man of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan. He immediately chases towards Xinyu's current location at an exceptionally high speed. Even though the distance between them is only 150 li, because they are going in the same direction, only after quite some time can Sang Mo gradually get close to Xinyu. Xinyu, whose holy sense has been spread out, quickly discovers that Sang Mo is several tens li behind him. How can Sang Mo know the direction I'm running in? He knows that this is bad, so he immediately changes direction once more. The distance between them grows again in an instant. After a while, Xinyu discovers once more signs of Sang Mo's presence not far behind him. With anger and incomprehension, he changes his direction again, instantly pulling away from Sang Mo. However, before long, Sang Mo comes near him yet again. How can this bastard know my changed directions? Xinyu's eyes glitter with coldness. Obviously he has been infuriated. But behind him, Sang Mo has become furious because of the chase as well. Xiaxianist, disgusting Xiaxianist, how can he always know in advance that I'm in pursuit to change his direction beforehand? Could it be his holy sense has an even longer range than mine? He cannot accept this outcome. Both the pursued and the pursuer are fuming. The east. Once again, Xinyu changes his direction. But this time he is unlucky because there is a fish that is under the control of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan in his new direction. Senior Sang Mo, the east, he's running east. This time it seems Sang Mo's effort is not wasted. He rushes east in an instant and closes on Xinyu fast. Xinyu, who at first thought that he had widened the distance between him and Sang Mo again, is so frightened that he breaks into a cold sweat. At the same time, he rages. Even a clay statue would get angry if pushed to the wall. Don't anger me, Sang Mo. Killing intent has started to rise in his heart. At the moment, a dark cave at the bottom of the ocean seems to be a black hole. It is continuously swallowing up all natural kinds of energy in its surroundings. Some underwater demonic beasts which swim past this cave are even sucked in it directly without ever being able to escape. Soon, the suction of the cave suddenly disappears. From inside the cave, two blue beams of light shoot out. The source of the light is the eyes of a black eagle. Since practicing a forbidden technique in his hereditary memories, Xiao He has gone through drastic changes. Now he is much thinner than before and even looks absolutely exhausted. "Big brother, I'm coming." His aura suddenly comes out from his body. It feels like an ice-cold sharp knife. With a movement of his body, which seems like a thin block of ice, Xiao He pierces through the water currents. He disappears in an instant. His current speed is even much faster than his speed when using the passing lightning flashing 9 times previously. End of B5C9. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 10. B5C10, Murderous Chinyu, Crazy Sang Mo. Both Xiao He's body and wings have become much thinner. However, if someone weighed him, they would find out that the current Xiao He is even much heavier than before he used that forbidden technique. The reason for this is that he gobbled up the blood essence of quite a few demonic beasts which swam past the mouth of the cave and fused it with his body. My current condition is somewhat different from the one in my memories, but my speed and offense have even got a little more formidable than I expected. Xiao He is very satisfied with his current condition. Suddenly, his holy sense discovers an early Jindan stage Zuyuist. Even though Zuyuists can kill each other in this underwater world, those who are subordinate to the same powerhouse generally will not fight each other. This tiger shark Zuyuist is gaddying about in a tottering manner, looking very relaxed. Suddenly a black beam of light pierces through him directly. Only a deep growl, asterisk, is heard. Afterwards the tiger shark is completely absorbed by that black light, including even his blood and flesh. The black light then turns into a black eagle. When performing this forbidden technique, I can't control myself. Even though I've eaten up a Jindan demonic beast, his jade identity card has already been destroyed by my energy. Xiao He takes out that tiger shark Zuyuist's jade identity card. This absorption technique of Xiao He's not only swallows up a target's entire body's blood and flesh, but also robs him of his memories. However, Xiao He does not dare to absorb the target's soul, nor can he do so. Chinyu keeps changing his direction. Whenever Sang Mo comes near him, his direction is changed. However, because Sang Mo has been informed again and again by the Green-Eyed Fish Clan, he has been unable to pull away from Sang Mo. By now, he has been being chased by Sang Mo for a half day. There's someone again. Chinyu curses inwardly. His holy sense has just discovered members of the Sang clan popping up ahead of him. He immediately changes his direction once more. Now, not only does he have to flee from Sang Mo's chase, he also has to be careful to avoid the Sang clan members sent by Sang Mo around. After Chinyu got away from him again and again, Sang Mo has ordered his clan's members to start surrounding this area of 100,000 li in radius. With these Sang clan members' encirclement, the situation obviously has become much worse for Chinyu. Now, soon after taking a turn to avoid Sang Mo, he will suddenly detect members of the Sang clan not far from him. Senior Sang Mo, that killer is about 120 li to the south of you. Another message from the man of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan arrives. At the moment, Sang Mo's eyes are slightly red. It is obvious that he is burning with anger in his chest. Even though he has received this information, he is not as excited as before because he knows that it will be very difficult to capture the killer despite him being informed continuously by the Green-Eyed Fish Clan. This Xiaoxianist is even more slippery than a loach. Even now, Sang Mo still does not know Chinyu's name. However, the death of his son must be avenged, so Sang Mo keeps chasing. After a long time. This time, no matter how Sang Mo keeps chasing, he cannot detect Chinyu. The Green-Eyed Fish Clan can no longer detect Chinyu's aura either. And none of the Sang clan members can find out where he is. It seems Chinyu has suddenly disappeared. When almost every several hundred li is being monitored by a controlled fish and, on top of that, Sang Mo and the Sang clan members are making a sweep of this area with their holy senses, Chinyu has disappeared just like that. Patriarch. A group of the Sang clan members looks at Sang Mo, not knowing what to do. Having failed to find the murderer, what can they possibly do? A great fury has been built up in Sang Mo's heart. He used such a large formation and even engaged the help of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan and, besides, as the Sang clan's patriarch, he himself has been chasing for so long, but they have been unable to catch a midget Xiaoxianist, so how can Sang Mo possibly not become furious? This Xiaoxianist, I'll skin him alive one day eventually then throw him into a fire, ant nest to make him suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants. He's going whale for 3 days before I let him die. His eyes are full of enmity. Sang Mo was enraged long ago by his son's death and, moreover, he has not been able to catch Jinyu for such a long time, therefore naturally he is even more furious now. Patriarch, can doing so alone vent our anger? We should cut off his Johnson. Patriarch, I remember that there's a group of perverts not far to the south of our palace, isn't there? We should let them gangbang this brat for 3 days first. A member of the Sang clan proposes a method of punishment in a flattering manner. Sang Mo's eyes immediately brighten. It seems he is very pleased with it. Another member of the Sang clan hurriedly says, Patriarch, I've heard of a punishment called wooden horse. We'll bring out a wedge-like block of iron first, then make him sit down on it with spread legs. We'll seal up his Jindan to let his Johnson and ours get a taste of it. Then, one after another, the Sang clan members propose various malicious punishments. These Zuyuyoists have spent most of their time practicing, so occasionally some of them became very bored. To relieve the boredom, they researched and came up with some torture methods. At times they even abducted some mortals and experimented on them on some uninhabited islands. Sang Mo is very satisfied with their suggestions. Only torturing Jinyu with these methods will relieve his hatred. Very good, but if we can't catch him, everything will be useless. As soon as Sang Mo thinks about how hard it is to capture Jinyu, his face darkens. Alright, let's stop chasing for now. At the same time, he gives the Green-Eyed Fish Clan an order through his transmitter. Green-Eyed Fish Clan's members, all of you must watch out carefully. Once that Zyuxianist appears, tell me about it right away. After ordering, Sang Mo himself leaves first. His speed is much faster than ordinary octopuses. He has no patience to go slowly together with these members of his clan. Those members then break up into small groups, some of which return to the palace while the rest go to other places. An hour after Sang Mo and the others left this place, the dirt on the ground unexpectedly moves. Then a silhouette shoots out from underground. It is none other than Jinyu. Sang clan. His eyes are filled with iciness. Half an hour ago, he was in a desperate situation because Sang Mo had been chasing him to the point where he had nowhere to run. So he immediately went into the ground and at the same time withdrew all of his stellar energy. He then stopped using stellar energy and suppressed his entire aura. He has won the gamble. Sang Mo was really unable to detect him. Once a person stops using his internal energy and suppresses his aura completely, other people basically will not be able to discover his aura. Unless they can detect his holy sense, they will not find him. However, Jinyu's holy sense is superior to Sang Mo's. Pooh! Jinyu rushes upwards like a speeding arrow. At the moment he is only 4 to 5 kilometers away from the ocean surface. In only a short while, he breaks out of the water and shoots straight up into the air. There's someone. He quickly discovers that there are Zuyuyoists, who seem to be searching for something, above the ocean. He notices at once that some of those searching Zuyuyoists look familiar. They are none other than some of the Sang clan members he has seen before. It seems Sang Mo hasn't given up. Jinyu immediately dives into the water, his heart full of anger. Even though he has been fleeing for his life, he has never thought about going up to the ocean surface to fly away because he knows very well that it is even more dangerous there. There are several reasons. Firstly, Zuyuyoists are also capable of flight. Moreover, generally, Zuyuyoists live between only 4 and 5 kilometers deep in the ocean, but experts have holy senses that are over 10 kilometers in range, so, with a sweep of their holy senses, not only can they search the ocean, they can even search the sky. Secondly, because it is very spacious above the ocean surface, once a silhouette appears in the air, it will soon be noticed, whereas, at any rate, there are all kinds of coral, underwater rocks and even underwater mountain ranges at the bottom of the ocean to hide into. Thirdly, the area of 100,000 in radius Jinyu is currently in is still comparatively near the coast of the Qianlong continent. The waters near the coast like this area totally belong to Zuyuyoists. While the nearest island of Zyuxianists or Zyumoists from the coast is 100,000 li away, there may be a Zuyuist on any uninhabited island in the areas of water near the coast. Fourthly, there is one more reason, that is, it is definitely impossible for him to fly as high into the sky as he pleases. Jinyu knows very well that he will have to face more dangers as he flies higher. At a certain height, he will not be able to ascend anymore. Moreover, according to the descriptions by his master, Lei Wei, there are many terrifying dangers at high altitudes. When even Lei Wei called them terrifying, it can be imagined how dangerous it is at extreme heights. Since he cannot fly too high into the sky and, even worse, sky is spacious, he would have absolutely nowhere to run if spotted. So, what can he do in this situation? The only thing he can do is to stay underwater. After all, down here it is still possible for him to fish in troubled waters. Patriarch already said that Zyuxianist would possibly fly on his sword at some point. "Brother, we must look out for him." A Sang clan member reprimands loudly. Another Sang clan member says in an unconcerned manner, "Why so serious, big brother?" Besides our Sang clan, many Zuyuoists who hanker for that middle-grade holy weapon are also watching for him secretly. Once that Xiaoxianist gets careless, ha! This Sang clan member laughs very maliciously. Qinyu is exerting the strength of his arms to swim in the ocean like a fish. Having been trained non-stop, his body now can compare with holy weapons and is frighteningly powerful. Even though he is using only physical power, he is still piercing through the water like a speeding arrow. "Sangamo, I can't let you chase me all the time." The roles will slowly switch from now on. He expands his holy sense. With a shake of his arms, his entire body rushes through the water extremely fast like a fish. When using physical strength alone, he is only 1/10 as fast as normal, but this is already enough for him. "Hey, where do you think that Xiaoxianist escaped to, bro? What does it matter? Even Patriarch returned with nothing. Let's just take a rest." Two members of the Sang clans are going side by side. During this period of time, the Sang clan's members have all been troubled by Qinyu. "Bro, I didn't expect to be attacked by a good-for-nothing demonic beast," a Sang clan member says laughingly. All of a sudden, he turns around and makes a chop with his hand. But the only thing his eyes can see is Qinyu's flaming sword, which penetrates his throat directly in a blow. Almost at the same time, Qinyu's left hand sticks into the chest of the other Sang clan member. Good-for-nothing demonic beast? Qinyu gets the two Jindans then leaves in an instant. Because he did not use stellar energy to go through the water, these Zioyaoists were not able to feel his aura, but when he came near them, they felt the movements of the water that he was causing. A moment ago, that Sang clan member even thought that he was being attacked by just a common shark. After all, he did not feel any energy or auras. With this act, Qinyu has finally started to strike back. Qinyu was even able to escape when surrounded by Sang Mo and so many other Zuyuoists, so at the moment it is really very easy for him to avoid the pursuers. On the first day, when he has just killed two Zuyuoists, his traces are discovered by the Green-Eyed Fish clan, but immediately afterwards, he goes into hiding. This time he lies low for 3 days, during which time he quietly refines the Jindans. When a Zuyuoist approaches, Qinyu stops refining them. And after that Zuyuoist has left, he resumes the refinement. In 3 days, the two Jindans have been refined and absorbed completely. He then gets into action again. However, this time he is unlucky to have to spend several days to find Sang clan members. Even worse, there are 3 of them together. But Qinyu goes berserk and explosively unleashes his stellar energy. Through close-quarters combat, he kills all of them, a late Jindan stage Zuyuoist and 2 middle Jindan stage ones, at the first attempt. Afterwards, he goes into hiding once more. This time, he hides for 10 whole days. When 10 days has passed, he is on the move again. In 3 entire months, Qinyu has killed 16 members of the Sang clan. Knowing that one member after another of their clan has died, the rest of the Sang clan seem to be terrified. They then gather in large groups, making it difficult for him to act. But Qinyu is very audacious. Even when members of the Sang clan have formed a group, he still dares to sneakily attack them, then runs away using the body weapon unification technique. As his power gradually improves, the speed of the body weapon unification also increases bit by bit, even to a point where it is approaching Sang Mo's true form's fastest speed. Because he attacks sneakily then runs away using the body weapon unification and, moreover, he suppresses his stellar energy to go through the water using his physical power, the enemies basically cannot track him. Even when the Green-Eyed Fish clan detects him, he can still flee in advance thanks to his holy sense. Qinyu has become murderous. This killing spree has made him murderous. "Sang Mo, you wanted to corner me first, so don't blame me for wanting to exterminate you clan." Sang Mo is holding a jade slip in his hand, which contains that message Qinyu left him using the holy sense. This jade slip was left behind by Qinyu right after he had killed the Sang clan's members for the first time. Sang Mo can feel clearly the murderous intent that the message carries. He has no doubt at all about Qinyu's intention of destroying his clan. The fact that 30 members of his clan have died in the last half year is the evidence. Sang Mo's hands are shaking and his facial muscles are twitching. At first, the Sang clan had even fewer than 200 members who have reached the Jindan stage in total, but in the last half year alone, 30 of them have died. At this rate, perhaps the Sang clan will be almost finished in 5 years. But Sang Mo's current speed is only barely faster than Qinyu's. Worse still, Qinyu seems to have been able to detect him a step earlier every time. Sang Mo simply has no way to catch Qinyu. After a half year of unsuccessful chasing, Sang Mo has accepted in his heart that he himself is incapable of capturing the enemy. Good, good, good. A furious Sang Mo says good 3 times in a row. Then, with his eyes flashing with a red light, he takes out from his bosom a transmitter. After considering for a while, he clenches his teeth and immediately sends a voice message using his holy sense. Vice Master, please raise the reward of the offer. It will include not only a middle-grade holy weapon, but also my thunder hammer. In Sang Mo's heart, the thunder hammer, a high-grade holy weapon, is even as important as his son. To Sang Mo, making this decision is just like cutting a chunk of flesh off his heart. A high-grade holy weapon, no less. Even Yuanying stage experts will be extremely desirous of it. Sang Mo also knows that the Blood Red Cave's Vice Master Cha Gu, whose influence is immense, is among the many Yuanying stage experts coveting this high-grade holy weapon thunder hammer. Want to destroy my clan? Then let's see if you can survive those Yuanying stage experts. Sang Mo slowly says in a low voice, but his low hoarse voice resounds through the main hall, sounding very horrifying. Note. Asterisk in real life, sharks cannot growl. Asterisk asterisk the words in my Chinese text are, which to my knowledge make no sense, so I took a liberty by translating them into fire ant, nest, one of the deadliest types of ants that attack in swarms. End of B5C10. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 11. B5C11, The Return of Xiao He. In the Blood Red Cave and the Blood Red Ridge. Ha, Sang Mo indeed can no longer sit tight. He has even brought out that treasure thunder hammer. Red-robed Cha Gu smiles broadly. It is obvious that he is in a very good mood. He has been waiting for this day for so long. On one side of him, the silvery armored guardian who has just delivered the message slightly bows and says, Vice Master, this thunder hammer is a high-grade holy weapon while the target is just a Xiaxianist who hasn't even reached the Yuanying stage. This is really a piece of cake. There are quite a few Yuanying experts in the Blood Red Ridge. Perhaps most of them will emerge. You're wrong. This mission's not simple at all. Cha Gu stands up, slightly raises his chin and says smilingly in a haughty manner. Tell me, when the target is only a Xiaxianist who hasn't even reached the Yuanying stage, why has Sang Mo been unable to catch him for so long? That silvery armored guardian becomes doubtful, that's right. What does this sub-Yuanying Xiaxianist rely on? Obviously having thought everything out, Cha Gu continues, let me remind you a bit again, Sang Mo even asked 30 members of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan to help him. Members of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan? The silvery armored guardian is slightly startled. The northernmost area of 100,000 li in radius is really too far from this Blood Red Ridge, being several million li away, so most Zuyugoists here do not know about some methods Sang Mo have used to chase Chinyu. Cha Gu was only able to find out about them thanks to the Blood Red Cave's intelligence. That secret fish controlling technique of the Green-Eyed Fish Clan's members is very capable. That Xiaxianist also doesn't have a demonic aura, so he must have been detected with ease. Once he was found out, given Sang Mo's power, he should have been able to catch that Xiaxianist very easily. The silvery armored guardian says continuously. However, as soon as he thinks about the outcome, he does not understand at all why Sang Mo has not been able to capture that Xiaxianist for so long. Why hasn't he been able to catch him? Could this Xiaxianist have some special technique? The silvery armored guardian mumbles to himself. He really cannot figure this out. Cha Gu however looks him and says confidently with a smile, right, what's actually happened? I can see only two possible answers. First, that Xiaxianist has a special skill for hiding his aura, which can make it impossible for Sang Mo to catch him. Second, that Xiaxianist is extremely fast when riding his sword, so fast that Sang Mo can't catch up with him. The silvery armored guardian nods thoughtfully. It's probably very hard for a mere sub-Yuanying Xiaxianist to hide his aura in front of Sang Mo. He says after thinking for a while. Cha Gu says with a nod, correct. Therefore it's most probable that this Xiaxianist is simply too fast for Sang Mo to catch up with. Also, according to my info, Sang Mo has chased him many times, and even when the distance between them was only as short as several tens li, that Xiaxianist was still able to escape. The silvery armored guardian says in amazement, such fast speed. Vice Master, Sang Mo's true form is an octopus. At his fastest speed, not even I can keep up with him. How is a Xiaxianist who hasn't reached the Yuanying stage able to lose him? Cha Gu gives a brilliant smile and gently utters two words from his mouth, flying sword. The silvery armored guardian is stupefied, but his eyes blaze after a short while. When a person with not a lot of power can fly fast on his flying sword, it is highly possible that the flying sword itself is very good. Of course, another possibility is that he has a special method for riding swords. But Cha Gu really believes that the flying sword used by that Xiaxianist is of high quality. Judging from the info I got, this Xiaxianist's flying sword is at least a high-grade holy weapon. Chago actually wanted to say top-grade holy weapon because he knows very well how extraordinary Sang Mo's speed is. But how can a mere sub-Yuanying stage Xiaxianist possibly have a top-grade holy weapon? After all, even a Dongshu stage expert has to be exceptionally extravagant to be able to possess a top-grade holy weapon. In the overseas Shojin world, perhaps no schools are willing to give a top-grade holy weapon to a Xiaxianist who has not even reached the Yuanying stage. Even if it is only a high-grade holy weapon, this will already be hard to believe. Perhaps that Xiaxianist had a lucky encounter or something in which he got this high-grade holy weapon by chance. Chaga thinks so in his mind. Suddenly, pa, 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 clapping sounds rise behind him. A man who is very similar to Chago walks out. Just looking at him, one would associate him with a sinister poisonous snake. This man is none other than the other Vice Master Chapa. Third brother, what you just said is very brilliant. Do you mind me going with you to capture that Xiaxianist? Chapa says smilingly. Chago curses in his heart while his face slightly changes color. Damn you, Chapa. You already got a high-grade holy weapon of your own. I've been waiting for so long for the appearance of the Thunder Hammer. Just now I got the news that it had appeared and was able to guess that Xiaxianist has at least a high-grade holy weapon. It was double joys for me, but you've come to fight me for them. Are you still my brother? He is extremely furious inwardly. Even though he is suppressing his anger, his expression still looks very ugly. Second brother, it seems Big Brother already gave you the high-grade holy weapon he got last time, right? But I don't have any. Chagu says indignantly. He has mentioned that past event immediately without beating around the bush. When Chapa hears this, he of course totally understands at once that his third brother is thinking that he has come to contend for the holy weapons. He immediately says with a loud laugh, "Third brother, you're being a bit too petty. You should know me better than that. I already got a high-grade holy weapon, why would I hanker after another? It's just that I'm feeling bored with staying in the cave, so I want to go out together with you for a change." Really? Chago is somewhat unconvinced. Chapa suddenly says with a stare, "Third brother, I swear to heaven that if I wanted to snatch those holy weapons, I'd be struck to death by a thunderbolt. Damn it, we're brothers, do you think I'm the type who covets his own brother's treasures?" Chaga has a change of heart. Now he believes Chapa. He knows his second brother's character very well, only that just now his mind was clouded by his concern. He says with a haha laugh immediately, "Second brother, don't be angry. Alright, let's go right now." Chapa says laughingly, "This is better. Alright, I've messaged that Sang Mo to ask his 30 Green-Eyed Fish clan members help us monitor the area and to tell us when something happens." Excellent. Let's go. Chagu also bursts out laughing. The two vice masters of the Blood Red Cave then leave the cave together. The true forms of this Chagu and his brother Chapa are two blood red aquatic pythons, which are a top-level species of snake. In terms of power, even though Chagu is also at the early phase of the Yuanying stage, he is already stronger than Sang Mo, not to mention middle Yuanying stage Chapa. In an underwater green mountain range that runs continuously for several thousand li, a man is sitting with legs crossed in a cave on the side of a seamount practicing. An indistinct cloud is spinning non-stop around his body while 3 Jindans are floating in his vicinity. After a long time, the indistinct cloud begins to shrink then fuses with that silhouette. Only now does the silhouette become clear. It is none other than Xinyu. Compared to a half year ago, the current Xinyu has a hint of coldness on his forehead. He suddenly opens his eyes, shooting out an ice-cold clear look. After refining so many Jindans, I unexpectedly haven't reached the late nebula stage. A hint of powerlessness appears on his face. When he refines a Jindan, the impure energy, which makes up most of it, is burnt up by his stellar flame. Only the 10% essence of the Jindan remaining in the end is absorbed by him. For the last half year, Xinyu has killed 32 members of the Sang clan, but most of them were at the early Jindan stage and only a few had reached the middle phase of the Jindan stage. As for late Jindan stage Zuyuyoists, there were 3 of them altogether. According to Qinyu's original estimation, he would have to refine 10 late Jindans to reach the late phase of the nebula stage. He has refined 32 Jindans for the last half year, but they unexpectedly have less energy in total than 10 late Jindans. However, because the difference is not very great and, in addition, he has been practicing every day, he now has a feeling that he is going to reach the late phase of the nebula stage soon. Currently I'm almost at the peak of the middle nebula stage. In terms of speed, I'm also a bit faster than Sang Mo. Xinyu gives a faint smile. For the last half year, he did not run to the 100,000 li radius northernmost area at all because he knew very well that this area had the most chasers. Therefore, he has always headed south, even when he was fleeing. Sometimes he also turned east or west temporarily, but he has never returned to the north. For the last half year, Qin either practiced or hunted enemies down or hurried south with all his power. By now he has unexpectedly advanced more than 1 million li. He also used the soul examination when killing some members of the Sang clan, so he has finally understood why his whereabouts have always been discovered. Green-eyed fish clan members. Qin Yu's heart is filled with frustration. The fish controlled by the members of the green-eyed fish clan look almost the same as common fish. At least Qin Yu cannot see the differences between them. Moreover, because fish are the most abundant animal in the boundless ocean, it is really difficult for him to avoid those controlled fish, which watch him from shoals of fish. Therefore, the only thing Qin Yu has been able to do is bypass shoals of fish as much as possible. He could still be detected, but because he has paid attention to shoals of fish, the frequency by which he is spotted has dropped sharply. Xiao He is unexpectedly even faster than me. He's to my southwest. Qin Yu shuts his eyes. His mind can feel Xiao He's general direction. Long earlier he felt that Xiao He was not very far from him, but Xiao He seemed to have been chased because he was rushing south non-stop at a very fast speed. Qin Yu became very worried at that time, as he thought the reason Xiao He was running extremely fast instead of meeting him had to be him encountering some danger. Qin Yu thus began to chase south with all his might. However, he found that, the more he chased, the further the distance between him and Xiao He grew. Qin Yu therefore concluded that Xiao He's speed was too fast, much faster than his speed when using the passing lightning flashing 9 times before, and that it was even possible that his speed had improved 100%. Unable to catch up with Xiao He, Qin Yu could only give up unwillingly in the end. Qin Yu also guessed how Xiao He had been able to become so fast. He thought that Xiao He either had greatly improved his power thanks to eating up many demonic beasts or was using some secret traveling skill. But he never thought that Xiao He had used a forbidden technique to change himself completely. Xiao He has remodeled himself entirely with it and is totally different from the past in every respect. However, because it is a forbidden technique, it is also not so perfect. I've even been away from Xiao He for a half year. He smiles, then comes out of the cave like a beam of light. Immediately afterwards, he rushes southeast. Except for when he encountered some Zuyuist, he has always hurried towards Xiao He's location. Oh, Xiao He is coming towards me as well. A happy expression instantly appears on his face. He begins to rush in Xiao He's direction at once. But covering the distance is only a secondary objective to him. On the way, if he encounters weak unreasonable Zuyuists, or members of the Sang clan who want to chase him, he will not show any mercy. As Qin Yu alternates between going and practicing, 3 months quickly passes. It has been very strange during these 3 months because the Sang clan members seem to have stopped hunting for him. Qin Yu has basically not detected any members of the Sang clan for the last 3 months, and as a result, he has been able to travel much faster than before. In only 3 months, he has traveled almost the same distance as in the previous half year. He has already covered more than 1 million li. Having gone such a long distance, he cannot help getting emotional. Since Xiao He has been coming towards him and they have yet to meet for such a long time, it can be imagined how far Xiao He went in the beginning. At the moment, Qin Yu is about 3 million li away from the Qin-Long continent. The distance that Xiao He has traveled for the last 3 months is definitely not shorter than the distance Qin Yu has traveled over the last half year. This also means that for the last half year, Xiao He has traveled at least 4 to 5 million li, or even maybe more. He has not been chased so much like Qin Yu, but being able to cover such a long distance in just a half year shows how terrifying his speed is. Qin Yu is riding on his flying sword to go through the water. His heart is filled with joy. At the moment he can feel that there are only several tens thousand li left between him and Xiao He, and it will take them less than a day to reunite with each other. This kind of feeling is very mysterious, but he totally believes it. Xiao He, I'm coming. Piercing through the water like a beam of light, he has reached his maximum speed. Hashtag. Riding their flying swords, the two brothers Chago and Chapa are going through shoals of fish and coral reefs. It has been very comfortable for them for last 3 months because they have alternated between heading west with going to the mansions of some Zuyuists to indulge in extravagant eating and drinking. Second brother, these green-eyed fish clan members are really very useless. Chago says spitefully. The green-eyed fish clan members now have much lower efficiency in gathering information about Qin Yu than before. Of course, the reason of this is that Qin Yu became aware of the threat that shoals of fish posed to him through using the soul examination and subsequently often avoided them. Currently the green-eyed fish clan members can only get a piece of information in every day or two. The message they received the day before yesterday says that theoretically Qin Yu is only 100,000 li away from them. Chapa says with a smile, don't worry. According to the message we got 2 days ago and judging from that Xiaxianist speed, perhaps there's only a short distance left between us and him. We can encounter him anytime in the next 2 days, so you better be watchful using your holy sense. Rest assured, I definitely won't let him go. An evil smile appears on the corners of Cha Ji's mouth. He has been longing for a high-grade holy weapon for such a long time now. Suddenly Choppa says with glittering eyes, "Ha, a late Jindan Black Eagle. It's very hard to come by a bird that dares to go deep into the ocean. You stay here first, third brother. I haven't tasted a bird's flesh for so long already." As Choppa is saying this, he shoots northwards like a beam of light. "Wait for me, second brother. I'll come to try its flesh too." Chago gives a loud laugh, then chases after Choppa like a beam of light as well. End of B5C11. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 12. B5C12, Two Brothers versus Two Brothers. Big Brother, dot. Like a beam of light, Xiaohei pierces through the water extremely fast. His eyes are flashing with excitement. He can feel that Qinyu is very near him and the two of them will be able to meet each other again soon. After all, they have already been separated for so long. On the Qianlong continent, Qinyu and Xiaohei were never away from each other for such a long time. They are about to reunite, so at the moment they are certainly very excited. No good, there's someone. Xiaohei's holy sense has quickly discovered that two Zuyuyoists are charging at him at extreme speeds. Judging by the feeling he gets from his holy sense alone, Xiaohei can confirm in an instant that they are absolutely experts. Unlike Qinyu, he does not have the nourishment of the meteoric tear, so his holy sense is not formidable at all. Because Chago has reached the early Yuanying stage while that Chopei is even a middle Yuanying stage expert, his holy sense is naturally weaker than theirs. In a moment, two silhouettes appear in front of Xiaohei. They are none other than the Blood Red Cave's two vice masters, Chago and Choppa. Ha, it's indeed a bird. A bird going down to the seabed. Oh my, this is really suicide. Chago says in a strange voice. His eyes occasionally flash with cold, sinister rays of light. Even the blood-red robe on his body is emitting a cold, sinister aura with high frequency. Choppa looks at Xiaohei and immediately reaches out a hand to make a grab at him. Xiaohei is staring at these two Zuyuyoists. Suddenly, he flaps a wing. Because it moves extremely fast, it turns into a black blur and hits Choppo's hand squarely. Surprisingly, Choppo's hand is deflected away and blood starts oozing out of its skin. You even dared to injure me? The cold light in Choppo's eyes suddenly intensifies. Obviously he has become extremely angry. In the eyes of Choppa, a late Jindan stage bird is simply a piece of cake. After all, the two of them are basically not on the same level. Ha ha. Second brother, I didn't think you'd get hurt, and even worse, by a mere sub-Yuanying bird. This is really laughable. On one side, taking pleasure in his brother's failure, Chago says while laughing out loud with his hands holding his own belly. Choppa of course knows Chago is doing so on purpose. You dared to hurt me, so don't blame me for showing no mercy, little bird. He says coldly. His entire body then turns into a blur and charges straight at Xiaohei. Choppa is a middle Yuanying stage expert after all, so, despite not using his true form, he is still much faster than Sangmo's true form. However, at the moment Xiaohei is not the same as he was a half-year ago. After absorbing many demonic beasts, he has broken through the middle phase of the Jindan stage to reach the late phase. In addition to this, he has been transformed by that forbidden technique. Therefore, his speed has improved more than 100% over the last half-year. Now, even Qinyu is nowhere near as powerful as him. A black light beam flashes away extremely fast. What a fast speed. How can that bird still move so fast underwater? Chagu, who is watching the fight on one side, cannot help getting astonished. He quickly finds that Xiaohei's speed is even faster than Choppo's. Following that exceptionally quick exchange of blows, Choppa and Xiaohei move apart in the blink of an eye. The former then looks coldly at the latter. No wonder a late Jindan bird like you dares to run wild at the bottom of the ocean. It turns out you've got some special skills. You're really fast. Perhaps no Zuyuyoists of your power level can be as fast as you. As Choppa is saying, drops of blood are trickling down from his left hand. I have an important thing to do, don't block my way. Xiaohei says via his holy sense in an ice-cold voice. He has also realized that the opponent is very powerful. Worse still, he has not even used his true form yet. Therefore, Xiaohei has no intention of taking the offensive either. Whoa, second brother, I'm surprised that you were injured by a late Jindan bird. With his eyes brightening, Chago adds fuel to the fire. You better not fight if you can't win, otherwise it'd be very bad if you got killed by this bird. Do you want me to help you, second brother? Choppo's face turns cold. He shouts angrily, no need. You just stay aside and watch. Oh my, then I'll keep watching your performance. Chago then just looks on from one side and says no more. He also knows he should stop before going too far. After all, if he said more and made his second brother mad, the result of this would be very terrifying. Chopper reaches out his hands. Two daggers suddenly appear in them. Both of these daggers radiate a blue light. Obviously they have been coated with poison. I hate those who are arrogant to me the most, especially, being arrogant without power to back it up. Chopper says coldly. Xiaohei, however, simply remains silent and stares at him directly with his eagle eyes, which seem to be able to pierce through his soul. Chopper feels very uncomfortable being stared at by Xiaohei. Growl. A deep growl comes out from Chapo's mouth. On one side, Chago changes his countenance abruptly and thinks to himself, this sucks. Second brother has really gone mad. Is it really worth getting mad at this bird? He immediately backs away several li. Holding a dagger in each hand, Chopper charges at Xiaohei like a beam of light at his fastest speed. Pa! Pa! In an instant, Xiaohei's eyes brighten and send out two blood-red flashes of lightning. Yes, they are blood-red, looking as if they are formed from a blood-red flame each. This is one of the changes that have happened to Xiaohei as a result of him using that forbidden technique. Chopper is very fast, but he is not as fast as the flashes, which immediately hit him. His body cannot help going numb. At the same time, he notices the appearance of a strange force, which seems to be both absorptive and corrosive. What's that? Chopper, astonished, activates the energy in his body to resist it at once. That strange force's corrosive effect is really very strong. In just a moment, it leaves a wound on Chapo's body. Luckily for Chopper, he has quickly destroyed Xiaohei's energy with his internal demonic elemental energy. No longer daring to be careless, Chopper activates his entire body's protective demonic elemental energy, ready to defend against Xiaohei's attacks anytime. Xiaohei shakes his wings once, shooting out various blood-red flashes of lightning. Compared to the ones in the past, these blood-red flashes have the same lightning offensive power but, at the same time, they are also capable of absorbing and corroding. Being struck down at by several tense flashes, even Chigo gets muddled up. Growl. He opens his mouth wide and growls. Then his mouth unexpectedly begins to enlarge, turning into a huge python mouth. His body also transforms into a shockingly massive, sinuous blood-red python. This is a blood-red aquatic python that is almost 100 m long and whose body is twice as thick as an ordinary bucket. With a swing of his tail, the python's 100 m long body starts to move. In an instant, the area within several hundred meters of him is covered by his attacks. Because this blood-red aquatic python is frighteningly fast, this area is full of red blurs. Bang! Even though Xiaohei's speed is astonishing, the speed of this middle Yuanying stage expert Chapo's true form is even more terrifying. A red blur flashes by Xiaohei and he is immediately sent flying. Just now Xiaohei's body was hit by a fierce sweep of the python's tail. I like to eat strong demonic beast the most. Chapo's voice rises in Xiaohei's mind through holy sense communication. He then opens wide the frightening mouth of his huge python body and rushes at Xiaohei like a beam of light. Xiaohei's eyes are extraordinary. The blood-red aquatic python is very fast but he can still see his every single movement clearly, including even the movements of his tongue. Chirp! A light starts to flash on and off on Xiaohei's crown. He utters a shrill cry, which causes the water in his entire surroundings to vibrate for a short time and move outwards in all directions simultaneously, forming strong, surging undercurrents. Moreover, at this moment, the moonlight in the sky goes straight into the ocean. What's going on? Chapa is startled. He sees the moonlight shine on Xiaohei in its entirety then spread out all over his body. Xiaohei, who has been enveloped the moonlight, suddenly sends out a terrifying aura. Chapa is secretly shocked because he can feel that fearsome aura clearly. This is bad. Xiaohei is using that special skill. Could he have run into a danger? Hearing that shrill cry, Xinya knows that Xiaohei is in a difficult situation because the same skill was used to deal with Xiangyan last time. He immediately accelerates. However, because he has already almost reached his top speed, even though he starts to go all out from this moment, he can only run a bit faster. Feeling that this is not good, Chapa swings his body violently at once. It looks like the python's body is going to hit Xiaohei squarely, but there seems to be a layer of air moving around Xiaohei's body at the moment, and as a result, the swing is completely parried away. Xiaohei spreads his wings and flaps very gently once. The light on his body is instantly concentrated on the edges of the wings. Right afterwards, it shoots out at Chapa in the form of two light-colored crescent blades. Giving Chapa basically no time to dodge, the two crescent blades of light hit his body extremely fast. Chi-chi. Their strong corrosive effect immediately damages Cha Po's scales. Cha Po yells miserably. At the same time, various streams of demonic elemental energy surge forth through his body, and in just about a moment, the two crescent blades of light disappear. However, 2 to 3 m long parts on Cha Po's 100 m long blood-red aquatic python body have been damaged. Most of the scales on these two parts have been corroded to the point where even the flesh underneath is exposed. However, these are merely flesh wounds. Growl. The blood-red aquatic python gives a mad growl. His entire body then charges at Xiao He continuously like a serpentine red thunderbolt. Xiao He dodges non-stop like a black beam of light. This fight between an eagle and a python is really intense. No good. This python's demonic elemental energy is frighteningly strong. Xiao He feels that his situation is not good. A middle Yuanying stage Zuyuist's demonic elemental energy is several times more powerful than his. Even worse, blood-red aquatic pythons are an extremely fearsome species of snake. In just a while, the wounds on the python's body have already been covered in new scales, only that these scales are very weak. Snakes regularly shed their skins, so it is not difficult for a middle Yuanying stage blood-red aquatic python to regenerate his scales. The only problem is that the new scales are not as strong defensively as the old ones. Die. Cha Po's voice suddenly rises in Xiao He's mind. Immediately, a green beam of light is shot at Xiao He from the blood-red aquatic python's mouth. As an experienced fighter, Xiao He has long been prepared for something like this. With a sweep of his holy sense, he finds out that this green light is a thin flying sword. He also opens his mouth, and a flash of lightning is shot out. Boom, dot. The flash and the green light collide. Xiao He suddenly utters a painful cry. Blood spurts out of his throat. That flash of lightning is actually the high-grade holy all that he forged. Even though both he and Cha Po use high-grade holy weapons, Cha Po's demonic elemental energy is several times more powerful than his. Therefore, Xiao He has been badly injured by the head-on collision of the weapons. Ha, a high-grade holy weapon. Cha Po becomes excited. Xiao He, however, makes a shake of his wings and cuts through the water to run away extremely fast like a thin black beam of light. Don't think about escaping. Cha Po's massive blood-red aquatic python body also pierces through the water like a red thunderbolt. The pursued and the pursuer, an eagle and a blood-red aquatic python, quickly disappear. However, the direction Xiao He is fleeing in at the moment is the south. He knows Qin Yu's power level. When he himself, who has reached the late Jindan stage and even used a forbidden technique, is unable to win against Cha Po, Qin Yu will definitely be killed if he gets involved in this situation. Therefore, Xiao He of course does not run towards Qin Yu. A beam of light chases after them, but then it stops. This is none other than Cha Gu. He looks in the direction Cha Po has disappeared in and lets out a cold humph, feeling very frustrated. Because his speed is fairly slower than Cha Po's, he was only able to chase several tens li before his holy sense could no longer detect Cha Po and Xiao He within its range. Xiao He, make sure nothing bad happens to you. Qin Yu is very anxious inwardly. Piercing through the water, he rushes in Xiao He's direction at his fastest speed. After a while, he feels a chaotic aura, so he stops at once. Looking at traces of blood floating in the water, he can feel Xiao He's aura clearly. This place is where Xiao He and Cha Po fought each other just now. The blood floating here consists of both Xiao He's blood and Cha Po's. Xiao He has fought here and even been injured. Qin Yu quickly figures out what happened. Feeling that Xiao He is running south extremely fast, he knows that Xiao He is being chased by someone and, moreover, he is fleeing south in order not to entangle him. Ha, I never thought that I'd strike lucky after second brother had chased that black eagle. My dear Xiaoxionist, I've been looking for you for a very long time. Following the loud laughter, a very thin man robed in red appears not far from Qin Yu. That man's eyes are blazing and flashing. Qin Yu's face changes color. Just now, because he discovered traces of Xiao He's blood, for a while he trembled in his heart with worry about Xiao He and also paid no attention to his surroundings. Unexpectedly, during this short period of time, Cha Gu returned in disappointment after failing to catch up with his second brother and immediately detected Qin Yu. Discovering that Qin Yu does not have a demonic aura and judging from the fact that the Green-Eyed Fish Clan's most recent message says that the Xiaoxionist is currently in this area, Cha Gu naturally was able to figure out Qin Yu's real identity. An early Yuanying fella, plus his demonic aura seems even stronger than Sang Mo. Qin Yu quickly makes a judgment. I'm only at the middle nebula stage. For the moment I can't even handle Sang Mo. This man seems not weaker than Sang Mo. He has secretly made a decision. Who are you? He says coldly. I am, Cha Gu says haughtily, but when he has just said I am, Qin Yu immediately rights his flying sword and uses the body weapon unification technique to flee west. In just about a moment, he has already got away several kilometers. Chago is furious. You dared to fool me, Riding his flying sword, he chases after Chinyu at once. Blood-red aquatic pythons are much more gifted than octopuses. But the octopus family has a great number of members, while blood-red aquatic pythons are very rare, amounting to just a few individuals at a time. So fast. Chinyu is shocked to find out that Chago, who is riding a flying sword, unexpectedly does not fall behind him. After chasing for a while, noticing that he has not been able to close on Chinyu, Chago turns into a 70 to 80 m long blood-red aquatic python while letting out a yell, then chases after Chinyu extremely fast. A blood-red aquatic python's speed in the ocean is simply frighteningly fast, so the distance between Chago and Chinyu decreases very quickly at once. End of B5C12. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 13. B5C13, Deadly Poison. As the blood-red aquatic python pierces through the ocean, his huge body makes the water in his vicinity become turbulent. His two red eyes, filled with a sinister iciness, are staring directly at Chinyu, who is running away extremely fast ahead of him. The distance between them grows shorter and shorter. This python is even a bit faster than Sangamo. Chinyu takes a look backwards. The coldness in his eyes suddenly intensifies. Clenching his teeth, he unexpectedly stops completely in an instant. The blood-red aquatic python seems to never have anticipated that Chinyu would halt abruptly, but he reacts very quickly and stops before ramming into Chinyu. He stares at Chinyu with his red eyes, then turns into a human again with a shake of his body. Sangamo, I've found him. Just wait and get that thunder hammer ready, Chago complacently sends a message to Sangamo through his transmitter. At the moment he is totally confident because by feeling Chinyu's aura he knows that Chinyu's power level is only around the middle phase of the Jindan stage. This kind of Xiaxionist is definitely no match for him even if they use a high-grade holy weapon. Then I'll wait for your good news, Vice Master. As Chago is staring at Chinyu before him, a faint cold smile appears on the corners of his mouth. How are you, Xiaxionist? He tauntingly greets Chinyu. He has never feared anyone within the territory of the blood-red cave. At the moment, Chinyu is slower than him, so he even feels like playing a game of cat and mouse. Chinyu has known very well since he heard the sentence, "I've been looking for you for a very long time." That the Zuyoist in front of him has been hunting for him, perhaps also because of Sangmo's reward offer. Zuyoist, I can see that you're not weaker than Sangamo. I'm surprised that someone like you wants to hunt me down. You're doing this for a middle-grade holy weapon or a favor from him? He says indifferently and calmly while looking at Chago. For the moment Chinyu has no intention of using the meteor escaping art to flee either. After all, having experienced the pains caused by the meteoric tear after he used it last time, he will not easily rely on it again. Ha ha! Sangamo, you said that idiot Sangamo? Chago laughs out loud loftily. What's the use of a middle-grade holy weapon? How can it make me hunt for you? He disdains a middle-grade holy weapon very much. Oh? Looks like you want a favor from Sangamo. Chinyu says laughingly. Chago says with a shake of his head, favor? No. He looks at Chinyu with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Given Sangmo's puny power and position, his favor is a worthless piece of crap to me. I can order him directly as I please, so why would I want a favor from him? Chinyu is secretly startled. The man before him unexpectedly can give Sangamo orders. At first he only thought that Chago was someone of the same level as Sangamo, but now it looks like he has underestimated the opponent. Then why are you chasing me? Chinyu is very calm. Oh, my cute Xiaxionist, it seems you still don't know that in order to hunt you down, Sangamo has raised the reward. Chago says laughingly in a casual manner. However, I'm chasing you not only because of the high-grade holy weapon that Sangamo has offered as the reward, but also because of the high-grade holy weapon on your body. My high-grade holy weapon? Chinyu looks at Chago. His expression freezes in an instant. Ha ha! Don't deny it. The flying sword you rode just now must be a high-grade holy weapon. Otherwise, how could you have been so fast? Frankly, I think not even a high-grade holy weapon can help a middle Jindan Xiaxionist like you move so fast. Ah, don't tell me that your flying sword is a top-grade holy weapon. Chaji's eyes immediately blaze. Even though he cannot believe that a Jindan stage Xiaxionist can possess a top-grade holy weapon, Chinyu's speed just now has greatly shocked him. A blood-red aquatic python is very fast in the ocean and, moreover, he has reached the early Yuaniing stage and was using his true form, but he was only able to go a bit faster than Chinyu. Could it be, this is really a top-grade holy flying sword? Top-grade holy weapon? How about this? I'll give you my flying sword and you'll pretend that you've never seen me. Struck by a thought, Chinyu says smilingly. Concurrently with this, the flaming sword appears in his hand then floats up under his control. Chago is startled. He moves his eyes around then says with a hee-hee laugh, in fact I only want a holy weapon. Since you're already so sensible, I won't trouble myself either. I'll take the flying sword. After saying so, with a movement of his body, Chago makes a grab at the sword. This stupid brat, I'll take his flying sword first and immediately personalize it then kill him. Even he finds it rather troublesome to have to fight a user of a high-grade holy weapon. Now that the opponent has offered him that weapon, he is naturally glad to take it. According to his thinking, the opponent is merely at around the middle Jindan stage, so his soul should not be strong either, and therefore it will take him just a little while to forcibly personalize that flying sword. Suddenly, hoo-hoo! Stellar energy rushes forth from inside Chinyu's body in the blink of an eye and forms a huge nebular maelstrom. Chinyu's eyes flash with coldness. The nebula in his dantian begins to rotate extremely fast too. His entire stellar energy has been unleashed. The stellar field. You even dare. Seeing this scene, Chago knows that the opponent wants to attack. He is also not a fool to grab that flying sword now because the opponent can easily control the sword to attack. Idiot. In just a moment, Chinyu turns into several illusions. However, for some reason, he is not using the flaming gloves at all. Chinyu's illusions have surrounded Chago. At almost the same time, the illusions launch different attacks at Chago such as punches, finger swords, knife hand strikes and so on. Ha ha! Chago turns his face upwards, laughing out loud. The demonic elemental energy in his whole body surges forth and unexpectedly shakes away all of Chinyu's strikes. Chinyu clenches his teeth. In an instant, he suddenly splits into 6 illusions, which, with a twist of their waists, immediately begin to rotate fiercely. Concurrently with this, they swing their right legs violently like windmill blades and hit Chaji's neck with no mercy. Bang! After hitting Chaji's neck, the 6 illusions disappear, leaving behind only Chinyu's real body, whose one leg is currently on Chaji's neck. In terms of attack resistance, we blood-red aquatic pythons aren't weaker than divine dragons. At this moment, Chago says to Chinyu. A layer of scales has unexpectedly emerged on his neck, rendering all of Chinyu's close-quarters attacks ineffective. Chinyu does a backflip then retreats very far. Close-quarters attacks are fairly effective against humans, whose bodies are relatively weak, but they are much less useful against Zuyuyoists. The reason of this is that the true forms of quite a few Zuyuyoists make them extremely formidable physically, for example, blood-red aquatic pythons, aquatic dragons, horned dragons, and so on. Very strong attack resistance indeed. Chinyu says in wonderment. Hearing Chinyu's praise, Chago feels even more proud of himself, but he still says, though you're a Xiaoxianist, your physical power is really very formidable. In fact, your last strike just now forced me to use my protective scaly armor, but... Chinyu says in admiration, such attacks by me couldn't break your defense, and you haven't even used your true form yet. It's true that Zuyuyoists are much more powerful than humans at any given power level. But... I won't give up. If not for that high-grade holy weapon, I'd really be unwilling to kill you. Chaga says so, but at the same time he moves like a flash. 2 daggers appear in his hands and he thrusts them straight towards Chinyu. The blades of the daggers radiate a green cold light. Deadly poison. Just die. Chinyu says in his mind. The nebula around him starts to spin extremely fast again. The stellar field is executed once more, just like how it was used just now. He controls the flaming sword to block the daggers and throws 2 punches at Chago using his hands. Chago cannot help giving a faint smile. After experiencing Chinyu's attacks moments ago, he already knew that Chinyu's offensive force at least cannot injure him. In order to be safe, he covers his body in a layer of protective scaly armor, which is formed from his scales. Of course, his current defense is not as astonishing as when he switches to his true form, but this is still a high level of defense. Yeah! Chinyu clenches his teeth tightly to a point where even his blood gushes out. A frightening, cold beam of light suddenly shoots out from his eyes. While coming at Chago, his fists suddenly open and turn into 2 spear hand strikes, which have the most powerful penetrating offensive forces. At the same time, the flaming gloves appear. Pooh! Pooh! The fierce penetrating forces coupled with the high-grade holy weapon flaming gloves are simply irresistible. Chinyu's spear hand strikes immediately break that layer of scaly armor then pierce through it, aiming to finish this blood-red aquatic python off by smashing his internal organs. However, growl! The moment the scaly armor is penetrated, a series of deep growls rises. In an instant, Chaji's body unexpectedly transforms into a 70 to 80 m long blood-red aquatic python, which immediately attempts to wrap his body around Chinyu, wanting to strangle him to death. Cunning Xiaxianist, I'm going to eat you. Shaji's furious voice rises in Qin Yu's mind. He has really been enraged, because Qin Yu has plotted against him twice. The first time, Qin Yu took the initiative and ran away in the middle of a conversation with him. The second time, Qin Yu did not use the flaming gloves when attacking in the beginning to make him miscalculate the difference in power between them. Therefore, when Qin Yu attacked again, Chago was careless and had to pay a great price for this. With a shaking movement of his body, Qin Yu avoids the python's incoming rapping attack like lightning. He then immediately says via his holy sense, "Blood-red aquatic python, just now you were lucky that I couldn't kill you in one hit. But, even though I didn't penetrate your heart, it still got a shock from my penetrating force and was injured pretty bad, right?" Chagu of course has been injured and, even worse, injured very seriously. Due to the close quarters strikes Qin Yu had used in his first attack attempt, Chagu misjudged Qin Yu's power. He thought that his protective scaly armor was more than sufficient and did not even use his demonic elemental energy to defend himself at all. As a result, in Qin Yu's second attack attempt, relying on the high-grade holy weapon flaming gloves, Qin Yu was able to breach the scaly armor directly with 2 spear hand strikes. Moreover, the spear hand strikes did not only deal damage through Qin Yu's physical body, but also through the penetrating forces they carried, which went into Chaji's body through his flesh and injured his heart. "Ya! You pissed me off." The blood-red aquatic python swings his body non-stop, completely disturbing the water in his surroundings. However, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurts from his mouth. The heart is a vital part, so even though it was only shaken up by Qin Yu's penetrating forces, he has been severely injured. With a solemn expression, Qin Yu makes a hand sign, then immediately shouts, "Illusion-spreading sword art, starry starry night." His flaming sword flies upwards and creates a blurry area in the blink of an eye. Countless sword silhouettes shoot straight at the blood-red aquatic python from that area. As Qin Yu sees this scene, a faint smile appears on his face. Xiaxianists, Zuyuyoists, and Xiamoists each have their own specialties. Xiaxianists' various kinds of sword arts are really outstanding. As for Xiamoists, they have many strange yet very powerful holy weapons. Qin Yu has read quite a few Shojin secret books, so naturally he has learned some sword arts. The illusion-spreading sword art was a sword art that Qin Yu put emphasis on learning. Growl. The blood-red aquatic python lets out a deep growl, then turns his huge head, staring at Qin Yu. His red eyes are radiating an obvious red light. With a movement, the head turns into a blur and arrives at Qin Yu's face instantly. In terms of speed, the python's head is even faster than his body. Chi. Many sword silhouettes hit the blood-red aquatic python's body, but they only leave faint bloodstains on his outer scaly armor and fail to inflict any serious wounds on him. Simply ignoring these attacks, the blood-red aquatic python opens his large mouth, which looks like a basin of blood, and bites at Qin Yu. A stench reaches Qin Yu. He immediately moves his hand sign, thrusting the flaming sword straight down at the blood-red aquatic python extremely fast from above. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the forces of the water around him, his body makes a gentle movement and avoids the bite of the blood-red aquatic python. Pa! A red blur flashes across Qin Yu. He vomits blood and is sent flying at once. Damn it! This python's tail is even faster than his head. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he can feel that all of his internal organs have been injured. Just now he only saw a red blur before the swing of the tail hit him. Compared to the python's head, his tail is 2 to 3 times faster, which is too terrifying. But at this moment, the flaming sword, which is heading directly for the python's head, has already almost reached its target. Growl! The python raises his head and unexpectedly takes a bite at Qin Yu's flaming sword in an absolutely fearless manner. A hint of ruthlessness appears in Qin Yu's eyes. Through mental control, he makes the flaming sword accelerate and thrusts it straight at the python's wide-open mouth. "If you bite, I'll pierce through your throat." He has become ruthless. Whiz! A yellow beam of light shoots out from the python's mouth and hits the flaming sword squarely. Qin Yu then discovers that the sword has unexpectedly got much heavier and its speed has decreased a lot, as if it is no longer under his control. Only now can he see clearly that some yellow liquid is sticking on the flaming sword while emitting various yellow wisps of smoke. Note: Asterisk in the Chinese text, Qin Yu uses 2 knuckle protruding punches, which in real life have very weak impact force and are almost totally useless, so I changed them to 2 spear hand strikes. End of B5C13. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 14. B5C14, Life for Life. Seeing that there are a poisonous liquid on his flying sword, Qin Yu thinks in his mind. Immediately, flames appear on the surface of the sword. They then burn away the poisonous liquid, causing chi-chi sounds. Meanwhile, Chinyu can feel the flaming sword becoming increasingly easier to control. Growl! When the huge mouth of the python is about to shut to complete the bite, the flaming sword goes extremely fast towards Chinyu, who takes hold of it with a grab. After the sword was stuck on by that yellow liquid just now, he no longer dares to let the python bite at it because heaven knows what other tricks he still has up his sleeve. After all, when the opponent dares to bite at the sword, he must already have some method to handle it. Haha, a real good flying sword. I'm going to eat you first, then take your flying sword. Chaji's voice rises in Chinyu's mind via holy sense communication. At the same time, the python's massive body begins to move extremely fast, creating a red blur. Chinyu also moves extremely fast using the stellar field. This fella's speed is too fast, especially his head and tail. He is very worried. When using the stellar field, he can avoid the attacks, but this technique consumes too much energy, so he cannot rely on it all the time. He instantly rushes up to the python's stomach. Forming a claw with a hand, he pierces through the scaly armor on the python's stomach with a claw strike. The power of the flaming gloves is simply undeniable. The python lets out a painful growl. Both the yellow mucus and the ice-cold poison fangs in his mouth can be seen clearly. Pa! A red blur shoots at Chinyu. When he just thinks about dodging, he is already hit. The heavy swing smashes into his chest. Judging from a series of bone-shattering sounds heard right afterwards, 2 of Chinyu's breastbones should have been broken. Concurrently with this, his internal organs all get a violent shock. Blood then spurts out directly from his mouth. If this continues, I'll surely be played with to death by this python. If I use the meteor escaping art, it'll take me very long to recover. I'd rather risk my life to fight him. When he was first chased by the blood-red aquatic python, he immediately made a plan, one that was only going to be used in a desperate situation. And at the moment, Chinyu has decided to put this plan into action. Animal. Like a sharp claw, Chinyu's hand penetrates the blood-red aquatic python's scales. The python utters an agonized loud growl at once and swings his tail at Chinyu again. However, at almost the same time as when Chinyu penetrates the scales, he does a flip and gets on the neck of the python directly. The python's tail sweep therefore hits the wound that was caused by Chinyu a moment ago. Growl. Discovering that Chinyu has unexpectedly got on his neck, the python immediately becomes furious. He opens his basin-like blood-red large mouth and takes a bite at Chinyu. At the same time, he thinks that Chinyu will definitely dodge this attack. After all, if bitten even once, Chinyu's body will definitely be wrecked and he, of course, will die as a result. However, a life for a life. Chinyu suddenly shouts loudly and fills up the flaming sword in his hand with his stellar energy. He also explosively releases his entire strong physical power. Clenching his teeth, he ruthlessly thrusts the sword down. Let's see if you can also survive decapitation. Chinyu's ice-cold voice rises in Chaji's mind through holy sense communication. The blood-red aquatic python has already opened his basin-like blood-red large mouth. His poison fangs are easy to see. Now he is about to bite into Chinyu, but what Chinyu has just said startles him. Can he still live after getting beheaded? That is impossible. The soul is located inside the head, so once his head is cut off, he will surely die. Chaga has never thought about his death. Just now, even though he went berserk, he did not think that he would die either. After all, he is a vice-master of the blood-red cave, no less. Perishing together with a Xiaxianist? No way. But he suddenly feels a series of acute pains, which stupefies him. It turns out Chinyu's flaming sword has pierced his neck. It then spins a circle through his neck violently. Seeing his death coming, Chaga seems to go mad. He bites into Chinyu ferociously. The python's head then falls down. Chaga looks at Chinyu with his ice-cold red eyes, which are full of disbelief. Has he really been killed? Even though his head has been cut off, his consciousness can still exist for a good few seconds. Pooh! Blood spouts from the severed neck. That huge headless body of the blood-red aquatic python is still wriggling and quivering non-stop. However, the python's head has already bitten through Chinyu's body. His stomach has been completely penetrated by the 2 poison fangs. Now there is a shockingly large hole on Chinyu's stomach. Even his spleen has been smashed, while his liver has also suffered fatal injuries. As Chinyu sees the disbelief in Chaji's pair of red eyes, a faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. Feeling his head spinning, he hurriedly takes the head and carcass of the huge blood-red aquatic python into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. It is essential that he does this to remove all the traces of what has happened. He knows very well that despite the meteoric tear's continuous maintenance, it will not be long before he can no longer hang on. Break! Chinyu goes straight into a coral reef below him. but his control over the body is getting weaker and weaker. I'll leave everything to you, meteoric tear. Then he loses entire control of his body. A natural suction in his vicinity is pulling his soul. Qin Yu's soul floats up, seemingly wanting to fly away from his body. However, at this moment, not disappointing Qin Yu's hopes, a familiar heat current envelopes his soul. Immediately, he is not affected by that suction anymore. Feeling the presence of this heat current, he stops worrying. Right afterwards, his body begins to slowly recover in silence. At present, a girl is moving gracefully through the water at the bottom of the ocean. This girl is dressed in blue clothes and is holding a zither in her bosom. Her beautiful silky black hair is casually tied up with a blue silk ribbon and hangs loose about her waist, which is slender and fastened closely around by a white belt. She also appears to be slightly ample-chested. And there is always a faint, relaxed smile on her face. The blue-clad girl is not riding a flying sword. It looks like she is going very slowly, but in fact her movements have a fantastic effect which is similar to that of a distance shrinking technique. In just a while she has already covered several thousand li. Heaven knows how many times she is faster than Qin Yu. Oh. All of a sudden, the blue-clad girl stops in an elegant manner and casts a look at the coral reef in which Qin Yu is hiding. It seems she can see through the coral because a hint of amazement appears on her face as she is looking. Afterwards, she has a relaxed smiling expression again. She then makes a wave of a sleeve, revealing a beautiful snowy arm. And at this moment, Qin Yu's body in the coral reef also disappears. Following this, the blue-clad girl continues to walk in leisurely steps while hugging her zither. In an instant, she vanishes from this area. In a secret room of the Blood-Red Cave and the Blood-Red Ridge. The Blood-Red Cave's master Cha Hong is sitting with legs crossed on a bulrush mat, continuously shooting many streams of demonic elemental energy at a black jade case that is floating in front of him. This black jade case looks very old and simple. There are 2 lively, vigorous words on its cover: 9 swords. Cha Hong is the real leader of the 8 million li radius area controlled by the Blood-Red Cave. He is much more powerful than his 2 younger brothers. Early Dongshu stage. This is Cha Hong's real power level. In this underwater world of Zuyuyoists, where Yuanying stage practitioners are regarded as first-class experts, a Dongshu stage Zuyuist is certainly classified as a super expert. It should be known that even the 9 purple demon aquatic dragons of the 9 Demons Hall, one of the 3 underwater superpowers, are all only at the Dongshu stage. 100 years ago, when Cha Hong obtained this black jade case, he was extremely excited. From then on, he left all of the Blood-Red Cave's matters in the hands of his 2 younger brothers. By contrast, he himself has often undergone closed-door training sessions ever since, with each of these training sessions lasting for several years. This time, he has been undergoing this closed-door training session for 3 years. After a sigh, Cha Hong stops sending out his demonic elemental energy and examines the black jade case. He says with a slight nod of his head, "It won't be long. I'll be able to succeed within 3 years. I've been trying hard for 100 years, so 3 more years is no big deal." In order to open this black jade case, Cha Hong has been draining the energy of its seal for the last 100 years. Even a simple dust-removing seal is already so formidable. The sealer must have been terrifyingly powerful in the extreme. Cha Hong's face is full of admiration. No wonder it was an immortal. With this power, a wave of the hand would be enough to destroy me. The dust-removing seal is one of the lowest seals in the Shojin world and is generally used to prevent dust. How powerful can a dust-preventing seal possibly be? If this was a formidable seal, once attacked, it would hit back. But this dust-removing seal only protects an object from getting dirted by dust and cannot counterattack. Luckily it cannot hit back, otherwise Cha Hong would be unable to open this jade case given his power level. Even though it is the simplest seal, Cha Hong has had to be extremely persistent in dealing with it. During the last 100 years, he has often undergone closed-door training sessions to drain the energy of the seal bit by bit, yet the seal still has not run out of energy after such a long time. Penglai Immortal Region, Purple Flame Devilish Dungeon, Azure Dragon Palace, 9 Demons Hall, Blue Water Mansion. Perhaps none of you thinks one of the 9 swords is in my hands. Humph, one day, the underwater world of Zuyuyoists will definitely have 4 superpowers instead of 3. Cha Hong's eyes glitter. He has an ambition in his heart. However, he has to rely on this black jade case to achieve it. But my current power is still not enough. At least I have to reach the late Dongshu stage to be able to bargain with them. Now the most important thing to do is endure silently. I can't let them know that I've got a jade case. Cha Hong remembers how he was able to come into possession of this black jade case. After thinking it through again, he is certain that he has eliminated all of the people who knew about this event and there will be absolutely no problem. Cha Hong cannot be blamed for his cautiousness because if the superpowers such as the Azure Dragon Palace and the Nine Demons Hall get wind of this treasure, given Cha Hong's current power, he will simply be unable to prevent them from robbing him of it. It is disaster to obtain a treasure without power to keep it. Therefore, Cha Hong must lie low. Bang! 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 Suddenly, knocking sounds rise continuously at the stone door outside the secret room. It seems someone is hitting the door repeatedly. Cha Hong is furious. No one is allowed to disturb him during a closed-door training session. Because he often stays in the secret room to drain the seal's energy, he is always uneasy. As soon as someone comes near the door, he will become worried. Who? Knocking the door during my training session, do you want to die? Cha Hong's deep, powerful voice comes out of the room. Cave Master, we've got a very bad situation. A Vice Master is already dead. With a movement of his body, Cha Hong disappears from the room in an instant, and that black jade case also disappears. Outside the room, 3 guardians are standing respectfully at the stone door. There are very anxious looks on their faces at the moment. Chi. The stone door opens. The blood-red cave's master Cha Hong walks out with a dark, grave expression. He immediately shouts at the 3 guardians, "Say, who's dead? Tell me everything in detail." The silvery armored guardian among them goes forwards, saying, "Cave Master, Vice Master Chago and Vice Master Chapa went out to hunt for a Zyuxionist 3 months ago. Now Vice Master Chago is already dead. Hunt for a Zyuxionist, ... Even though Cha Hong is infuriated by his younger brother's death, he is still very sober. To handle serious matters successfully, he definitely cannot lose his composure at random. Cave Master, some time ago, Guardian Sang Mo's son was killed by a Zyuxionist. Later, Guardian Sang Mo tried to chase him down, but Guardian Sang Mo was really incompetent. He unexpectedly couldn't catch the Zyuxionist, and it seems quite a few members of his clan even got killed by the enemy. Sang Mo then offered a reward for catching the Zyuxionist. It is that high-grade holy weapon Thunder Hammer. The silvery armored guardian gives a detailed account of the matter. After listening, Cha Hong has a rough idea of what has happened. His third brother always wanted a high-grade holy weapon, but obtaining one is easier said than done. Even though Cha Hong used to have an extra high-grade holy weapon, he later gave it to his second brother Chapa. He did this because he found Chapa strong. A high-grade holy weapon would greatly enhance Chapo's power and turn Chapa into another expert on his side. But if he had given the weapon to his third brother, who was only at the early phase of the Yuaniing stage, it would have been wasted. Chagu always wanted a high-grade holy weapon, so it is not hard to imagine why he got into action this time. Third brother is dead? Plus, he even left together with second brother. Could that Zyuxionist be very formidable? Cha Hong asks doubtfully. The silvery armored guardian says that Zyuxionist is very weak. He's not even reached the Yuaniing stage yet. Sang Mo couldn't catch him only because he is too fast. I simply can't understand how Vice Master was killed. Cha Hong slightly nods. If the Zyuxionist was really formidable and could even kill Cha Gu, perhaps Sang Mo would have been dead long ago. Didn't second brother go with third brother? In his presence, how could third brother possibly die? Cha Hong says loudly. The silvery armored guardian says with a shake of his head, I don't know, but Vice Master Chapa should be alright since his soul jade slip is still intact. As soon as I discovered the death of Vice Master Chaiga, I hurriedly came here to inform you of it, so I haven't had time to ask Vice Master Chapa. Cha Hong takes out a transmitter. Second brother, third brother is already dead. What are you doing? At the moment, Chapa, who is chasing Xiao He, is also filled with anger. His true form speed is not slower than Xiao He's, but Xiao He has gone straight through some long narrow holes like a black beam of light. By contrast, because his true form is too large, he has had to crash through them and therefore has been slowed down. What? Third brother is dead? Chapa is startled. What are you doing? I'm chasing a black eagle. Get the hell back at full speed for me. Cha Hong's message contains an extreme anger. Knowing that his third brother is dead and seeing his big brother so furious, Chapa ignores that disgusting black eagle and rushes back to the blood-red cave at his fastest speed. End of B5C14. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 15. B5C15, Miss Lear. After an indeterminate period of time, Shin Yu can gradually feel the existence of his body. He moves his fingers. In just a while, the feeling of having his whole body under his control comes back to him. He cannot help giving a faint smile. When he opens his eyes, the first thing he sees is a bamboo roof. Not the coral reef. His face changes color greatly. He sits up at once, his eyes glittering intensely. After a moment, he looks around and quickly gains a good grasp of everything in his surroundings. This is the interior of a very tranquil bamboo room. There is no one else here. Originally Chinyu was hiding in a coral reef, but upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that he was in a bamboo house, so how could he possibly not have been shocked? He immediately uses his holy sense to check his body over, including his soul and everything inside his dantian. After finding that there is nothing wrong with his body, he secretly lets out a sigh of relief. When being restored by the meteoric tear, he basically does not have the slightest amount of power to resist whoever wants to kill him. Now, it looks like the one who took him here did not inflict any injuries or use any restrictive spells on him. Chinyu looks outside the house. He is astounded to find out that this bamboo house is surrounded by the boundless ocean. Obviously some restrictive spell has been set up outside the house and is screening out all of the water directly, leaving this house totally unaffected by the water. He expands his holy sense. This bamboo house has 3 front rooms, 3 back rooms, and a courtyard in the center. There is absolutely no water in the courtyard and the rooms, but outside the house is the limitless ocean. At the moment, there is unexpectedly nobody else in this bamboo house. Who's the owner of this place? He gets out of bed to leave the room. The moment he gets down from the bed, his holy sense feels someone approaching in the courtyard. He immediately exits the room in 2 steps. Wise and stable. The first impression Chinyu has when looking at the man in front of him is that this is a wise, stable person. His calm eyes seem to be able to see through other people's souls in an instant. And he looks like a 40-year-old mortal. Young man, you've regained consciousness? This man says smilingly. Chinyu puts his mind on alert. He simply does not know when he was saved and brought to this place. If that happened soon after he had been injured, this man must know how severe his injuries were. His spleen was shattered, his liver was damaged very badly, and there was a huge hole on his stomach. Theoretically, these were absolutely fatal injuries. So, ordinary people would definitely be amazed to see that he has now become vigorous again. I am Lu Xing. Sir, may I ask who you? Ah, you're a human. Chinyu jumps out of his skin because he has just made a sweep with his holy sense and discovered that the man before him unexpectedly does not have a demonic aura. Moreover, he simply cannot get any information about this man's power level. To the best of his knowledge, his holy sense can at least find out the power levels of those at the early Yuanying stage or below, and therefore this man should have reached the middle Yuanying stage at a minimum. You can call me Uncle Lon. Right, I'm indeed a human. Well, you can think of me as a Xiaxianist. Uncle Lon says with a relaxed smile. Chinyu is greatly shocked inwardly. A Xiaxianist who dares to go down into the ocean will encounter mortal dangers anytime. Therefore, even people of high power levels do not dare to stay long underwater. After all, there are very many experts among underwater Zuyuyoists. Uncle Lon, you're a Xiaxianist, then why are you staying underwater? Chinyu asks doubtfully. He does not take notice of the sentence Uncle Lon said just now, you can think of me as a Xiaxianist. If he was really a Xiaxianist, why would he have said so? It is just that at the moment Chinyu is worrying that the secret about his meteoric tear will be discovered and is also amazed to know that Uncle Lon is human, so naturally he pays no attention to this flaw. I'm staying at the bottom of the ocean because Lear likes the environment here. It's I who brought her to this place. Uncle Lon explains smilingly. He seems to have a fairly good impression of Chinyu. Lear? Chinyu is surprised. It's Lear who took you here, but she already went out. Come. Get a taste of the tea I've prepared. Uncle Lon says enthusiastically, then leads Chinyu into the courtyard at the center of the house. They sit opposite each other. Uncle Lon pours 2 cups of tea for both of them. Afterwards, he begins to chat with Chinyu. Even though the chat is very relaxing, all the while at the bottom of his heart Chinyu is worried about whether or not his secret has been discovered. What ordinary Xiaxianists would not be amazed by and curious about the fact that he was able to survive such mortal injuries? Uncle Lon. An elegant voice rises. Chinyu turns his head to take a look. He sees a girl with long, silky black hair that hangs loose. Her eyes give people a feeling of serenity, her skin is glowing like jade, her blue clothes are very casual and a white belt is fastened fairly closely around her waist. The girl is holding a bamboo basket with some lingji mushrooms in it in her left hand. Lu Xing, this is Lear. It's she who saved and brought you here. Uncle Lon says with a smile. Chinyu looks at the girl named Lear before him. In the past, because his father was a prince, even the female servants in his family were all beauties. However, the girl in front of him. To tell the truth, she has jade-like glowing skin and an air of elegance, but her face can only be considered above average. Miss Lear, thank you for saving my life. Chinyu slightly bows and says. His mind, however, is on full alert at this moment as he does not know when this Miss Lear saved and took him here. If most of his injuries had healed by the time she saved him, this will be a good thing because in this case she should know nothing about his fatal injuries. There's no need to thank me, Mr. Lu Xing. I brought you here, but even if I hadn't done that, you would still have been able to recover by yourself. Miss Lear looks at Chinyu with her brilliant, crystalline eyes. There is a rare hint of curiosity in those serene eyes now. Chinyu suddenly frowns. He has found out that the meteoric tear is nourishing his soul with a heat current that is 2 to 3 times as powerful as the heat current it normally sent out in the past. He does not know the reason of this. To be exact, the heat current sent out by Chinyu's meteoric tear has intensified a lot since the appearance of Miss Lear. Mr. Lu Xing, Uncle Lon, please continue with your conversation. I'm going back to my room now. Miss Lear slightly motions, then goes towards the 3 rooms at the back of the bamboo house and comes into one of them directly. In this house, the 3 back rooms belong to Miss Lear while Uncle Lon uses the 3 in the front. Chinyu now has occupied one of the rooms. Uncle Lon, Miss Lear doesn't seem to be very powerful. How can you let her stroll around the underwater world of Zuyuyoists alone with no worries? After drinking up his cup of tea, Chinyu asks smilingly. Just now, with a sweep of his holy sense, he discovered that this Miss Lear is unexpectedly only at the early Jindan stage. It is very dangerous for anyone with just early Jindan stage power to enter the underwater world of Zuyuyoists, let alone an early Jindan stage human Xiaxionist. Uncle Lon closes his eyes to enjoy the flavor of the tea, then says with a smile, Lear has some special skills. Even though she can't win against Zuyuyoists, to protect herself in the underwater Shouyao world is no problem to her at all. Special skills? Chinyu secretly remembers this. The meeting with Miss Lear moments ago has left him with a faint good impression of her. Suddenly, a very serene and fresh piece of zither music rises, sometimes sounding like the tinkling of a stream, sometimes reminiscent the water flowing down from a high mountain. Chinyu cannot help putting his cup down and closing his eyes to feel the music carefully. On one side, Uncle Lon also does the same. The music then intensifies, sounding like ocean waves crashing against the shore unceasingly. After a long time, the music changes again. Now it is evocative of an endless forest and the steady rustling of the pines. In the end, the music makes Chinyu feel as if he has entered a land of ice and snow, and as if the entire world has been covered in white. It is only long after the music has stopped that Chinyu wakes up. He opens his eyes with nothing but quietude in his heart. Since rashly going into the underwater Shoyo world, he has been suffering the hardship of being hunted by Sang Mo and has even had a serious battle against a blood-red aquatic python, so he has not been able to rest easy. But now, for the first time since his entrance into the underwater Shoyo world, Chinyu has calmed down. Miss Lear's zither skill is definitely at Grandmaster level. He praises sincerely. He has listened to the music performed by zitherists who were called masters in his father's mansion before, but he feels that this Miss Lear is basically 2 levels above them. With a hint of confidence on his face, Uncle Lon says, even in my clan, Lear's zither skill is top class. You're very lucky to be able to hear her perform. Chinyu has just listened to only a piece of music, but his mind seems to have been cleansed. During this period of time, all those killings have made him cruel and antagonistic, but this piece of music alone has purified his mind. In one respect, Miss Lear's zither skill also represents the level of her mind. I feel that her mind seems to have reached a very high level. Chinyu says doubtfully. Through the sounds of the zither alone she was able to create such a majestic, fresh and serene atmosphere, and even made Chinyu feel as if he was personally experiencing what the music was conveying. How can someone with a low level of mind possibly have achieved such skill? But why a person with such a profound mind is only at the early Jindan stage? Uncle Lon smiles. Lear has no interest in practicing even though she's exceptionally talented. If she wanted to practice, she'd surpass me very quickly. But she has no intention of practicing, so her power has only reached that level. Only now does Chinyu know for certain that his holy sense does not deceive him. Miss Lear is indeed only at the early Jindan stage. Sis Lear. Following a loud roar, a monkey rushes in from the outside. Chinyu can only see a golden light flash before a monkey stands in front of him. With a sweep of his holy sense, he is secretly startled to find out that this monkey has reached the middle Yuanying stage. At this moment, he is finally able to confirm one thing: his holy sense is comparable to that of a middle Yuanying stage Xiaxionist. As he is observing the monkey also takes a look at him. Kaka, you're the wounded man that Sis Lear brought here, right? I'll introduce myself first. I'm Ho Fei. Kaka. I'm stronger than you. After saying so, the monkey bursts out laughing while scratching his head. Uncle Lon says loudly, "Hairy monkey, show our guest some courtesy." Only when the monkey hears that does he suppress his unruliness, saying, "Master, there are no experts in this valley. This man isn't at a high power level, but he can give me a fight. The other demonic beasts in the valley no longer dare to fight me." Qin Yu is shocked in his heart. It turns out this middle Yuanying stage monkey is actually Uncle Lan's disciple. When his disciple has reached the middle Yuanying stage, then how powerful is he? At least Qin Yu cannot find out Uncle Lan's power level, nor can he make a fairly accurate guess at it. "You're always brawling all day long. Be quiet for me," Uncle Lan says loudly in a solemn voice. The monkey immediately stops saying and stands on one side. Uncle Lan then says smilingly to Qin Yu, "Lu Xing, this monkey is very noisy and eccentric like that, but he's a divine beast fiery-eyed aquatic monkey. Perhaps there's no other one like him in the underwater Shouyao world." Now Qin Yu is greatly shocked inwardly. This is a divine beast and, moreover, a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey or something. The secret books he has read talked about some divine beasts too, but none of them was a so-called fiery-eyed aquatic monkey. However, he basically does not doubt Uncle Lan's words. "Kaka, I'm a one-of-a-kind divine beast, but Master doesn't let me leave the valley. He said my power is too weak, humph, humph." Ho Fei on one side says with pretended annoyance. Qin Yu's heart, however, skips a beat. His power is too weak? Not even a middle Yuanying stage divine beast is allowed to leave the valley? This Uncle Lan really demands too much of his disciple. After all, divine beasts cannot be judged by their power levels. Generally, they are at least 10 times stronger than other experts of the same power levels as theirs. A middle Yuanying stage divine beast can compare with a normal Dongxu stage Zuyuist. Qin Yu and Uncle Lan talk to each other in the courtyard of this bamboo house for a long time. Somehow this Uncle Lan seems very interested in him. Instead of chatting to Ho Fei, an expert and also his own disciple, he chats to Qin Yu for more than a half day. Ho Fei is forced to call Qin Yu big brother, just like how he was forced to call Miss Lear big sister in the past. Now Qin Yu is in his room. Earlier, he requested Uncle Lan not to let anyone come into his room so that he would be able to practice. Without saying a word, Uncle Lan set up a restrictive spell that surrounded the room completely. However, it did not affect Qin Yu's entering and leaving the room at all. I'm very weak when compared to Ho Fei, not to mention when compared to Uncle Lan. Having become aware of the gap between them, he decides to refine the blood-red aquatic python's Yuanying. His holy sense goes into his spatial ring. There is a huge carcass of a blood-red aquatic python in the immense space of the ring. He gives it a thought and a vague mass of a purple light appears in the palm of his hand. There is a Yuanying in the middle of the purple light. Because its owner's soul has disappeared, now this Yuanying is like an energy crystal. Qin Yu sits down with legs crossed. The Yuanying is floating in front of him. His indistinct stellar energy rushes forth and forms a maelstrom-like nebula around his body. At the same time, a stream of his stellar flame enfolds the Yuanying and begins to gradually melt it and get rid of the impurities. The energy of the Yuanying then starts to move according to the rotation of the maelstrom of stellar energy. Note: Lear's name is pronounced similarly to Lear, and not Liar. End of B5C15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 16. B5C16, Courting Disaster. After refining the energy by burning out the impurities, Qin Yu absorbs the life essence that is left in the end. The Yuanying of an early Zuyuist, and moreover, one whose true form was a blood-red aquatic python, has much more energy than the Yuanying of a human of the same power level. In his dantian, the various silvery grains have become very big in size. With each of them moving around in a circle, they constitute a huge maelstrom. In the center of the maelstrom is a blue flame, the stellar flame. As time passes, the silvery grains become larger and larger. Clack! Suddenly, a silvery grain splits in two. Following this, the other silver grains in Qin Yu's body all break in half as well. In just a while, the number of silvery grains inside him has doubled. Now, his dantian is thickly dotted with silvery grains, which form a dense maelstrom together. Late nebula stage. The higher the risk, the higher the potential return. Qin Yu arrived in the underwater world of Xiationists less than a year ago, but he has finally made another breakthrough in power, reaching the late nebula stage. At the moment, the energy inside Qin Yu is much purer and stronger than it was previously. His overall power thus has improved a lot. However, even though he has reached the late phase of the nebula stage, he has only consumed more than half of the Yuanying's energy. Therefore, he keeps absorbing. Time goes by. After spending 9 whole days, Xinyu has eventually refined all of the yuanying. He opens his eyes, which have a hint of joy in them at the moment. If I ran into that blood-red aquatic python again now, it shouldn't be so hard to handle him. He is totally confident. In the past, the creator of the stellar transformations, Lei Wei, was able to single-handedly kill one Deshang stage expert in addition to several loose immortals and several Tens Dujie stage and Kongming stage experts when he was only at the middle phase of the Dujie stage and had yet to undergo his tribulation. Basically, users of this technique can even kill people who are a few levels above them in power. The stellar transformations is different from the other Shojin techniques, in which it is not impossible to overcome the gap between two successive stages despite it being relatively great. Each stage of the stellar transformations is essentially different from the previous. At the nebula stage, the user's stellar energy is still in its most common form. To reach the meteor stage, he will have to refine all of his silvery grains and merge them into a single golden particle of essence. Because this golden particle of essence, which is called a meteor, is formed by refining all of the silvery grains, its energy is on a completely different level from Qinyu's current stellar energy. Now I'm already at the late nebula stage, dealing with ordinary early yuanying opponents is no longer a problem. It's still hard to handle top demonic beasts like that blood-red aquatic python, but I can manage it. When I reach the early meteor stage, perhaps I can even handle early Dongshu opponents directly. Xinyu knows his practice technique very well. Once reaching the meteor stage, he can definitely be considered a humanoid divine beast among Xiaotianists with equivalent power levels. Too bad, to reach the early meteor stage from the late nebula stage, even if he absorbs demonic beasts yuanyings, he will need at least 8 or 9 pieces, and if he only practices by himself, it will take him about several hundred years to succeed. Oh, this blood-red aquatic python storage bracelet is pretty good. A storage bracelet appears in Qin Yu's hand. It is none other than Cha Ji's bracelet. As Cha Gu died, this bracelet also became ownerless. Qin Yu's holy sense immediately enters the bracelet and begins to examine everything. Tut, this blood-red aquatic python is really wealthy. This bracelet's space is fairly large, being about 20 m in both length and width. There are a large pile of nothing but normal gold, a 0.5 m high small pile of purple gold beside it, and some other minerals in the bracelet at the moment. Normal gold is mundane, but purple gold can be forged into flying swords. Generally, no more than 2 to 3 gene purple gold can be obtained from refining 1000 gene normal gold. A flying sword that is forged from purple gold alone is only a low-grade holy weapon. But purple gold works best as a supplement. Melting it then carving written talismans or seals into a flying sword with the molten purple gold will produce excellent results. One should know that molten purple gold is a top-grade material for making written talismans and seals. As for the other minerals in the bracelet, except for a few good enough to be made into middle-grade holy weapons, they can only be used to forge low-grade ones. Oh, authority card? Xinyu discovers an authority card in a corner of the storage bracelet. He gives it a thought and it immediately appears in his palm. This authority card is black and has 2 words blood red written on it. Xinyu's complexion immediately changes as he sees the words. A blood red black card, only the 3 cave leaders have this kind of card. His face goes pale in the blink of an eye. The blood red cave controls an area of 8 million li in radius. It has a cave master and 2 vice masters. These 3 leaders each have a blood red black card while the 13 guardians authority cards are blood red crimson cards. In this area, only the 3 cave leaders are given a blood-red black card each. Then who was the python that he killed? Could it be that blood-red aquatic python was a legendary cave leader? Xinyu is discomposed. While chasing him, Cha Gu transformed into a huge blood-red aquatic python, but it should be known that pythons are a relatively big clan in the ocean. Therefore, he did not connect the blood-red aquatic python with a cave leader. Right, that fella said he could order Sang Mo. As Xinyu recalls that sentence Cha Gu said, he is even more certain about his conjecture. It is highly possible that he has killed a vice master of the blood-red cave. It has never crossed his mind that the blood-red aquatic python might have been the cave master. According to his memories, the cave master can be considered invincible in this area, so how could he possibly have killed someone like that? This is a transmitter? Xinyu finds a transmitter in the bracelet. Thanks to having used the soul examination previously, he has also got a rough idea of transmitters and other matters related to the blood-red cave. When he scans the transmitter with his holy sense, his face changes color in an instant. Vice Master, you should have killed that Xiaotianist, right? Congratulations! My thunder hammer is waiting for you to take it. What's the matter, Vice Master? You haven't killed that Xiaotianist yet? Xiaotianist, is that transmitter in your hands? I'm surprised that you was able to kill Vice Master. Oh my, you've really got some power. Ha, but now, even without me offering a reward, you should just prepare to suffer Cave Master's furious anger. By killing Vice Master, you basically signed your own death warrant. 3 holy sense-based messages have just been sent to the transmitter in his hand. As soon as Chinyu takes a look, his heart trembles. Just as he expected, the blood-red aquatic python he killed was none other than a Vice Master of the Blood-Red Cave. He has courted danger. A grave danger. Within 8 million li of this place, the Blood-Red Cave is like a dictator. Even worse, according to the information he got from using the soul examination, the Cave Master, the most fearsome figure in the Blood-Red Cave, is undoubtedly someone of peerless power in this area. Chinyu is rather confused for the moment. How can the Blood-Red Cave's master possibly let the matter rest when he has already killed a Vice Master? Now there's only one solution. His eyes flash with a hint of fierceness. If he wants to go through the underwater Shouyao world safely, he must grasp how to use the Shouma secret skill Northern Darkness. Only by suppressing his aura completely can he make it impossible for Zuyuyoists to figure out that he is human. He will suppress his aura first, then change his appearance, and even the air about him. Changing the air about him is the most important. Once it is changed, even Sang Mo will not necessarily be able to tell that he is the Xiaoxianist. If Chinyu wants to change the air about him, he will have to do 2 things: change his mannerisms and learn the Northern Darkness. Once he has learnt the Northern Darkness, his body will suck his aura in like a black hole, looking very oppressive. Obviously, when the air about him, his appearance and his clothes have been altered, Sang Mo will basically be unable to recognize him. Learning the Shouma secret skill Northern Darkness is the most important thing to do. Chinyu makes up his mind. He must practice until mastering the Northern Darkness, not only to avoid this manhunt for him, but also to prepare for the future. However, after 3 days of practicing, he has to admit that successfully learning the Northern Darkness is not something that can be done in a short period of time at all. Kaka, a bunch of idiots, you're too weak, too weak. An arrogant, wild voice rises outside. Hearing it, Chinyu cannot help but give a smile. It is obvious that the voice's owner is the fiery-eyed aquatic monkey Ho Fei. He immediately leaves his room and goes outside the bamboo house. He has been at this place for quite some time, but he has yet to observe it carefully. The bamboo house is located in a ravine inside a valley deep in the ocean. This ravine itself is camouflaged by natural barriers and, moreover, Uncle Lon has set up restrictive spells at its opening, so it is practically impossible for outsiders to enter. The scenery inside the valley is very beautiful, with all kinds of multicolored fish, lustrous green crystal trees, purple lingji mushrooms, some luminous silvery-shelled shrimps and huge black turtles that are 7 to 8 m long. One thing is for sure, this ravine is very beautiful. At the moment, Ho Fei is brandishing a black stick fighting against 3 Zuyuoists in a place of the ravine. Bang! A man who is holding 2 daggers and wearing a suit of armor is sent flying by Ho Fei with a blow of the stick. Ho Fei's stick then instantly turns into 3 blurs. A thin man who is wielding 2 sharp, long spears in his hands can only block 2 blurs in time with his spears. The remaining blur of the stick smashes straight down on this man, sending him flying. Kaka, go! Right after the stick has been brought down, Ho Fei gently stretches his leg and a fat man with a turtle shell on his back is kicked away at once. Fighting 1 on 3, Ho Fei has won with ease. Kaka, you're really useless. Use some power, will you? Let's fight again. Let's fight again. Ho Fei says to the 3 Zuyugoists while waving his black stick, his fiery eyes glittering with a warlike look. Boss, you're awesome. We give up. We give up, says the armor-clad man with 2 daggers hurriedly. On one side, the thin man with 2 long spears, who has just dragged himself up, also says hurriedly, Boss, you're invincible. Please don't fight us. As for the big fat man with a turtle shell on his back, he is blinking his pitiful tiny eyes. Suddenly, that fat man's tiny eyes move. Seeing Chinyu approaching, he hurriedly says, Boss, someone's coming. Judging from his imposing manner and the mighty air about him, I think he's definitely an expert. Perhaps only you can fight him. With a wave of his black stick, Ho Fei turns around. Big brother. His eyes brighten and are filled with fighting spirit. Big brother, come have a bout with me. After saying so, without waiting to see whether or not Chinyu agrees, he brandishes the black stick and rushes at him extremely fast. Chinyu has not fought since arriving here, so he is also itching for a fight. Seeing the black stick being thrust at him, his eyes brighten. In an instant, the flaming gloves appear on his hands. He catches the black stick with a single-handed grab. Feeling that the stick is carrying a terrifying force, he immediately lets go of it, moves his arm around it like a snake, forms a finger sword with the hand and delivers a thrust to Ho Fei's palm. Bang! A loud metallic noise is heard. Chinyu only feels as if his finger sword has hit diamond. he cannot help getting astonished. He is wearing the flaming gloves, no less, but his attack unexpectedly could not even injure Ho Fei's hand. Ho Fei's defense is really a bit too frightening already. Kaka, this is awesome. If only you could be a bit stronger. Very excited, Ho Fei slightly shakes his hand. In an instant, the black stick turns into a blur and smashes towards Qinyu. When he is about to dodge it, Ho Fei slightly tightens his fingers around the black stick. And while coming down, the stick unexpectedly begins to vibrate hurriedly and move in a very strange path too. Concurrently with this, a faint complacent smile appears on the corners of Ho Fei's mouth. Awesome! When Qinyu sees such a brilliant strike, his heart becomes excited. He moves his arms so fast that their blurs look like a blossoming lotus. His fingers gently touch the stick in quick succession. After the stick is touched several times, its path of travel is affected. Qinyu suddenly grabs the black stick with both hands. Let go! He gives a violent pull and throws a kick at Ho Fei's right hand, which is holding the black stick, using his right leg simultaneously. Bang! Qinyu's foot lands heavily on Ho Fei's right hand, but he seems to feel nothing. He grins at Qinyu, exposing his white teeth. Then he slightly moves his right arm, sending a powerful hidden force through the stick to Qinyu's hands. Qinyu's entire body backs away. That hidden force unexpectedly has numbed his hands. One should know that he is wearing the flaming gloves. Looking at Ho Fei, Qinyu cannot help but admit inwardly that he is too powerful. Ho Fei is a middle Yuanying stage divine beast, no less. He is about as powerful as the divine beasts Dragon Rocky Lion and Hong Luan that Qinyu encountered before and is comparable to ordinary Dongshu stage Xiaotianists. The gap between the two of them is indeed so great that Qinyu could not even breach his defense. Ah, Sis Lear, Xiaoyuer was bitten by a shark outside the ravine. Quickly save it. Following the urgent shouts, a golden beam of light flashes right past Qinyu and Ho Fei to come into the bamboo house. Qinyu and the others also run into the house. Only when the golden light stops can he see clearly that it is a pretty little girl with a golden fish scale on the midpoint between her eyebrows. At the moment she is holding a purple fish, whose stomach has been bitten through. Obviously this fish is on the verge of death. A blue silhouette immediately appears in the courtyard of the house. It is none other than Miss Lear. Xiao Jin, it's not serious so don't worry. Yan Zi, why did you go outside the ravine? Who let you fight that soon-to-reach the Jindan stage shark? Miss Lear says smilingly, then reaches out her right hand and touches the fish's wound. In an instant, a green light appears all around her body. Being enfolded in the green light, Miss Lear looks so elegant and pure. As Qinyu watches her curing the fish, he suddenly feels that she is most charming when she cures someone else. A tinge of affection for her even appears at the bottom of his heart. He cannot help shaking his head with an unconcerned smile. End of B5C16. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 17. B5C17, Reunion. Being enveloped in the green light, the wound on that purple fish's body recovers noticeably fast. In just a while, it has become perfectly healthy again. The amazing thing is it seems to never have been injured. Sis Lear is so awesome, says the little girl with the golden fish scale between her eyebrows in excitement. Having regained its vitality, the purple fish also swims around Miss Lear in an exalted manner. She looks at it tenderly and criticizes, Yan Zi, now you should know how formidable that shark is, right? Later don't show off again. The purple fish moves its small eyes around while flapping its tail nonstop like a clingy child. Miss Lear gives a smile. Afterwards, she turns to Qinyu, slightly stupefied, but then she immediately says smilingly, Mr. Lu Xing, why are you staring at me? Could there be some mark on my face? There is a hint of humor in her tone. Ah. Qinyu is startled. He then sorts himself out a bit and says, Miss Lear, it's just that when I saw you giving treatment a moment ago, I was really amazed. That green energy seems to have very unusual properties. It's unexpectedly so effective in healing wounds. He secretly lets out a sigh of relief and cannot help admiring himself for being able to think up an answer in an instant. Miss Lear says with a relaxed smile, this green energy is actually a special skill of my clan. Outsiders cannot learn it. It's indeed exceptionally effective in treating bodily injuries. As long as the patient is still alive, it can always heal them back to health. Oh, it's really marvelous. Qinyu hurriedly says. With a smile, Miss Lear then turns around and goes back to her own room. Qinyu smiles derisively to himself. Just now he was unexpectedly captivated by her manner when giving treatment and almost made a fool of himself, but luckily he was able to react quickly. Hey, big brother Chinyu, have another bout with me, okay? Ho Fei says laughingly while brandishing his black stick. At the moment Chinyu is in no mood to fight Ho Fei. Moreover, if he sparred with this middle Yuanying stage divine beast, would he not be seeking a beating for himself? Even though he likes fighting, he does not want to get beaten up. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Chinyu has been staying in the ravine for a half-month. During this half-month, he has occasionally sparred with Ho Fei when he became thirsty for a fight, but he has spent most of his time practicing the stellar transformations and the Shoma secret technique Northern Darkness. There is also an activity he has enjoyed in his leisure time, listening to the zither. He cannot help admitting that one must be extremely fortunate to be able to hear Miss Lear's music even once. He has been able to listen to her music for so long simply because Uncle Lon and Miss Lear have been too nice to him. According to Ho Fei, not even Ho Fei is allowed to live in this bamboo house. Ho Fei does not understand why an outsider like him can stay in the house either. Chinyu himself feels that Uncle Lon has treated him pretty well and Miss Lear has been very nice to him. Of course, the latter is very nice to all demonic beasts in the ravine too, so her niceness towards him does not necessarily mean anything. But Uncle Lon is different as he treats the demonic beasts in a very strict and serious manner. Not even a middle Yuanying divine beast can live inside, but they allow me to. Could it be, because I'm also human? After pondering over this matter, he can only come up with this answer. In fact, there is another answer at the bottom of his heart, but he does not think that Uncle Lon and Miss Lear's intention is so terrible. This answer is, they want to steal his meteoric tear. Chinyu still does not know when he was saved and brought to this place and how much his injuries had healed when that Miss Lear saw him. If Miss Lear knows that he suffered fatal injuries, she can definitely figure out that he possesses some treasure based on the fact that he has now fully recovered. Even though other people cannot detect the meteoric tear because it already fused with his body, they can still guess that there is some treasure in his possession. Hopefully Miss Lear and Uncle Lon are so nice to me not because of the meteoric tear. At the bottom of his heart, Chinyu is still ice-cold and resolute. There is abundant resolution in the blood of every man of the Qin clan. And Chinyu, who has lived alone since he was a kid and could almost never experience his mother's love, has become even more tough-minded, and also even manlier. At the bottom of his heart, he has always been on guard against these two mysterious Xiaxianists. He takes a deep breath then slowly exhales. After concealing that thought at the depths of his heart, he immediately calms himself down and starts to practice the Shoma secret technique Northern Darkness again. This technique is his top priority for the moment. Even if he can flee to a Shoshan island, if that blood-red caves master Cha Hong chases to this island, he will still not be able to escape death. There are a few reasons why that will be the case. Firstly, underwater Zuyugoists are far superior to Xiaxianists and Xiamoists in terms of overall power, so, what ordinary Shoshan schools will dare to oppose someone who controls an 8 million li radius area like Cha Hong? Secondly, even if he can come into a Shoshan island, the islanders will not necessarily accept him. Moreover, facing Cha Hong, how will those Xiaxianists dare to offend Cha Hong to save him? The conclusion from these 2 points is that he must learn the Northern Darkness. There is no other way since he has infuriated Cha Hong by killing Cha Gu. The space inside Chinyu's head is like a boundless misty area. His spiritual energy, non-physical, is floating in it. Chinyu can feel his spiritual energy. The outermost 10% of it is under his control and therefore is totally stable. However, the rest of his spiritual energy is a total mess. It either forms maelstrom, or flows extremely fast, or crashes into itself. His soul, which is in the shape of a disc, is in the center of the area. Various electric sparks are zigzagging and flashing around the soul. An extremely weak thread of stellar energy flows into his head. Chinyu did not dare to channel too much stellar energy into his head because, after all, the more energy, the harder to control. Therefore, he tried his best to use as little stellar energy as possible, drawing out only a single thread of it. However, even though this is only a thread of stellar energy, he still cannot combine it with spiritual energy. Experimenting again and again. 6 hours has passed very quickly. Chinyu does not even know how many times he has been experimenting over the last 6 hours. He has failed continuously, as if he has been threading a needle. After 6 straight hours of repeated failures, even someone good-tempered like Chinyu is annoyed. Actually, this is also a method to train his mind. I've failed again. It's been a half-month, when will I be able to succeed in learning this Northern Darkness? Could it be unless I can succeed, I'll have to shrink back like a turtle all the time? There is a hint of anger in his eyes at the moment. Why did he leave the Qianlong continent? Can the reason possibly be anything other than to walk the endless path of practice? He wants to roam the Shoshan world openly in an impressive manner, and not to go into hiding to avoid the enemies. Ting. Zither strings vibrate. Zither music rises. Miss Lear has begun to play her zither again. Hearing these sounds, Jinyu brushes aside his anger at being unable to learn the northern darkness and closes his eyes to calmly enjoy the soul-moving music. When it has stopped, he is still immersing himself in the afterglow of listening to it. Lu Xing. Uncle Lan strides up to Jinyu. Seeing Jinyu acting in this way, he immediately laughs out loud. Oh my, Lear's music has bewitched you like this. You really are. Uncle Lan, only Miss Lear's music can enthrall me like that. I won't be entranced by ordinary zither masters. Jinyu says smilingly. Uncle Lan's eyes brighten. Oh, other zitherists can't bewitch you? I see, so you're only fascinated by Miss Lear's music. Tell me sincerely, son, are you interested in Lear? He says jokingly. That's ridiculous. Jinyu, however, does not tense up. Uncle Lan smiles. I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously, son. Jinyu pouts with a smile but does not answer. Uncle Lan's expression suddenly becomes solemn. Lu Xing, you and I have chatted a lot during this period of time, so you should know what kind of person I am, right? It is rare to see him get serious like this. Seeing Uncle Lan like this, Jinyu also becomes serious, saying with a nod, Uncle Lan, if you have any matter, please tell me everything about it. Uncle Lan says warningly, I'm warning you, Lu Xing. You absolutely mustn't hope for a relationship with Lear. You'd best not like her. Otherwise, not only will you suffer for the rest of your life, you will also possibly die anytime. Jinyu is startled. He then bursts out laughing. What were you saying, Uncle Lan? You must be joking. But there is not a trace of a smile on Uncle Lan's face. I'm not joking. To be honest, you have a very bright future ahead of you. No one in the entire shoujo world will be able to keep up with you, but let me tell you one thing, if you like Lear, you'll be hopeless no matter how capable you are. In fact, I don't have to warn you about this, but I really don't want to see you get destroyed. Jinyu is baffled. Alright, I'm being meddlesome, but you best remember what I've said today. It's also my advice for you. Uncle Lan says while staring at Jinyu. Jinyu feels his heart tremble for a while. What Uncle Lan said just now is really shocking. At first he said that Jinyu was very promising and that nobody in this entire shoujo world would be able to keep up with Jinyu. Who does Uncle Lan think he himself is? Can he really judge people so accurately? I already remember, Uncle Lan. Jinyu says smilingly. However, both Uncle Lan and Jinyu cannot make sure that nothing will happen because it is basically impossible to control affection. Once it surges up in the heat of a certain moment, it will become unstoppable. Alright, you should put a lot of effort into practicing. Uncle Lan pats his shoulder then leaves. As he is going away, Jinyu watches his back thoughtfully. What is the actual reason why this Uncle Lan said those words? It seems if he likes Miss Lear, he will likely be destroyed. Is there such a sure thing? Judging from Uncle Lan's and Miss Lear's behaviors, it is obvious that they belong to a certain special clan. Haha, perhaps Uncle Lan and Miss Lear are from a very formidable clan. But, if I like someone, even immortals won't be able to stop me, let alone their clan or something. Also, I haven't liked anyone yet. Jinyu gives an unconcerned smile. He has never been a fearful, submissive person. No one has ever been able to intimidate him with force. Even though he is going to have to deal with opponents stronger than him like the Blood Red Caves Master Cha Hong, he is only staying here to practice in the dark. When he can conceal his identity, he will reappear without delay. Jinyu is fearless, but he is not an idiot who is unafraid of throwing his life away. My arm is broken. It was broken by Boss Ho. The man who uses 2 daggers and a suit of armor says with an agonized look on his face. His arm is bending at a strange angle. Obviously a normal arm cannot bend like that. Ho Fei gives him a glare with his fiery eyes, growling, Hey you've even dared to complain to Sis Lear. Do you want me to smash your shrimp shell to pieces? Fei, don't be noisy. Miss Lear, who has changed into white clothes, shouts at Ho Fei. The latter immediately lowers his head and stops saying, looking as if he has admitted his mistakes. Miss Lear laughs playfully then turns to the man with the broken arm. She reaches out a hand, touching the broken place. When Jinyu walks into the courtyard, his eyes cannot help brightening. Miss Lear is being engulfed in a green light. Her face looks so pure. Her skin is glowing like jade and radiating various green rays of light. As Jinyu watches her healing that arm, he is rather touched from the bottom of his heart. Jinyu has never experienced maternal love, so he has been very tough-minded since he was little. Only his father's love has been able to enter the depths of his heart. However, at the moment, Miss Lear's motherly radiance has also slightly touched his heart. He sobers up in the blink of an eye. I'm warning you, Lu Xing. You absolutely mustn't hope for a relationship with Lear. You'd best not like her. Otherwise, the warning Uncle Lon gave him not long ago rises in his mind again. He immediately gets out of that state of feeling touched. Alright, later you shouldn't fight Fei Fei again. If you fight him, you'll only hurt yourself. Miss Lear advises. That man's injury has now recovered completely. He says with frustration, fight him? Do you think I wanted to fight him? It's just that Boss Ho. Ah, to me, it's an honor to be able to spar with Boss Ho. I'm very happy and excited. Seeing the look in Ho Fei's eyes, he shifts his ground instantly. Miss Lear gives a smile. When turning around, she sees Qin Yu on one side. How are you, Mr. Lu Xing? Qin Yu also says very politely, how are you, Miss Lear? I never thought that I would be able to see your special healing technique again. It's really wondrous. Suddenly, a hint of happiness appears on his face as he can feel clearly that Xiao He is rushing in his direction extremely fast. Mr. Lu Xing, you seem to be delighted with something? Miss Lear asks curiously. Qin Yu says in excitement with a nod, my brother Xiao He is hurrying to this place. Perhaps he can arrive in just a few days. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Lu Xing. When your brother has arrived, please let me know about that. There are restrictive spells outside this ravine, so it's very difficult for outsiders to enter when they aren't guided by someone inside. Miss Lear says with a smile. Then I'll have to bother you, Miss Lear. Qin Yu says with a nod while smiling. Miss Lear smiles, Mr. Lu Xing, since you're busy, I'm returning to my room first. After saying, she gracefully turns around and goes back to her room at once. Qin Yu watches her enter the room from behind, gives a smile, then turns around and goes back to his room to continue practicing. He practices the stellar transformations and the Shilma secret skill Northern Darkness every day and has never slacked off. After several days, Qin Yu feels clearly that Xiao He has come very close to him, even within 100 li of him. However, Xiao He suddenly stops. Qin Yu knows that Xiao He is being blocked by the restrictive spells outside the ravine. He immediately stands up and gets ready to ask Miss Lear help him. End of B5C17. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 18. B5C18, Departure. When Qin Yu leaves his room, he is surprised to see that Miss Lear has already gone into the middle of the courtyard from her room. As soon as she sees him, she says with a smile, Mr. Lu Xing, I already know that your brother has arrived. Let's go now. Qin Yu smilingly goes next to Miss Lear. Side by side, the two of them hurry straight to the entrance of the ravine. Lear's long hair is flowing. Qin Yu can even smell the alluring scent of her beautiful hair. A faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. As he comes near the entrance, his heart is filled with excitement because he is about to meet Xiao He again. Qin Yu and Miss Lear thus go out of the entrance directly with ease. He does not see any restrictive spells. However, if he turns around to take a look, he will be amazed to see that the mouth of the cave has become a wall of rock like the other places. This is just an illusionary technique. But it is so extraordinarily profound that not even Xiao He can see through it. Seeing Xiao He, who is not far from him and is unable to find the way, Qin Yu's eyes immediately brighten. Since separating due to being chased by Sang Mo last time, it has been impossible for him to reunite with Xiao He. Some time ago, he and Xiao He were about to meet each other again, but then they encountered Chago and Chapa before they were able to. Xiao He! Qin Yu calls in a slightly quivering voice. Xiao He suddenly turns around. Seeing Qin Yu, he immediately lets out a resounding eagle cry in excitement. The cry even frightens off the shoals of fish in his surroundings. Big brother! Xiao He's excited voice rises in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu rushes very fast to Xiao He's side and hugs him. Xiao He also wraps his wings around Qin Yu. Standing on one side, Miss Lear gives a faint smile too. You've changed, Xiao He. Compared to the past, you've got thinner by half. Even your aura has changed. What's happened to you? Only now does Qin Yu notice Xiao He's astonishing changes. If not for the telepathy between them, he would not have been able to be so sure. Xiao He has become much thinner, his aura has become very oppressive and fierce, and his eyes have become even sharper and colder than before. Big brother, after reaching the late Jindan stage, I prepared to go kill Sang Mo. Even though it'd be dangerous, I'd used a forbidden technique to transform my body, so in theory it'd be easy for me to handle an early Yuaniing expert. Who could have thought that when I was about to meet you again that day, I ran into a big python. It was much stronger than Sang Mo. I estimate that it must have reached the middle Yuaniing stage at least. Xiao He is very angry. Forbidden technique? Qin Yu is startled. Xiao He says via his holy sense, it's a secret technique in my memories. After I started using it, my entire body went through drastic and thorough transformations. Even though my power level is still the same, my offense has improved a lot. Because Xiao He has reached the late Jindan stage, even if he had not used the forbidden technique, he would still be able to deal with early Yuanying stage experts. And now that he has used that technique, he can even hold his own against most middle Yuanying stage experts. However, that day he encountered Choppa, who is not only at the middle Yuanying stage, but also a blood-red aquatic python. Blood-red aquatic pythons are a top-class species of demonic beast and second only to divine beasts. A middle Yuanying stage blood-red aquatic python is much more formidable than a Xiaoxianist of the same power level. Even so, Xiao He was only put at a slight disadvantage at that time. When he eventually fled, Choppa chased him for a long time without being able to catch up with him. Afterwards, due to an order by his big brother, Choppa had no choice but to return to the blood-red cave. Then why haven't you come to my place until now? Qin Yu asks doubtfully. Given Xiao He's speed, he should have been able to find this location very quickly. Xiao He says through holy sense communication, Big brother, after escaping from that blood-red aquatic python, I wanted to go kill Sang Mo, but then I learned that the blood-red cave had launched a full-scale hunt for you in its entire territory. That Sang Mo and 2 other early Yuanying demonic beasts went to the blood-red cave together. Because there were 3 of them, I didn't dare to attack them. When Sha Ge was fighting Qin Yu, he arrogantly told Sang Mo to get the thunder hammer ready so, following his death, Sang Mo was able to guess that Qin Yu had killed him and immediately reported this to Cha Hong. A furious Cha Hong then ordered Sang Mo to hurry to the blood-red cave. Sang Mo was not alone in this. Even the other guardians who were outside at that time had to rush to the blood-red cave as well. Therefore he went to the blood-red cave together with 2 other guardians. Xiao He ran a long distance in vain and had no choice but to go back to find Qin Yu. The distance he covered during this round trip amounts to over 1 million li. Big brother, you can't go out for the moment. They are all hunting for you outside, warned Xiao He. Qin Yu slightly nods. Right after knowing that he had killed a vice-master of the blood-red cave, he already predicted this. One should know that Sang Mo's reward offer and the blood-red cave's hunt are 2 totally different things. Sang Mo's reward can only tempt Zuyuyoists into looking for him. But the blood-red cave has forcefully ordered all Zuyuyoists within 8 million li of it to hunt for him. None of them dares to disobey this order because the blood-red cave is the ruler of this 8 million li radius area. After going back into the ravine, Xiao He and Qin Yu stay in the same room. But Hou Fei is the one most excited by the arrival of Xiao He because they often spar with each other. Moreover, when Xiao He uses his various astonishing techniques, Hou Fei can only defeat him by putting in some effort. A month passes in peace. Today, Qin Yu and Xiao He are talking to each other in the courtyard. Big brother, this ravine is too easy and comfortable. I'll go out to wander for a while first. Xiao He considers for a long time then finally mentions his plan. Qin Yu is startled, but he understands at once. Xiao He is an eagle, and like every other eagle, he wants to soar into the sky. Even though he has been staying in this ravine for a month due to his relationship with Qin Yu, in his heart, he still looks forward to the bloodshed, fighting and so on outside the ravine the most. That's fine, Xiao He. Qin Yu says smilingly. Xiao He blinks his eyes. He really rather hates to part with Qin Yu. Big brother, why don't you go with me to have some fun? He tries to persuade Qin Yu. Given your power, you'll be able to hold your own against even middle Yuanying demonic beasts. It's said that there are only very few demonic beasts that have surpassed the middle Yuanying stage in the whole territory of the blood-red cave. With just a little carefulness, we won't run into them. When Qin Yu hears Xiao He's suggestion, his interest is naturally aroused. After all, he likes to feel his blood boiling in intense emotions. The blood-red cave does not have many experts, so if he and Xiao He are a bit careful, nothing bad will happen to them either. As for ordinary Zuyugoists who pursue him, their Jindans and Yuanyings will only end up as his nutrition. No, there's no hurry. We better wait until I've mastered the Northern Darkness. Don't worry, I'll be able to learn it quickly. Qin Yu, however, does not agree. Does he keep staying here really to practice the Northern Darkness? Xiao He leaves afterwards, but things still go on as usual in the ravine. Qin Yu practices the stellar transformations and the Xioma secret skill Northern Darkness every day. He keeps failing over and over, but he is not anxious either. Subconsciously, he hopes that he will not succeed in learning the Northern Darkness so that he can keep staying in this ravine with no worries. Every day, he practices and listens to Miss Lear's zither music. Occasionally, he can even see her treat some demonic beast's injuries. Xinyu once even wanted to spar with Ho Fei so that after getting injured he would be able to experience her treatment as well. Of course, he buried that thought at the depths of his mind as soon as it appeared. 3 years has passed in the blink of an eye. To practitioners, 3 years is really a very short time. During this period, Xiao He returned once and stayed in the ravine for a month before leaving again. And not long ago, that little fish Yanzi has also transformed into a human. Today, Xinyu is sitting with legs crossed on his bed, practicing the northern darkness again. Thanks to the meteoric tear's nourishment over the last 3 years, his soul has become much more powerful than before. Even his spiritual energy's toughness and flexibility have also become strong. The amount of spiritual energy he can control has now reached an eighth of the total. But there have still been no signs of success when it comes to learning the northern darkness. Suddenly, Xinyu's entire body shakes once. A hint of ecstasy appears on his face. At the moment, in his mind, a thread of stellar energy has unexpectedly begun to intertwine with a thread of spiritual energy. They are intertwining as if both of them are real substances. It should be known that Xinyu's biggest problem has always been that his spiritual energy and stellar energy cannot really come into contact with each other. He chokes back his excitement and continues to wait. As the minutes and seconds go by, those intertwined threads of stellar energy and spiritual energy start to fuse with each other. After an indeterminate period of time, they finally succeed in merging and there are no longer any distinctions between them. Xinyu suddenly opens his eyes, shooting out 2 brilliant beams of light. He has succeeded. Including the period of time during which he was chased, he has practiced the northern darkness for more than 3 years and now he has finally succeeded. The first thread of energy that combines stellar energy with spiritual energy has been formed. He has been experimenting every day for 3 years, no less. And experimenting with the northern darkness has even become a habit of his. This energy combines stellar energy and spiritual energy, so let's call it spiraler energy. Even Xinyu's breathing becomes somewhat heavy. This spiraler energy is different from stellar energy and spiritual energy, but there is very little of it at the moment, just a single thread. However, this thread is crucial to learning the northern darkness. Xinyu closes his eyes and starts to follow the instructions of the northern darkness. That thread of spiraler energy then begins to change, forming a written talisman that looks like a strange picture. In an instant, a strange feeling emerges in his mind. Xinyu has a feeling that he can totally contain his aura with just a thought. All of this is done through the talisman that was formed from spiraler energy. He can even intensify the sucking force to absorb all of the energies around him, and he will look like a black hole in the eyes of other people at that time. Slightly controlling the talisman's spiraler energy, Xinyu makes his whole body start to swallow the energies in his surroundings, looking like a humanoid black hole. Now the air about him has become very strange. Succeeded. He controls the talisman, stopping it from working, and his entire body goes back to the original state. Ha ha! I've finally succeeded. His eyes glitter, full of excitement. This triumph has eventually come after a long time of waiting. With this technique to change the air about him, if he also slightly alters his clothes and appearance, not even Sang Mo will be able to recognize him. However, Xinyu's smile disappears in an instant. Since I've succeeded, it's time to leave here. But must I leave here? He suddenly feels somewhat at a loss. After 3 years, the daily zither music has already become an indispensable part of his life. Miss Lear's pure appearance when she healed someone has also been imprinted on his mind. Uncle Lan goes up to him from outside, saying with a smile, "Lu Xing, you've unexpectedly been practicing for 9 days straight. Could it be you've succeeded?" 9 days, Xinyu is startled in his heart. He did not expect that it had taken him 9 days to combine a thread of stellar energy with a thread of spiritual energy. As for success, of course he has succeeded. Now he can change his aura at will. Succeeded? No, it's just that I've made some progress. I still need a period of time to succeed. Xinyu says to Uncle Lan. Oh. Uncle Lan gives a smile. Some progress is good too. 3 years ago, you couldn't even make any progress. I think you must also want to go to the overseas Shojin world to roam about and make a name for yourself, right? Xinyu has no choice but to nod. Very good. Try your best. Uncle Lan then turns around. But when he has just started to leave, he suddenly stops and looks back at Xinyu. In an obviously solemn manner, he cautions, "Lu Xing, don't forget the conversation between us 3 years ago." The conversation 3 years ago? When Xinyu is still pondering, Uncle Lan has already left the room. Xinyu pushes open the window of his room. As it happens, he can see the back rooms through this window. At the moment, Miss Lear is sitting beside the window of her room with a zither put in front of her. Then, with her entire concentration, she begins to play the zither again. From Qin Yu's position, he can only see a side of Miss Lear's face. In the past, every time Miss Lear played the zither, Qin Yu always listened to the music with eyes closed. He has never carefully observed her state when she is playing the zither like this. Wave after wave of beautiful sounds spreads out from the zither's strings. And Miss Lear's face seems to be radiating various charming rays of light. At this moment, Qin Yu is somewhat dazzled. Days like this do not last long. A half-month later, the tranquility of the ravine is broken because a group of Zuyugoists has been detected outside the ravine. This group of Zuyugoists is zealously and carefully searching around. It seems they are hunting for someone. Sis Lear, this is bad. When I was strolling about outside just now, I was questioned by a Zuyuist. The Blood-Red Cave is currently hunting for a Xiaxionist. Purple-clad Yin Zi rushes inside while saying loudly and urgently. Qin Yu frowns in his room. He certainly knows that the Blood-Red Cave has been hunting for him. However, in the beginning, it only sent a large number of subordinates to carry out a rough sweep using their holy senses. After 2 years, they still could not find him despite having searched the entire territory of the Blood-Red Cave with the holy senses. Qin Yu originally thought that the Blood-Red Cave would give up, but it has unexpectedly ordered Zuyugoists to search carefully on a large scale, and now they have come close to this place. Even though that illusionary technique is very profound, no one can be sure that it will not be seen through by someone, but if it is seen through, the Blood-Red Cave's forces will come here, and don't worry, Yen Zi, those Zuyugoists won't find this place. Miss Lear says with a smile. Obviously she is very relaxed. Uncle Lon, who is drinking tea in the courtyard, pays no attention to this either. Uncle Lon, Miss Lear, I've succeeded in practicing my Northern Darkness technique. I'm about to leave here. Qin Yu says smilingly while walking out of his room. At the same time, he begins to control that talisman formed from spiralar energy in his head. In an instant, Qin Yu's whole body is like a black hole. Not only does it not emit any amount of his aura, it also sucks in all of the energies around him, including holy energy. Qin Yu's appearance also starts to change. Even though the changes are very small, they make his entire body look much grimmer. This is the appearance of assassin Lu Xing in the past. He is also dressed in a black robe, which was forged by Lei Wei in Lei Mountain House. With this, I believe nobody will recognize me. He says smilingly while looking at Miss Lear, Uncle Lon, and that little girl Yen Zi. Now his hair is only 1 cun long. Thanks to the black robe he is wearing and his upper body's muscles, he looks very handsome and solemn. This coupled with his body's ability to absorb all the energies around like a black hole gives him an ice-cold air. Good, good. Uncle Lon looks at Qin Yu with a hint of approval in his eyes. Qin Yu gives a smile. He always feels that Uncle Lon is unfathomable and seems able to see through all of his thoughts. Seeing Qin Yu's current appearance, Miss Lear also praises with brightening eyes, Mr. Lu Xing's secret technique is really very profound. I'm sure no one will be able to recognize you. At this moment, a voice rises. Ah, big brother Lu Xing, I want to go with you. Master, please let me go out. Hey Yu is even weaker than me but he is outside at the moment. Please let me go out. Ho Fei hurriedly rushes up to them while saying non-stop. He also looks at Qin Yu, urging him unceasingly with his eyes. At the same time, he says via his holy sense, Big brother Lu Xing, help me please. Qin Yu smiles and also says to Uncle Lon, Fei Fei is a divine beast. With his power, nothing in the underwater Shouyo world will be a danger to him. Plus, if he doesn't experience hardships, I think he won't be able to grow up. Please allow him to go out. Fei Fei is Ho Fei's informal name. Only when Qin Yu had become very familiar with Ho Fei after 3 years did he start to call him so intimately. Ho Fei looks at Uncle Lon pitiably at once. Uncle Lon has no choice but to shake his head with a smile. All right, since Lu Xing said so, you can go with him. But you must remember, in a non-critical situation, don't go into berserk mode to fight. Do you understand? He looks solemnly at Ho Fei. Ah, I know. The latter immediately jumps in excitement. Ho Fei then holds Qin Yu in a clinch, but this is an enthusiastic embrace. Thank you, big brother Lu Xing. Let's go, big brother. I don't want to stay here anymore. Ho Fei's heart has already flown outside the ravine. He is very excited at the moment. Qin Yu slightly nods. Suddenly he looks at Uncle Lon and Miss Lear, saying, Miss Lear, Uncle Lon, before leaving, I want to tell you that Lu Xing is only my nickname. My real name is Qin Yu. Fei Fei, let's go. He basically does not want to say anything else and walks out of the bamboo house directly. Ha, I'm going out. Every demonic beast should prepare to get beaten by me. Kaka Hofei is extremely excited. Shinyu does not look back because he does not want to. Will I ever return to this place? He asks himself inwardly, but not even he has an answer. He suddenly gives a smile. Perhaps I should live a life with a lot of bloodshed, intense emotions, and ups and downs. End of B5C18. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 19. B5C19, Fiery Eyes. After going out of the ravine, Hofei is immediately filled with vitality. His fiery eyes look around in excitement. Seeing a huge whale swimming by, he utters a strange cry and reaches out a hand. Various beams of light then cover that whale completely. The whale begins to shrink extremely fast. In just a while, there is only a layer of skin left. Kaka, so much blood essence, it was so uncomfortable in the ravine. I'd be told off even if I killed just a few fish there. It's really awesome out here. Kaka Hofei waves his hands around and scratches his head. Obviously he is extremely excited. Shinyu is slightly shocked in his heart. Only extremely rare demonic beasts possess this blood-absorbing technique, but Hofei unexpectedly can also use it. He is really worthy of being a divine beast. Fei, this underwater shoujo world is very cruel. Dwellers here can fight each other because of just a rude word. Since divine beasts have astonishing potential, if someone discovers that you're a divine beast, maybe some experts will kill you immediately to prevent future troubles. So, I know, big brother. Kaka, I just have to hide my identity, right? He. Hofei blinks his fiery eyes and says laughingly. Shinyu has been staying in one place with Hofei for 3 years, so he knows that he is very smart. Master already said that later I can't use berserk mode to fight. I'll hide my skills a bit more and show only 30% of my power. After thinking for a while, Hofei makes a decision. Shinyu has also heard about Hofei's berserk mode. In that state, Hofei is extremely frightening. He is already exceptionally outstanding in a normal state, so once he goes into berserk mode, he is simply terrifying. Take it. Shinyu throws Hofei a jade identity card. Having killed quite a few Zuyuyoists, he naturally has quite a few identity cards. This identity card was taken out casually by him. After all, it will be slightly easier to act when each of them has an identity card. Kaka, what toy is this? Hofei receives the jade identity card and looks at it from top to bottom. Fei, this jade identity card can confirm the holder's identity. You only need to personalize it by blood, then suck it in your body. Other Zuyuyoists can know which powerhouse you belong to. In general, those from the same camp aren't allowed to fight each other while those from different camps are. And nobody is allowed to kill someone with a 9 Demons identity card. But, these things only apply to ordinary Zuyuyoists. At the end of his explanation, Shinyu adds a sentence. So what if he kills here? He will only have to face being chased by the guards of the Blood Red Cave. Of course, this will only happen if they can find out who the killer is. As long as he kills neatly and leaves behind no clues, who can he not kill? I understand these rules. They show that a power struggle's going on between those camps, right? Humph, I'll also occupy a nice place sometime and recruit a bunch of subordinates. I'm going to be the boss myself. Hofei is very wild and arrogant. Shinyu gives a smile. Don't aim too high. Let's go. I'll slowly tell you about the big powerhouses of underwater Zuyuyoists on the way. It's not so simple to become a boss as you think. The two of them travel together. Shinyu explains the power structure in the underwater shoujo world to Hofei and gives him some necessary basic knowledge en route. Of course, he obtained these pieces of information through using the soul examination a few years ago. Hey, you two stop. We're the Blood Red Caves guards. Following a loud shout, a 50-strong group appears in front of Shinyu and Hofei. These 50 Zuyuyoists' power levels are not bad, but their leader, the most powerful among them, is only at the late Jindan stage, which basically means nothing to Shinyu and Hofei. Kaka, what did you call me for, kid? Hofei gives a strange laugh and stares at the thin leader. Being stared at by Hofei, that leader feels his entire body's flesh creep. His heart even trembles. This monkey heard that I'm a guard, but he doesn't care about it at all. Judging from his aura, he must be a Yuaniing expert. As for that fella beside him, as soon as that thin Zuyuist sees Shinyu, his face immediately goes pale. With his muscular chest and a rarely seen hairstyle that is only 1 cun long, Shinyu has a steely air about him. Moreover, his entire body is covered in a black robe, which is flapping and is absorbing all of the energies around him like a black hole while giving off not the slightest amount of his aura. The thin Zooyoist's heart trembles even more when he sees Qin Yu's eyes. Lordly, frosty, and brutal as well. The thin Zooyoist quickly makes a judgment about Qin Yu's character. Having been able to become the leader of a squad, he is rather insightful. Didn't you hear your grandpa's question? Ho Fei's strange voice rises again. The thin Zooyoist instantly looks at Ho Fei. A bit terrified by the latter's stare, he says at once, "Seniors, I am searching for a Xiaxionist according to an order of the Blood-Red Cave. This Xiaxionist's aura is forthright, his body doesn't have any demonic energy, and his own energy is very hot and pure. If the two of you know something about him, could you please tell this junior? This thin Zooyoist is very respectful at the moment and even talks about some characteristics of the Xiaxionist. A faint smile appears on the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. Forthright? When Qin Yu just went underwater, his aura was really forthright. This coupled with his blazing and pure energy indeed made him very recognizable. However, now that he has succeeded in practicing the Northern Darkness, his aura and the air about him have totally changed to the opposites. All of you can sod off. Ho Fei says while waving his hand. The thin Zooyoist is delighted at once. Paying basically no attention to Ho Fei's disdain, he bows and says, "Then I take my leave." After saying, he immediately says to his subordinates, "Let's go search the southern area. Be quick." He then leads them away. He knows very well that even though there is a rule that forbids Zooyoists of the same camp from fighting each other, some just do not care about it. If the corpses are removed and no traces are left behind, no one will know anything. Haha, a bunch of cowards, yet just now they even wanted to taste our flesh. Ho Fei's fiery eyes flash with a red light. On one side, Qin Yu gives a smile. Once, when he was chatting with Uncle Lon long ago, Uncle Lon said that this fiery-eyed aquatic monkey is obstinate and unruly by nature, and at the same time, he is innately violent and combative. Fei, where'd you think we should go? With his eyes glittering, Ho Fei says, "Do you still have to ask? Just now didn't you say that in the common places within the territory of the Blood-Red Cave, Zooyoists are scattered everywhere, and only the Blood-Red Ridge has a great number of Zooyoists? Let's just go there." Qin Yu frowns. The Blood-Red Ridge? It is the Blood-Red Cave's headquarters. Half of the Zooyoists within 8 million li of this place concentrate here. Knowing there is a tiger on a mountain, brave people tend to ascend it. Good, the Blood-Red Ridge, let's go there. Qin Yu's robe flutters while his eyes shine brilliantly. Ho Fei beside him also lets out a strange cry in excitement. Afterwards, side by side, the two of them head for the Blood-Red Ridge extremely fast. Qin Yu's black robe flaps as he goes through the water. His ice-cold eyes then suddenly flash with fierceness. The Blood-Red Ridge? Perhaps not even Sang Mo will be able to identify him when facing him. Moreover, what is there for him to be afraid of? If worst comes to worst, he and Ho Fei will just go on a killing spree in the Blood-Red Ridge. As a powerful individual, he must act a bit wild and impulsively. If he went against his heart's content, it would be the same as giving up the dangerous path of practice. The two of them travel at extremely high speeds. Qin Yu's flaming sword was originally forged from in-rock flaming iron. Later in Lei Mountain House, Qin Yu had to blend a dark-natured crystal and a metallic-natured crystal with it to be able to upgrade it to a high-grade holy weapon. Qin Yu only needs to give the flaming sword a thought, it will turn black immediately and give off a dark aura. He can totally make it turn red and emit flames as well. And he can change its color to gold too. When riding on a black flaming sword, Qin Yu, also robed in black, looks very icy indeed. Kaka, interesting. Ho Fei's fiery eyes unexpectedly shoot a dim red light into the distance. This is the first time that he has gone out, so he is naturally very excited because he sees many underwater creatures that he has never seen before. Suddenly. Stop, big brother. At this moment, the red light shot out from Ho Fei's fiery eyes becomes much clearer and shines directly on a rock at the bottom of the ocean. What are you doing? Qin Yu stops and looks at Ho Fei. He knows that he must have been told to stop for some reason because Ho Fei also has some special abilities. Ho Fei bares his teeth, looking very proud of himself. Big brother, this is one thing you don't know about. My fiery eyes have a special ability. The more powerful I am, the more formidable they become. Now they can already discover some natural treasures. Qin Yu's heart beats faster. The fiery eyes can discover treasures? Kaka, break for me. Ho Fei reaches out a hand while laughing strangely. His black stick suddenly appears and lengthens at the same time. It hits that rock with a loud noise. The rock is immediately shattered and its fragments are sent flying in all directions. However, there is surprisingly a glowing red pebble in the center of the shattered rock. Qin Yu makes a sweep with his holy sense. It's unexpectedly a piece of high-grade warm jade. A piece of jade formed inside a rock, this is a good treasure. He has realized instantly that this kind of high-grade warm jade has quite a few specially good effects. For example, when put on a corpse, it will prevent the corpse from ever decaying. Moreover, if put on the body of a living person, it will calm his mind down, which is extremely useful to practitioners. And it can also be made into talismans and holy weapons. How's that, big brother? Are my fiery eyes formidable? Ho Fei is very proud of himself. They're really outstanding. Qin Yu praises. Ho Fei is very strange. He unexpectedly does not want this piece of warm jade, throwing it directly to Qin Yu. Because of this, Qin Yu even thinks that Ho Fei does not like treasures, but as they continue to go forwards on their journey, he gradually realizes that he was wrong. The distance left between them and the blood-red ridge is not long, only more than 800,000 li. Along the way, Ho Fei unexpectedly discovers 7 more treasures, 5 of which he gives to Qin Yu and keeps the other 2 for himself. Only now does Qin Yu realize that Ho Fei likes some ores that can be forged into weapons but has no interest in precious mushrooms and rare grasses. He does not even like warm jade, gravelly crystals, moonlighting crystals and so on. When Qin Yu and Ho Fei are about to reach the blood-red ridge, the master of the blood-red cave comes out from a closed-door training session again. In the main hall of the blood-red cave. Sitting in the master seat, Cha Hong has a very unpleasant expression at the moment. He is still unable to open that black jade case, and that most basic dust-removing seal alone has taken him over 100 years. He has just left that secret room. It will take him about another year to open the case. When he went through closed-door training in the past, his mind was calm because he knew that there was still a long way to go. But now, when he has reached the final juncture, he becomes worried about gain and loss. Sometimes he is afraid that the 3 superpowers, 9 Demons Hall, Azure Dragon Palace and Blue Water Mansion, will know about the case, and sometimes he is afraid that someone among his subordinates will know about it and betray him. Cave Master. Below him, the 13 Guardians bows and says simultaneously. All of the Blood-Red Cave's Guardians are experts. The weakest among them is only at the late Jindan stage, but this Guardian can even rival ordinary Yuanying stage Zuyuyoists in terms of actual offense. And the strongest among them is even approaching Cha Hong in power. Cha Ge was a vice master, but he was much weaker than the strongest guardian. Has that Xiaxianist been captured? Cha Hong's voice comes down from above. What can the 13 guardians and the remaining vice master on the lower part of the main hall possibly say? Big brother, that Xiaxianist is very cunning. I've already investigated the few Xiuxian schools within 8 million li of this place, but the energy of none of them is burning hot and pure like the Xiaxianists. Chapa takes a forward step, bows, and says. Sang Mo also takes a step forwards, saying, Cave Master, that Xiaxianist is very cunning. For the last 3 years, there have been no traces of him. I'm wondering if he has gone into another power's territory. Humph. Cha Hong casts a glance at Sang Mo with his ice-cold eyes. Sang Mo's heart immediately trembles. We've been hunting for that Xiaxianist for 3 years. There are 8 powers under the 9 Demons Hall. I even asked the other powers' cave masters to help me hunt for him, but even now there are still no traces of him. The other powers' territories and the 9 Demons Hall's territory cover an area of 90 million li in radius. Do you think a Xiaxianist could travel 90 million li in just 3 years? Cha Hong is merely one of the 8 cave masters under the 9 Demons Hall, so he was only able to engage the help of the other 7 cave masters at best. As for the 2 superpowers Azure Dragon Palace and Blue Water Mansion, he is simply ineligible to ask them to do anything. Sang Mo, I remember you mentioned a black eagle last time? Cha Hong suddenly says. Sang Mo answers at once, Cave Master, that day, when I was dealing with that Xiaxianist, there was a black eagle with him. It seems there's a very good relationship between them because they were trying hard to give each other a chance to run away. Sang Mo of course remembers clearly what happened during the fight that day. He knows Xiao Hei and Qin Yu were trying to create a chance to escape for each other. Oh. On the upper part of the hall, Cha Hong utters a word then says no more. All the other Zuyuyoists do not dare to make a sound. After a long time, Cha Hong suddenly says, spread my order. From now on, not only will you have to hunt for that Xiaxianist, but also for that black eagle. Remember, it's to hunt and capture, and not to kill. Yes. The 13 guardians and the vice master take the order in unison. With a wave of his large sleeve, Cha Hong immediately disappears from the main hall. The 13 guardians and the vice master know very well that he often undergoes closed-door training. Occasionally he will come out for a while, but will continue to undergo closed-door training afterwards, and he hates being disturbed during his training sessions the most. After catching the black eagle, the Xiaxianist will definitely come out. Isn't there a good relationship between them? Cha Hong's eyes flash with coldness. He then enters the secret room. To avenge his brother's death is very important, but it cannot compare with his black jade case. At the moment, after searching for treasures along the way, Jinyu and Hofei have finally arrived in the Blood Red Cave's headquarters, the Blood Red Ridge. End of B5C19. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 20. B5C20, Guardians. The Blood Red Cave's territory is 8 million li in radius and the Blood Red Ridge is at the center of it. Half of the territory's Zuyuyoists concentrate in this place, so it is obviously much more flourishing and beautiful than many other places at the bottom of the ocean. By now, Jinyu and Hofei have already entered the Blood Red Ridge. There are approximately 100,000 Zuyuyoists in the 8 million li radius area controlled by the Blood Red Cave. Because only 1 in 1,000 Zuyuyoists can reach the Yuanying stage, there are only about 100 Yuanying stage experts within 8 million li of the Blood Red Cave. However, most experts hide in their own caves. The Blood Red Ridge is actually a huge mountain range at the bottom of the ocean. Various caves and palaces have been built on many peaks of the mountain range. Generally, there are 10-odd Zuyuyoists in a palace. At the same time, there are also several thousand Xiantian-level demonic beasts ready to listen to their orders. Large palaces even have more than 100 Zuyuyoists and countless demonic beasts each. Kaka, these Zuyuyoists really know how to amuse themselves. You see, those caves, Kaka, they're really luxurious. As Hofei looks at the palaces on the mountain peaks in the distance, he cannot help praising them. Jinyu takes a glance over those palaces. He is not very surprised. Zuyuyoists aren't mortal, so it's very easy for them to create caves and mansions. Also, they can even order some Xiantian-level demonic beasts to help them. A 10,000 gene huge rock is very difficult to move in the mortal world, but it's nothing to Zuyuyoists here. Oh! Jinyu suddenly shifts his look to a huge mountain peak to the north of him. Hofei's eyes also brighten and look at that huge mountain peak in the distance. There is an extremely luxurious palace on that mountain peak. It is about the same size as an imperial palace in the mortal world. That largest palace is located on the highest mountain peak of the Blood Red Ridge. An entire section of the peak has been cut off, leaving behind a flat surface that is several tens li in radius. On this huge flat surface, there is a lofty, luxurious palace, the Blood Red Cave. It is located on the highest place, surrounded by the other palaces. The Blood Red Cave occupies an area that is several tens li in radius. Courtyard houses and pavilions can be seen everywhere in it. Many squads of Zuyuyoists are on patrol outside the palace. There are even some seductive female Zuyuyoists serving as ladies-in-waiting, dancers, and so on inside it. The Blood Red Cave. Jinyu can see those large words from the distance. Hofei also looks at that palace in great amazement. He finds it even more unbelievable than Jinyu does because he has only seen a bamboo house before, whereas Jinyu lived in a princely mansion when he was little and, at any rate, has seen an imperial palace on the Qianlong continent. Damn it, what a waste! A palace so big is used by just some fellas in the Blood Red Cave. But, if they let me live in it, such a big and luxurious palace won't be wasted. Hofei blinks his eyes and says on one side. Idiot. 3 Zuyuyoists who are passing by them says disdainfully after hearing what Hofei said. In the Blood Red Ridge, Zuyuyoists generally go from one mountain peak to another in groups of 3 to 5. At a glance, Jinyu can see that nearly 1,000 Zuyuyoists are going in all directions. Compared to other places, this Blood Red Ridge indeed has a great number of Zuyuyoists. Hey, stop for your grandpa. Hofei shouts loudly all of a sudden and stares at those 3 Zuyuyoists with his shockingly glittering fiery eyes. The 3 Zuyuyoists is unexpectedly startled. It seems the loud shouts Hofei uttered just now have scared the life out of them. Hofei's entire hair begins to stand up. Damn it, you even dared to insult your grandpa? All of you listen up, your grandpa is Hofei. Before Hofei can finish what he is saying, the 3 Zuyuyoists say loudly too. Hairy monkey, you're surprisingly arrogant. In this Blood Red Ridge, there's no one who doesn't know about us 3 brothers. Kill him. After saying, the 3 Zuyuyoists immediately take out their respective weapons and attack. Hofei's eyes flash with a hint of bloodthirstiness. Bang! 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 3 silhouettes of a black stick flash by the 3 of them. A series of noises of bones being shattered is heard and the 3 Zuyuyoists are smashed away while crying or screaming in agony. Kaka, you must have a death wish to fight me. Brandishing his black stick, Hofei says arrogantly. Jinyu makes a sweep with his holy sense and finds out that they have only got their legs broken. Hofei has no intention of killing these 3 Zuyuyoists because, after all, this place is the headquarters of the Blood Red Cave. He also knows the serious consequences of killing them here. Don't worry, they're not dead, he says while putting the black stick on his shoulder in an unconcerned manner. Suddenly, his fiery eyes start to brighten. Hashtag 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 hashtag. With his hands behind his back, Choppa flies out of the main entrance of the Blood Red Cave. 4 of the 13 guardians are following him, consisting of Bai Yin, Ranlan, Musu, and Zhuangzhong. Among these 4 guardians, Bai Yin is the leader. Let's go to Mount Yanlian, Choppa immediately says. Vice Master, the wine on Mount Yanlian is pretty good. I really don't know how that geezer Yanlian can make it, Bai Yin beside him says with a smile. Clad in a full-length white suit of armor, this guardian looks noticeably elegant, handsome, and outstanding. Ranlan says with a cold smile that Yanlian even thinks he's a big shot. Let's tell him directly, hand over the producing method or get killed. Half of Ranlan's hair is blue while the other half is black. Even his face is also half black half blue. By contrast, Musu is very quiet. And Zhuangzhong looks like a nice old man who always smiles. However, the other guardians all know how ruthless and sly he is. When these 5 Zuyugoists are halfway on their journey, suddenly, boom! There is the distant rumble of rock getting shattered. Choppa and the others immediately look in that direction and see only a dull multicolored source of light. Their eyes brighten and almost instantly they rush towards it together. Kaka, what do you think, big brother? Whenever I act, I definitely won't miss. Ho Fei has just found another treasure, a 5 nights purple flower. If this flower is not plucked within 5 days of its full bloom, it will automatically lose its medicinal properties. Xin Yu's eyes brighten, a 5 nights purple flower, this is a treasure for pill making. It's absolutely comparable to a high-grade holy weapon. Ho Fei does not like pill making related treasures such as this, so he throws it to Xin Yu, who reaches out a hand to receive it. Stop your hand. Following a loud shout, 5 silhouettes immediately appear in front of Xin Yu. They are none other than Choppa and his subordinates, who just now were able to see Ho Fei dig out this treasure with their own eyes. Disregarding everything, Guardian Ranlan among them reaches out his hand to try to snatch it. Xin Yu's eyes flash with coldness. He shouts angrily, "Scram!" At the same time, he throws a kick like a flash. Bang, dot. Both Xin Yu and Ranlan fly backwards simultaneously. They are unexpectedly equally matched. With a sweep of his holy sense, Xin Yu discovers that the opponent has reached the early Yuaniing stage. Every time Xin Yu practices, his physical body is trained and refined, and therefore now it is much stronger than the bodies of ordinary demonic beasts. Even though Ranlan is at the early Yuaniing stage, his body is inferior to Xin Yu's. Xin Yu and Ranlan exchange a look. They both feel that each other is no pushover. Choppa and the others also realize that Xin Yu and Ho Fei are not easy for them to bully. Bai Yin, however, takes a step forwards. This 5 nights purple flower belongs to our Blood Red Cave. My vice master already knew long ago that there's a 5 nights purple flower here, but it is regrettable that it can only be plucked in its full bloom, and this can't be delayed for too long. If not plucked within 5 nights, it'll become useless. Now, please return that flower to its rightful owner. Bai Yin says smilingly in a refined and courteous manner. Bullshit. Ho Fei has already been enraged. The hair on his entire body stands straight up. He laughs strangely and says, if your vice master had already known long ago that this place got a treasure, why the hell wouldn't he have transplanted it into his cave? Also, this 5 nights purple flower grew under rocks, how the hell could you have known about it? Ho Fei's eyes are blazing. His aura surges forth from his whole body. It is unexpectedly able to oppress the opponents. He dug this treasure out by himself, but they are attempting to snatch it, so how can he possibly keep calm and not get angry? Damn you, did you hear what I said? Sod off for me, otherwise I'm going to make minced meat of you. Ho Fei says angrily while staring at the 4 Zuyugoists. His violent aura is really terrifying. The aura of a divine beast is indeed no joke. However, Choppa and those guardians are not powerful enough to tell that Ho Fei is a divine beast yet. Generally, divine beasts are recognized based on characteristics such as their physical appearances. But Ho Fei is a fiery-eyed aquatic monkey, whose species is really extremely rare. According to Uncle Lon, he is the only member of this species in the entire underwater Shouyo world. The opponents have never seen anyone like him, so naturally they cannot identify him. I'm the Blood Red Cave's Vice Master Choppa. This item belongs to the Blood Red Cave. Didn't you two hear that? Choppa's voice rises. There is a note of absolute insolence in it. Choppa? The Blood Red Cave? Xin Yu says with a cold smile on one side. Choppa and those guardians are top-ranking figures in the blood-red cave, so normally no one dares to fight them. However, the two fellows before them at the moment seem not to think highly of them at all. How can a vice master and 4 guardians possibly endure this mocking tone? Fight! Choppa suddenly shouts. Kaka, bring it! Bai-in and the others are yet to get into action, but Ho-Fei already laughs strangely in excitement. He then charges at them while waving a black stick. What is Ho-Fei's identity? A middle Yuanying stage divine beast, no less. Of the few Zuyugoists before him, Choppa, the strongest, and Bai-in have reached the middle Yuanying stage 2, while Ranlan and Musu are only at the early Yuanying stage and Zhuangzhong is even at the late Jingdan stage. However, Zhuangzhong is actually somewhat more formidable than Ranlan and Musu. A middle Yuanying stage divine beast, which is even comparable to an ordinary Dongshu stage expert, thus charges at them. Boom! Carrying an enormous force, the black stick cuts through the water and crashes on Bai-in's 2 daggers with a loud noise. It even bends the daggers back and smashes them into Bai-in's body squarely. Bai-in is sent flying at once while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Kaka, awesome, awesome! Ho-Fei cries loudly in excitement. In the past, whether when he fought Qinyu or when he fought the demonic beasts in the ravine, he never dared to use all his power because he was afraid of killing or wounding them. But now he has no qualms. Just a moment ago, that strike of the stick was executed by him with full force. The faces of the 4 other Zuyuists, Choppa, Ranlan, Musu and Zhuangzhong, all change color greatly. Middle Yuanying stage Bai-in was sent flying with just a blow of the stick? And Bai-in could not even put up any resistance. Kaka, come again. Ho-Fei's eyes glitter. In an instant, his black stick turns into 5 or 6 blurs, smashing towards them. Zhuangzhong suddenly utters a loud shout. A massive shield appears in his hand. The blurs of the stick smash down on the shield. With a boom, Zhuangzhong's entire body is rammed into the rock. Stop, stop, this is a misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Choppa shouts. Taste another blow. Paying no attention to what Choppa is shouting, Ho-Fei smashes his stick towards him. Qinyu is also amazed by the speed of Ho-Fei's black stick. He feels that when Ho-Fei exerts his power, the stick arrives at the opponent's face almost instantly. Both in power and in speed, it has reached a terrifying level. A faint wicked smile suddenly appears on the corners of Ho-Fei's mouth. While his stick is coming at Choppa, he uses the power of his waist and gives it a fierce shake. The black stick is slightly bent at once, then begins to swing violently back and forth between 2 other directions. Bang! 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 The stick is situated exactly between Ranlan and Musu, so when it swings back and forth, it hits their bodies. Because these 2 guardians' demonic elemental energy is basically unable to withstand those heavy hits, they are sent flying backwards. Taste your grandpa's stick. Ho-Fei suddenly jumps up, lifts his black stick, then smashes it down at Choppa's head with all his might. At this moment, Choppa transforms into a 100m long huge blood-red aquatic python. However, giving him basically no time to react, Ho-Fei's black stick immediately connects with his head. No, to be exact, there is still a distance of 1 or 2 centimeters left between the stick and the python's head. Hoo-hoo! Because the stick moved extremely fast, it caused strong winds that make the water in the battlefield to surge forth. The blood-red aquatic python blinks his very red eyes and looks at that black stick, which is only 1 to 2 centimeters away from his head, in stupefaction. He only sobers up after a while, then immediately switches to his human form. Choppa also knows that the opponent has spared his life, otherwise he would have been smashed to death. I am Choppa. Sir, to be able to meet an expert like you, I can't help feeling very happy. Just now I was too disrespectful. Seeing Choppa shift his ground so fast, even a grim Qinyu on one side has to give a faint smile. Because Choppa is acting like this, the 4 guardians also start to flatter Ho-Fei. In his mind, Qinyu secretly praises Ho-Fei for being sensible. Beating them up is still acceptable, but if Choppa is killed, the power behind him, Cha Hong, will get into action. Cha Hong is a Dongshu stage expert, and moreover, a blood-red aquatic python. Not even Ho-Fei can defeat a blood-red aquatic python that has reached the Dongshu stage for certain. Ho-Fei seems to enjoy his opponent's flattery very much. And before long, he introduces himself to them and even calls them brothers. Brother Ho-Fei, do the 2 of you have any dwelling place in the blood-red ridge? Choppa moves his eyes around and says. Ho-Fei replies in an unconcerned manner, no, we don't. I'm still roaming about this place. My big brother and I have come here for a visit. The blood-red ridge really has many Zuyugoists, many more than other places. It's not bad to stay here. Choppa immediately says with a smile, ah, I see. Then why don't you stay in my blood-red cave, brother Ho-Fei? With your excellent power, you're more than qualified to become a guardian of the Blood-Red Cave. Once you hold this position, I shall put 1,000 guards under your direct control. What do you think? Oh, guardian? Ho Fei's eyes brighten, looking as if his interest has been aroused. Suddenly he says to Cha Pei, I still have to ask my big brother Lu Xing about this. His answer will be my answer. In the Xiaoyao world, power is everything. Seeing Ho Fei's terrifying power, Cha Pei naturally wants to pull him to his side. Now, after hearing Ho Fei's words, he remembers the exchange just now between Qin Yu and Ran Lan. Thinking that Qin Yu should not be weaker than an ordinary guardian, he immediately works out a plan. Brother Lu Xing, if you think my Blood-Red Cave deserves your respect, then I will also invite you to become a guardian of it. What do you think? You and your brother will be able to enjoy life together with us while having to worry about nothing at all. I can guarantee that nobody within 8 million li of this place will dare to offend you. Cha Pei promises. Oh, guardian? Qin Yu looks at Cha Pei and gives a faint smile. End of B5C20. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 21. B5C21, as small as a needle. In that moment, Qin Yu thinks about many things in his mind. Should he enter the Blood-Red Cave's headquarters and become a guardian? Brother Lu Xing. Cha Pei looks at Qin Yu in expectation. Qin Yu gives Cha Pei a look, then suddenly says, since Vice Master is so sincere, and Fei Fei really wants to become a guardian too, it's unsuitable for me to obstruct him. Alright, I agree with this matter. After this, he says no more. Cha Pei always feels uneasy when talking to Qin Yu. The reason of this is that Qin Yu is absorbing all of the energies around him like a black hole, which makes him look very worrisome and frightening. Cha Pei would rather deal with Ho Fei than deal with Qin Yu. Even though Ho Fei can become furious easily, once he finds out what Ho Fei likes, it will be very easy to handle Ho Fei. Brother Ho Fei, Brother Lu Xing, please follow me. Cha Pei thus leads the two experts and rushes to the Blood-Red Cave. At the moment his heart is very excited. The positions of the big powers in the underwater world were not passed down to them from their ancestors, and they had to rely on their own abilities to fight for those positions. The stronger one's abilities are, the higher his status is. In Cha Pei's estimation, Ho Fei's power is definitely comparable to that of the number 1 guardian Tang Bai, a horned dragon. Cha Pei, Qin Yu and Ho Fei go in the front while the 4 guardians, Bai Yin, Ran Lan, Musu and Zhuang Zhong, go behind them. The 13 guardians are also divided into smaller groups, and these 4 Zuyuists are a group. Now that 2 new experts have joined their ranks, they also have to calculate a bit for the future. Bai Yin, that Lu Xing is still manageable, his power is only comparable to mine. But that monkey, Ran Lan, says to Bai Yin. Bai Yin strokes his chin, ponders for a while, then says, for the moment we mustn't provoke Ho Fei. This monkey is too strong. Perhaps only Tang Bai can rival him. As for Lu Xing, humph, that fella. Bai Yin's words are filled with disdain for Qin Yu. Don't be too careless. We better be careful. That Lu Xing fellow should be practicing a special technique. I knew this as soon as I saw that his body wasn't giving off any energy. In my opinion, his offense must be very strange. Zhuang Zhong warns on one side. Musu, however, says with scorn, there's no need to worry so much about them. Everybody should think about what Vice Master said just now, 1,000 guards. But there are only 5,000 in total, where are these 1,000 going to come from? Immediately, these several guardians fall silent. All guardians value the groups of guards they really control very much because, firstly, the number of guards in a group is a symbol of the respective guardian's individual power, and secondly, the more guards they are directly in charge of, the higher their levels of status are. The 13 guardians control different numbers of guards. For example, the number 1 guardian horned dragon Tang Bai alone has 1,000 out of the 5,000 guards under his command. This represents his individual power, as well as his status. Big brother, I got an urgent thing to tell you. Standing outside the secret room, Cha Pei calls loudly. However, he is somewhat resentful in his heart. Big brother is really unreasonable. He's always doing closed-door training. Also, he doesn't let anyone disturb him during his closed-door training and doesn't even carry a transmitter. Every time he wants to meet Cha Hong, he must stand outside the door and shout like this. Following a series of movement noises, the stone door opens. Cha Hong walks out with a cold expression. Seeing Cha Pei, he shouts loudly, "Second brother, I closed the door just a moment ago. What are you making a fuss about out here? What's your urgent matter? Say it quickly." Even though Cha Hong is furious, he knows that Cha Pei must have come to find him for some important reason. "Big brother, I've recruited 2 more guardians." Chapa says with a mysterious expression. Plus, one of them is exceptionally strong. Cha Hong's eyes brighten at once. In the underwater Xiaoyao world, the more guardians the better. The big powers here always try to recruit as many guardians as possible. After all, the weakest guardian already has the offense of a Yuanying stage expert, so a powerhouse will become stronger as its number of guardians increases. Exceptionally strong? How strong is he exactly? Cha Hong is very happy in his heart. Since obtaining his black jade case, he has been sure that one day he will eventually have to face the three superpowers. But to face them, he must have enough forces and experts. Therefore, he is currently in need of super experts the most. By Ian and 3 other guardians, there were 5 of us in total. We were very strong, don't you think? But even though we joined forces, that fella beat us in just a while. We basically couldn't fight back. I feel that he isn't weaker than Tang Bai. Chapa says contentedly. Having successfully invited such an expert to become a guardian, he is certainly very excited. Not weaker than Tang Bai? Even Cha Hong cannot help smiling. In the past, to persuade Tang Bai to become a guardian of his, he himself had to put in quite a lot of effort. But now he has gained another expert of the same level as Tang Bai. Chapa says smilingly, "Big brother, don't waste time thinking. Just follow me. I want them to be officially granted positions of guardians and blood-red crimson cards as soon as possible. Only the cave master is eligible to bestow a blood-red crimson card on someone. Chapa after all is only the vice master. The cave master must personally deal with important matters such as announcing the appointment of a new guardian. Good, I'll go get the blood-red crimson cards ready. You summon the guardians and the leaders of the guard squads into the main hall right now. I'll be there immediately." At the moment Cha Hong is high-spirited and vigorous. He goes straight to the treasury in the rear hall without delay. The appointment of 2 new guardians is a really important matter. Not only the 13 guardians, but even the leaders of some guard squads also gather in the main hall. Theoretically, because there are 100 guards in a squad, there should be 50 squad leaders here, but quite a few of them are currently outside hunting for Qinyu. 2 adjacent separate courtyard houses in the eastern part of the Blood-Red Cave have become Qinyu's and Ho Fei's dwelling places. Each house has 3 female Zuyuyoists who are all very seductive, clever, and obedient. The several tens courtyard houses in the eastern part of the palace share a garden. At the moment, Qinyu and Ho Fei are sitting opposite each other at a stone table in the garden and chatting. "Congratulations, I am Ba Ming. This is my second brother Ba Jian and this is my third brother Ba Shan. Us 3 brothers are also guardians of the Blood-Red Cave." 3 men who are almost identical in appearance and wearing greenish-black armor walk up to Qinyu and Ho Fei and greet them. Ho Fei's eyes brighten. He laughs strangely and says, "Black turtles? I'm Ho Fei. This is my big brother Lu Xing brothers. The defense of the 3 of you must be very impressive. Spar with me sometime, okay?" The 3 brothers' complexions immediately change. Ba Ming says with a forced smile, "Brother Ho Fei, we already heard about your formidability. When even Zhuangzhong's heaven-raising shell can't withstand your attacks, us 3 brothers definitely can't either. Please spare us." Ba Ming and his 2 brothers are very smart, so they immediately admit defeat. So disappointing. Ho Fei is very disappointed. It's really rare to see Ba Ming and his brothers admit defeat so easily. But brother Ho Fei is too strong, so they can't be blamed. Bai Yin says smilingly while approaching from the distance. Ranlan, Musu, and Zhuangzhong are going beside him. Ba Ming and his brothers give Bai Yin a look and utter a cold hump but say nothing. "Oh my, there are really many guardians here today. Who's this handsome gentleman? A newly arrived guardian, isn't it?" 2 enchantingly beautiful women walk up to them. One of the women is dressed in green while the other is dressed in red. The green-clad woman says with a hee-hee laugh, "I am Yen Chang. Nice to meet the 2 of you." The red-clad woman also says flirtatiously, "I am Shi Yen. Nice to meet the 2 of you." These 2 snake women, who are you seducing? Following the loud and clear laughs, 2 large men continuously walk out. With a sweep of his holy sense, Qinyu discovers that their true forms are 2 tiger sharks. Wu Tong. Wu Feng. The 2 large men introduce themselves at once. "Here is my big brother Lu Xing. I'm Ho Fei," says Ho Fei casually. He then counts at will. Bai Yin and his mates are 4, 3 black turtles, 2 tiger sharks, 2 babes, so 11 are here already. Who are the other 2? At this moment, loud and clear laughs rise. "Wu Tong, Wu Feng, you 2 unexpectedly didn't wait for me. Looks like I'm already late. I am Sang Mo, nice to meet the 2 of you. Red-robed Sang Mo walks up to them while laughing out loud. Chinyu, who has been sitting on one side, slightly raises his head and gives Sang Mo an ice-cold look. Sang Mo, I'm Lu Xing. Surprisingly, he stands up and focuses his eyes completely on Sang Mo. There is a faint unfathomable smile on his face at the moment. The others simply cannot understand why he is smiling. The smile on Sang Mo's face freezes. Just now, when the other guardians came, Chinyu basically did not say a word. Moreover, there is a frosty air about him, so they unconsciously said nothing to him. But now they all become fairly curious because he is talking to Sang Mo. Guardian Sang Mo? Chinyu continues. Sang Mo suddenly wakes up with a start. However, only after looking Chinyu up and down does he say smilingly, Brother Lu Xing, when I saw you just now, I felt as if I was seeing an old friend, so I behaved tactlessly. He basically can lie without batting an eyelid. Chinyu also smiles, then sits down again and drinks the tea alone. Sang Mo, however, is pondering non-stop in his mind because as soon as he saw Chinyu moments ago, he got a feeling that he knew him. But no matter how hard he tries, he cannot remember when he met this guardian Lu Xing before. This Lu Xing fella is so strange. If I'd met him, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten him. But, I absolutely have met him before. Sang Mo is very sure. This is a feeling from the bottom of his heart, so he simply does not doubt it. After some time, a blue-clad middle-aged man comes. Brother Ho Fei, Brother Lu Xing, this is Tang Bai, the boss. Boss Tang Bai is extremely powerful. Perhaps he's going to reach the Dongshu stage soon. Yan Qing says smilingly. She even gives Tang Bai a flirtatious look. This Tang Bai has an air of iciness and fierceness about his entire body, making him look very frightening. As Tang Bai looks at Ho Fei, his eyes suddenly brighten. He says, Tang Bai. The aura around his body unexpectedly starts to increase. Fighting spirit. Tang Bai knew at a glance that Ho Fei is extraordinary, so his fighting spirit has also begun to rise in his heart. Will Ho Fei be afraid of this? Kaka, you're the one they call Tang Bai, right? Not bad, I'm Ho Fei. Ho Fei says with a strange laugh, but he does not care about Tang Bai's aura. At the same time, he sends out from his body a terrifying aura, which seems like the aura of an unmatched ferocious beast. Feeling Ho Fei's and Tang Bai's auras, the other guardians all look at each other with popping eyes. That's it. Today, another super expert has joined the ranks of guardians. From now on they can only stand on one side. Very good. This place is too small. Let's find a better place to fight later. Tang Bai says briefly. With a shake of his head, Ho Fei waves the black stick in his hand a couple of times and says haughtily, Kaka, no matter the time, as long as you come find me, I'll fight you. Kaka, he simply does not try to conceal the excitement in his eyes at all. Horned dragons are surprisingly gifted. A late Yuaniing horned dragon like him should be enough for me to go all out without using berserk mode. I really look forward to this fight. Ho Fei thinks to himself while licking his lips with his blood-red tongue. His eyes are glittering. At this moment, Sang Mo, who has been pondering, suddenly opens his eyes wide. Zyuxianist, right, it's that Zyuxianist. He has suddenly discovered that this guardian Lu Xing gives him a feeling very similar to the feeling that the Zyuxianist gave him before, despite the great difference between the general impressions they create. As Sang Mo looks at the current Chinyu, he is struck by a thought, what a strange practice technique. Since it swallows up his entire aura, nobody can tell if he is a Zyuxianist or Zuyuist. After all, he doesn't have a Shouxian aura or a Xiuyo aura. According to his gut feeling, Sang Mo is somewhat suspicious of Chinyu. Because Chinyu is not giving off a bit of his aura, it is impossible to confirm that he is the Zyuxianist, but likewise, it is possible that he is the Zyuxianist. Brother Lu Xing. Sang Mo says smilingly while walking towards Chinyu. Chinyu slightly raises his eyes, but then he continues to drink tea, basically ignoring Sang Mo. If I spar with him, I'll definitely be able to determine who he is. Even if he has disguised himself, he can't change the nature of the energy that he has been cultivating for several decades to over 100 years. Sang Mo is very certain in his heart that if Lu Xing is really the Zyuxianist, even though he has changed his appearance and the air about him, the nature of his internal energy will still be the same as before. Sang Mo says with a smile, Brother Lu Xing, your brother Ho Fei's big brother, so your power must be exceptional. If that's okay with you, I want to spar with you for a while. Chinyu casts a glance at Sang Mo, you? As before, Sang Mo responds by smiling. Chinyu suddenly stands up and says coldly, all right, I agree. The other guardians all concentrate their attention immediately to watch. With his face seemingly full of joy, Sang Mo says, then please show me your skills, Brother Lu Xing. Chinyu's eyes brighten. In an instant, a black flying sword starts to float above his head. Seeing Chinyu's black flying sword, Sang Mo is slightly disappointed as he remembers that the flying sword the Zyuxianist was using when chased by him was definitely not black. Illusion Spreading Sword Art. Third move, Illusion Flurry. Right after Chinyu makes a hand sign of the sword art, the black flying sword moves extremely fast like lightning then disappears. Everybody only sees several black gusts of wind whistling towards Sang Mo, who basically has no time to dodge and consequently is fanned by the strong black winds for a while. When the whole thing is over, Sang Mo's clothes have been destroyed almost completely. Now he is practically naked and his hair is in a mess. Ha ha! Sang Mo, you're really white down there. Ranlon laughs out loud and says. Covering her mouth, Yanqing says smilingly, Guardian Sang Mo, you're as small as a needle down there. As small as a needle, Wahaha Hofei laughs out loud while holding his stomach. The other guardians also burst into loud laughter. Don't overrate yourself. After saying, Chinyu sits down again and slowly drinks the tea by himself, paying simply no attention to Sang Mo's unpleasant expression. End of B5C21. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 22. B5C22, Arrest Order. It's not him? His energy is unexpectedly cold and corrosive rather than burning hot? Sang Mo is very disappointed in his heart. But he cannot totally believe this because there is an indescribable feeling from his soul that makes him suspect Chinyu. In just a moment, Sang Mo wakes up from contemplation. Ah! When he sees that he is in such an embarrassing situation and hears the loud laughs of the other guardians, the color of his face immediately changes. His demonic elemental energy surges forth and enfolds his body at once. He then rushes straight into his own courtyard house using his body maneuvering skill. Hofei points at Sang Mo's courtyard house, laughs out loud and says, "Ha! I never thought a masculine fella could be so white. This is laughable. Hey, right, just now you guys mentioned something as small as a needle, what is it actually?" Everybody bursts into loud laughter again. Yan Sheng and Shi Yan also cover their mouths and laugh. Even the ladies in waiting not far from there all cover their mouths and burst out laughing. At this moment, only Chinyu is still calmly drinking tea without laughing or saying a word. Casting a glance at Sang Mo's courtyard house, he slightly raises the corners of his mouth. How could he not have understood Sang Mo's thinking? That day, when he was ready to conceal his identity, he already thought carefully about many things that could blow his cover. He knew that an individual's spiritual awareness is extremely mysterious, just like how he and Xiao He can still feel each other's existence even when they are very far apart. So, he was worried that Sang Mo would suspect his false identity. Therefore, he already prepared for this long ago. Xinyu's stellar flame has two forms. Through formations, he can turn it into the Ultraeon flame or the Ultraeon flame. And the characteristics of his stellar energy can also be changed via formations. Xinyu thus set up some formations and restrictive spells on the flaming sword using purple gold. When his stellar energy is channeled into the flaming sword, as soon as it goes through the formations and the restrictive spells, it will be automatically converted to an Ultraeon type of energy. Of course, if Chinyu wants, he can also set up opposite formations and change his stellar energy into an Ultraeon type of energy. Ha, my guardians, so all of you are here. Cave Master has ordered that you gather in the main hall. The installation of the two new guardians is going to start right away. Brother Ho Fei and Brother Lu Xing should get ready. Oh? Where is Guardian Sang Mo? Cha Pa asks doubtfully. Yan Sheng says smilingly, just now Guardian Sang Mo sparred with Guardian Lu Xing. Perhaps the defeat came as an unbearable blow to him. Big sis, why don't you go comfort Sang Mo's bruised heart a bit? Shi Yan says laughingly to Yan Cheng. The latter presses a finger on the midpoint between the former's eyebrows, saying, if you want, why don't you go yourself? I'm not interested in Sang Mo. After a ruckus, the 13 guardians, Chinyu and Ho Fei go into the main hall. As soon as Chinyu enters this hall, he cannot help getting somewhat emotional inwardly. In terms of size, this main hall of the Blood Red Cave is even superior to the audience hall of an imperial palace on the Qianlong continent. Just by looking at its huge gold pillars, one can already know this. An imperial palace also has gold pillars, but they are actually just iron pillars wrapped in gold foil. This main hall's gold pillars are the real thing. With a smiling expression, Cha Hong strides onto the raised platform and sits down directly in a grand manner. He then looks down at the guardians and 20-odd squad leaders below him. Cave Master. Cha Pa and the 13 guardians immediately bow and say. Xinyu and Ho Fei also copy them and slightly bow. But the 20-odd squad leaders behind them get down on one knee in a very respectful manner. With a casual wave of his hand, Cha Hong says, everybody stand up. Those 20-odd squad leaders hurriedly stand up. Actually, there are 50 squad leaders altogether, but more than half of them have gone out to hunt for Qinyu. Where are Lu Xing and Hou Fei? Take a few steps forwards to talk with me. Cha Hong says smilingly. His manner at the moment is very good. However, the 13 original guardians all know that he is extremely cold-blooded, cruel and merciless. Qinyu and Hou Fei walk up. Cave Master, I'm Hou Fei. Hou Fei raises his head and looks at Cha Hong with basically no respect. Cha Hong looks at Hou Fei. After making a sweep with his holy sense, he cannot help but feel very satisfied because he has ascertained that Hou Fei is an expert comparable to Horned Dragon Tang Bai. But when he looks at Qinyu, he is secretly startled. Qinyu's current state, which absorbs all of the energies around him, is indeed shocking. I am Lu Xing. Qinyu says with neither humility nor arrogance. Lu Xing, what techniques did you learn? Why aren't you giving off any energy? Asks Cha Hong. In fact, Cha Hong is also somewhat suspicious of him. After all, Xiaoyao techniques are less profound than Xiaoshen and Xiaomo ones. When such a mysterious technique is used by a Zuyoist, this Zuyoist's background is definitely not simple. This is my school's secret technique, which can't be taught to outsiders. Qinyu says at once. He becomes rather worried in his heart. This Cha Hong fella is extremely powerful. Now I don't have any auras, whether Xiaoyao or Xiaoshen. If he suspects my identity, this'll be pretty troublesome. Judging from Cha Hong's expression, Qinyu simply has no way to figure out what he is actually thinking. Oh, I see. Then let's forget it. Cha Hong is still smiling broadly, apparently not angry at all. He only gives Qinyu a look with a hidden meaning, then looks at Sang Mo. Qinyu is slightly afraid inwardly, but his expression remains unchanged. After knowing about the incident just now, could Cha Hong have figured out something? He ponders. However, he is not too nervous either because if he cannot win, he can still run. Moreover, Hou Fei, a divine beast, is here, so it will not be easy for Cha Hong to deal with them. Brother Hou Fei, Brother Lu Xing, my Blood-Red Cave is really lucky that you have accepted our invitation to become guardians. These are Blood-Red Crimson cards, the authority cards of the Blood-Red Cave's guardians. Once you have these authority cards, nobody within an 8 million li radius of this place will dare to offend you. Cha Hong smilingly takes out from his bosom 2 authority cards. The ladies in waiting beside him immediately receive the cards and go up to the sides of Qinyu and Hou Fei. Please accept these Blood-Red Crimson cards. From now on, the 2 of you are the 14th and 15th guardians of my Blood-Red Cave. Cha Hong says with a smile. The guardians are numbered not based on their power, but based on the times of their appointments. Qinyu and Hou Fei immediately receive the Blood-Red Crimson cards. Congratulations, Brother Hou Fei, Brother Lu Xing. Tang Bai unexpectedly is the first to stand up. After giving Qinyu a look, he focuses his eyes on Hou Fei. Brother Hou Fei, you must not forget the agreement between us just now. Kaka, don't worry, I can give you a treat anytime. Hou Fei is totally unconcerned. The other guardians also congratulate Qinyu and Hou Fei. Even though some are merely acting, this is something that they must do. Alright, next we're going to discuss a matter. Everyone already knows that according to a rule of the Blood-Red Cave, a guardian has their own guards. Today Guardian Hou Fei and Guardian Lu Xing have joined us, so the number of guards each guardian controls has to be adjusted a bit. Cha Hong says loudly. In an instant, everyone in the main hall quiets down. The 13 original guardians look at each other without saying a word. They have gathered in the main hall this time mostly because of this matter. Those Blood-Red Crimson cards merely represent the bearers' identities. To them, only the guards directly under them are important. Everybody quietly waits for Cha Hong's order. Second brother, announce the number of guards directly under each guardian's command. Cha Hong says indifferently. Chapa takes a step forwards, saying, the 3 black turtles Ba Ming and his 2 brothers have 800 guards together. The 2 brothers Wu Tong and Wu Feng have 600 guards together. Sang Mo has 300. Yan Shang and Shi Yan are directly in charge of 600 together. Bai Yin, Ran Lan, Musu and Zhuang Zhong have 1200 together. Guardian Tang Bai has 1000. The remaining 500 guards are under my command. In fact, the Cave Master and Vice Masters do not need guards because they can order guards at will using their Blood-Red Black cards. Even though those guards are under the Guardian's direct command, the Cave Master and Vice Masters still have the right to order them. Big brother, how, in your opinion, should the guards be distributed? Chapa says respectfully. The 13 original guardians in the main hall all wait attentively to hear Cha Hong's order, and Qinyu and Hou Fei also wait with attention even though they do not care too much about guards. However, the number of guards also decides their status in the Blood-Red Cave. Later they will be able to order and transfer these guards. Choppa mentioned 1,000 last time. Let's see how they're going to wangle 1,000. With a sweep of his holy sense, Xinyu sees the expressions of all the Zuyuyoists present. Except for Tang Bai, who was not very worried, the other guardians seem very nervous. Second brother, I remember that after third brother's death, his 500 guards were distributed to the guardians. How were they distributed? Cha Hong finally says. Choppa thinks for a while then says, after third brother's death, among his 500 guards, 100 were given to the Wu brothers, another 100 were given to Yin Chang and her sister, and the remaining 300 guards were given to the 4 guardians in Bai Yin's group, but... Hearing this, everyone has a vague idea of what is going to happen. It looks like those guardians are going to have to spit out the extra guards they got. The expressions of Yin Chang and her sister, Wu Tong, Wu Feng, and the 4 guardians in Bai Yin's group are currently not very pleasant to look at. Previously, they had to negotiate with the other guardians and pay a high price to get these guards. Therefore, if the guards are recalled now, their sacrifices will be a waste. A faint smile appears on Qin Yu's face. He can guess what Cha Hong is thinking. Alright, those 500 guards will be recalled. They and second brother's 500 guards will amount to 1,000 guards. These 1,000 guards will be put under Guardian Ho Fei and Guardian Lu Xing's direct command. Does anyone have a different opinion? Cha Hong glances at everybody in the hall. The 13 original guardians of course accept the order. What can they possibly say in this situation? Very good. After everyone returns, those 1,000 guards are going to be reallocated this way. Cha Hong says smilingly. At this moment, a squad leader runs in from outside, his face full of terror. He says, Cave Master, the situation is bad. Died, all died. Calm your nerves and tell me clearly. Cha Hong shouts coldly, but his face has already turned pale. When he heard the words died, all died, he immediately had a bad feeling. The guardians in the main hall also have a feeling that something bad has happened. All eyes are focused on that squad leader. He takes a deep breath then says, Cave Master, after we received your order to come out and hunt for that black eagle, every Zuyuist within 8 million li of here also naturally became our eyes and we were able to detect that black eagle very quickly. When Xinyu hears this, his heart beats faster. Hunting for a black eagle? They're hunting for Xiao He? He ponders very quickly in his mind. Why do they want to hunt for Xiao He? Logically, both Sang Mo and Cha Hong should be hunting for me. Suddenly, he is struck by a thought and understands this matter at once. He forces a smile inwardly. The reason Xiao He is being hunted must be that he is connected with him. Sang Mo, who knows about the connection between Xiao He and him, must want to capture Xiao He to lure him out. Say, what happened after you had detected the black eagle? Cha Hong shouts with a livid face. The squad leader swallows nervously then continues, afterwards, a 50-strong subgroup of my squad and several tens other nearby Zuyuists joined forces to capture the black eagle. Who could have thought? Who could have thought that eagle was too terrifying, too terrifying? The leader of that group was my second in command. He was only able to send me a message before dying, black light, all died. A half day later, I got some messages from the Zuyuyoists who had discovered their bodies. They said that my subgroup and several tens Zuyuyoists were all dead and there were no survivors. Now, even the squad leader finds what he just said somewhat unbelievable. The atmosphere in the main hall immediately becomes oppressive. For so many years, nobody has dared to massacre the Blood Red Cave's guards in the territory of the Blood Red Cave, much less in such a bold manner. Those experts who have reached the Yuanying stage are capable of such an action, but they also know the serious consequences of it. If they killed any guards, Cha Hong would be provoked, and they would suffer a terrible fate as a result. Xinyu however secretly lets out a sigh of relief. Not bad, nothing has happened to Xiao He. Choppa takes a step forwards, saying, Big brother, that black eagle is very powerful. His offense is roughly comparable to a middle Yuanying expert's. Those guards weren't strong enough so they could do nothing but to get killed. To deal with this black eagle, we need to send the guardians. Cha Hong also nods. Indeed, at this point, he has to send the guardians. They exist only to handle hostile experts like the black eagle. This time we've lost some guards. When this matter has been dealt with, let's recruit 250 more guards. 50 of them will be used to reinforce the damaged squad while the remaining 200 will be given to the guardian who captures the black eagle as a reward. Cha Hong's eyes glitter with killing intent. Someone has dared to kill his guard, so naturally killing intent has begun to surge in his heart. I am willing to go. Bai Yin takes a step forwards and says. He is a middle Yuanying stage expert and close to Choppa in power. Knowing that Choppa has defeated the Black Eagle before, he is certain that he will succeed in this mission. Moreover, he will not go alone. Copying him, the three guardians, Ranlan, Musu and Zhuangzhong, also say, I am willing to go, but Qin Yu's heart immediately becomes anxious. Bai Yin and his friends cannot withstand even an attack by Hou Fei, but one must not underestimate their power. Qin Yu exchanged a blow with Ranlan before and afterwards he has concluded that Ranlan is about as strong as him. Facing Bai Yin, who has even reached the middle Yuanying stage, can Xiao He win with absolute certainty? And being ganged up on by 4 experts, can he have even an outside chance of surviving? Cave Master. Sang Yimou unexpectedly takes a step forwards and says, You have put 1,000 guards under Guardian Hou Fei and Guardian Lu Xing's joint command. Guardian Hou Fei is very powerful so no one can say anything about him, but it's hard to tell how powerful Guardian Lu Xing is. In my opinion, Guardian Lu Xing should take this opportunity to capture that Black Eagle, thereby showcasing his power. After saying, he looks smilingly at Qin Yu. Humph, let's see how you're going to answer. If you want to save that Black Eagle, you'll probably have to betray Cave Master, and you'll die in due course. And if you take the order, you can only watch the Black Eagle die. Now you have a choice between a rock and a hard place, unless you're not the Xiaxionist. A choice? To Qin Yu, there is no choice here. This lowlife Sang Yimou, you've dug your own grave. Hou Fei's fiery eyes glitter. A terrifying, ferocious aura comes out from his whole body. The black stick has even appeared in his hand. It looks like he is going to kill Sang Yimou on the spot if the latter utters a provocative word. I am willing to go. Qin Yu, however, takes a step forwards and says smilingly. He then gives Sang Yimou a look. I'm going to do as Guardian Sang Yimou said. I'm going to capture that Black Eagle and show my own power. End of B5C22. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 23. B5C23, Tailing. Sang Mo's pupils slightly contract. Obviously the fact that Qin Yu has accepted the mission so simply has amazed him. But after considering for a while, he continues to think to himself, Lu Xing? I want to see if you're going to capture the Black Eagle for real. Now that Qin Yu has taken this mission, there are 2 situations that can arise. The first is Qin Yu will kill the Black Eagle, in which case Sang Yimou will not be able to do anything. And the second is Qin Yu will temporarily change sides to kill the other guardians, in which case even if Sang Yimou does not have evidence that Guardian Lu Xing is the Xiaxionist, he will still be able to persuade Cha Hong to execute Qin Yu for treachery. Ha ha. Hou Fei bursts into a strange laughter. A ferocious aura is coming out from his entire body. He glares at Sang Yimou then suddenly looks at Qin Yu and says, Big brother, why do you agree to go as that lowlife Sang Yimou said? Screw him. Just who does he think he is? I can squash him with a blow of my stick. Immediately afterwards, Hou Fei looks at Cha Hong and raises his head, saying, Cave Master, I became a guardian because I wanted to show my regard for Brother Chapa. 1,000 guards or something, even with my abilities alone I'm already eligible to have them. So why can't my big brother and I be in charge of 1,000 guards together? Why does he have to show his power? If you think my big brother isn't good enough, Kaka, that's okay, big brother and I will leave immediately. This guardian position is nothing rare to me. Then, paying no attention to Cha Hong, he turns his head around looking at Chapa and says in a seemingly very heartfelt manner, Brother Chapa, it's not that I don't want to treat you with respect, but this anger is too much for me to contain. Chapa hurriedly says, Please calm down a bit, Brother Hou Fei. I know that you're straightforward. My big brother hasn't said anything, has he? Cha Hong slightly frowns and casts Qin Yu a look. The first thing Qin Yu does is to look at Hou Fei, saying, Fei, there's no need fret over this. Isn't it just to go catch a Black Eagle? We've already become the Blood Red Caves guardians so we have to do something. If I am to do nothing as a guardian, I'll feel terribly uneasy. After saying, he also gives Sang Yimou a glance. Sang Yimou, however, looks at Qin Yu smilingly and says, Guardian Lu Xing, you're so eager to serve Cave Master. We're going to have to emulate your loyalty as well. Shut up. Nobody allows you to say. Screw you. You're getting on my nerves. Hou Fei's fiery eyes glitter with ferocity. The black stick in his hands looks like it is going to be used to attack any time. When Sang Yimou hears Hou Fei's words, his complexion slightly changes at once, but he does not dare to retort. By contrast, Qin Yu looks at Cha Hong again, saying, Cave Master, let's settle this matter this way. I'm definitely going to capture that Black Eagle for you. Hou Fei gives Sang Yimou a stare but does not say anything again. Good, you're so loyal, Guardian Lu Xing. I'm really very happy about this. Bai Ranlan, Musu, Zhuangzhong, and Lu Xing, the 5 of you listen. Cha Hong's voice suddenly becomes imposing and sonorous. Qin Yu and the 4 guardians in Bai Yin's group immediately bow to wait for the order. I order you 5 to set off in a half day. You must capture that black eagle. But if an urgent situation arises, do not hesitate to kill it. Cha Hong says in a serious voice that contains killing intent. He has been furious since knowing about the deaths of 50 of his guards. Qin Yu, Bai Yin, Ranlan, Musu and Zhuangzhong bow and say in chorus, yes, Cave Master. Cha Hong told them to set off after a half day to give them time to make preparations. Qin Yu and Ho Fei then go back to their houses directly. The 4 guardians in Bai Yin's group also return to their quarters, but they gather in Bai Yin's courtyard house instead of going into their respective houses. At all times, there are various beautiful ladies in waiting carrying all kinds of food walking along the walkways and corridors outside every courtyard house in the eastern area of the Blood Red Cave. A red-robed, frosty-faced Sang Mo does not go back to his own courtyard house. Instead, he heads for Bai Yin's. Seeing him, a green-clad lady-in-waiting hurriedly stands to one side of the corridor and says respectfully, Guardian. Humph. Sang Mo gives a snort. Without looking at the lady-in-waiting at all, he walks straight towards Bai Yin's courtyard house. At the moment, Bai Yin and his 3 friends are in his courtyard house and discussing laughingly with each other. Seeing Sang Mo entering, Musu immediately utters a cold humph. His expression seems unhappy. Greetings, everybody. Sang Mo says to the 4 guardians with folded hands. Bai Yin shows a smiling expression while Ranlan's and Zhuangzhong's faces are full of unconcern. But Musu says with a cold laugh, Patriarch Sang Mo, what great day is today that you've unexpectedly come to our place. You've really terrified me. Among the 13 original guardians, both Musu and Sang Mo are octopuses. However, Sang Mo belongs to the Sang clan whereas Musu is a member of the Mu clan. These 2 clans have been vying to become the #1 octopus clan, so there is a long-lasting feud between them. Anger surges in Sang Mo's chest, but he tries hard to suppress it. Patriarch Musu, I've come here because of the lives of you all. If you don't care about your own life or the lives of the other 3 guardians, I'm going to leave immediately. After saying, Sang Mo looks at the other guardians. Musu however says with a sinister smile, oh, our lives? It sounds as if you've come here today to benefit us and to save our little lives. Since when have you become so good-hearted? I've always been under the impression that you can't wait for our deaths. Musu, I can't wait for your death, but not for the other guardians. Sang Mo's eyes flash with coldness. If not the fact that you're going to go with the 3 of them this time, why would I tell you about this great secret? Great secret? Humph. Musu laughs coldly. But Bai Yin frowns at once. Hearing Sang Mo say, if not for the fact that you're going to go with the 3 of them this time, he concludes that Sang Mo should have come here because of the business of catching the black eagle. Objectively speaking, there is absolutely nobody who knows about that Xiaxionist and that black eagle as well as Sang Mo does. Maybe Sang Mo really knows some secret? Bai Yin's interest is aroused. He immediately says loudly, Musu, Guardian Sang Mo came here willingly so he can't be discourteous. As soon as Bai Yin says that, Musu lets out a cold humph then stands aside and no longer talks to Sang Mo. Bai Yin is the leader of this gang of 4 and is also the strongest among them. Even his thinking is admired by the other 3 guardians. In contrast, Bai Yin looks at Sang Mo and says smilingly, Guardian Sang Mo, what's the meaning of your words, I wonder? What is the secret? And why is it related to our lives? Let's go inside to talk. Sang Mo goes straight into a room. Bai Yin slightly stops then also enters that room. At the same time, he very sensibly sets up restrictive spells so that outsiders cannot spy on them. Sang Mo, what's actually the secret? Just say it, dot. Sang Mo is standing in the center of the room with his back facing Bai Yin. Only when he feels that Bai Yin has set up restrictive spells does he turn around and looks at Bai Yin in satisfaction. Then he slowly says, that Guardian Lu Xing, even though I'm not totally sure, he's most likely to be that Xiaxionist. Bai Yin, I think you understand the meaning of this. Bai Yin's face immediately changes color. His first reaction after hearing those words is to think that Sang Mo is trying to fool him, but then he thinks that it is totally useless for Sang Mo to do so. After pondering carefully again, and considering Lu Xing's body does not give off any bits of aura, he believes that Lu Xing is indeed possibly the Xiaxionist. If what Sang Mo said is true, then cold sweat even begins to trickle down his back. The Xiaxionist and the Black Eagle are on one side. If, when the 5 guardians are ganging up on the Black Eagle, Qin Yu suddenly attack them, catching them totally off guard, perhaps 2 of them would be incapacitated in an instant. Given the Black Eagle's and Qin Yu's power, there is a real possibility that all the 4 of them would die afterwards. Guardian Bai Yin, this is just a word of warning from me. I'm not very sure either, but I believe you'll have your own plan. Sang Yamo says with a smile, then removes the restrictive spells directly and walks past Bai Yin on one side to go out of the room. He knows Bai Yin's character very well. If there is a little doubt or a little danger, Bai Yin will definitely work out a perfect plan to eliminate them. Bai Yin's face has darkened. In an instant, his expression changes several times. Afterwards, he turns around and looks at Sang Yamo, who is disappearing at the gate of the courtyard house. A faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. He has already come to a decision. There are various surging undercurrents at the bottom of the ocean. Xinyu, robed in black, is rushing extremely fast on his black flying sword. The other four, Bai Yin, Ranlan, Musu and Zhuangzhong, are also using their own techniques to go extremely fast at the bottom of the ocean. The 5 experts are going side by side. Seeing them, all ordinary Zuyuoists quickly sheer off. This time, the Blood Red Cave has ordered the Green-Eyed Fish clan members to help them monitor the Black Eagle's movements. The Blood Red Cave is not Sang Mo. In the past, Sang Mo had to pay to get the help of 30 members of this clan, but the Blood Red Cave has been able to make several hundred members of this clan work for it together with just a command. When several hundred Green-Eyed Fish clan members monitor together, they can cover an area of 1,000,000 li in radius. Guardian Lu Xing, if we run into that Black Eagle, how do you think should we attack? After all, there are 5 of us, so we should plan ahead a bit. Bai Yin says smilingly to Qinyu while approaching him. Ranlan, Musu and Zhuangzhong also come slightly closer to Qinyu to listen to what he is going to say. Qinyu gives Bai Yin a look, seemingly wanting to see through his soul. Bai Yin's heart skips a beat. He cannot help secretly getting even more alert against this Lu Xing. Bai Yin does not know that thanks to practicing Shoma secret techniques, in terms of using spiritual energy, Qinyu has already far surpassed ordinary Zayashinists, who can only use it in the most basic ways. Among those spiritual energy-related Shoma techniques, there are some that must be performed through the eyes. In an instant, Qinyu withdraws his eyes from Bai Yin and says indifferently, Guardian Bai Yin, since you already got a plan, why bothered asking me? You're the strongest in the 5 of us, so you're the leader in this hunting mission. You only need to give orders, I'll just follow them. Bai Yin says smilingly, if so, I'll speak up. Xinyu looks at Bai Yin, wanting to know how he is going to deal with Xiao He. Once we detect the Black Eagle, Guardian Lu Xing, Ranlan and Musu will attack together. With your combined force, you'll most probably be able to fight it evenly. I'm the strongest, so I'll seize any chance to use sneak attacks and deliver the finishing blow. We'll capture it if possible, but if not, we'll just kill it directly. As for Zhuangzhong, you will have to be ready for any complications at all times. Bai Yin gives the others a look and says smilingly, if anybody doesn't agree with my plan, feel free to tell me. Musu and Ranlan exchange a look, then nod their heads. They have heard Choppa talk about the Black Eagle's power before, so they know that it will not be easy for the Black Eagle to kill just the 2 of them, much less when they and Lu Xing join forces. Zhuangzhong does not have an opinion. He is of course very happy that he will not have to fight. Guardian Lu Xing, how about you? Bai Yin looks at Qinyu. Qinyu also nods his head. Now the plan has been approved. At this moment, Zhuangzhong, who is slightly behind the others, takes a look at Qinyu, then takes a look at Bai Yin. His eyes suddenly flash with cunningness and coldness, but it goes back to normal in an instant and he seems like a nice old man again. Not long after Qinyu and the other 4 left the Blood Red Cave, Sang Mo also leaves the cave alone and rushes straight in their direction. Lu Xing, let's see what your real face is. You got such a strange technique, but nobody has ever heard about you before. It's very unusual that the Zyuxianist has disappeared since you appeared. Sang Mo will never give up before a thorough investigation has been carried out. Bai Yin, if you can expose Lu Xing's real identity, you have to give me a chance to hit him when he's down. Sang Mo gives a sinister smile, then speeds up his chase, looking like a red beam of light. He has given the Green-Eyed Fish clan some benefits, so when this clan's members tell Bai Yin's group about the Black Eagle's movements, they also conveniently tell Sang Mo. Xinyu is going non-stop. He can feel that he and the others are getting closer and closer to Xiao He. This Green-Eyed Fish clan is really nasty. Xiao He can't morph into a human. If he could, he'd be very similar to the other Zuyuyoists and it'd be hard for those Green-Eyed Fish to find him. But his Black Eagle appearance is too distinguishable. It's very hard to find another Black Eagle at the bottom of the ocean, but Xinyu is very frustrated in his heart. This time, the entire Green-Eyed Fish clan is keeping watch, so Xiao He basically cannot escape those fishes' detection. Suddenly, Xinyu's face slightly changes color. No good, Xiao He is unexpectedly rushing towards me. Xinyu can feel clearly that Xiao He is going extremely fast in his direction. Xiao He should be doing this because he has sensed Xinyu's existence. He thinks that Qinyu is coming to find him, so he is also heading for Qinyu. At this rate, Qinyu and the other guardians are going to encounter Xiaohei soon. After a while, Baiyin bursts out laughing and says, according to the message the Green-Eyed Fish Clan just sent me, that Black Eagle is unexpectedly rushing towards us. Ha, he is seeking his own death. Get ready, everybody. This Black Eagle is not very easy to slaughter. Since he can't even wait for us to kill him, there's no need to show any mercy. Ranlan, whose face is half black half blue, says with a malicious smile. Baiyin, Zhuangzhong, and Musu also laugh out loud. They seem not worried about whether they will be able to kill Xiaohei at all. Baiyin casts a sidelong glance at Qinyu, then immediately looks at his three brothers again. End of B5C23. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 24. B5C24, Revolt. As the five guardians keep going, the distance between them and the Black Eagle grows shorter and shorter. The four in Baiyin's group can only estimate this distance based on messages sent by the Green-Eyed Fish Clan. They are simply unable to know exactly what it is. But Qinyu can feel Xiaohei's location clearly. My holy sense has a longer range than theirs. Now I can only rely on it to tell Xiaohei in advance. Qinyu expands his holy sense. After 3 years of practice in the ravine, during which time his soul was nourished continuously by the meteoric tear, by now his soul has reached peak of the late yuanying stage. Strangely enough, when he was staying in the ravine, the heat current sent out by the meteoric tear was 2 to 3 times larger than when he had been outside. Now that Qinyu has left the ravine, the speed at which the meteoric tear releases the heat current has also slowed down. No matter how he has tried, he has been unable to figure out the cause of this. At the bottom of the ocean, there are various fast-flowing currents and shoals of fish. The five guardians are piercing through them extremely fast like 5 light beams of different colors. According to the Green-Eyed Fish Clan's messages, that Black Eagle is only 2,000 li away from us. We can run into it any time from now on. Everybody, let's stop. We're going to wait at ease here and get ready to strike that Black Eagle a crushing blow. Baiyin's voice rises. In an instant, the other four guardians stop. They are currently in a vast area of nothing but water. There are no obstacles in this area. One should know that the distances from the surface to the bottom of this boundless ocean are normally greater than 10 kilometers. Zuyuyoists generally build their palaces on some underwater mountain ranges because constructing at extreme depths is difficult. However, a depth of 10 kilometers is nothing. In this ocean, the depths of some abysses even reach several tens km, or maybe more. The water pressures at those depths are terrifying. Qinyu is still not strong enough to go down to such depths. Of course, there are also many treasures at those depths, but one must be very powerful to be able to gather them. Guardian Lu Xing, Ranlan, and Musu, the three of you should be well prepared. You three are going to fight the Black Eagle head-on. I'm going to be ready to use sneak attacks and deal the finishing blow. Baiyin tells Qinyu and the others directly. Qinyu, however, is pondering his own sneak attacks in his mind. Baiyin is the strongest among these four guys, so it's best to kill him first. Ranlan is cruel and cunning. Musu is arrogant, but there's no need to worry about him. As for Zhuangzhong, Qinyu takes a look at Zhuangzhong. In fact, he has been on alert for this seemingly gullible guardian all along. Zhuangzhong has only reached the late Jindan stage in power, but he was able to become a guardian. In terms of offense, Ranlan and Musu are not necessarily superior to him. Baiyin is middle yuanying while Ranlan and Musu are only early yuanying. I must sneakily attack Baiyin, the stronger. After eliminating this formidable fella, it'll be a bit easier to join forces with Xiaohei. Qinyu gives Baiyin a look, then goes straight towards him. Seeing Qinyu coming, Baiyin immediately becomes alert in his mind. A light flashes and a shiny silvery suit of armor appears on his body. At the same time, various streams of demonic elemental energy start to move around him. He says loudly, even though it's going to be 5 against 1, we've got to be cautious. Protect yourself carefully first, everybody. He then looks at Qinyu and says smilingly, Guardian Lu Xing, could you be so confident that you don't want to protect your body? Hatred rises in Qinyu's heart. He does not know if Baiyin's action was deliberate or not, but following this, it has become much more difficult to kill Baiyin through sneak attacks. Could Baiyin be suspecting me? Qinyu's heart skips a beat. If this is true, the situation will be very bad for him. At least Baiyin will always be on guard against him, so it will be much harder to eliminate Baiyin with sneak attacks. Qinyu considers in his mind. In the end he says coldly, protect my body? You don't have to worry about this, Guardian Baiyin. His eyes sweep over the other three. Zhuangzhong is also wearing a large suit of armor, but Ranlan and Musu are not. After thinking for a while, Qinyu understands the reason for this. Zhuangzhong's true form is a large-clawed crab and Bai Yin's is a silvery-shelled lobster, so naturally their bodies are protected by armor. One should know that it requires many kinds of ores in large quantities to forge defensive holy items, and it is also difficult to forge them. Therefore, to Zuyuyoists, armor forging is very difficult. In general, most of the Zuyuyoists who have armor were born with it. Ranlan is a black circle aquatic python and Musu is an octopus. They both do not have innate armor and therefore the best they can do now is to protect their bodies with demonic elemental energy. Good, let's kill Ranlan and Musu first. Once the two of them are eliminated, even though Bai Yin is tough, when I join forces with Shohei, it shouldn't be a problem to handle the remaining two. Qinyu secretly calculates. At the same time, he pretends to make preparations with Ranlan and Musu. Ranlan and Musu are currently side by side. According to the plan, as soon as they see the Black Eagle, they will come forwards together and attack simultaneously. Bai Yin, we're going to let that Musu fella die? Ranlan asks Bai Yin through his holy sense. With his expression unchanged, Bai Yin replies through holy sense communication, Musu is an aggressive, simple-minded fella. If we told him about this, he'd definitely leak it. You're different, Ranlan. You are very cunning and ruthless and don't have a good tone towards anybody. So, even if you're hostile to Lu Xing, he won't suspect you. Hearing Bai Yin say that he is cunning and ruthless, Ranlan even feels happy in his heart. Humph, let's see if Lu Xing is the Xiaxianist or not, but I feel sorry for Musu. Ranlan says via his holy sense. Even though he said so, he actually does not care about Musu's life at all. Xiaohei is rushing northwest extremely fast. He has not seen Qinyu for a long time. At the moment he can feel Qinyu's existence very clearly. There are even only several hundred li left between them. While Xiaohei's heart is being filled with excitement. Xiaohei, stop. Qinyu's voice rises in Xiaohei's mind. Hearing that familiar voice, Xiaohei immediately stops with no hesitation. The current distance between them is nearly 100 li, so Qinyu can say to Xiaohei using his holy sense, but Xiaohei cannot do the same thing to him. Xiaohei, there are 4 guardians of the Blood-Red Cave with me now. They're ready to kill you and I'm among them. You must remember to rush to the place 10m west of me with all your power right now. When you see a fella in white armor, kill him for me. Remember to charge with all your power. We must catch them unprepared. When Qinyu finishes saying, Xiaohei totally understands. The energy in his body immediately surges. Electric sparks then begin to zigzag on his wings. With a shake of his wings, he disappears straight towards the northwest like a blood-red flash in an instant. His speed is simply shockingly fast. The 5 guardians have expanded their holy senses, ready to spring into action at any time. Qinyu, Ranlan, and Musu are furthest ahead. Bai Yin is more than 10m to the west of the 3 of them and Zhuangzhong is at the back. None of the 5 guardians says to each other a word because they all know that the Black Eagle can appear anytime. It's come. Bai Yin's voice rises in the minds of the other. As he has reached the middle phase of the Yuanying stage, his holy sense is theoretically somewhat superior to theirs. However, Bai Yin simply does not know how formidable Qinyu's holy sense is. When Bai Yin's voice has just risen in the others' minds, their holy senses detect a blood-red beam of light coming straight at them at an extreme speed. Its speed is simply so fast that they are secretly shocked. In one respect, speed also represents power. Qinyu, Ranlan, and Musu charge at that blood-red beam of light almost simultaneously. As Bai Yin sees this scene, a faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. But his smile freezes in just a moment because while the 3 silhouettes are rushing at the blood-red beam of light, it suddenly makes a turn extremely fast and shoots at Bai Yin. Attack together. By the time Bai Yin's voice rises in everybody else's mind, the blood-red light beam has already pulled away from Ranlan, Musu, and Qinyu, who were rushing at it. The Black Eagle was too fast, so Qinyu and the other 2 basically could not stop him. The 3 of them immediately make a turn and charge at him again. At this moment, Qinyu, Musu, and Ranlan are rushing at the Black Eagle side by side while the Eagle is rushing at Bai Yin and Zhuangzhong is still behind Bai Yin's back. In theory, given the current situation, what happens next should be 5 guardians surrounding and attacking the Black Eagle together. However, at this moment, the situation changes because Qinyu finally takes action. Pooh! In just about an instant, the flaming gloves appear on Qinyu's hands. His left hand penetrates Musu's chest directly, then crushes Musu's heart with a grab. As Musu was totally unprepared for this blow, the little amount of demonic elemental energy protecting his body was insufficient to withstand Qinyu's flaming glove. Qinyu then thrusts his right hand at Ranlan's back like a sharp arrow. Bang! Seeming to have foreseen this strike, Ranlon blocks it with his hand. But the combination of Qin Yu's terrifying power and a flaming glove is beyond his imagination. With a clack noise, his hand is ruptured immediately, but he is able to make use of the impact force to back away. What bad luck! Qin Yu's face changes color. Mu Su, whose heart has been shattered, looks at Qin Yu in stupefaction. His face is full of disbelief. He cannot even say a sentence. His soul then enters the cycle of reincarnation. Too bad Mu Su is yet to reach the Dongxu stage. Otherwise he would have been able to merge his soul with his Yuanying. Lu Xing is the Xiaoxianist. Ranlon, whose one hand has been broken, shouts shrilly. At the moment his eyes are filled hostility and hatred because one of his hands has been crushed. Even its bones have been shattered completely, so it will never recover unless he can overcome the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation and ascend to a higher world. Bai Yin has been ready to strike an all-out blow for a long time. Originally he wanted to sneakily give the Black Eagle a killing blow, but now, facing the Black Eagle's assault, he can only attack openly. The Black Eagle's sharp claws and his two daggers clash head-on. Bang! After the violent collision, the Black Eagle unexpectedly is not injured in the slightest, but Bai Yin is forced to retreat. Kill Lu Xing! Bai Yin screams loudly. Zhuangzhong behind him shouts angrily, Lu Xing, so you're the Xiaoxianist. Guardian Ranlon, let's join forces to kill him. Guardian Bai Yin, hold off that Black Eagle. Bai Yin knows Qin Yu's power and also knows Ranlan's and Zhuangzhong's power, so he immediately agrees with this suggestion. However, at this moment, a transmitter appears in the hand that Bai Yin has put behind his back. The transmitter disappears almost instantly. That Sang Mo fella hates this Xiaoxianist the most. Let's leave it to him. A faint cold smile appears on Bai Yin's face. Because Bai Yin is very fast and is hiding this hand behind his back, Qin Yu and the Black Eagle do not notice this, but Zhuangzhong sees everything. A light flashes on Bai Yin's body. In an instant, he turns into a huge silvery lobster that is more than 10 m long and whose shell looks like rock. A terrifying aura is coming out from his body. With a shake of his tail, the silvery lobster arrives at Xiao Hei's side instantly. He then thrusts his two large claws at Xiao Hei extremely fast. While Bai Yin attacks Xiao Hei, Zhuangzhong and Ranlon charge at Qin Yu simultaneously in just about an instant. The flaming sword appears in Qin Yu's hand at once. He makes a hand sign, wanting to execute the illusion-spreading sword art, but at this moment, two scenes that make his eyes pop out of his head take place almost at the same time. The first scene. Bang! A loud noise is heard as Zhuangzhong unexpectedly smashes his right fist into the head of Ranlon beside him. The head is immediately shattered like a watermelon, splattering red blood around. Zhuangzhong then says smilingly to Qin Yu, Guardian Lu Xing, this is my surrender present for you. The second scene. The two claws of the middle Yuanying stage silvery-shelled lobster are very powerful, as well as extremely fast. But, facing the lobster's attack, Xiao Hei suddenly dodges away with a shake of his wings. The lobster immediately charges at him again. However, a piercing cry comes out from Xiao Hei's mouth. Concurrently with this, Qin Yu can feel clearly that Xiao Hei's aura suddenly rises. Seeing the silvery-shelled lobster's two large claws coming at him, Xiao Hei unexpectedly rushes straight at the lobster like a black beam of light. At the same time, his ice-cold black sharp claws suddenly enlarge tenfold in the blink of an eye, becoming a blood-red pair of eagle claws. Pooh! The middle Yuanying stage silvery-shelled lobster gets his head crushed directly by Xiao Hei's claws like tofu and he dies on the spot. These two scenes happen almost simultaneously and they both amaze Qin Yu. Xiao Hei, since when have you become so formidable? He looks at Xiao Hei in disbelief. Just now, those blood-red claws that were 10 times larger than normal gave off a terrifyingly strong killing intent and their sharpness was also at a frightening level. They were able to tear apart the defense of a middle Yuanying stage silvery-shelled lobster directly in an instant. Only when Qin Yu makes a sweep with his holy sense does he discover that Xiao Hei has already reached the early phase of the Yuanying stage. I was already at the late Jindan stage 3 years ago. When I returned to the ravine last time, I had already reached the peak of the Jindan stage. And I've made a breakthrough recently. Plus, there are many secret techniques that I can learn in my memories. The move I executed just now is a technique I just learned. Xiao Hei says laughingly. He possesses hereditary memories and has experienced a forbidden technique, so even though he is only at the early Yuanying stage, his actual offense is very terrifying. End of B5C24. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 25. B5C25, Zhuangzhong's Secret. Sang Mo, who was going very fast, suddenly stops and immediately takes out a transmitter. Right after he makes a sweep with his holy sense, his expression freezes. But in just a moment, his facial muscles move again while his eyes glitter with ferocity. Ha! Sang Mo bursts out laughing viciously. His laughter sounds mad like the piercing cries of a crow. Sang Mo then suppresses his laughter. His eyes are filled with killing intent and an extremely excitement. Lu Xing, just as I expected, you're the Xiaxionist. Ha! Heaven has helped me. You killed my son and my clan's members and humiliated me in front of the other guardians. Today I'm going to tell Cave Master about your betrayal. Humph, if I can't get your soul destroyed, will I still have the face to continue living? While he is smiling menacingly, his red robe suddenly flaps, and he rushes straight back towards the blood-red cave like a red light beam. There were only moments from Xiao Hei's appearance to when Bai Yin was finally killed. During this very short period of time, Bai Yin, Ranlan and Mu Su were killed and Zhuang Zhong switched sides by killing Ranlan. What that has happened is really shocking. Big brother, when I reached the Yuanying stage, my power increased several times. Killing a middle Yuanying midget is very easy for me. I'm even pretty certain that I can beat early Dongxu stage experts. Xiao Hei says proudly while flapping his wings. Qin Yu is secretly astounded. Ha, Xiao Hei, you said early Dongxu experts? Don't brag please. Do you think you're a divine beast? Qin Yu says laughingly. Xiao Hei however becomes furious and says indignantly, what do you know? This is my secret. Listen, as my power improves, I experience greater transformations. I suffered so much pain when undergoing that forbidden technique before. Do you think I endured it for nothing? Qin Yu is very clear about this in his heart. According to what Xiao Hei told him previously, Xiao Hei must overcome the 9 from 9th heaven tribulation to be able to transform into a human. Generally, only divine beasts have to fulfill such a requirement. But if Xiao Hei is really a divine beast, why 3 years ago, when he had just reached the late phase of the Jindan stage and had used that forbidden technique, he was slightly weaker than that middle Yuanying stage Chapa? Qin Yu does not understand this point. He always feels that Xiao Hei is a bit weaker than divine beasts. Qin Yu and Xiao Hei are talking to each other through their holy senses, but Zhuang Zhong remains motionless. Xiao Hei, how do you think should we deal with this geezer? Qin Yu deliberately says aloud and looks at Zhuang Zhong at the same time. Hei Yu also turns around and looks at him. His eyes glitter with a blue light. A strange aura from him presses towards Zhuang Zhong. Zhuang Zhong talks first. Guardian Lu Xing, I knew that when you and this senior join forces, even with my help, Bai Yin and his mates would still be no match for you. Since I'm no match for you and I don't want to die either, please allow me to join your side, Guardian Lu Xing. Later, even if you want to overthrow Cha Hong, I'll definitely support you. Oh? Qin Yu looks at Zhuang Zhong but says nothing. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, various streams of stellar energy roll out from him and immediately collect the Yuanyings of Ranlan, Mu Su, and Bai Yin, as well as their storage bracelets and holy weapons. These 3 fellas unexpectedly didn't make their Yuanyings explode in the end. Qin Yu cannot help saying smilingly as he recalls how Xian Yang self-destructed before. Had the 3 of them self-destructed, at least Qin Yu would not have obtained their Yuanyings. Zhuang Zhong says, Guardian Lu Xing, only idiots will make their own Yuanyings explode. What kind of stupid idea is that? Qin Yu counters with a question. Zhuang Zhong says at once, after a Zuyawist is killed, his soul can still stay in this world for a short time. This period of time is enough for him to self-destruct. But, being able to self-destruct is one thing, whether he dares to self-destruct is another thing. Firstly, when the Yuanying begins to self-destruct, the enemies near it will immediately notice the undulation of its energy and move away extremely fast. So, even though they can be hurt by the explosion, they will not die from it. The second reason is the most important. When the Yuanying self-explodes, his soul will be blown to pieces. A faint smile appears on Zhuang Zhong's face. Since self-destruction, firstly, can't kill the enemies and, secondly, destroys one's soul, what practitioners would dare to self-destruct? They all know the horror of having their souls destroyed very well. Once the soul is destroyed, a creature will really disappear from this world forever. Zhuang Zhong's expression becomes a bit solemn. Qin Yu and Xiao Hei exchange a look. What Zhuang Zhong said is really not wrong. Generally, it is really difficult to kill an enemy by detonating the Yuanying. After all, it takes a short time to ignite the Yuanying so the enemy can move away beforehand. Even if the enemy is seriously injured, he will not be killed. Who would be willing to destroy his own soul without being able to kill the enemy? The only good thing about blowing up your own Yuanying is that the enemies won't be able to have it. Zhuang Zhong says smilingly. Qin Yu immediately laughs. In this battle, he has obtained 3 Yuanyings at one stroke. These are the energy nuclei of those Zuyuyoists. If he uses them to practice after going back, he will definitely make a great improvement. Then why didn't Bai Yin and the other two self-destruct? Qin Yu says. If they had self-destructed, I wouldn't have obtained their Yuanyings, right? It looks like they were cowards. Zhuang Zhong says disdainfully, self-destruct, how could they have dared to? Moreover, Ranlan and Bai Yin simply didn't have any chance to self-destruct. My punch shattered Ranlan's head and destroyed his soul instantly. Senior Black Eagle also crushed Bai Yin's head and destroyed his soul. Without the souls, they were unable to self-destruct, even if they had wanted to. As for Musu, he was already dead, so his Yuanying was basically useless to him. As a selfish fella, he didn't have the courage to blow up his own soul, but... Zhuang Zhong looks at Qin Yu and says doubtfully, Guardian Lu Xing, could it be you don't know that the soul is very weak? If hit once by the energy of the explosion, it will be destroyed immediately. Qin Yu is surprised. He has never researched deep into this area of knowledge, but when he thinks carefully about what Zhuang Zhong said, he knows that it is true. When Qin Yu killed Musu just now, he only destroyed the latter's heart. The neatest way of killing Musu would have been to shatter his head, thereby destroying his soul. When killing an enemy, one should destroy the enemy's soul so that they will never be able to stand up again. Not only is the soul alone weak, even the Yuanying that has fused with the soul is very weak outside the body. Do you know why some super experts who have lost their physical bodies have to practice as loose immortals? The reason is that even though the Yuanying has a lot of energy, its defense is too weak. They simply don't dare to fight their enemies using their Yuanyings. Qin Yu understands this. Not even Dongshu stage experts will fly their soul-fused Yuanyings out of their bodies to fight their enemies. The first reason for this is that a Yuanying's defense is not strong enough. And the second is that once a soul-fused Yuanying is damaged, the soul will very likely be injured as well, which will be fatal. Therefore, after losing their physical bodies, even super experts will have to practice as loose immortals, that is materializing loose immortal bodies to protect their cores, the Yuanyings. Now Qin Yu even has a faint good impression of Zhuang Zhong. Zhuang Zhong, this time I betrayed that cave master. If you're not dead, what can I do when you tell cave master about this? It's a bad thing to cut the weeds without digging up the roots. I've got no reason to spare you. He ponders and says. As Zhuang Zhong hears Qin Yu say so, his expression becomes solemn. He raises a palm and says seriously, I, Zhuang Zhong, swear to heaven that if I ever betray Guardian Lu Xing or reveal his secret, I shall be struck to death by lightning and get my soul destroyed and never be reborn. His voice is resounding and very solemn. At this moment, both Qin Yu and Xiao He have a special feeling, one that only their souls can perceive. A feeling of an undulation in the fabric of nature. Good. Qin Yu gives a smile. As a Ziotionist, Qin Yu knows very well about oaths. If the taker of an oath does not keep it, he will definitely be punished. Some ignorant mortals in the mortal world can swear casually, but a Ziotionist like Qin Yu does not dare to do so. But you and my second brother He you will have to go into hiding for a period of time first. When it's totally safe, I'll tell you immediately through your transmitter. Having come up with a plan, he says to Zhuang Zhong at once. Zhuang Zhong however says smilingly, I understand your intention, Guardian Lu Xing. This time you want to shift the blame onto me, don't you? Qin Yu laughs. It feels really good to have a smart subordinate, especially when this subordinate is absolutely loyal to him. Guardian Lu Xing, I've got one thing to tell you. This is a very important thing. If you can't resolve it, perhaps your plan will be no use. Zhuang Zhong's face becomes somewhat serious. Seeing his expression, Qin Yu concentrates his attention on listening to him. Guardian Lu Xing, before dying, Bai Yin already sent a message about your rebellion through his transmitter. The color of Qin Yu's face immediately changes. This is bad. In an instant, cold sweat exudes from his entire back. Once this message about his rebellion reaches the Blood-Red Cave, the cave master Cha Hong will definitely hunt him down. This is an early Donshu stage expert whose true form is even a blood-red aquatic python, an extremely formidable demonic beast. It is difficult to tell how powerful Cha Hong really is. Don't worry, Guardian Lu Xing. Zhuang Zhong seems to have a card up his sleeve. Qin Yu looks at him. Seeing Zhuang Zhong's confident appearance, he cannot help slightly getting his hopes up. He immediately asks, Zhuang Zhong, what solution do you have? Can you tell me everything about it? Zhuang Zhong says with a nod, Guardian Lu Xing, all the guardians under the Blood-Red Cave have their own calculations. Which of them is absolutely loyal? Even if Bai Yin had sent this message to the other guardians, would they dare to tell someone else about it? Guardian Ho Fei's power is no joke. Hearing this, Qin Yu relaxes. With Ho Fei beside him, would those guardians dare to oppose him? Also, must Bai Yin's words be the truth? Zhuang Zhong laughs strangely. Qin Yu is startled. He then also bursts out laughing. That's right. Does the message sent by Guardian Bai Yin have to be true? Is it impossible that Guardian Bai Yin wanted to frame him? Moreover, all the witnesses at the scene have died and the dead cannot provide evidence. At this point, if Qin Yu still did not know what to do, he would be a real fool. Bai Yin said I'm a traitor, but can I say that he was a traitor? Plus, I also got an attester. After Qin Yu knew about this matter, his plan is changed. Originally Zhuang Zhong was not allowed to go back and had to hide outside for a period of time, but now Zhuang Zhong has to return. This is an excellent attester, mostly because other Zuyuoists in the Blood Red Cave have always considered him to be honest. Zhuang Zhong also nods his head. But there's someone you must kill, Guardian Lu Xing. It's Sang Mo. There's a feud between Sang Mo and you. After getting this message, he'll surely come up with countless ways to persuade Cave Master. I know Cave Master. He's ambitious and powerful, but very suspicious in nature. Once Sang Mo succeeds, then. Hearing Zhuang Zhong's words, Qin Yu also understands. Other Zuyuoists will not provoke Qin Yu because they are afraid of Hou Fei's formidable power. After all, even if they report this message, they will not get any benefit. Instead, they will offend Qin Yu. But Sang Mo is different. He will definitely think of various ways to deal with Qin Yu. No good. He's now in the Blood Red Cave. Even if I go back at my fastest speed, it'll take me more than a half day. Qin Yu's face changes color. Zhuang Zhong says smilingly, if my guess is correct, Sang Mo's definitely been tailing us. Now, you only need to message Guardian Hou Fei, telling him to check the cave once. If Sang Mo is in the cave, kill him immediately. If he's not in the cave, Guardian Hou Fei must wait outside to stop and kill him. Qin Yu however thinks about a problem. If Sang Mo informed the cave master through his transmitter right after getting the message, that will be terrible. Zhuang Zhong, seeming to know what Qin Yu is thinking, says, don't worry, Guardian. Cave master definitely hasn't been told about it. He has often undergone closed-door training for the last 100 years. More importantly, he hates being disturbed during a training session the most and doesn't even carry a transmitter when training. Almost every guardian knows this. Qin Yu gives a smile. He and Hou Fei have just joined the Blood Red Cave, so they are not aware of this matter. Fei, quickly check the Blood Red Cave once. If you see Sang Mo in the cave, kill him immediately. If he's not inside, wait at the entrance to stop and kill him. You mustn't let him meet Cave Master no matter what. Qin Yu sends this message through his transmitter to Hou Fei. Hou Fei, who is extremely bold, is the most suitable to handle a task like this. After sending the message, Qin Yu feels very relaxed. Guardian Lu Xing, I still have a secret to tell you. It seems Zhuang Zhong wants to tell Qin Yu everything to show his loyalty. In fact, Zhuang Zhong also knows that if he kept some secret, it would be very bad for him if Qin Yu discovered this one day. He has seen clearly that Qin Yu is helped by two super experts, He Yu and Hou Fei, who, in his estimation, are at least comparable to ordinary late Yuanying stage experts in power, or maybe even stronger. To surrender to and become dependent on someone with such strong support is no problem to him. A faint smile appears on Qin Yu's face. Oh, what secret? At this moment, Qin Yu is very pleased with him. Zhuang Zhong says solemnly, not even a practitioner more diligent than Cha Hong would undergo closed-door training for almost 100 years in a row. Moreover, according to my investigation, Cha Hong wasn't this hardworking earlier than 100 years ago. Also, more than 100 years ago, the Blood Red Cave got more than 20 guardians, but some incident happened and the number of guardians was suddenly reduced by half. This coupled with the fact that Cha Hong has often undergone closed-door training for the last 100 years makes me think that his closed-door training is related to this incident in which those guardians disappeared all at once. Zhuang Zhong's eyes glitter. End of B5C25. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 26. B5C26, Hou Fei's Fury. In the Blood Red Cave. My lord, I'll massage your shoulders for you. A lovely gentle lady-in-waiting beside Hou Fei says, then massages his shoulders. Another lady-in-waiting carries a tray of fruits to his face and even helps him peel those fruits. Hou Fei blinks his fiery eyes a couple of times. His entire body seems to turn into stone. But in just a moment, he shouts angrily. Go away, go away. He glares at the two ladies-in-waiting then, seemingly very furious, shoves them away. Staring at them, he breathes heavily through his nose. Damn it, these women really are great scourges. At the moment, the places caressed by them on his body are still having goosebumps. That Chapa fella really doesn't know anything. Why did he send some women to my place? He says in annoyance. Suddenly he utters a sound of surprise. Who sends me a message at this time? With a turn of his hand, a transmitter appears in it. After Qin Yu and Ho Fei became the Blood Red Cave's guardians, they were given a transmitter each. Sang Mo? Ho Fei's blood-red tongue licks his lips once. As his eyes blaze with fierceness, he says with a strange laughter, Big Brother has finally got his ideas straightened out. Kaka, that Sang Mo fella has already got on my nerves for some time. Right after saying, Ho Fei expands his holy sense and begins to search carefully. This blood-red cave occupies a large area, but his holy sense can still cover it completely. To search directly this way shows that Ho Fei is very arrogant. In the Blood Red Cave, only two Ziyuoists have holy senses superior to Ho Fei's, the first being Tang Bai and the second being Cha Hong. At this moment, Tang Bai, who is sitting with legs crossed in his room, opens his eyes and says to himself, what is Ho Fei searching with his holy sense? After thinking for a while, he laughs. He does not care about other Ziyuoists' business and is only interested in a fight with Ho Fei. And Cha Hong, who is trying hard to open the seal of his black jade case, is simply in no mood to think about what Ho Fei wants to do. He's not in here. Ho Fei lets out a heavy breath through his nose. His eyes glitter with ferocity. You're lucky that you can't die for the moment, brat. But since I've already got into action, you have no chance of surviving. He gives a couple of strange laughs, then turns into a blur and rushes out of his courtyard house directly. The two ladies in waiting who were shoved away by Ho Fei are complaining about this cruel monkey's inability to understand flirtatious expressions. They suddenly hear something whistle out of the courtyard house. Yenner, did our lord just go out? An oval-faced lady-in-waiting blinks her big eyes and says. The other oval-faced lady-in-waiting nods her head. Both of them are extremely astonished by Ho Fei's speed because, after all, they are Jindan stage Ziyuoists, but they were unable to see Ho Fei clearly. This goes to show how fast Ho Fei is. Ho Fei's body quickly appears outside the main entrance of the Blood Red Cave. Sir, dot. Seeing Ho Fei, one of the guards at the Blood Red Cave's entrance hurriedly says with respect, may I ask if there is something that you want to do? Can we help you in anything? These guards all know that this newly arrived monkey-shaped guardian is very formidable. Ho Fei glances at the guards on his two sides, then says with a cock laugh, I've got nothing to do. I'm just here to wait for someone. Right, when did Guardian Sang Mo go out? One of the guards hurriedly says, Sir, Guardian Sang Mo went out more than a half day ago. When Ho Fei hears this, a transmitter immediately appears in his hand. He sends this information to Qin Yu, then puts the transmitter away and leans on the outside of the cave's entrance. With his fiery eyes staring outwards, he waits for Sang Mo's return. Big brother, that lowlife Sang Mo isn't in the cave. He already went out more than a half day ago. But don't worry, big brother. I'm waiting at the entrance of the cave. As soon as I see him, I'm going to reduce him to mince. Kaka. After getting this message, Qin Yu looks at Zhuang Zhong in appreciation. Zhuang Zhong's prediction is very precise. According to this message, Sang Mo went out more than a half day ago. Looks like he's really been tailing us. Qin Yu says smilingly. Zhuang Zhong's eyes brighten. He says hurriedly, Guardian Lu Xing, in terms of speed, who is the faster between you and Sang Mo? Speed? 3 years ago, even when Sang Mo was using his true form, he was unable to catch up with Qin Yu. Now, after 3 years, Qin Yu has become much faster than Sang Mo. Even if Sang Mo uses his true form, he'll still be slower than me. Qin Yu says with a smile. Zhuang Zhong hurriedly says, since Sang Mo has been following us for so long, he shouldn't be very far from us at the moment. If we chase him now, we'll still have a chance of catching up with him. If we can kill him before he reaches the Blood Red Cave, that problem will be resolved even better. Hey Yu says via his holy sense, Big brother, your speed is slower than mine. I'm going to go. After saying, Hey Yu gets ready to give chase. Xiao Hei, you're being hunted. When going forwards, you can't enter the Blood Red Ridge's territory. How about this? You can chase him, but if by the time you reach the halfway point you haven't caught him, then you'll have to give up immediately and stop chasing. Qin Yu says with a serious expression. Hey Yu nods his head. He certainly knows that Qin Yu wants him to be safe. Now is still not the time for them to face Cha Hong directly. Okay, big brother. I'll give up at the halfway point regardless of whether I've caught up with him or not. Afterwards I'll leave immediately. When you've handled this matter in the Blood Red Cave, send me a message. We brothers also need a territory of our own in the underwater Shouyo world. I think the Blood Red Cave is not bad. Hey Yu's eyes glitter with coldness. Qin Yu gives a smile. A territory? If not for the Blood Red Cave's territory, why would he pretend to be loyal to Cha Hong? After all, with Ho Fei and Xiao He around, it will be hard for Cha Hong to deal with him, but if he wants to seize control of the Blood Red Cave openly, there will be some difficulties. Firstly, the cave has 5,000 guards. Even though their individual power is average, they are too many in number. Moreover, Xinyu suspects that they can attack together through formations. Since there are too many of them, their joint attacks will be terrifying. Secondly, those guardians are not easy to deal with. If they faced the Blood Red Cave head-on, this would lead the guardians to fight them. Therefore, dealing with the Blood Red Cave from the inside is relatively easier. Don't worry. Zhuangzhong, you're slow, so stay at the back, Xiao He, and I will go ahead of you. Xinyu says directly. Heyu utters a sharp cry. Various blood-red electric sparks begins to spread out all over his wings. With a shake of the wings, he leaves Xinyu very far behind in an instant like a red beam of light. Xinyu controls his flying sword and uses the body weapon unification technique to chase after him extremely fast. Sang Mo is going through the water very quickly. Really can't wait to see that Lu Xing fella run for his life and get hunted. This time he definitely won't escape. Haha, sharp evil laughter comes out from Sang Mo's throat. He immediately transforms into a huge octopus. Now that Sang Mo has switched to his true form, his speed increases a lot in an instant. When Sang Mo started to tail the 5 guardians, there was already a long distance between him and them. He then returned right after receiving Bai Yin's message, whereas Qin Yu and the others spent some time talking to each other after Bai Yin's death. This means that Sang Mo already began to rush back to the Blood Red Cave long before Xiao He and Qin Yu give chase. Sang Mo went leisurely during the outward journey, but when returning, he uses his true form to go extremely fast. There is a great difference between the two speeds, therefore it also takes much less time for him to return. A red beam of light is piercing through the water. Wherever it goes, the water around it becomes turbulent. Suddenly this red light beam stops. I unexpectedly can't catch up with him. Heyu looks ahead, then decides to stop. In fact, he does not want to make Qin Yu worried, so he only chases to the halfway point. Given his speed, if he continued to chase, he would definitely be able to catch up with Sang Mo. However, because Heyu is being hunted by the Blood Red Cave, it is better for him to stay away from the cave. Given the power of that Fei Fei fella, Sang Mo won't be able to survive one hit. It's useless for me to keep chasing. We better let Fei Fei handle this. After sending Qin Yu a message, Heyu rushes in another direction. In his opinion, Sang Mo is definitely going to die at the hands of Ho Fei. After a while, Qin Yu arrives at the place where Heyu just left. Where did Sang Mo begin to go back from? He also started some time earlier than me. Qin Yu does not stop. He heads straight for the Blood Red Cave at his fastest speed. He just wants to try his best. It will not be a big problem even if he cannot catch up with Sang Mo. Who? A huge octopus rushes into the Blood Red Ridge like a huge red light beam. Feeling its powerful aura, various Zuyugoists in the Blood Red Ridge shun it. Sang Mo has already reached the Blood Red Ridge. Before long, his blood red eyes see the Blood Red Cave in the distance. At this moment, Ho Fei, who is leaning on the main entrance of the Blood Red Cave, suddenly opens his fiery eyes. A dazzling beam of light shoots straight at Sang Mo from his eyes. At the same time, he flies up. Kaka Sang Mo, you villain. For some reason, fire begins to come out from Ho Fei's eyes and the hair on his whole body stands straight up. It looks like he is extremely angry. The black stick in his hands is emitting a murderous aura. Sang Mo, who has put a lot of effort into rushing back, is so scared that his entire body trembles as soon as he hears Ho Fei's shouts. He has heard about Ho Fei's power and knows that even Chappa and several guardians were completely defeated by Ho Fei in an instant when joining forces. Ho Fei, what do you want to do? Sang Mo transforms into a human and shouts at Ho Fei from a distance. At the same time, a transmitter quickly appears in a hand put behind his back. The transmitter disappears immediately. There is a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. He knows that he cannot face Ho Fei head-on and must be compliant in this situation. Do you have to ask what I want to do? Do you still have the face to ask what I want to do? Ho Fei's entire body shivers with anger. His violent aura wreaks havoc in his surroundings. Seeing two guardians confronting each other, those guards at the entrance of the Blood Red Cave certainly do not dare to interfere. Why is Guardian Ho Fei so angry? There's no need to ask. Guardian Sang Mo must have offended him. You know, Guardian Sang Mo is very unpopular. Of the 13 guardians, only he and Guardian Tang Bai don't have an ally. Guardian Tang Bai is very powerful, so he disdains to have an ally. But in Guardian Sang Mo's case, it's because he's too unpleasant. You're right. The other guardians fear cave masters might, so they don't dare to do anything to Sang Mo, but Guardian Ho Fei seems to be very hot-tempered. Looks like this time Sang Mo has bumped into an iron panel. Those guards begin to discuss with each other. They know well about every guardian and what they say is true. Among the 13 guardians, only Tang Bai and Sang Mo are alone. Tang Bai is strong and bold, but the reason Sang Mo is alone is that he is a bit too strange and malevolent and unpopular. Sang Mo is baffled by Ho Fei's questions. When did I offend him? He cannot understand. Seeing that Ho Fei is so furious that all of his hair is standing on end, even Sang Mo himself thinks that he somehow offended Ho Fei. But even though he racks his brains, he cannot remember offending Ho Fei. Could this be because of Lu Xing? No, it couldn't. In the main hall, didn't I only force Guardian Lu Xing to go kill the Black Eagle? That shouldn't be enough to make Guardian Ho Fei this furious. Sang Mo cannot think of a reason. Ho Fei, who is mad with extreme anger, turns his face upwards and roars, then shouts, Sang Mo, listen up, you lowlife. From now on, either you or I will have to disappear. Take this. Ho Fei waves his black stick once, then rushes at Sang Mo like a beam of light and smashes into him like a meteor. When Sang Mo hears the words take this, his whole body shakes. Only now does he know that Ho Fei wants to kill him. Ho Fei wants to kill him. Someone for whom he is simply no match wants to kill him. Yowl. Facing death, Sang Mo immediately turns into a huge red octopus. At the same time, he utters an extremely furious and terrified yowl that resounds through an area of several hundred li in radius around him, attracting the attention of a great number of Zuyugoists. The black stick quickly lengthens. From a common-looking stick, it becomes one that is over 10 m long. Boom! At this crucial moment, his fear of death enables Sang Mo to surpass his limits. With a shake of his 8 tentacles, he moves away extremely fast. However, even though he has surpassed his limits, he is still far inferior to a middle Yuanying stage divine beast. Boom, dot. As if he is hit by an explosion, his blood splatters around and fragments of his severed tentacles are sent flying in all directions. The area within several hundred meters of him is dyed red by his blood. Ho Fei is secretly surprised. Just now, that blow of the stick unexpectedly failed to kill Sang Mo. Facing death, Sang Mo was able to surpass his limits and move much faster than he should have been able to. Even though 3 of his tentacles were smashed off by Ho Fei with that strike, his head avoided getting hit. It should be known that Ho Fei was aiming for Sang Mo's head. Sang Mo, you've even dared to run away. You even want to run away. Take this. Ho Fei looks even more furious. With a roar, he brandishes the black stick and attacks again. It is smashed towards Sang Mo extremely fast like a huge pillar. Stop. Chopper rushes out of the cave and shouts loudly. As Ho Fei hears Chapo's shout, a faint smile that is cold and cruel appears on the corners of his mouth. His black stick unexpectedly speeds up. Now it is really too fast, so fast that the water where it goes through cannot even react. The water near the stick is simply not disturbed, as if time has frozen. What? Because the huge black stick appears almost instantly at Sang Mo's face as if teleported, his eyes pop out of his head. Boom! The originally undisturbed water suddenly explodes. Concurrently with this, the body of the huge octopus also explodes. It is shattered into countless fragments, which scatter all around. Within a several km radius of the explosion, the water is reddened by blood. With a shake of his body, Ho Fei returns to the area outside the blood-red cave's entrance. Ho Fei, why didn't you stop? Choppa shouts furiously. At the moment, his hand is still holding a transmitter, which contains the message Sang Mo sent him moments ago. End of B5C26. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 27. B5C27, Xiaohong and Ho Fei. At the moment, the several thousand guards around the blood-red cave are watching. According to the 9 Demons Hall's rules, Zuyuyoists from the same powerhouse are not allowed to kill each other. The blood-red cave is Xiaohong's headquarters, but a guardian has killed another right outside the entrance of the cave. This is an extraordinary incident. Choppa is extremely angry because he did not expect Ho Fei to be so bold as to kill Sang Mo. Say, why didn't you stop after hearing my order? He shouts again. Ho Fei simply pays no attention to him and stares inside the cave. Suddenly he strokes his nose and licks his lips with his blood-red tongue once, then tilts his head, looking at Choppa with his piercing, blazing, fiery eyes. Can you say it again? Ho Fei focuses his eyes on Choppa and says slowly. Choppa is unexpectedly startled and becomes speechless. Ho Fei, however, keeps staring at him and presses him with a tremendous aura. In just a moment, beads of sweat begin to stand out on his forehead and his back is also moistened by sweat. Only now does Choppa wake up with a start. Ah, who am I talking to? Because of a 5 nights purple flower, didn't this monkey still fight me even after knowing that I'm the Blood Red Cave's vice master? Choppa recalls how he made friends with Ho Fei before. Now he feels somewhat regretful because only his big brother can deal with this monkey. Choppa himself is really no match for Ho Fei. Listen up, I don't care about any rules. If someone provokes me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph, even if that's a guardian, my stick won't show any mercy. Remember, I won't touch anyone who doesn't offend me. But those who do should get ready to be turned into minced meat by my stick. Ho Fei says with a cold laugh while staring at Choppa, then unexpectedly stands at the center of the Blood Red Cave's entrance. Hearing Ho Fei's words and seeing fragments of the octopus's exploded body floating in the water in all directions, Choppa secretly draws a cold breath. Now he knows even more clearly that this monkey fears nothing. Guardian Ho Fei, as the cave's vice master, I want to ask you why you killed Sangamo? At the moment his voice has become milder. Ho Fei laughs caca strangely, then turns around and looks at Choppa with his fiery eyes, saying, "You asked why I killed him? But I don't feel like answering." Ho Fei is behaving in a very arrogant and wild manner, which greatly amazes the guards around. Choppa's expression starts to become unpleasant. Ho Fei is showing a complete lack of respect for him. All of a sudden, Ho Fei says laughingly and playfully, "Vice Master Choppa, actually, do you still have to ask about this matter?" The answer is very simple, he angered me. Do you understand? He pissed me off. If he hadn't offended me, why would I have killed him? Choppa frowns. What kind of answering is this? It is the same as saying nothing. Immediately, Choppa wants to open his mouth to continue questioning on how Sangamo offended Ho Fei. Seeing that Choppa is about to ask again, Ho Fei immediately uses holy sense communication. "Brat, this is a public place. I've already let you save face, so we should be friendly to each other. Otherwise, you'll provoke me and lose face. That won't be very good." Hearing this, Choppa swallows back what he is about to say. At this moment, Fei. A familiar voice rises and a black blur shoots towards them extremely fast. Only when it stops can everyone see clearly that it is Qin Yu on his black flying sword. But as soon as they see Qin Yu's current appearance, they are all astonished. At the moment, there is a frightening wound on his stomach. The wound is very shocking. His face has gone miserably pale and his lips have turned purple. "Big brother, are you okay?" Ho Fei's entire body becomes agitated. All of his hair stands straight up. Even Choppa takes a cold breath when seeing Qin Yu's injury. After all, he is a middle Yuanying stage expert, so he can conclude at a glance that Qin Yu's injury must have been caused directly by someone's sharp weapon when it penetrated into his stomach. Qin Yu is truly lucky to be able to return alive after suffering such a serious wound. "Big brother, who injured you?" Ho Fei has become anxious. He immediately holds and supports Qin Yu. It is really fortunate that Qin Yu has been able to get back here on his flying sword. Ho Fei's eyes glitter with fierceness. "Big brother, who is it? I'm going to destroy whoever injured you." A raging aura erupts from his whole body. "Forget it, Fei." Qin Yu says with a faint smile with great effort. "Who's the attacker, Guardian Lu Xing? Just tell me everything. Our Blood Red Cave definitely won't let those who dare to provoke any guardians go unpunished." Now Choppa has also come forwards, but he is thinking about Sang Mo's message in his mind. Qin Yu says while trying to endure the pain, "Vice Master, this time we went out to hunt that Black Eagle down according to Cave Master's order. But who could have thought that Guardian Bai Yin and Guardian Ranlan would collaborate with the Black Eagle and attack us instead?" In the beginning, Guardian Musu was struck by Guardian Bai Yin with a sneak blow and died tragically on the spot. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Choppa frowns. "You mean that you and Guardian Zhuangzhong were able to defeat Bai Yin, Ranlan, and the Black Eagle?" He questions. Qin Yu says with a shake of his head, "Luckily Guardian Zhuangzhong is sharp and alert. When Guardian Musu was killed, he immediately attacked Ranlan while I attacked Bai Yin. Fortunately, when I left my master, I was given a precious thunder talisman to use when my life is in danger. And I immediately killed Guardian Bai Yin with it. This wound was inflicted on me by the Black Eagle. But I have my special skills too, so it was also injured. Perhaps because it didn't want to go all out against me, it snatched Guardian Bai Yin's and Guardian Musu's Yuanyings and ran away. Guardian Zhuangzhong was able to get Guardian Ranlan's Yuanying. I'm faster than him, so I return first to tell Cave Master about this." As he finishes saying, a lustrous purple Yuanying appears in the palm of his hand. "Please take this Yuanying, Vice Master. Now I have to go treat my injury quickly. Qin Yu's face becomes even a bit paler. After hearing what Qin Yu said, Chapa looks at the Yuanying before him and thinks about Sang Mo's message. He then looks at Qin Yu's wound again. For the moment, his mind is somewhat confused. Stop saying, "Big brother." Quickly go back and treat the wound. Without letting Qin Yu say anymore, Ho Fei immediately rushes him to his house. But he puts Ran Lan's Yuanying in front of Chapa instead of taking it with him. Chapa clenches his teeth and immediately gets the Yuanying. He then goes into the cave immediately as well. After a while, Guardian Zhuangzhong returns with some minor injuries and goes straight back to his dwelling place in the blood-red cave. Outside the secret room wherein Cha Hong is doing closed-door training, Chapa, who is standing with a very urgent expression, calls loudly, "Big brother, quickly come out. Something serious has happened. Quickly come out." His worries have become too much for him to bear. As soon as he thinks about what has happened, his mind becomes nervous. In just a while, the door of the secret room opens. Why so urgent? These days I can't even do closed-door training in peace. Quickly say it. What's happened? Now I don't have time to waste on you. Cha Hong shouts coldly. He has now entered the final stage of removing that seal. Chapa says angrily, "Have no time to waste? Big brother, do you know a serious incident has happened? Guardian Baiyin is already dead, and so are Musu and Ran Lan. Besides these three guardians, even Guardian Sang Mo has been killed." Cha Hong's face freezes. After his expression changes several times, he calms down and says indifferently, "Tell me everything about this incident." Seeing his big brother so calm, Chapa is also affected and calms down a bit. He immediately says, "This incident is pretty confusing. I'm going to tell you the main details." According to Guardian Lu Xing, among the three guardians who died first, Bai Yin and Ran Lan were in league with that Black Eagle. They wanted to kill the three guardians Lu Crossing, Zhuangzhong, and Musu. Guardian Lu Xing then killed Bai Yin with the thunder talisman his master had given him. Also, he went all out against the Black Eagle and scared it away. Lu Xing's master? Thunder talisman? Cha Hong frowns deeply. When he first saw Qin Yu's special practice technique before, he asked about Qin Yu's school, but Qin Yu did not reveal it. However, Guardian Sang Mo messaged me, saying that Guardian Lu Xing is the Xiaxionist. Chapa pauses for a moment then continues, immediately afterwards, Guardian Ho Fei got mad for some reason and killed Guardian Sang Mo. Chapa looks at his big brother, waiting for his response. Cha Hong slightly narrows his eyes, which glitter with coldness. You can continue. Cha Hong calms down again. Chapa says, but when Guardian Lu Xing returned just now, he was wounded, and even very seriously. Something had penetrated into his body through his stomach. If that attack had been a little more powerful, perhaps Guardian Lu Xing would have died on the spot. Even though Guardian Lu Xing is still living, it will take him about a year to recover. Big brother, at first I suspected that Guardian Lu Xing had injured himself, but that injury was too frightening. Just a bit careless and he would have killed himself. I don't think anyone can harm themselves like that. Plus, he even handed Ran Lan's Yuanying over to me. But about the message Guardian Sang Mo sent before his death. Chapa says while frowning. Cha Hong stares at Chapa and shouts, "Second brother, listen up, the information about this incident must be contained. You must keep your mouth shut. At the same time, you also don't have to care about it. Just leave everything to me and immediately go tell the guardians to gather in the main hall." Yes. Chapa nods then turns around and leaves at once. Cha Hong however mumbles to himself, "Master? Thunder talisman? Who knows if they are real? That Guardian Lu Xing is almost certainly the Xiaxionist. A Xiaxionist naturally doesn't want a Yuanying. Oh my, time, now I need time the most. If this incident happened 1 year later, I would be able to respond with drastic actions." All of the remaining 11 guardians have gathered in the main hall. The incident that happened this time is very serious because it involves the deaths of 4 guardians consisting of Bai Yin, Ran Lan, Musu, and Sang Mo. Moreover, Guardian Sang Mo was killed openly by Ho Fei just outside the blood-red cave. The 3 Black Turtle brothers, the 2 Tiger Shark brothers, the 2 Snake women, the Horned Dragon Tang Bai, Zhuangzhong, Qin Yu, and Ho Fei, 11 guardians in total, are standing on the lower part of the hall. Chapa has also arrived. Everyone is waiting for Cha Hong, the blood-red cave's master. In a short while, Cha Hong walks up to the throne, flings his robe and sits down directly. He then casts a glance at the guardians below him and says solemnly, "Gentlemen, this time, a disaster of an order of magnitude not seen for 100 years has happened to our blood-red cave. Guardian Bai Yin and 3 others have unexpectedly all died. And Guardian Sang Mo has even been killed by Guardian Ho Fei at the Blood Red Cave's entrance. Ho Fei! Cha Hong suddenly shouts. Ho Fei takes a forward step, raises his head and looks at Cha Hong with a faint strange smile on the corners of his mouth. The Blood Red Cave and the 7 other powers of its caliber have always followed the rule made by the 9 Demons Hall that Zuyugoists of the same powerhouse are not allowed to kill each other. But you, as a guardian of my Blood Red Cave, have unexpectedly killed Sang Mo openly in front of a great number of Zuyugoists. Didn't you think about the Blood Red Cave? Didn't you think about the 9 Demons Hall? Didn't you think about me? Cha Hong shouts furiously. An enraged Cha Hong makes his terrifying aura surge forth. As if the end of the world has come, a shockingly powerful aura covers the whole main hall in the blink of an eye. It presses on Ho Fei, restraining him. As Cha Hong has not got into action for many years, a lot of people have questioned his power. However, now, judging from the eruption of his aura alone, the guardians below him no longer have any doubts. Ho Fei licks his lips with his blood-red tongue once, then unexpectedly raises his head even higher and looks at Cha Hong angrily. His eyes are blazing with fighting spirit. He has never had a chance to fight a super expert like Cha Hong. Fei, are you certain of beating him? Xin Yu asks via his holy sense. Still glaring at Cha Hong, Ho Fei says through his holy sense, without using berserk mode, I don't think I stand a chance. But if I go berserk, I'll have a 50-50 chance. This Cha Hong fella is very strong, exceptionally strong, but I like that. His eyes start to become even more blazing and his fighting spirit even more rampant. End of B5C27. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 28. B5C28, Chapo's Death. At the moment, the atmosphere inside the main hall is very oppressive. Ho Fei and Cha Hong are confronting each other. It seems they can fight any time now. Cha Hong is secretly surprised, this monkey is unexpectedly so strong. He should be a match for ordinary Dongshu stage experts, but if he really fights me, he'll stand no chance. He is very confident. Cave Master, I came here to be a guardian, and not to be insulted. That Sang Mo fella dug his own grave by offending me. If he hadn't offended me, why would I have killed him? Ho Fei's voice resounds through the hall. Oh, he offended you? Cha Hong ponders for a while. Guardian Ho Fei, well, this rule is indeed somewhat problematic. If he threatened or offended you, it'll be unfair if instead of punishing him you have to suppress your anger due to this rule. Right after these words are said, the atmosphere in the hall is no longer as tense as it was a moment ago. Hearing Cha Hong say so, Xin Yu secretly relaxes a bit. All right, for the moment, this matter is put on hold. I'll examine it carefully later. Cha Hong then turns to Xin Yu, saying, Guardian Lu Xing, the 3 guardians Bai Yin, Ran Lan, and Musu are already dead, but you unexpectedly said that Bai Yin and Ran Lan had collaborated with the Black Eagle, That's indeed what happened, Cave Master. Xin Yu's face looks pale, but he still says with a cough. As soon as Cha Hong scans Xin Yu's wound with his holy sense, he is secretly astonished. After being told by Chapa, he already thought that Xin Yu's injury was very serious, but he never thought that it would be this serious. He even wonders how Xin Yu can still stand with such a severe wound. Xin Yu, however, feels frustrated inwardly. Meteoric Tear, your healing ability is too strong. After I rested in my house for just a short time, the wound had already almost healed, so I had no choice but to injure myself again. Xin Yu's wound of course was caused by himself. His wound was indeed shockingly serious. However, because the Meteoric Tear's healing ability is too strong, after he rested in his courtyard house for some time, more than half of the wound had already healed. Therefore, he had to tear it open again. Your injury is indeed very serious, Guardian Lu Xing. It's not that I don't believe you, but Guardian Bai Yin has served the Blood Red Cave for many years and he's never shown any disloyalty before. This time, I really can't believe it. Cha Hong says in a seemingly sincere manner, how about this? Can you describe the fighting process again, Guardian Lu Xing? Xin Yu slightly gasps for breath and says, Cave Master, I and 4 other guardians went out to hunt for that Black Eagle together. When we ran into it, we began to attack it according to our plan, but Bai Yin suddenly sneakily attacked Guardian Musu. When the other Zuyuyoists in the hall hear this, their hearts cannot help but skip a beat. Middle Yuanying stage Bai Yin sneakily attacking a completely defenseless Musu, the result of this is easy to imagine. Guardian Musu died instantly. Guardian Zhuangzhong was on high alert, so when seeing this scene he noticed that Ran Lan was also attacking him. Guardian Zhuangzhong then fought Guardian Ran Lan and in the end killed him. Meanwhile, I attacked Guardian Bai Yin. Using the thunder talisman that my master had bestowed on me, I killed Bai Yin immediately. Qin Yu has told a lie without batting an eyelid. The thunder talisman is no ordinary talisman. Talismans and seals are also divided into classes. Generally, only expert talisman or seal makers who have reached extremely high levels in power can create this thunder talisman. Thunder talisman. Tang Bai, who has been keeping his eyes shut on one side, suddenly opens his eyes, looking completely astonished. Qin Yu, however, secretly laughs. He does not have any thunder talismans and has only read about how to make this kind of talisman and its power in some Shojin books. This formidable kind of talisman is extremely difficult to make and its materials are also extremely difficult to obtain. Guardian Lu Xing, your master is really powerful. Xia Hong praises then says, most probably afterwards you fought the Black Eagle and scared it off despite getting seriously injured. Qin Yu nods his head. From beginning to end, Guardian Zhuangzhong does not say anything, but his expression looks somewhat unpleasant. The remaining guardians have always thought that Zhuangzhong is a very nice fellow. He has treated every one of them very well and therefore is extremely popular. Guardian Zhuangzhong, was the course of events the same as what Guardian Lu Xing said? Xia Hong looks at Zhuangzhong and asks. Qin Yu and the others also look at him. It is impossible to confirm based on Qin Yu's account alone. Zhuangzhong's account is also very important. Zhuangzhong lets out a sigh, alas, cave master, my heart is in a lot of pain. Everyone present begins to guess what is going to happen if Zhuangzhong refutes Qin Yu's words. Everybody knows that there's a very good relationship between Bai Yin, Ranlan, Musu and me. His answer is beside the point. The other guardians all nod their heads. They all know about Bai Yin's gang of 4. Zhuangzhong continues, Bai Yin was a bit of a hypocrite but he treated us pretty well. Ranlan was bitter and cruel but he was also fairly loyal. The other guardians, however, secretly curse. Loyal? Who does not know about Ranlan's cunningness and ruthlessness? Bai Yin was even more adept at toadying and was extremely hypocritical. Therefore, after Qin Yu said that they were in league with the Black Eagle, some of the guardians in the hall believed him at once. But, I never thought that the two of them would collaborate with the Black Eagle to kill me, Musu and Guardian Lu Xing. I think they wanted our Yuanyings and Jin Dan and Guardian Lu Xing's high-grade holy weapon. Zhuangzhong sighs, who could have thought that they were so greedy? From beginning to end, they didn't tell me anything, The 3 Black Turtle brothers, the 2 snake women and the others all secretly sneer. Tell an honest fellow like you? At the same time, they look at Qin Yu in amazement. They never thought that he has a high-grade holy weapon. Even though he used the black flying sword to fight Sang Mo before, it is very difficult to evaluate flying swords based on appearance alone. Xia Hong also says with a sigh, don't be upset, Guardian Zhuangzhong. They are unworthy of your grief. Alright, now the matter has practically been cleared up. Bai Yin and Ranlan coveted the other guardians' Yuanyings, Jin Dan and holy weapon so they collaborated with the Black Eagle, thinking that nobody would know about this. Not even death can expiate their crime. Chapa, give Guardian Lu Xing Ranlan's Yuanying. Guardian Lu Xing has been seriously injured. After refining this Yuanying, he will probably improve a bit in power. This is the compensation for his injury. Hearing Xia Hong say so, Chapa reaches out a hand. Ranlan's Yuanying appears on his hand. The other guardians, however, pay no attention to it. Not many Zuyugoists absorb Yuanyings because, firstly, other Yuanyings' energies are different from their own energies. Absorbing others' energies will defile the energies inside their bodies, which will be harmful to them in the future. Moreover, a practitioner who refines and absorbs a Yuanying in the right way can only obtain 10% of its energy. Most of the other guardians are at the early Yuanying stage so they do not really care about absorbing the Yuanying of someone of this power level. Even if they only absorbed its essence, their power would improve by just 10% at most. Guardian Lu Xing, take it. This is a gesture of goodwill from my big brother. Chapa hands over the Yuanying but his mind is suspicious of Qin Yu. Humph, let me see if you'll dare to refine and absorb this Yuanying. They say Xiaxianists can't absorb Yuanyings. In just a while, everything will become clear because of this Yuanying. Thank you, Cave Master. Qin Yu immediately receives Ranlan's Yuanying. In the secret room of the Blood-Red Cave, there are only Xia Hong and Chapa at the moment. Big brother, why didn't you tell that Guardian Lu Xing to refine the Yuanying in the main hall so that we could see with our own eyes? Humph, if he didn't dare to refine it, or if his energy misbehaved badly after the absorption, that would mean he's the Xiaxianist. Chapa has always been suspicious of Qin Yu's identity. Xia Hong gives an indifferent smile. He does not want to confront Qin Yu for the moment. The reason for this is that the Black Jade case is going to be opened within several months. To him, no matters can be as important as the black jade case. Second brother, listen. In the next half year, you mustn't provoke Lu Xing and Ho Fei. Just pretend that you trust them and consider them friends. No matter what happens, you have to wait for a half year. I want the blood red cave to be stable in this half year. Cha Hong says solemnly. Hearing his big brother say in such a serious manner, Chapa immediately nods. All right, second brother, you can leave. Don't disturb me during this period of time. I want to finish my practice without a break. Cha Hong says smilingly. With his eyes brightening, Chapa says, Big brother, could it be you're going to make a breakthrough within a half year? He simply does not know about the black jade case, so after hearing Cha Hong say that no accidents are allowed to happen in the next half year, he thinks that his big brother is about to make a breakthrough. Cha Hong gives a smile and nods. Indeed, he is going to make a breakthrough in power soon. But it is going to take him from 2 to 3 years instead of a half year. Do not think that he has only been spending his own energy to drain the energy of the black jade case's dust-removing restrictive spell. While using his energy, he has also been absorbing the holy energy in nature to practice. His Yuanying has been gradually improving for the past 100 years, and Cha Hong has already reached the peak of the early Dongshu stage. Xin Yu's injury has healed completely in less than a half day. Fei Fei, I'm going to do closed-door training for some time. Don't let anyone disturb me during this period of time unless something serious happens. Xin Yu entrusts the task of guarding to Ho Fei on one side of him. Ho Fei says with a smile, Don't worry, big brother. This time we got the 4 Yuanyings of Baiyin, Ranlon, Musu, and Sangamo. But I've already reached the middle Yuanying stage, so it's basically useless for me to absorb them. They aren't even very useful to Xiaohei either. So, they can only be given to you. A faint smile appears on Xin Yu's face. There's no hurry to refine them. Of the 4 Yuanyings, I only need Baiyins. It's totally enough for me already. Let's put the other Yuanyings away for the moment. It is not necessarily a good thing to refine as many Yuanyings as possible. When the refiner's power reaches a certain level, he should stop. Now Qin Yu wants to reach the second of the 6th stage of the stellar transformations, the meteor stage. All right, big brother. I'm going to help you by guarding outside. No one will be able to disturb you. Ho Fei leaves while laughing caca. Qin Yu immediately goes into his own bedroom and sits down with legs crossed on the bed. His mind starts to recall the contents of the stellar transformations. The stellar transformations is divided into 6 stages: nebula, meteor, core, planet, dujiet, and star. The nebula stage is about consolidating the foundation, so its offense is not strong at all. However, once the practitioner reaches the meteor stage, his offense will begin to increase by leaps and bounds. In the past, when Lei Wei was still at the middle Dujie stage, he was able to single-handedly kill a Deshang stage Xiaoxinist, several Lucy Mortals and several Tens Dujie stage and Kongming stage Xiaoxinists. Afterwards, he overcame 8 of the 9 thunderbolts of the 9 from 9th Heaven Tribulation before unwillingly failing to withstand the 9th thunderbolt in the end. His power was shockingly strong. Lei Wei was definitely a humanoid divine beast, or even something stronger. However, Qin Yu is currently not so formidable like that because he has only reached the foundation strengthening stage, nebula. To reach the meteor stage, I have to combine a very great number of silvery grains into a golden particle of essence. It will become a core inside my body, a meteor. Qin Yu gives a faint smile. The gap between the late nebula stage and the early meteor stage is really too big. The meteor stage focuses on speed, condensation, and instantaneous explosiveness. At the moment, Qin Yu's stellar energy is still in its most common form. By the time he reaches the meteor stage, a myriad of silvery grains will have already been refined down to a single golden particle of essence called a meteor. Energy will come out from the meteor in the form of thin threads that looks like rays of light. Their thinness also represents a high level of energy condensation. His offensive force will be focused on one point, so it will be extraordinarily powerful. The golden stellar energy will also fuse with his body, so he will progress at least 10 times faster than he is at the moment, or maybe even more. Theoretically, at the nebula stage, a practitioner of the stellar transformation should stay in a certain place to practice. Only when he has reached the meteor stage can he wander around and fight other Xiaoxinists. As soon as Qin Yu remembers the descriptions of the meteor stage and the later stages in the stellar transformations, he cannot help feeling himself burning with excitement. Now he is weaker than Xiaohei and Ho Fei, but this will change once he reaches the early meteor stage. Alright, let's start practicing. Qin Yu closes his eyes. However, at this moment, the noise of an explosion reaches him from inside the blood-red cave. Afterwards, the cave is in turmoil. All the guarding Zuyuyoists begin to run in all directions. Guardian Hofei, Vice Master, has been killed by a mysterious figure. That mysterious figure has disappeared. Please chase and capture the killer quickly. A guard runs up to the side of Hofei and says respectfully. Hofei's face changes color. He says, "You can leave first." He then runs towards Qin Yu's room at once. But Qin Yu has already come out of the room. He also heard clearly what that guard said just now. Big brother? Hofei looks at Qin Yu. Qin Yu feels that the current situation is somewhat bad. Chappa, the cave's vice master, has unexpectedly been killed at this time. However, the wound on his stomach has healed completely and he cannot let anyone discover this. Fei, no matter what happens, if someone comes to find me, just tell them I am doing closed-door training and can't be disturbed. I feel that the situation has already become a little chaotic. I must quickly improve my power. He immediately says to Hofei. Hofei nods, then sits down in the courtyard of Qin Yu's house at once. He will not let anybody disturb Qin Yu. Disregarding everything, Qin Yu goes back into his room. At this crucial moment, the most important thing to do is improve his power. Once he reaches the meteor stage, his hands will no longer be tied as they are now. Meanwhile, an extremely furious deep voice resounds through the blood-red cave. Listen up, 5,000 guards and 11 guardians. From now on, keep a close watch everywhere. Nobody is allowed to enter the blood-red cave. Whoever violates this rule must be killed. All of the guards and guardians immediately become much more alert. The looks in their eyes become even fiercer as well. End of B5C28. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 29. B5C29, The Meteor Stage. Various guard squads are continuously patrolling everywhere in the blood-red cave. Even those beautiful ladies in waiting on the walkways or in the corridors have also become cautious and no longer dare to banter flirtatiously with the guards as before. The current atmosphere in the blood-red cave is very oppressive. The guardians, consisting of Yan Cheng and her sister, the 3 black turtle brothers, the 2 tiger shark brothers, Teng Bai, Qin Yu, Hofei, and Zhuang Zhong, all stay in their own houses. None of them strolls outside. Day after day of such a high level of vigilance and pressure passes. In the 9 Demons Hall's main hall, there is a throne on a raised platform. Below it, there are 4 thrones on either side. At the moment, 8 men who are dressed in purple brocade robes are sitting in the thrones. Only the second throne on the left among the lower thrones is vacant. The man sitting in the highest throne in the main hall has thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body naturally gives off a lordly air. This purple-robed man is examining a 3 cun long jade sword in his hand. After looking at it carefully several times, he says, "This is the 6th of the legendary 9 swords. It's indeed a good sword, very good." As he exclaims non-stop, his eyes blaze with excitement. The first purple-robed man on the right below him, however, says critically, "Big brother, what's good about it? Isn't it just a top-grade holy weapon? Though top-grade holy weapons are pretty precious, this sword doesn't deserve such fame. Except for some special functions, what's good about this jade sword itself? What do you know?" A higher purple-robed man says laughingly. The true forms of the 9 Demons Hall's 9 brothers are purple demon aquatic dragons. Even though they are not divine dragons, they are close to divine dragons in power. A purple demon aquatic dragon can defeat 5 or 6 Xiaxianists of the same power level as it. Therefore, by joining forces, these 9 purple demon aquatic dragons were able to become one of the 3 superpowers at the bottom of the ocean. The higher purple-robed man is the big brother among them, Di Long. Di Long looks at the jade sword with glittering eyes. "Brothers, you all know about those special functions. But this jade sword itself is also extraordinary. Let me tell you something. The material used to forge it was only a chunk of icy jasper. How is this possible?" Below him, his 7 brothers are all astonished. It is common knowledge that icy jasper is only a material to make middle-grade holy weapons and cannot be forged into high-grade holy weapons, let alone top-grade holy weapons. Di Long says with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, "Don't doubt it. This jade sword is only a key to open an immortal mansion. It's simply impossible for you to imagine how powerful the immortal that forged this jade sword was. They certainly had the ability to perform miracles. The fact that this immortal was able to forge top-grade holy weapons from a middle-grade material reflects their power. What things are there in the mansion of an immortal like this? When even the keys to it are already 9 top-grade holy weapons, what treasures is it storing?" Di Long's eyes glitter. The eyes of his 7 brothers also glitter. It seems they are also thinking about the treasures in the immortal mansion. The third brother Disu says, "Big brother, according to our intelligence, 7 of the 9 jade swords have appeared. The Xiaxianists of the Panglai Immortal region got one. The Purple Flame Devilish Dungeon's Xiamoists are lucky, they unexpectedly got 2. That Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon Palace got one. We got one, and that three-eyed old freak of the Blue Water Mansion also got one. It seems Azure Dragon and Three-eyed are contending for the 7th jade sword. Underwater Zuyuyoists are very powerful, and the number of jade swords they have obtained also partly reflects this." The big brother Dilong slightly nods and says smilingly, "There are many Shoshin schools in the Panglai Immortal region, but they only got 1 jade sword, so perhaps there'll be an internal struggle among them for a while. As for the 7th jade sword that has just appeared, we won't get involved with it. We'd better let Azure Dragon and the old freak Three-eyed fight each other. Azure Dragon of the Azure Dragon Palace and the 3 blue-eyed toad of the Blue Water Mansion are 2 extremely powerful divine beasts. To put up a fight against either of them, the 9 Demons Hall will have to go all out. Big brother, now that the 7th jade sword has appeared, where are the remaining 2? The 9th brother Denai asks. Dilong says very confidently, "Nobody knows where the 9th sword currently is. But I know where the 8th sword is. This time, 8th brother personally went out because of it. If my prediction is correct, 8th brother will succeed with ease." The third brother Disu says smilingly, "9th brother, I know about this business too. Big brother told me to send subordinates to gather information about different camps and at the same time search for the jade swords. And I accidentally obtained the information about the 8th sword. Searching for the jade swords. Not only has the 9 Demons Hall been searching for them, the Panglai Immortal region, the Purple Flame Devilish Dungeon, the Azure Dragon Palace and the Blue Water Mansion have all sent experts to search for them everywhere as well. They have been searching the islands and the ocean and have even gone to the Qianlong continent to search. Luckily those Zuyuyoists, Xiaxianists, and Xiamoists entered the Qianlong continent only to search for the jade swords rather than to take part in its internal affairs, or else the 3 big kingdoms on the continent would not be able to enjoy such a high level of stability. The more jade swords the better. If we can obtain more jade swords, when the 5 superpowers unlock the Immortal Mansion later, our opinions will carry more weight and we'll get more treasures. We'll definitely obtain the 8th jade sword, so now we must try our best to find out where the 9th sword is." Dilong stands up and glances at his brothers below him, saying, "Brothers, let's try your hardest to gather information about the 9th sword now." "Yes, big brother." The other 7 purple-robed men accept the order in unison. 3 months has already gone by. The blood-red cave is still as calm as before. At the moment in the secret room of the cave, Cha Hong is sitting with legs crossed. A black jade case is floating in front of him. It is continuously sending out many rays of light. And Cha Hong's powerful demonic elemental energy is neutralizing the energy of the case's dust-removing restrictive spell non-stop. At this point, even Cha Hong has become emotional. He withdraws his hands and stops sending his demonic elemental energy into the case. There are various beads of sweat on his forehead at the moment. Phew! Cha Hong's eyebrows are drenched with sweat. Having been in possession of this black jade case for 100 years, today he has been able to ascertain that the case is going to be opened very soon. At that time he is going to obtain the treasure in the case and, as a result, have something to rely on to achieve his ambitions. Xiaxianists Panglai Immortal Region, Xiamoists Purple Flame Devilish Dungeon, the Azure Dragon Palace, the 9 Demons Hall, and the Blue Water Mansion are absolutely the 5 strongest superpowers in the overseas Shoshin world. The Blood-Red Cave is only one of the 8 minor powers under the 9 Demons Hall. It is simply not in the same league as the 5 superpowers. Because of this, Cha Hong has been trying to lie very low and be very cautious, especially after obtaining the Black Jade case. After 100 years, this bloody restrictive spell is finally about to break. The immortal that set it up was really ridiculous. Isn't it just a dust-removing spell? Casually using a little power would have been enough. Why give it so much energy? Cha Hong says smilingly with a sigh. At the moment he is in a fairly good mood. However, as soon as he remembers his second brother Chapo's sudden death, he has a tinge of a bad feeling. Hopefully nothing unexpected will happen at this final juncture. But I definitely won't let anyone snatch my treasure. Cha Hong's eyes glitter with coldness. Afterwards, he rests for a while to replenish his demonic elemental energy, then continues to drain the energy of the dust-removing restrictive spell. In Qin Yu's courtyard house in the eastern part of the Blood-Red Cave, Ho Fei is sitting with legs crossed and eyes closed in the courtyard. There is a black stick next to him. He has been practicing this way for 3 whole months. But he has not been practicing with full concentration because he has been watching the surroundings closely using his holy sense. He definitely will not let anybody interrupt Qin Yu's training. Qin Yu is practicing in the room guarded by Ho Fei. At the moment, his body is radiating an indistinct light similar to starlight. Stellar energy has formed a huge nebula that is enfolding him. Xinyu is sitting with legs crossed above the bed. He is currently sitting in midair. Suddenly, the nebula spins faster. At the same time, the sun above the ocean unexpectedly shoots a blazing stream of energy down towards a deep place in the ocean through the water. This blazing energy stream comes straight into Qinyu's room, and the blood-red cave then fuses with the nebula. Immediately, the color of the nebula becomes golden. Qinyu is being surrounded completely in the golden light. A series of small sounds comes out from his entire body. His whole forehead is being covered in large beads of sweat. He has even begun to convulse due to acute pains, but he is still trying to endure the pains because he knows he has reached a crucial point in practice. Inside his body, the density of the silvery grains in his dantian has unexpectedly increased by 100%. Countless silvery grains are rotating very quickly. At the same time, various blazing streams of energy are entering the body from the outside. The muscles and bones in Qinyu's entire body are undergoing rapid and drastic transformations. Every muscle, every bone, and even every cell in his body are transforming very quickly. The toughness and flexibility of his body are being improved again and again. Hot. The stellar flame is blazing non-stop inside Qinyu's body, as if it is roasting him. The countless silvery grains in the space of his dantian start to spin extremely fast. Unlike in the past, they are now spinning towards a central point. Chi. Enhanced non-stop by the real sun, the stellar flame has become much stronger. Being refined repeatedly by it, those silvery grains spin with ever-increasing speed. As time passes, the silvery grains spin faster and faster. Moreover, all of them are quickly spinning towards the center. Of course, the more silvery grains there are in the outer parts of the dantian, the more silvery grains will spin towards the center with time. In the huge space of the dantian, all of the silvery grains are converging towards the center like mad. While enhancing the stellar flame, the powerful and extremely pure solar fire continuously refines Qinyu's body as well. Concurrently with this, various clear streams flow to every place in Qinyu's body from the meteoric tear, enabling his body to recover very fast. But as soon as it recovers, it is burnt and refined by the fire yet again. Thanks to getting burnt and healed repeatedly by the fire and the meteoric tear, the toughness and flexibility of Qinyu's body improve very quickly. Lei Wei created the practice method of making use of solar fires, but he could only rely on his body's natural recovery ability, which was much inferior to the meteoric tear's healing ability. It should be known that the faster a practitioner can recover, the greater the number of times his body will be refined. Outside, Hofei suddenly opens his eyes, stands up and stares at Qinyu's room. At the moment, even Hofei is very astonished by a powerful undulation of energy. Guardian Hofei, what has happened? Guardian Zhuangzhong runs up to Hofei and asks. He has also felt the energy undulation at this place. The two snake women, amazed by such a powerful amount of energy, have run into Qinyu's house as well. Generally, nobody will release such a great amount of energy while practicing. Bugger off. Hofei suddenly stares at them and growls loudly, looking frighteningly violent. His fierce look makes Zhuangzhong, Yanshine, and her sister trembles in their hearts. Immediately, they no longer dare to say anything. They all know that he killed Sang Mo right outside the main entrance of the blood-red cave. Hofei then turns around and looks at the room. Just now, how could that fire come down from the sky? He is somewhat doubtful in his heart. Actually, there were restrictive spells around Qinyu's room, so the energy Qinyu sent out should not have alarmed the other guardians. But that fiery stream of energy just now unexpectedly destroyed the restrictive spells with ease. Because of this, at a crucial moment to Qinyu, the energy surged forth from his body caught the other guardians' attention. And they have begun to gather in his house. Hey, great beauty Yan, what's happened inside? Wu Tong of the two Tiger Shark brothers asks Yanshine. Seeing Hofei guarding outside Qinyu's room, he does not dare to go into it without permission. Who does not know about Hofei's wildness and insolence? Yan Xing says with a shake of her head, I don't know, but it should be Guardian Lu Xing practicing. Practicing? Why didn't he set up restrictive spells? All of us can feel the undulation of his energy. Could it be he doesn't know that the blood-red cave is in a very tense situation? Bombing of the three Black Turtle brothers frowns and says doubtfully. When these several guardians are discussing, the energy coming out from the room suddenly withdraws. Inside the room, a faint smile appears on the face of Qinyu, who is sitting with legs crossed in midair. He opens his eyes, then slightly opens his mouth and takes a breath. The remaining third of the Yuanying, which is yet to be refined, is swallowed up by him directly. The outer nebula also disappears in an instant. In Qinyu's dantian, There is a blue stellar flame in the center of the dantian. Inside the stellar flame, there is a dazzling golden source of light. By observing carefully, one would find out that it is a very small golden grain. It is called a meteor. This shining meteor is being burnt by the stellar flame. Around the shining golden grain, there are a few silvery grains. Even though their number has become much smaller, they are occupying much more space in the dantian than before. The remainder of the yuanying has been swallowed up by Chinyu at a gulp. A series of cracking sounds rises as the stellar flame burns and refines that third of the yuanying completely. Those silvery grains then begin to revolve very fast. They have also become slightly bigger. With the help of the solar fire, I had to refine a great number of silvery grains to get a golden grain. This solar fire is really exceptionally powerful. I didn't think it'd be able to refine a third of the yuanying completely in a breath. Chinyu thinks to himself emotionally. All of a sudden, a faint smile appears on the corners of his mouth. Let's see how much faster I become. A golden ray of light then shoots out from the meteor in his dantian. It fuses with the channels in his entire body instantly. Whiz! With a shake of his body, Chinyu disappears from the room like a golden ray of light. He is at least 10 times faster than before. His speed has reached a simply frightening level. Outside the room, Hofei blinks his fiery eyes in disbelief. He suddenly feels Chinyu's aura disappear from the room in an instant. Fei. Chinyu suddenly appears in front of an astonished Hofei and looks smilingly at him. End of B5C29. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 30. B5C30, the mantis stalks the cicada. Seeing Chinyu appear before him, Hofei's eyes suddenly glitter and unexpectedly shoot out 2 visible beams of light, which enfold Chinyu. After just a moment, Hofei's expression becomes even more astonished and shocked. Big brother, you ate some immortal pill, didn't you? Hofei looks at Chinyu and asks. At the moment he is very curious because, theoretically, even when a practitioner makes a breakthrough, he will not improve so much in such a short time. Hofei even feels that Chinyu can now give him a good fight and at least pose a threat to him. What are you staring at? Scram! Hofei turns around and shouts at those guardians. Guardian Zhuangzhong among them says smilingly to Chinyu, "Congratulations, Guardian Lu Xing. It seems after Cave Master granted you Guardian Ranlan's yuanying, you've improved a lot in power thanks to refining it. Could it be you have reached the middle yuanying stage?" Yan Cheng says with a frown, "That's impossible. Ranlan was only at the early yuanying stage. Absorbing his yuanying shouldn't have been able to improve Guardian Lu Xing's power very much. Could it be Guardian Lu Xing had already reached the peak of the early yuanying stage before? Somehow I feel that Guardian Lu Xing's energy is not very powerful." Chinyu gives a smile. At the meteor stage, his body's energy is contained even better. Moments ago, he had just reached the meteor stage, so his energy surged forth. But now, most of his energy is being concentrated in that shining meteor in the center of his dantian. Moreover, because he is using the Shioma secret technique Northern Darkness, his body is not giving off a bit of his aura, and therefore it is even more difficult to estimate his power. My fellow guardians, your power levels are about the same as mine, but my brother Fei surpassed me long ago. As his big brother, of course I must try hard. I still have something to discuss with Fei, so all of you please leave here for the moment. Chinyu does not say exactly what level he has reached. An air of mystery. This is what he needs. Yan Shang and Shi Yan slightly salute him, then we take our leave first. But can you go to our houses later to have some fun, Guardian Lu Xing? These 2 seductive sisters then give Chinyu a flirtatious look and leave immediately. Guardian Lu Xing, congratulations on a big improvement in power. The 3 of us take our leave too. The 3 black turtle brothers leave with big smiles on their faces. The guardians leave one after another. Their attitudes towards him are all very good. Previously, they also treated him fairly well, but it was only because of his relationship with Hofei. At this place, personal power is the most important thing. A strong individual here will naturally earn the respect of Zuyuyoists. Last time Chinyu said that he had been able to seriously injure the Black Eagle by going all out, so those guardians estimated that he was approaching a middle yuanying stage expert in offense. Now that he has made progress in practice again, they think that they know very well about his power. In fact, at the moment Chinyu is stronger than they think he is. Horned Dragon Tangbai looks at Chinyu with glittering eyes and says in amazement, "Originally I thought that except for Cave Master only Guardian Hofei could fight me. But now it looks like Guardian Lu Xing is already strong enough to fight me after making a big improvement in power." His words are very direct. Chinyu responds with a smile. I take my leave, Guardian Lu Xing. Later you must have a spar with me. Tang Bai leaves at once. Now there are only Qin Yu and Ho Fei left in the courtyard. Ho Fei casually sets up a restrictive spell, then looks at Qin Yu, saying, "Tell me clearly, big brother. How did you practice?" My fiery-eyed aquatic monkey clan is a harmonious fusion of water and fire, and we also attach great importance to the physical body, so my body is extremely strong. But when I used the fiery eyes to take a look at you just now, I found that your body is approaching mine in toughness. Ho Fei is a middle Yuanying stage divine beast while Qin Yu is at the early meteor stage, but the toughness levels of their bodies are close to each other. The reason for this is my practice technique. It's called stellar transformations. Training the body is its basis. The stronger the body is, the faster the progress will be. This time, when I made a breakthrough to the meteor stage, due to a special cause my body toughness improved rapidly and surpassed the level recorded in the stellar transformations. Qin Yu does not hide the stellar transformations technique from Ho Fei at all. Actually, the stellar transformations has basically been unheard of in the Xiuzhen world. It did not exist until Lei Wei created it. And after Lei Wei came to this Xiuzhen world, he never tried to publicize his own technique either. Stellar transformations? I've never heard of it. It seems not to exist in my hereditary memories either. It should be an ordinary practice technique, right? Ho Fei blinks his eyes a couple of times and says. Qin Yu is startled. Hereditary memories? He has met someone with hereditary memories again. He Yu has hereditary memories. Ho Fei also has hereditary memories. Could it be all divine beasts have hereditary memories? However, because Qin Yu has seen only a very small number of divine beasts, it is certainly impossible for him to draw a conclusion. Without communicating with divine beasts, how can he know if they have hereditary memories or not? A strong body is very beneficial for close quarters offense. Big brother, I feel that your speed just now was very fast. Using your physical power alone, you should already be able to beat ordinary Yuanying stage experts. Ho Fei says very positively. Qin Yu is of course clear about this. According to the descriptions in the stellar transformations, now he should even be able to fight early Dongxu stage experts. Moreover, thanks to the meteoric tear, his body was refined more than usual by solar fire during practice, and therefore it is currently much stronger than the stellar transformation says it is. The energy of the meteor stage is many times more condensed than that of the nebula stage. At the meteor stage, stellar energy is sent out in the form of golden threads. Because it is extremely pure and concentrated, it is highly destructive. Fei, for the next few days I'll have to consolidate my power level a bit. You don't need to guard me during this period. Right, has the investigation into Chapo's death achieved any results? Qin Yu always feels that Chapo's death is very strange. Previously, because he was busy practicing, he did not care too much about it. Ho Fei says with a shake of his head, nothing has been found out. According to the other guardians, a mysterious figure attacked Chapa and killed him directly in one hit. Chapa was basically defenseless. When other guys came to see what was happening after hearing the explosion, the killer had already disappeared. Fei, you mean, from beginning to end, nobody saw that mysterious figure? Yes, it should be so according to the other guardians. Ho Fei says with a nod. Where did Chapa die? Qin Yu asks with glittering eyes. It was outside the secret room in which Cha Hong often undergoes closed-door training. As Ho Fei says this, he also becomes doubtful. Also, Cha Hong was inside the secret room at that time. Chapa got killed right outside the room, but Cha Hong unexpectedly couldn't catch the killer. This killer is a bit too strong already. Right outside the secret room? Qin Yu ponders for a moment. His eyes suddenly brighten. He then says smilingly with a nod, all right, Fei, you should return to have a rest first. After keeping watch over me during this period of time, you must be tired, right? Ho Fei stretches his sluggish waist, saying, well, I'm actually a bit tired. Kaka, I'm going back to rest now. He becomes lively again. During a short stretch of time afterwards, Qin Yu strengthens his power level and familiarizes himself with the offensive techniques of the meteor stage a bit. There are detailed descriptions of many offensive techniques in the stellar transformations. To put it simply, the meteor stage's techniques belong to the type that allows the user to rely on speed to detect the enemy's weaknesses, then deal a crushing blow or to escape if the enemy is unbeatable. Of course, the user can also come at the enemy head-on, but this will be a waste of his superior speed. After a few days, I'm going to practice. All of you listen up. Nobody is allowed to enter my house. Fei, help me to keep watch outside and don't let anyone disturb me. This closed-door training session is very important, so you should just beat away anyone who comes here. Xinyu tells Ho Fei. At the same time, he gives the ladies-in-waiting sent to his courtyard house on one side an order. Yes. Hearing Xinyu say in such a serious manner, the ladies-in-waiting immediately accept the orders. Ho Fei, however, winks at him a couple of times and says loudly, "Don't worry, big brother. Whoever dares to disturb you is going to be reduced to mince in a blow of my stick." Xinyu gives Ho Fei a smile, then turns around and goes into his room at once. Right after entering the room, he uses the most basic escaping technique in his Shuxian secret book's underground escaping art to go into the ground. He then quietly and secretly leaves his own courtyard house. Very soon after coming out of the house, he surfaces. I want to see what secrets there are in that secret room. There is a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. He immediately controls the turning speed of the Northern Darkness talisman in his head. After a small adjustment, he no longer absorbs the energies around him and only does not give off his own aura. This is absolutely the best way of containing aura. To be safe, he does not even use the stellar energy in his body and only relies on his physical power. With a movement of his body, he rushes towards the northern part of the blood-red cave like a black beam of light. As he is not sending out a bit of his aura, those guardians who are staying in their courtyard houses cannot detect him either. After getting out of the eastern part, he easily avoids the guards in other places because the strongest among them are only at the late phase of the Jindan stage. After entering the northern part, he follows a curved path to approach an artificial mountain. It is none other than the entrance to the secret room. Since Choppa was killed right outside the secret room, someone must have approached it. But why did they approach it? They can't have made a trip to the entrance of the secret room just to kill Choppa. A faint smile appears on his face. He still remembers Zhuang Zhong told him that Cha Hong had often undergone closed-door training in the secret room for the last 100 years. There must be some secret here. This, coupled with Chapo's death near the secret room at the hands of a mysterious killer, has made Xinyu decide to secretly scout this place out. He does not dare to approach the entrance in that artificial mountain straight from the front, so he goes around it in a large curve, then moves towards it extremely fast like the wind from another direction. All the while, he does not use a bit of stellar energy. However, when coming near the artificial mountain, Xinyu feels the presence of something dangerous here. This feeling of fear from the bottom of his heart is very unpleasant. He immediately stops his approach and goes into the ground at a corner of the artificial mountain. He can feel that someone is hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, this is a very powerful being. Therefore, Xinyu does not dare to use his holy sense and suppresses his aura completely with the northern darkness. He relies only on his hearing to observe. Xinyu thus remains motionless under the artificial mountain as time passes. All along, he has an intuitive feeling of danger. For the moment, he must be patient. In the blood-red cave's secret room, Cha Hong is sitting with legs crossed on a bulrush mat. Various streams of demonic elemental energy are continuously wearing away the dust-removing restrictive spell. The light on the surface of the black jade case is getting increasingly dull. Cha Hong's eyes are blazing. There are indistinct blood-red lines in his eyes. Obviously, he is extremely excited at the moment. Poof! A very soft noise is heard. But to Cha Hong, it is no different from a crash of thunder. His whole body shakes. In an instant, he withdraws his demonic elemental energy and focuses his glittering eyes entirely on the black jade case. I've finally succeeded. Cha Hong opens the case with shaky hands. It requires no special techniques to open the black jade case. After opening it, he sees a 3 cun long jade sword inside. This jade sword is lustrous throughout. There is a seal character 48 written on it. A jade slip is put on the jade sword. Cha Hong immediately gets that jade slip. Right after he makes a sweep with his holy sense, an ecstatic expression appears on his face. Ha, indeed, it's indeed the same as the legend. The Nine Swords Immortal Mansion, oh my, a mansion left behind by an immortal. And this is none other than the 8th sword. Cha Hong's entire body is extremely excited. Who would not get excited upon succeeding after spending their own energy to wear away the dust-removing restrictive spell almost every day for more than 100 consecutive years like Cha Hong? Moreover, this jade sword will also make his dreams a bit more attainable. Even the jade sword itself is already a treasure to Cha Hong, because it is a top-grade holy weapon. The 5 superpowers, Panglai Immortal Region, Purple Flame Devilish Dungeon, Azure Dragon Palace, 9 Demons Hall and Blue Water Mansion, regard top-grade holy weapons as treasures, but they do not lack these weapons. However, in the eyes of Cha Hong, this jade sword is a top-class treasure. His own holy weapon is only a high-grade one. Boom! Following an explosion, a silhouette appears in the secret room. The defense of the room was totally useless against this figure. The arriver is a stalwart man who is dressed in fitted purple clothes. This man stares at Cha Hong. His eyes are full of amusement. When Cha Hong suddenly sees this purple-clad man, his face changes color at once. Di Tong. His face darkens as he sees this eighth brother of the Nine Demons' Hall. At the same time, he also becomes somewhat flustered inwardly. The Nine Demons' Hall's 9 brothers are not equally powerful. The big brother among them, Di Long, is the strongest. And this Di Tong can definitely rank 3rd among them in power. Cha Hong, I have to thank you for spending the past 100 years helping the Nine Demons' Hall break the restrictive spell of this black jade case. Di Tong says smilingly. Cha Hong calms down in the blink of an eye and says, Eighth Majesty, I was absolutely sure that nobody alive knew I got one of the 9 swords. How did you know about this? Di Tong says with a smile, nobody alive knew about this, but couldn't the fellas you killed write it down? Hearing these words, Cha Hong cannot help forcing a smile. In the past he also thought about the possibility of those victims recording this information, so he destroyed all of their belongings. However, must those victims have carried the things they wrote it down on with them? Erasing all the information about this therefore was not something that could be done. Alright, Di Tong, it's said that you've reached the middle don't you stage. Looks like I'm no match for you. Cha Hong says in such a defeatist manner on the outside, but he fuses a drop of blood with the jade sword in the blink of an eye. Now he has already personalized the sword. With this top-grade holy weapon, his power has been enhanced quite a bit. Di Tong has noticed this, but he is not worried. There is a hint of disdain on the corners of his mouth. However, at this moment, someone is quietly eavesdropping in a dark corner just outside the secret room. It is none other than Xinyu. When Di Tong set up a restrictive spell, he only covered the entire artificial mountain from above with it. He did not know that a man had been hiding silently in the ground under the mountain for a long time. After Xinyu heard the door of the secret room blasted open, he waited for a moment then quietly came in after Di Tong. End of B5C30. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 31. B5C31, Underground Battle. The artificial mountain in the northern part of the Blood-Red Cave occupies a very large area. The secret rooms under it are constructed next to each other in a systematically irregular manner like a maze. Together, they occupy an area that is at least 1 kilometer in both length and width. Xinyu is standing with his back against a corner. Black jade case? One of the 9 swords? Eighth Majesty Di Tong? Hearing what Cha Hong said inside, he has a rough idea of what is going on. Obviously the black jade case was relatively difficult to open. Cha Hong had to spend 100 years to open it and there is one of the 9 swords in it. However, now Eighth Majesty of the Nine Demons Hall wants to rob him of that sword. Cha Hong had to spend 100 years to open that black jade case, plus he's been very careful, but in the end it'll still be snatched by Eighth Majesty of the Nine Demons Hall himself. Xinyu feels his heart beating slightly faster. When even the Nine Demons Hall is so eager to have that jade sword, what kind of treasure is it? Because he is holding his breath completely and is using the northern darkness, his body is not giving off a bit of his aura. I can't observe with my eyes. Both Cha Hong and Di Tong are Dongshu experts and highly gifted. If I look at them, perhaps this'll make them notice me. At this point, Xinyu definitely cannot afford to make a mistake. He stands closely to the wall and focuses his entire attention on his ears. Now he can only eavesdrop on the conversation between the two of them to guess the situation inside. In the secret room, Di Tong is neither arrogant nor impatient. He is not worried in the slightest either. He looks casually at Cha Hong. In his view, Cha Hong is basically defenseless against him and once he gets into action, he will succeed with ease. Therefore, even though Cha Hong has personalized the jade sword by blood, Di Tong is not worried by this at all. That jade sword has fused with your body. Are you ready yet? Di Tong looks at Cha Hong with a mocking smile. His manner is not fierce or imposing but there is an air of absolute sureness about him. Facing Di Tong, Cha Hong, who has personalized the jade sword, is not frightened in the least. Di Tong, did you kill my second brother? Cha Hong asks. Di Tong nods smilingly. Why? My second brother was only at the middle Yuanying stage. He wasn't a threat to you at all, why did you kill him? Cha Hong's expression changes to the point where it looks very unpleasant. Di Tong, however, laughs out loud coldly. Ha, such deep brotherhood. Ha, this is really laughable as hell. There is a note of disdain in his hysterical laughter. He then looks at Cha Hong and says coldly, don't pretend you care deeply about your brother like that. Just now you personalized that jade sword, but you basically haven't finished familiarizing yourself with it using your internal flame. Perhaps now you're burning it with your demonic spiritual flame, right? Humph, you're talking to me here only to buy some time to familiarize yourself with the sword so that you can control it more easily. Ditong has quickly figured out Cha Hong's goal. However, Cha Hong's expression is unchanged. He does not deny or admit it. Alright, I can wait for you. Ditong folds his arms before his chest and slightly raises his chin. He stares coldly at Cha Hong while waiting for Cha Hong to familiarize himself with the jade sword. He is totally confident that he is going to win this fight. In terms of true forms, a purple demon aquatic dragon is certainly stronger than a blood-red aquatic python. In terms of power levels, he is at the middle Dongshu stage, whereas Cha Hong is only at the early Dongshu stage. In terms of weapons, he also has a top-grade holy weapon. Moreover, it is the weapon that he is most adept at using. By contrast, Cha Hong cannot choose his weapon. The jade sword is the only top-grade holy weapon available to him. And in terms of practice techniques, the technique of the Nine Demons Hall's Eighth Majesty is of course more profound than that of Cha Hong. It can be said that Ditong is superior to Cha Hong in every aspect. Ditong, you and your 8 brothers can be so arrogant only thanks to your true forms as purple demon aquatic dragons and your combined force. Today you're here alone. I want to see how strong you are individually. Cha Hong says coldly. At the same time, the look in his eyes becomes so fierce that it seems as if it can pierce through rock and metal. Cha Hong knows that as the underdog he can only rely on courage and momentum. All out. Being the underdog, Cha Hong has to go all out and risk his life to fight a battle. He cannot afford to lose no matter what. Once he loses, he will end up with nothing. Even his life will be taken, let alone the jade sword. He has been lying low for so long, so how can he possibly admit defeat easily? Cha Hong looks at Ditong with his eyes full of tenacity. No matter what happens, he is going to give his all in this fight first. In the Shojin world, losers have no say in anything. Good, looks like you still got some courage. But, if you want to be ambitious, not only must you have brains, you must also have real power. Ditong's voice suddenly becomes resonant while his eyes glitter with coldness. The most important thing is your fists must be tougher than mine. Ditong and Cha Hong focus their eyes on one another. Oppressive, the atmosphere in the secret room is frighteningly oppressive. The two of them are fixing their entire attention on each other, observing every movement of each other. Whoever slightly relaxes his concentration first will probably suffer non-stop attacks by the opponent. Even though Qin Yu is outside the secret room, he can still feel an oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, a noise that sounds as if it is made by a sharp sword piercing through the air rises and destroys the oppressive atmosphere in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a series of resounding metallic noises is heard. Concurrently with this, there are also deep noises of the air getting torn through. Qin Yu simply does not dare to see with his eyes. He can only hide in a dark corner and rely on his ears to listen. In the secret room, Ditong, dressed fully in fitted purple clothes, is holding a long spear. The spear is extremely dynamic in his hands. Ditong's close-quarters spear technique is not inferior to Xian Yang's in the least. Moreover, when it comes to using the long spear to execute long-distance attacks, Ditong is even more formidable than Xian Yang. Sometimes the spear leaves his hands and thrusts at vital points on Cha Hong's body like a flash. Sometimes, while he is holding it, it springs forth like various aquatic dragons and surrounds Cha Hong completely at once. Cha Hong simply cannot run away. Facing this move, Cha Hong has no choice but to go all out. Break. Put at a disadvantage as a result of being surrounded by countless silhouettes of the spear, Cha Hong opens his eyes wide and shouts furiously all of a sudden. That jade sword also enlarges and becomes a huge sword. Holding the huge jade sword, Cha Hong immediately makes a horizontal sweep at the enemy. He wants to counter finesse with brute force. Various silhouettes of the spear vanish, but Ditong gives a cold laugh. Suddenly, the long spear shakes once. The tip of the spear immediately begins to oscillate. In an instant, it hits the huge sword rapidly several hundred times. The entire energy of the huge sword is quickly neutralized. Ditong then reaches out his hand and the spear suddenly moves along the sword like a snake to come at Cha Hong. No good. Cha Hong's face changes color. No matter how he moves the huge sword, the tip of Ditong's spear keeps sticking to it. Moreover, in just about an instant, the spear tip thrusts at his body extremely fast along the sword like a snake spitting venom. Majesty Ditong, your close combat techniques are excellent. Cha Hong says loudly. At the same time, the huge sword becomes 3 cun long again. Cha Hong himself then retreats straight to a corner of the secret room. Instead of chasing after him, Ditong pulls back the spear and stands still. However, various halos of purple light begin to rise from his body. Cha Hong, you still dare to use your human form to fight me? Looks like you've got a death wish. In this case, I won't show any mercy. I'll let you taste my special skill. Various purple halos enfold Ditong. His aura increases at a frightening speed. Cha Hong's face changes color, no good. Looks like I should use that move in advance. He immediately lets out a shout, then disappears from his original place. Afterimages. Several afterimages instantly appear around Ditong. They surround him in just a moment. Concurrently with this, various streams of sword energy are shot out extremely fast. Ditong stands firmly in the center. He uses his spear so skillfully that his whole body seems to be shrouded in silhouettes of the spear. There are simply no openings in his defense. A vacuum has even formed in the area surrounded by Ditong's spear. Growl. A terrifying deep growl rises. At the same time, a huge python head appears in front of Ditong out of thin air. It opens its mouth wide and bites at him, seemingly wanting to swallow him up directly. Child's play. Ditong is not worried in the least. He swings his spear at the python head ruthlessly like a long whip. However, at this moment, whiz! A green beam of light shoots out from the python's mouth like lightning and arrives at Ditong's face in an instant. Ditong has basically no time to block it. The best he can do is to move his body to one side a bit. But his shoulder blade is still penetrated by the jade sword. In the blink of an eye, Ditong's expression becomes unpleasant. Ditong, who has been fooling around since the beginning, has finally become angry. Just now, when Cha Hong bit at him using the python form, he did not care about this. But who could have thought that the bite was just a camouflage for the real attack, the shot of the jade sword from the mouth? Ditong has been wounded and has become furious as well. Cha Hong, you dug your own grave. His originally calm expression has been distorted completely. His eyes have reddened indistinctly and blue veins have even stuck out on his face, making him look frighteningly ferocious. He suddenly opens his mouth and his body starts to transform into a terrifying aquatic dragon extremely fast. Growl. A raging sound rises. Boom smashed into by the huge body of the purple demon aquatic dragon, the walls of the secret room shatter, creating a series of loud explosions. The huge purple body keeps rocking, hitting one wall after another. The underground secret rooms therefore have to suffer an unprecedented amount of damage. Moments ago, Xinyu, who was eavesdropping outside, knew that the situation was not good when he noticed the tail of a blood-red aquatic python sticking out of the secret room's door. These two fellas have transformed. He immediately moved outwards extremely fast. He no longer dared to stay just outside the secret room because if he kept staying there, when Ditong transformed, the secret room would definitely be destroyed and he would be detected as a result. If he was discovered by these furious fellows, his life would be in danger. Even though he has reached the early meteor stage, it is uncertain whether he can compare with Ditong or Cha Hong. Right after Xinyu moved away from that wall, Ditong turned into a purple demon aquatic dragon and smashed the wall into pieces with a shake of his tail. As a furious Ditong twisted his body like mad, he destroyed every obstacle. Immediately, only a series of noises of walls getting shattered could be heard. Boom! Xinyu does not dare to use stellar energy to run. But even if he used stellar energy, Ditong and Cha Hong, who are furious at the moment, would not necessarily detect him. However, he does not want to take any chances. Therefore, he is only relying on his physical power to move out through the rubble like a blue wisp of smoke. In a moment, he has already reached the entrance of the secret floor. He then leans against it and looks inside. The destruction is still going on. Both the purple demon aquatic dragon and the blood-red aquatic python are twisting like crazy. One secret room after another is smashed into pieces by them. Luckily, the artificial mountain is being surrounded by a restrictive spell so the loud noises inside cannot be heard by anyone outside. After a short while, the underground noises of explosions stop. By now, half of the underground secret rooms have been destroyed. An especially large secret room that is about 600 to 700 m in both length and width has appeared on the secret floor. Two huge snake-like monsters are facing each other in this newly formed underground secret room. Xinyu moves silently to one side of a pile of rubble and peeps through a hole in the pile. At a glance, he draws a cold breath. In this empty area that is 600 to 700 m in length and width, there is a huge wriggly red python on the right-hand side. It is none other than a blood-red aquatic python. Using his eyes, he estimates that it must be over 100 m long. Its mouth is as large as a water tank's and its scales all radiate a cold light. On the left-hand side, a purple aquatic dragon is twisting in midair. It is 70 to 80 m long and has a mouth as large as the opening of a water tank. Compared to divine dragons, this dragon has only one horn. There is also a line of purple spikes sticking up on its back. Each spike is about the same size as the long spear De Long used before. The blood-red aquatic python is on the right. The purple demon aquatic dragon is on the left. Qin is greatly shocked when he feels the tremendous auras of these two demonic beasts. If Cha Hong does not use his true form, Qin can still handle him with some certainty. But after he transforms, if fighting him, Qin will have to rely on the meteoric tear to go all out, and even so, the outcome will be unpredictable. As for De Tong, he is even more powerful than Cha Hong. The purple demon aquatic dragon is glaring at the blood-red aquatic python. His purple eyes are filled with furious anger. The blood-red aquatic python is also glaring furiously at the purple demon aquatic dragon with its red eyes, unwilling to lose to the enemy in manner a bit. Its tongue keeps coming out of and going back into its mouth, ready to attack at any time. Qin remains motionless beside the pile of rubble. He simply does not dare to focus his eyes on these two huge beasts and only uses the corners of his eyes to peek at them. However, even if he now stared at them directly, they would not be able to notice this because they cannot afford to split their concentration. Growl. The purple demon aquatic dragon, which suffered a stab wound moments ago, suddenly utters a loud growl. With a swing of its tail, it charges at the blood-red aquatic python like a purple billow. At this moment, the python also lets out a deep growl. It then shoots his head forwards extremely fast and opens its blood-red basin-like large mouth to bite at the purple demon aquatic dragon directly. End of B5C31. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 32. B5C32, 3 Strikes of Life or Death. The purple demon aquatic dragon and the blood-red aquatic python shoot out 2 beams of light from their tank-sized mouths almost simultaneously. The light beam comes out from the purple demon aquatic dragon's mouth is actually the spear used before, only that it is now much shorter. And the light beam comes out from the blood-red aquatic python's mouth is actually that jade sword. Boom! The spear and the jade sword collide head-on. They then whirl about and collide with each other again and again. While controlling their holy weapons to attack, the purple demon aquatic dragon and the blood-red aquatic python also use their own bodies to attack. After all, to Zuyuyoists, their true forms are the most powerful weapons. The purple demon aquatic dragon's black horn pierces through the air to thrust at the blood-red aquatic python's head, creating a sharp whistle. This attack with the black horn executed by the purple demon aquatic dragon is frighteningly powerful. It can definitely breach the blood-red aquatic python's defense with ease. The python's red tail has also reached a shocking level in speed. It swings at the purple demon aquatic dragon extremely fast like lightning. An observer would only see a huge purple blur and a huge blood-red blur keep chasing after, intertwining with, and attacking each other at extreme speeds. Even though these two beasts have large bodies, they are terrifyingly fast. Poof! The purple demon aquatic dragon hits the blood-red aquatic python's body with a claw swipe. Despite their hardness, various scales of the python are still cracked then shattered into pieces. The python's skin is immediately mangled. Blood splatters around and fragments of flesh are scattered. The blood-red aquatic python lets out a painful growl in an instant. At the same time, a red blur swings at the purple demon aquatic dragon and hits it. The aquatic dragon is unexpectedly unable to resist the force of the python's tail and is sent flying. But it comes back with a sweep of its tail while still flying outwards and attacks the blood-red aquatic python again. De Tong and Cha Hong control the spear and the jade sword respectively to attack each other non-stop. Neither of them dares to relax a bit because top-grade holy weapons are still a great danger to them. Pooh! Cha Hong opens his blood-red python mouth and shoots out a yellow beam of light straight at the spear. Even though the spear dodges, that yellow light makes a turn to chase after it then sticks on it directly. The spear immediately slows down. Right after getting stuck on with the yellow venomous mucus, the spear's responsiveness drops to a shocking level. It seems no longer under De Tong's control. Poison, that's the blood-red aquatic python's deadly poison. Qin, who is hiding behind a pile of rubble, recognizes that yellow poisonous liquid instantly. When he was fighting Cha Gu before, Cha Gu also used this move. This poisonous liquid is extremely strong. And now, used by a Dongshu stage expert like Cha Hong, its toxicity is naturally even stronger. Growl. Cha Hong lets out an excited deep growl. At the same time, his voice rises in De Tong's mind through holy sense communication. Purple demon aquatic dragon, prepare to die. That jade sword immediately thrusts straight at De Tong's head like a green beam of light. The purple demon aquatic dragon spurts a flame from its mouth towards the spear, but now the jade sword is already shooting at it. Pooh! 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 Several sharp whistles are heard. Those spear-like spikes on the back of the purple demon aquatic dragon have unexpectedly left its body and shot forwards extremely fast, piercing through the air like javelins. With a resounding clang, the jade sword is hit simultaneously by 3 spear-like spikes and is knocked aside. The blood-red aquatic python immediately twists its body and swings its tail extremely fast at those spikes. However, because those spear-sized spikes are too many and each of them carries a frighteningly powerful offensive force, the python can only avoid more than half of them and 20 to 30 spikes are still shooting at its body. The swing of the python's tail is fast like lightning, but despite its speed, the tail can only knock away 10 odd spikes. The nearly 10 remaining spikes penetrate into the python's body directly. Nearly 10 spikes shatter the python's scales and pierce through its body completely in quick succession. Not even the blood-red aquatic python can endure such serious injuries. A light flashes and the python turns into Cha-Hong in the blink of an eye. His body is now full of bloodstains and many small holes have appeared on his body. It is obvious that he has been badly wounded. Ah heaven, I am highly gifted and has even reached the Dongshu stage, why can't I have just one of the 9 swords? I did everything I could but in the end my secret was still discovered. Heaven wants to destroy me. I was wrong to hold on to something I shouldn't. Cha-Hong turns his face upwards and laughs like crazy. At this point, he already knows that he is done for. A light flashes and the purple demon aquatic dragon also transforms into the human Detong. At the moment, Detong's face is also very pale. The spikes on the back of a purple demon aquatic dragon cannot be shot out easily unless it is in great danger because shooting them out is especially harmful to the body. Still want to run? Detong immediately moves his body and penetrates the floor with a claw strike. A stream of demonic elemental energy rushes into the ground. In just a short while, that stream of demonic elemental energy breaks through the floor to rush out. Now it has coiled around a purple Yuanying. Judging by appearance, this is Cha-Hong's Yuanying. Humph, Cha-Hong, you even wanted to run away with your Yuanying by using that outburst of emotions to attract my attention. Holding Cha-Hong's Yuanying in his left hand, Detong says with a cold laugh. Cha-Hong's purple Yuanying shows a terrified expression and says in a shrill voice, Detong, my true body has been punctured in several vital points and basically can't be used anymore. Now I can only form a loose immortal body to practice. Can you let me go this time? Right at this moment. A green light beam unexpectedly shoots out from the purple Yuanying. It is none other than the top-grade holy jade sword. Detong immediately feels an acute pain in his left hand. Cha-Hong desperately controls the jade sword. In an instant, the bones in Detong's left fingers are cut into pieces and his blood and fragments of his flesh are scattered around. Cha-Hong flies out extremely fast like a purple beam of light at once. This is his last move. Die. An extremely furious Detong sends out a terrifying stream of demonic elemental energy, which sweeps across Cha-Hong's fleeing Yuanying in an instant. His demonic elemental energy attacks Cha-Hong's Yuanying fiercely. The Yuanying gets a violent shock and the soul it is containing is immediately shattered. Because Detong has just had a hand destroyed, he now shows absolutely no mercy. Cha-Hong was only at the Dongshu stage, so it had not been long since he had been able to fuse his soul with his Yuanying. Because the Yuanying's defense was really too weak, the soul was immediately shattered after that violent attack of Detong's demonic elemental energy. Detong reaches out his right hand and catches Cha-Hong's Yuanying with a grab. Now the Yuanying no longer has a soul and is merely a crystal of energy. He sucks it in his spatial ring at once. Cha-Hong, you even dared to destroy my hand. Detong's head is full of fury at the moment. Unless he can achieve ascension, his body will not regenerate. But Cha-Hong was already killed by him, how can he possibly revenge himself on Cha-Hong anymore? With a wave of Detong's sleeve, the top-grade holy jade sword and Cha-Hong's storage bracelet fly into his hand. Only when Detong looks at the jade sword does he calm down a bit, but as soon as he turns around and sees Cha-Hong's corpse, his eyes are filled with anger again. He opens his mouth and shoots a flame at Cha-Hong's body. Even though Cha-Hong's soul has been shattered, Detong still wants to destroy the body to ease the hatred that has built up in him since his hand was cut into pieces. No good. When the flame has just come out of Detong's mouth, his face changes color because at this moment can he feel an exceptionally concentrated and sharp force approaching him from behind at an extreme speed. His holy sense naturally finds out the enemy's appearance. It is a black-robed stirring young man. This is none other than Qinyu. Golden threads of energy are flowing through all of the channels in his body, allowing him to flash through the air like a golden beam of light. From the pile of rubble that is several hundred meters away, he follows a mysterious trajectory and arrives at Detong's back in an instant. His speed is shockingly fast. Qinyu clenches his teeth. His blue veins stick out. His eyes are full of killing intent. Break! Qin Yu's left hand is wearing a flaming glove. At the same time, his golden stellar energy has been concentrated on its 5 fingers, making them look like gold fingers. He forms a finger sword with his left hand and thrusts it at Ditong's back like lightning, wanting to penetrate the enemy's body and grab the Yuanying directly at one stroke. However, what kind of expert is Ditong? He has detected Qin Yu instantly. It is only because Qin Yu's speed is too fast that he has not been able to react. Even though Ditong's left hand has been severed, his abundant experience allows him to make the optimal judgment. He immediately lets go of the top-grade holy jade sword and the storage bracelet in his right hand. As they fall to the floor, Ditong reaches his right hand out backwards without turning his head. A short spear appears in his hand at once. It is none other than that top-grade holy spear of his. He can resize the spear at will. At the moment, it is only as short as a dagger. Holding this spear, Ditong thrusts it at Qin Yu's dantian. He wants to destroy Qin Yu's dantian and Yuanying directly. You want to kill me, but I'm going to kill you. Ditong has become ruthless. When he is attacking, a purple layer of armor that every purple demon aquatic dragon has appears on the surface of his body. This purple layer of armor is formed from the scales of his purple demon aquatic dragon body, so its defense is extremely powerful. Attacking and defending at the same time, this is Ditong's instantaneous reaction. Seeing this thrust coming, Qin Yu is greatly shocked. Even though he does not have a Yuanying, that shining meteor in his body is still his energy nucleus. If it is hit by this strike, what can he do when his energy suffers a huge loss? However, at this moment Qin Yu does not dodge in the least. Instead, he grabs at the spear with his right hand. When the right hand, protected by a flaming glove, has just been reached out, the flaming sword appears in its palm. Clang! The flaming sword and the spear collide with each other. As Ditong is in a desperate situation, this strike that he is performing with the spear carries a terrifying force. The spear is a top-grade holy weapon, whereas the flaming sword is only a high-grade one, so the flaming sword is shattered into countless fragments almost instantly, but covered in a flaming glove and charged with a large amount of golden stellar energy, Qin Yu's left hand's finger sword thrusts at the purple armor like a golden meteor. Bang! Ditong's purple armor gets a shock, but it is not shattered and only sustains small cracks. Ditong cannot help giving a faint smile. Meanwhile, that spear smashes into the flaming glove on Qin Yu's right hand. After that finger sword attack, Qin Yu immediately changes the form of his left hand. He straightens his left fingers and executes a spear hand strike, which has the most powerful penetrating force. Bang! The attacked area of the purple armor is completely broken into pieces. But at the same time, the flaming glove on Qin Yu's right hand is also penetrated by the spear. Qin Yu unexpectedly changes the form of his left hand again, as if he does not feel any pain in his right hand. He curls his left fingers up, forming a claw, and thrusts it into Ditong's body. But just about when his left hand begins to pierce through Ditong's body, Ditong's Yuanying quietly enters the ground through a foot. Bang! Qin Yu's right hand is penetrated by the spear, but his entire body still moves. At the same time, a golden thread of energy shoots into the ground from his left hand. After a moment, another area on the floor is shattered into pieces and a thread of energy flies out with Yuanying coiled around by it. That golden thread of energy then penetrates into the Yuanying and destroys Ditong's soul directly. Qin Yu reaches out his left hand to grab that Yuanying, but his whole back breaks into a cold sweat. The spear that pierced through his right hand remains motionless. Too strong, this purple demon aquatic dragon was too strong. It had fought the blood-red aquatic python before fighting Qin Yu, and was even using its human form. It should be known that in his human form, Ditong was not as powerful as he was in his true form. Even so, Qin Yu was still in great danger when he suddenly launched a sneak attack on Ditong. If he hadn't been injured and had a hand cut off in the previous fight, if he had used 2 hands to attack me at the same time, perhaps it'd have been hard for me to kill him. Thinking back, Qin Yu is frightened. Meteor stage experts should rely on speed to evade blows, so he was really risking his life by sneakily attacking Ditong in such a bold manner. When that purple armor appeared, he was truly shocked. The armor's defense was too frightening, but luckily Qin Yu reacted very fast and executed 3 strikes in quick succession. He used a finger sword strike first, then a spear hand strike, and, lastly, a claw strike. His left hand basically did not stop for a moment. Only by attacking quickly 3 times in a row was he able to pierce into Ditong's body. However, his right hand was still penetrated and is dripping a lot of blood. Though I used a sneak attack, the flaming sword was still destroyed, 1 flaming glove was damaged and my right hand was punctured. Qin Yu lets out a long breath. But when he looks at the loot, he finds it difficult to hide the excitement on his face. He has obtained a jade sword, which was the underlying cause of Cha Han's death. This is one of the legendary 9 swords. Another item he has obtained is Diton's spear, a top-grade holy weapon. Cha Hong's storage bracelet is now his. Cha Hong was the Blood-Red Cave's master, so how can there possibly not be any treasures in this bracelet? Diton's spatial ring has also come into his possession. Judging from this item of storage alone, it is obvious that Diton was in a high position of power because not many Xiationists in the overseas Shojin world have a spatial ring. What are the things inside this ring? Moreover, he has obtained Diton's middle Dongxu stage Yuanying and Cha Hong's early Dongxu stage Yuanying. To Qinyu, these two Yuanyings are more valuable than the other items. After all, real power is more important than treasures. He immediately sucks everything in his own spatial ring. These corpses, then, he looks at Cha Hong's and Ditong's corpses and thinks for a while. Afterwards, he sucks these corpses in his spatial ring as well. When the bodies have been removed, even if someone else discovers the emptiness at this place, they will not be able to figure out what happened for some time. Nearly half of the underground secret rooms have been destroyed, but, due to the restrictive spell, nobody outside knows about this yet. After getting out of the secret floor, Qinyu gently breaks the restrictive spell. He simply does not care what someone will think when they discover the battlefield at this place. He then immediately uses his body maneuvering skill. With the golden stellar energy running through his whole body, he rushes straight back to his courtyard house in the eastern part like a golden beam of light. End of B5C32. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 33. B5C33, 9 Guardians. In Qinyu's courtyard house in the eastern part of the Blood-Red Cave, Ho Fei is sitting with legs crossed on the floor, quietly guarding Qinyu in the room behind him. Even though he knew long ago that Qinyu immediately slipped away after entering the room, because they had already talked this over before, naturally he has been acting as if Qinyu has been inside all along. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and looks at the silhouette that has just appeared before him. Big brother. There is a hint of happiness on Ho Fei's face at once. But as soon as he sees Qinyu's right hand, his face cannot help changing color. Qinyu's right hand has been penetrated and there is now a horrifying hole in it. Qinyu, whose face is slightly pale, hurriedly says, "Don't ask too much, Fei Fei. Just follow me into the room." After saying, he goes straight into his room with just a shake of his body. Ho Fei also comes into the room at once doubtfully. At the same time, he waves his hands, setting up a restrictive spell around the room so that nobody outside can know what happens inside. Right after entering the room, Qinyu sits with legs crossed on his bed, then lets out a long breath. He does not care about his penetrated right palm at all for the moment. When he fought Diton moments ago, life and death were decided in the blink of an eye. Only now, when he has returned to his own room, can he totally calm down. What happened, big brother? Ho Fei hurriedly asks. Qinyu recalls what he has gained this time. He cannot help but smile. Fei Fei, you have to spring into action when you should. You can't be overcautious. Otherwise, you won't even have time to regret when the opportunity slips away. If you want to make a profit, you must be willing to take a risk. Ho Fei is dumbfounded. He blinks his eyes and says doubtfully, "What do you mean, big brother?" "Awesome, this is so awesome." Qinyu does not answer. With a wave of his hand, 2 Yuanyings appear and float before him. These Yuanyings have lost their souls, therefore they are now merely a kind of energy crystal. They also radiate an indistinct purple light. Ho Fei's fiery eyes brighten at once. 2 beams of light that seem solid shoot at the Yuanyings. Such strong energy. Ho Fei is astonished. These are at least Dongxu stage Yuanyings. When did you get them, big brother? They'll be a big help to you. He exclaims in admiration. Qinyu looks at Ho Fei, saying, "You're right. But not only can they help me, they can help you and Xiaohei too." He has never thought of keeping them all for himself. One of these 2 Yuanyings belonged to a middle Dongxu stage purple demon aquatic dragon. The other belonged to an early Dongxu stage blood red aquatic python. They have quite a lot more energy than the Yuanyings of ordinary Xiaxianists of the same levels. Cha Hong's Yuanying is already enough for me, so you and Xiaohei can refine Ditong's Yuanying together. Ho Fei shakes his head. Impossible. This Yuanying of a middle Dongxu stage purple demon aquatic dragon has too much energy for me to absorb. After leaving the ravine, I made a little mental breakthrough when I was guarding you, so my soul is only just enough to match the late Yuanying stage. Do you understand what I mean, big brother? Ho Fei is currently at the middle Yuanying stage in power, but his soul has reached the late Yuanying stage. He continues, I can only absorb energy until I reach the late Yuanying stage at most. If I absorb too much, my power level would surpass my spiritual level, which would very easily make my internal energy become uncontrollable, or even become chaotic. If it got serious, I would suffer energy deviation and my soul would be destroyed. Qin also knows this very well. The soul is the foundation. Even though his mental control is so strong, if his energy exceeds his ability to control it, firstly, unlike when it is insufficient, he will have difficulty keeping it in check during a battle, and secondly, it can become chaotic. I know this. But you've been at the middle Yuanying stage for a long time. If you want to reach the late phase, you'll only have to refine a portion of the Yuanying. As for Xiaohe, as soon as Qinyu thinks about Xiaohe, he takes out a transmitter. Seeing Qinyu take out the transmitter, Hofei knows that he is messaging Xiaohe. Xiaohe, keep waiting for some time. After I have dealt with the matters in the blood-red cave, I'm going to tell you to come through a message. Right, I got a Dongshu stage Yuanying. How much energy can you absorb? Qinyu is also doubtful about Xiaohe's absorption capacity. In just a while, Xiaohe replies with a message. Dongshu stage? Did you kill some big shot, big brother? It can't be that low-life Chahong, right? As for how much I can absorb, I've undergone that forbidden technique and had my body transformed drastically, so my current progress in practice is much faster than before, including the progress of my soul. But, it's been a very short time since I could improve so fast. Now my soul is only at around the early Yuanying stage. I don't dare to absorb energy anymore. Qinyu does not know what to do after receiving Xiaohe's reply. In the overseas Xiaoyao world, there are Zuyuyoists who refine Jindans and Yuanyings, but the real experts do not dare to let their power levels surpass their spiritual levels. Both Hofei and Heiyu know that Qinyu is willing to let them absorb a Yuanying he obtained, but they do not dare to bite off more than they can chew. In the past, even though Lei Wei was able to kill enemies of higher power levels, he did not dare to absorb Yuanyings casually, also because his spiritual level improved slowly. There are different ways of improving power. The first is to gather various kinds of precious herbs to concoct power-up pills. There are a few problems that lie at the root of this way, namely, it is rather difficult to find precious herbs and the producing methods are fairly complicated. The second is to refine and absorb other Zayashinists' Jindans and Yuanyings. But it is difficult to improve the soul rapidly. At least there have never been any known methods for raising the spiritual level suddenly. Therefore, not many Zayashinists refine others' Jindans or Yuanyings. After all, a Zayashinist will only dare to absorb more energy when they have reached a spiritual level high enough for this. But I'm staying in the ravine, big brother. When I listen to Miss Lear's zither music, I feel my soul improve very fast. Perhaps it will reach the middle Yuanying stage soon. At that time I'm going to come to find you. Heiyu says through his transmitter. Good, I also got many things to deal with in the blood-red cave for the moment. Qinyu and Xiaohe then stop communicating. Fei, this is the middle Dongshu stage Yuanying. Your power level is higher than mine, so you should refine part of it first. Qinyu himself is in no hurry. Instead, he lets Hofei refine a Yuanying first. Hofei does not decline either and sits down with legs crossed immediately. He opens his mouth. A flame is shot out at once and enfolds Diton's Yuanying. Burnt by the flame, the Yuanying gradually melts. Various purple streams of liquid flow out from it, then fuse with Hofei's body. In terms of refining speed, Hofei is at least 10 times faster than Qinyu, who is quietly keeping guard on one side. After a half day, about 20% of the Yuanying has been refined. Hofei, who is sitting with legs crossed, suddenly opens his fiery eyes, sending out a brilliant light. With a sweep of his holy sense, Qinyu discovers that Hofei has reached the late Yuanying stage. He immediately says smilingly, Congratulations, you've reached the late Yuanying stage. Perhaps now you could even fight that purple demon aquatic dragon Ditong. Very excited, Hofei says with strange laughter, Ditong? He was at the middle Dongshu stage, but his true form was a purple demon aquatic dragon, so he was much stronger than Xiaxianists of the same level. I must have been no match for him before, but now, Kaka. He looks very contented. You should start practicing quickly, big brother. I really don't know how your soul can improve so fast. If the level of my soul was as high as yours, I would have refined the entire Yuanying without a break. Looking at Qinyu, Hofei cannot help praising him. Qinyu gives a smile. The meteoric tear, even now he still knows absolutely nothing about it and cannot even control it to do anything. It has sent out different kinds of energy all by itself. He was very lucky to obtain this treasure. Or it can also be said that he was destined to get the meteoric tear. Alright, Fei, stand guard outside for me. I want to absorb this Yuanying with my entire concentration. Ditong's Yuanying, 20% of whose energy has been absorbed by Hofei, then starts to be refined and absorbed again by Qinyu. By now his soul has reached the early Dongshu stage. In fact, even Qin Yu himself is amazed by the high speed at which his spiritual level has improved too. However, is Qin Yu the only one whose soul can improve fast? After Xiao He underwent his forbidden technique, his soul has leveled up extremely fast too. In just several years, he has already reached the early Yuanying stage from the early Jindan stage. And when a Ziotionist has a momentary experience of intuitive enlightenment, it is very usual for their spiritual level to improve rapidly and suddenly. But moments of insight come randomly and are totally beyond a Ziotionist's control, whereas Qin Yu's soul improves steadily all the time. From now on, he begins to refine the Yuanying with no worries in his own room, disregarding whatever happens outside. Ho Fei keeps guard near the room, determined to stop anyone who wants to go into it. In the northern part of the Blood-Red Cave, even though half of the secret rooms under the artificial mountain have been destroyed, because they are built underground, everything on the ground seems to have remained completely unchanged. The only visible change is that the mouth of the cave leading to the secret floor has been broken into pieces. But that cave faces towards the inside of the artificial mountain, so no one will see this without looking carefully. Even the guards of the Blood-Red Cave have to go around these underground secret rooms every time they patrol to here. The reason for this is an order given by Cave Master Cha Hong. In the past, Cha Hong usually stayed in his secret room trying to open the black jade case, so he naturally did not want this place approached by anyone. It has been more than a half day since Qin Yu broke the restrictive spell to come back to his room. There have been several tense patrol sessions during this period of time, but because those guards have to bypass the artificial mountain, they simply have not noticed that the cave leading to the secret floor has been destroyed. Another squad is currently on patrol. The squad leader is very large and muscular with eyes as big as copper bells. At the moment, he is looking around with his wide-opened bull eyes. But he suddenly stops. What's happened, Leader Xian Kuei? Why did you stop? A short, stout guard asks. Xian Kuei, however, looks at the artificial mountain in disbelief. In fact, because all of the guard squads on patrol have to go around this place, whereas that entrance to the secret floor faces inwardly, the place that Xian Kuei is standing on is the only place on the patrolling route from which a small part of the entrance can be seen. If he moves away from this place a bit, that entrance will no longer be visible to him at all. Follow me. Squad leader Xian Kuei shouts loudly and rushes extremely fast towards the artificial mountain. Leader, the patrolling route doesn't allow us to go through that place. That short stout guard hurriedly calls. But Xian Kuei, who has come near the artificial mountain, suddenly shouts, "This is bad. The entrance to the secret floor has been destroyed. Quickly go inform the guardians." The entrance to the secret floor has been destroyed? There is immediately a clamor among the guards at the scene. They all understand the seriousness of this incident. If nobody had gone through the entrance illegitimately, why would it have been destroyed? All of the guards then leave extremely fast at once to tell the guardians about this. Holding a broadaxe, squad leader Xian Kuei stares into the entrance. The ground of the passage connecting to it is currently covered in countless pieces of rocky debris. What's happened, Xian Kuei? Zhuangzhong is the first to hurry to this place. He immediately shouts to squad leader Xian Kuei, who is a guard directly under his control. Xian Kuei hurriedly bows and says, "I don't know either. I discovered this situation only moments ago and immediately sent the guards to inform you and the other guardians." In a while, the 3 Black Turtle brothers, the 2 Tiger Shark brothers, the 2 Snake sisters and Tang Bai also come. Where are Guardian Ho Fei and Guardian Lu Xing? Yan Qing says doubtfully. Zhuangzhong says smilingly, "Little sister Yan Chang, it seems Guardian Lu Xing has been doing closed-door training again for a half-month. Guardian Ho Fei has been watching over him. Perhaps Guardian Lu Xing hasn't finished his training yet." After talking to each other, the 9 guardians go into the entrance. Seeing the broken stones in the entrance, they all have a bad feeling. They go along the sloping passage to enter the underground secret floor. But as soon as they enter the secret floor, they all look at the scene in front of them with popping eyes. Various secret rooms have been destroyed completely. Their rubble has been swept to the edge, leaving behind a large empty area that is 600 to 700 m in both length and width in the middle of the remaining secret rooms. The fragments of the destroyed room's walls have all been piled up around this area. Look! There's a bloodstain. The snake woman Shi Yin points to a place in this empty area and shouts. The other 8 guardians also look in the direction she is pointing. There is indeed a huge bloodstain, which was created when the blood-red aquatic python and the purple demon aquatic dragon were fighting each other. That deep mark should have been made when a huge python swung its tail and hit the floor. Tang Bai points to a deep mark on the floor and says coldly. The 3 Black Turtle brothers, the 2 Tiger Sharks, Wu Tong and Wu Feng, the 2 Snake Women, Yan Chang and Shi Yan, Zhuangzhong and Tang Bai, 9 guardians in total, carefully examine the scene. they can certainly conclude that a fierce battle took place here. Moreover, one of the main participants was very likely to be Cha Hong, who was doing closed-door training in this place. The 9 guardians look at each other. A fierce battle happened here, but they knew nothing. Now they do not even know if Cha Hong is dead or alive. This incident coupled with Cha Po's death some time ago gives them a bad feeling. Go! Let's see if Cave Master's soul jade slip is still intact. The most powerful among them, Tang Bai, shouts an order. The 9 guardians leave the secret floor at once and head for the room in which everyone's soul jade slip is put. This room is checked once every day by someone and is also guarded on the outside. As the 2 guards see the 9 guardians arriving together, they are immediately shocked. Sirs! Madams! They get down on one knee and say. Tang Bai looks at the 2 guards. Yan Qing shouts impatiently in a lovely voice, "You 2 quickly open the door." This room's door is closed with a restrictive spell, so she and the others do not dare to force it open. They have no choice but to order those guards to open it. Yes, madam. A guard stands up and shoots several streams of demonic elemental energy at the door. A blue light flashes and the door slowly opens automatically. When it has been opened, from outside, the 9 guardians all look at the old wood counter in the center of the room on which every soul jade slip is put. And by now, the soul jade slip in the highest position has already shattered into tiny bits. That soul jade slip belongs to Cha Hong. The 9 guardians' faces change color greatly. Cha Hong is already dead. End of B5C33. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 34. B5C34, New Cave Master. Seeing that Cha Hong's soul jade slip has broken into pieces, they all know what this means. Cave Master Cha Hong is dead. The Blood-Red Cave has become a group without a leader. For the moment, basically nobody cares who Cha Hong's killer is. Even if they were to investigate, what would they possibly achieve? How can these guardians deal with someone who was able to kill Cha Hong? Now, the thing that needs to be done is to choose a new cave master. The looks on the 9 guardians' faces begin to change irregularly. The 3 Black Turtle brothers, with Ba Ming being the eldest, look at each other. Wu Feng and his brother Wu Tong, Yan Shang and her sister Xian, Tang Bai, and Zhuang Zhong also have their own ideas. Everybody, now Cave Master is already dead, and we don't even have a clue about the killer. But judging from the battlefield on the underground secret floor, it can be concluded that they fought Cave Master head-on. And both sides even switched to their true forms, says Ba Ming, the big brother among the 3 black turtles. Wu Feng nods, that's right. To be able to kill Cave Master openly, the killer must have reached the Dongxu stage at least. Oh my, Dongxu stage, you put it too simply. There are only a few Dongxu stage experts in the territory of the 9 Demons Hall. Why did someone who has reached this level want to kill our Cave Master? Yan Qing says ambiguously. Even Cave Master was killed, what can we do as guardians? Tang Bai says coldly, retreating without trying, that's too gutless. Zhuang Zhong, however, says with a smile, Boss Tang, you're very powerful and about to reach the Dongxu stage, so you can put up a fight against the killer, but we will have absolutely no chance. Now, the most important thing isn't to seek revenge but to choose a new leader, that is, a new cave master. After he said this, the other guardians' eyes all brighten. What they said just now is just rubbish. Selecting a new leader is the most urgent thing to do. The new cave master must at least have convincing power. I think if Boss Tang becomes cave master, the rest of us will definitely endorse him. Given Boss Tang's power, perhaps only cave master Cha Hong could defeat him. Ba Ming says smilingly. The snake woman Xian immediately says with a flirtatious smile, Boss Tang's power is beyond doubt. If he becomes cave master, we sisters will definitely be the first to follow his orders. Wu Tong also says, we've got no objection. It's common practice for whoever is the strongest to become cave master. Boss Tang is more powerful than us brothers, so we certainly won't hinder his becoming cave master. He has declared his and his brother Wu Feng's stand on the matter. Zhuang Zhong gives a couple of coughs and says smilingly, everybody knows the rule that the strongest will become cave master. Boss Tang is stronger than us, so we won't have any objections to his becoming cave master. But this doesn't mean that the other guardians will have no objection. We shouldn't forget that 2 guardians haven't come yet. Tang Bai is not eager to become cave master, but he does not refuse to become cave master either. If he becomes the leader, he will be able to order his subordinates as he pleases, which will certainly feel better than being a mere guardian. Tang Bai craves personal power, so he will not mind even if he cannot become cave master. However, whoever wants to contend for this position will have to defeat him. That's right. There are still 2 other guardians. Guardian Hofei almost fought Cave Master in the main hall last time. It's hard to say how powerful he really is. And his big brother is so mysterious. He definitely isn't as simple as he looks. Yanqing also says. At the moment, these guardians are all thinking about who will become Cave Master, totally ignoring Cha Hong's death. Cha Hong is already dead. The three brothers, Cha Hong, Cha Pa and Cha Go, have become a thing of the past, so the guardians no longer care about them and also do not want to avenge them. Most importantly, these guardians do not dare to seek revenge for their deaths. Tang Bai says with an ice-cold expression, "It's pointless to talk too much. Let's go straight to Guardian Lu Xing's house. Everybody should go together. We'll decide who will be Cave Master right there, whether by fighting it out or doing something else. Is this okay?" "Good idea. Let's go together, everybody," Yanqing says with ringing laughter. Immediately, the 9 guardians fly straight to Qin Yu's courtyard house in the eastern part together. The blood-red cave is not very large to them and their speed is fast, so it takes them only moments to reach Qin Yu's courtyard house. 3 ladies-in-waiting are chatting with each other outside the house. They behave respectfully as soon as they see the 9 guardians land together. "Sirs, madams, our lord is still doing closed-door training. He already gave us the order not to let anyone come in," a green-clad lady-in-waiting hurriedly says. These girls remember Qin Yu's order very clearly. Guardian Tang Bai frowns. The other guardians seem to feel irritated as well. They want to quickly decide who will become the new Cave Master, but Guardian Lu Xing is unexpectedly doing closed-door training and does not even let anyone enter. "All of you get out of the way. We guardians come here together this time certainly because of an important matter." Wu Feng shouts at the 3 ladies-in-waiting. Seeing his ferocious expression, they are so frightened that they move aside. As mere ladies-in-waiting, how could they possibly dare to block these guardians? One by one, the 9 guardians go through the gate to enter the courtyard house. Hofei is sitting with legs crossed just outside the door of the hall. Obviously he is blocking the way leading to Qin Yu's room. Even though the 9 guardians have come into the house, he keeps sitting with legs crossed and eyes closed. He basically does not move at all. The 9 guardians stand in a straight line. Seeing what happening before their eyes, they look at each other. Guardian Hofei, Cave Master Cha Hong is already dead. These guardians and I have been discussing who will assume the role of new Cave Master. Therefore we have come here to find the 2 of you. After all, one can only officially become Cave Master if they are approved by every guardian. Zhuangzhong says in a loud and clear voice. Hearing what he said, Hofei opens his eyes, from which 2 seemingly solid beams of light shoot out. Those light beams slowly sweep across every guardian. They alone put these guardians under a huge pressure. Not even Tang Bai can keep his face from changing color when he feels the oppressiveness of the light beams. "Congratulations, Guardian Hofei," says Tang Bai. He has a feeling that if he had fought Hofei before, he would have had a chance of winning, but now he stands no chance. However, he still wants to have a fight with Hofei. This is just like how he wanted to fight Cha Hong before. Oh my, Guardian Hofei has unexpectedly made a breakthrough. Looks like this battle will be even more awesome. With such a big improvement in power, perhaps Guardian Hofei will become the new Cave Master. Yanqing says laughingly, but Hofei only smiles. "I won't become the new Cave Master," he finally utters. Everyone is startled. Ba Ming, the eldest of the 3 Black Turtle brothers, immediately says, "Guardian Hofei, it seems you are being modest. Or perhaps you're not confident you can defeat Boss Tang? This is impossible. At that time you weren't even afraid of Cave Master. Now your power has improved greatly, why should you be unconfident?" The other guardians also say that Hofei is being modest. "I'll be the new Vice Master," Hofei says another sentence. Everyone is startled again. After pondering on Hofei's words, the 9 guardians eventually understand his meaning. Who can be Vice Masters? In general, only a Cave Master's brothers can become Vice Masters. And who is Hofei's brother? Of course, he is that mysterious Guardian Lu Xing. "Guardian Hofei, what you said is wrong. Even if you were stronger, even if you are more powerful than all the other guardians, while you can become Cave Master, this doesn't mean that Guardian Lu Xing can. The Cave Master position is to be taken with power and not to be given to someone else," Yanqing says with a little dissatisfaction. Hofei gives a haha laugh but says nothing. "Guardian Lu Xing is pretty strong, but if he wants to become Cave Master, he'll have to defeat me at least," Tang Bai says coldly. He admires strong individuals. If someone weak only relies on their own brother to become Cave Master, he definitely will not accept this and will not take orders from them. Not only him, the other guardians also have this opinion. In the Xiuzhen world, everything depends on individual power. Oh, looks like you want to fight my big brother? Ho Fei gives a strange smile. Don't worry. My big brother is practicing, but he'll come out in 2 to 4 hours. You can use this period of time to prepare yourself. Tang Bai, however, looks at Ho Fei and says in an ice-cold voice, prepare myself? He poses no threat to me. I want to challenge you first. Challenge me? Ho Fei is startled. The other guardians all burst out laughing. Ba Ming says with incitement, you should accept the challenge, Guardian Ho Fei. Boss Tang is very powerful. The two of you are the two strongest guardians. It'll definitely be very awesome if you fight each other. Yan Qing, Xian, Wu Tong, Wu Feng, and every other guardian all look at Ho Fei and Tang Bai. Ho Fei looks at everybody. Only after thinking for a while does he say unwillingly, alright. You attack first. Holding a black stick, he stands at his place in a totally careless manner and gives Tang Bai an unconcerned look. Tang Bai reaches out his two fists. Various silvery rays of light radiate from them. Good. Watch out. At the moment Tang Bai is full of fighting spirit. He can feel Ho Fei's pressure on him, but it only makes him even more excited. His eyes gradually redden. He suddenly opens his fists, forming two claws. With a movement of his body, Tang Bai turns into a blur and arrives at Ho Fei's face instantly. Ho Fei moves his right arm. The black stick, which originally is not moving, immediately smashes into Tang Bai's blur head-on at a frighteningly fast speed like a black flash. With a bang, Tang Bai is sent flying. Absolutely no resistance. The other guardians are dumbfounded because Tang Bai has been an absolutely formidable expert in their eyes for so many years and is even approaching the Dongshu stage. But they simply do not know that late Yuanying stage Ho Fei is actually comparable to ordinary late Dongshu stage Zaishinists. The gap in power between them is too great. Tang Bai's body stops after flying several tens meters. He then flies back and lands beside the other guardians. Guardian Ho Fei is really powerful. I admit defeat. Tang Bai has no dismay at all. But he continues, I have a feeling that you should be even stronger than Cave Master Cha Hong. If you want to become Cave Master, I'll certainly have no objection. But if Guardian Lu Xing doesn't have enough power to convince everybody, I definitely won't accept him as Cave Master. Ho Fei gives a caca laugh, you fool. If you want to get a taste of my big brother's power, that's okay. Just wait for a while. Alright, don't waste your time. Just now that strike of my stick already caused you some injuries. You should treat them quickly. When you become healthy, my big brother will also come out. Tang Bai nods, then immediately sits down with legs crossed and starts to practice. The other guardians are secretly shocked by Ho Fei's power. Seeing him have such confidence in Qin Yu, they also begin to feel curious about Qin Yu's power. To these guardians, Qin Yu is indeed fairly mysterious. Ho Fei, however, laughs inwardly, don't look down on my big brother. Now there is very little time, so he'll only be able to reach the middle meteor stage in a while. If he had several days, he'd reach the late meteor stage. At that time, to defeat him, even I would have to use berserk mode to fight. But perhaps Big Brother can already surpass Cha Hong at the middle meteor stage. Just now Ho Fei said that he wanted to become Vice Master because Qin Yu had immediately told him to through his holy sense after hearing what the 9 guardians had said. To become Cave Master, Qin Yu certainly has to personally show his power. Inside his room, Qin Yu is sitting with legs crossed and being enfolded in many golden rays of light. That purple Yuanying has no longer been refined. At the moment Qin Yu is at a critical juncture, reaching the middle phase of the meteor stage from the early phase. In his Dantian, a great number of silvery grains in the seemingly boundless space of the Dantian have formed a blurry nebula that is spinning extremely fast. There is a golden bead about the size of a quail egg in the center of the nebula. Various golden rays of light are shooting out from it non-stop. Clack! Following a crisp noise, that golden bead unexpectedly splits into 3 parts, which then become 3 golden grains. When the 3 golden grains have become spherical, they begin to revolve and affect each other. The stellar flame is at the center of the 3 golden grains. As the golden bead broke into 3 pieces, countless silvery grains also split in half. Immediately, the number of silvery grains was doubled. After a while, calmness is restored in Qin Yu's Dantian. He opens his eyes. With a faint smile on the corners of his mouth, he says in a loud and clear voice, please get ready, Guardian Tang Bai. I'm about to attack. In the courtyard. Qin Yu's voice resounds through the air. Every guardian can hear it clearly. The 3 black turtle brothers, the 2 snake women, Wu Tong and Wu Feng, and Zhuang Zhong focus their attention to observe at once. Tang Bai, whose minor injuries have already healed, also begins to concentrate his energy. The aura around Tang Bai is fierce at the moment. His entire body's energy has risen to its limit. He is fully prepared to attack Qin Yu with his most powerful strike anytime. Suddenly, a golden blur shoots out from inside the room at a frighteningly fast speed. Tang Bai can feel clearly that it is Qin Yu's aura, so he throws a fierce punch immediately. However, before this punch can be fully executed, his body is knocked away. He is sent flying more than 100 m like a sandbag. His blood even spurts out. Only now can everybody see clearly that Qin Yu is standing at Tang Bai's original place. What a frightening speed! The eyes of every guardian pop out of their head. Even Ho Fei is startled as well. When Qin Yu was still at the early meteor stage, his speed was already able to amaze Ho Fei. Now his speed has become even more terrifying. At the meteor stage, he has to rely on his speed and highly concentrated golden stellar energy to fight. My fellow guardians, do you still have any objections to my big brother becoming cave master and me becoming vice master? Ho Fei says smilingly to the shocked guardians, including Tang Bai, who has just frowned back seriously injured with a face full of disbelief. Black-robed Qin Yu sweeps his eyes over the guardians. Seeing their reactions, he slightly curves the corners of his mouth up. He already knows what they are thinking. In the place where the soul jade slips of the 9 Demons Hall are put, a specifically assigned Zuyoist comes here to check once every day to see if any members of the 9 Demons Hall have died. Now is today's checking time. The leader of a guard squad opens the restrictive spell and enters the room. The soul jade slips are put on a multi-level counter. The highest level has 9 jade slips. They represent the 9 majesties of the 9 Demons Hall. As a matter of routine, the squad leader takes a look at the highest level because the 9 majesties' soul jade slips are put there. Suddenly, his pupils dilate. With a shocked expression, he stares at that top level in stupefaction. He sees that the 8th soul jade slip on that level has already shattered. 8th Majesty is dead. His face goes miserably pale. Afterwards, he wakes up and immediately rushes to Great Majesty Di Long's place at his fastest speed like a beam of light. The squad leader does not know who killed 8th Majesty, but he can anticipate the other Majesty's fury and the killer's fate. End of B5C34. End of Book 5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 1. Book 6, The 9 Demons Hall. B6C1, 9 Demons Hall's Fury. In an enormous mountain range at the bottom of the ocean with a great number of ravines, many beautiful and magnificent buildings have been constructed successively on the mountain peaks, or on the mountainsides, or on the flat ground. At first glance, there are tens of thousands of buildings and very many Zuyoists coming and going at any time. Heaven knows how much more flourishing than the blood-red ridge this place is. The massive 9 Demons Hall is built on a mountain in the center of this huge underwater mountain range. The other mountains appear small to anyone who views from the 9 Demons Hall. None of the other buildings is at a greater height than it is. And it occupies an extraordinarily large area. The 9 Demons Hall as a whole forms a 12 capital gates formation. 12 palaces are built on the 12 formation eyes. There are various gardens, courtyard houses, multi-storied buildings, and so on in any of the palaces. The guards of the entire 9 Demons Hall have reached a shocking number of several tens thousand. It can be said that the 9 Demons Hall alone is comparable to the whole Blood-Red Ridge in terms of numbers of Zuyoists. In Di Long Palace of the 9 Demons Hall, where Great Majesty Di Long lives. Dressed in a purple robe, Di Long is sitting casually in a chair, slowly drinking the wine in his cup. He appears to be enjoying himself very much. Even though he is relaxing, his body still naturally gives off an oppressive air. After he has finished a cup, a beautiful lady-in-waiting on one side immediately fills it for him. Life is endless, and one should enjoy every moment of it as much as he likes. Girls, do you think what I said is right? Di Long strokes his hard beard, then casually asks the 2 beautiful ladies-in-waiting beside him. The lovely-looking one of them hurriedly says, "What Great Majesty said is true. Great Majesty is brilliant." Di Long nods his head in satisfaction. The brows of the 2 ladies-in-waiting have been beaded with sweat. This Great Majesty is very eccentric and lordly. If their answer had not satisfied him, perhaps they would have suffered the fate of. Just thinking about this makes them shudder. When Di Long is enjoying his fine wine. Great Majesty, something bad happened. Something bad happened. Suddenly there are shouts outside Di Long Palace. Di Long frowns. His eyes flash with coldness. Who's that? This is Di Long Palace. Trespassers will be killed on the spot. The chief guard of Di Long Palace shouts. The squad leader, who has just rushed to this place, stops abruptly. His heart trembles. Just now, after knowing that 8th Majesty is dead, he was so terrified that he unexpectedly forgot the 9 Demons Hall's rules. Entering any of the 12 palaces without permission is punished by death. Great Majesty, I am the squad leader in charge of the Soul Jade Slips. Let him come in. As soon as D Long hears the word Soul Jade Slips, his heart trembles. The leader of the guards who protect the Soul Jade Slips has come here with such tenseness, so something serious must have happened. Hearing the order, the squad leader goes into D Long Palace at once. Say, what's happened actually? D Long says coldly. The squad leader suddenly gets down on one knee. Beads of sweat begin to stand out on his face. He says in a frightened manner, Great Majesty, something bad happened. Today, when I went to check the Soul Jade Slips, I discovered that, he becomes stuttering and even feels that his throat has dried. Say it quickly and clearly, or else I'll kill you right away. Seeing the squad leader unable to say the most important sentence completely, D Long cannot help getting furious. The squad leader takes a hard swallow, then says, 8th Majesty, it is 8th Majesty. What happened to 8th Majesty? Don't talk nonsense. You can't talk nonsense about this matter. Be careful or your soul will be destroyed. D Long suddenly stands up and shouts angrily. He has already made a guess, but he is unwilling to believe his own guess. 8th Majesty is dead. His Soul Jade Slip has shattered. The squad leader is frightened. Great Majesty, I absolutely do not lie. I saw this with my own eyes. D Long's face immediately turns pale. In an instant, he remembers how the 9 little aquatic dragons relied on each other to struggle for survival when they were young. Their lives were constantly in danger at that time, but they united to either kill and steal goods or eat other demonic beasts. The 9 brothers always helped each other kill one enemy after another. They walked over the dead bodies of many to ascend to higher positions of power. Eventually, after several millennia, the 9 aquatic dragons overcame the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation and transformed into humans. At the same time, they also became one of the 3 superpowers of the underwater Shoujo world. In the 9 Demons Hall, the 9 brothers are addressed as majesties and equal to each other. Majesty D Long is the most powerful, but he is only one of the majesties rather than the Hall Master. Because they are 9 blood brothers, the affection they have for each other is immeasurably deep. 8th brother. D Long's deep voice rises. His eyes begin to redden. He suddenly raises his arms and growls like crazy in anguish. His raging energy surges forth from him in all directions violently. The 2 ladies in waiting behind him are immediately blown to pieces without being able to put up any resistance. The kneeling squad leader hurriedly dodges, but one of his legs is still destroyed. In the blink of an eye, D Long Palace is splattered with blood. D Ching, D Su, D Yang, D Feng, D Jian, D Luan, D Nai, the 7 of you immediately come to the place of the Soul Jade Slips. D Long suddenly shouts coldly. His voice resounds through the entire 9 Demons Hall unceasingly. D Long himself whistles through the air, heading straight to where the Soul Jade Slips are kept. The Soul Jade Slips are put inside a multi-storied building, which has been frequented by only few, who are the guards responsible for protecting the Soul Jade Slips. The 9 majesties have seldom come here, but now various purple beams of light descend to this place from the air. Each light beam turns out to be a man. In an instant, 8 majesties have landed outside the building where the Soul Jade Slips are kept. The other 7 majesties look at each other. They all have a bad feeling. In a normal situation, their big brother D Long will always call them very enthusiastically second brother, third brother, and so on, but just now he called them by their real names. Big brother, what's happened? The second brother D Ching hurriedly asks. Big brother, did you call us to this place because someone has died? But those subordinates are already dead, why did you still tell us to come? Is this worth doing? The fourth brother D Yang curls his lips and says. Suddenly, he seems to figure out something and his face changes color. Big brother, could it be? D Long has a frighteningly unpleasant expression at the moment. He throws a kick. His powerful demonic elemental energy tears the restrictive spell apart directly. Bang! The door of the building is shattered. All of the 8 majesties can see clearly that the 8th soul jade slip on the top level has already broken into pieces. When the other 7 majesties see this, their faces change color almost at the same time. Wrath, killing intent, agony. In a while, their expressions have changed completely. Their hearts are in crushing agony and their killing intent has risen to the skies. Now, outside the building where the soul jade slips are put, all of the 8 majesties are filled with killing intent. They give off a terrifying pressure that covers the entire 9 Demons Hall. For several thousand years, the 9 brothers have always helped each other. They are extremely cruel and merciless to enemies and do not bat an eyelid when killing enemies, but their brotherhood is so deep that they can sacrifice themselves for each other. Tell us, Big Brother. Who killed 8th brother? Who? I'm going to tear him to shreds. Su growls at Long. His eyes have become very red and his whole body has begun to tremble. Long, however, remains silent. Who? Who killed my 8th brother? I'll definitely avenge his death. I'm going to take revenge for 8th brother. The second brother Ching cannot suppress the fury in his heart either. The 8 remaining majesties of the 9 demons hall are all itching to eat the killer's flesh and drink their blood. But Great Majesty Long, who is being questioned by his brothers, has not got a clue about the killer. He knew that his 8th brother is dead just a moment ago too. In the 90 million li radius territory of the 9 demons hall, who can kill a middle Dongxu stage purple demon aquatic dragon? Big Brother. A cold voice rises. This is none other than the 6th brother Dijian. When it comes to power, among the 9 purple demon aquatic dragon brothers, the Big Brother Long ranks first and has reached the late Dongxu stage. The 8th brother Tong ranked third and had reached the middle Dongxu stage. And the one that ranks second is the 6th brother Dijian, who is often relatively reserved and has also reached the late Dongxu stage. Tell me who the killer is. I'm going to capture and bring him back. The cold look in Dijian's glittering eyes is like an icy arrow. The other brothers all understand his meaning. Why should they kill? They should capture and bring the killer back, then slowly make him suffer a fate worse than death through tortures. They will force the killer through various cruel tortures so that he would rather be killed than be kept alive. Only then will they feel satisfied. Long takes a look at his brothers, who are full of killing intent at the moment, and says powerlessly with a shake of his head, the killer? For the moment I don't know who he is either. Everybody knows how powerful 8th brother was. Who could possibly kill him? But I know one thing, 2 years ago I sent him to infiltrate the Blood Red Cave because of one of the 9 swords. Now an accident has happened to him, so it should have something to do with the Blood Red Cave. The Blood Red Cave? The second brother Ching frowns. Its Master Cha Hong is pretty strong, but he's no match for 8th brother. Jian says coldly, why talk so much? Let's go to the Blood Red Cave for an investigation first. We'll definitely find out some clues. If we can't find the killer, then anyone there can be the killer, so we'll kill them all. The look in Jian's eyes is piercingly cold. Their brother has been killed, so they shall not let this matter pass. None of the other brothers disagrees with Jian's words. Their eyes even glitter with frightening killing intent. To them, even all the other experts in the whole underwater world of Zuyuyoists put together cannot compare to their 8th brother alone. Whoever dared to kill their brother is their enemy. Long immediately gives an order, very well. 8th brother had reached the middle Dongxu stage, so the killer must be at the Dongxu stage at a minimum. And not many Zuyuyoists in the entire underwater world have reached the Dongxu stage. But massacre is the last resort. We should investigate first. Only when we can't find the killer will we carry it out. Brothers, who want to go to the Blood Red Cave to investigate. You should guard the 9 demons hall, Big Brother. I'll go. Jian says coldly. The other brothers also secretly agree with him. In terms of power, this frosty Jian is absolutely just below his big brother. Moreover, some brothers have even suspected that he has surpassed their big brother. After all, both Jian and Long are late Dongxu stage experts. Since Jian will personally get into action, everybody feels relaxed. I'll go too. The second brother Ching also says. The 7th brother Luan also says, I'll go with you as well. I want to see who killed my 8th brother. He is seething with killing intent. Seeing that the other brothers all want to go investigate, Long immediately says, 6th brother, 2nd brother and 7th brother will go together. This is already enough. Perhaps nobody can kill the 3 of them. The other brothers guard the 9 demons hall with me. When Jian and the other 2 join forces, their offense is indeed very powerful. Perhaps only Azure Dragon, the overlord of the Azure Dragon Palace, and the old freak 3-eyed of the Blue Water Mansion can take their lives. But they are the 2 supreme figures of the underwater Shouyao world. How can they possibly lower themselves by killing members of the 9 demons hall at will? Big Brother, the 3 of us have no time to lose, so we're leaving now. The second brother Ching folds his hands in salute. Jian and Luan also fold their hands and say farewells to their brothers. 2nd brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, please avenge 8th brother's death. Long says solemnly. Su, Yang, Feng, and Nai also fold their hands and say goodbye to Jian and the other 2. Afterwards, Di Jian, Di Cheng and Di Luan leave the Nine Demons Hall at once like three beams of light. In the Blood-Red Cave's main hall, Qin Yu flings his robe and sits down in a throne in the main hall. There is another throne on either side of him. Ho Fei is sitting in one of these thrones. The other throne is still vacant. Qin Yu reserves it for none other than Xiao He, Cave Master. The three Black Turtle brothers, the two tiger sharks Wu Tong and Wu Feng, the two snake women Yan Cheng and Shi Yan, Zhuang Zhong and Tang Bai, 9 guardians in total, bow and say respectfully in unison. After Qin Yu defeated Tang Bai in one hit, they no longer had any doubts about his power. And Ho Fei's power is even more indisputable. Cave Master. The 50 squad leaders get down on one knee and say at the same time. These 50 squad leaders represent the 5,000 guards. Now they too already know that Cha Hong is dead and the new cave master is none other than former guardian Lu Xing. I'm going to declare some new rules here. Qin Yu looks down at the 9 guardians and the 50 squad leaders below him. They all respectfully show that they are ready to listen to his orders. From now on, the Blood-Red Cave no longer has the chief master and vice master positions. The new ones are first master, second master and third master. The 3 cave masters are absolutely equal to each other. This rule follows the 9 Demons Hall's example. Do you understand, my guardians? Everybody below Qin Yu is shocked by his first order. To Qin Yu, this cave master position is not very important. He took over the Blood-Red Cave mostly because he wants to give his brothers a place to establish themselves. He himself does not want to serve under or be ordered by anyone. Moreover, he knows very well that the 9 Demons Hall will definitely not ignore Di Tong's death. Facing the 9 Demons Hall, Qin Yu and his 2 brothers will naturally work together as a team. Even if disasters befall them, once they join forces, what obstacle will be too difficult for them to overcome? However, Qin Yu still does not know at all that the brotherhood between the 9 Demons Hall's 9 brothers is very deep, that the remaining 8 majesties are full of fury and hatred for him, and that Di Jian is even leading 2 other majesties rushing to his place. End of B6C1. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 2. B6C2, 9 Swords Secret. In the Blood-Red Cave's main hall, the 9 guardians and 50 squad leaders are still amazed by Qin Yu's first order. It is equivalent to weakening his own authority as cave master, no less. In general, even a cave master's brothers can only become vice masters. Well, my guardians, could any of you have an objection? Qin Yu says coldly. Only now do the 9 guardians below him wake up from their amazement. I've got no objection. Of course I've got no objection. Cave Master is really broad-minded. I'm very happy to serve such a cave master like you. Why should I have any objection? Ba Ming, the eldest of the 3 Black Turtle brothers, flatters him smilingly. The other guardians all say that they also have no objection. To them, this question is bullshit and should not even have been asked. Changing from a system with a chief master and vice masters to a system with a first master, a second master and a third master only weakens the cave master's authority. As guardians, they are not affected by this at all. There are 3 cave masters. We know that brother Ho Fei is second master, but who is third master? Asks Tang Bai. Qin Yu, however, basically does not give a direct answer. For the moment all of you don't need to care about third master's identity. You will naturally know who third master is when the time comes. My guardians, do I have to obtain your approval when I appoint someone as third master? Noticing the coldness in Qin Yu's words, the guardians all shake their heads hurriedly. Very well, then I'll give my second order. Qin Yu looks down at the 9 guardians and says. The 9 guardians and the 50 squad leaders all begin to guess in their minds. When the first order is already so astonishing, what can the second order be? From now on, we stop hunting for the Black Eagle and the Xiaxionist. Humph, Sang Mo's and Sha Hong's feuds have nothing to do with me. Are you clear about this, my guardians? Qin Yu expresses very clearly his lack of respect for the previous cave master. Hearing this, the guardians do not mind in the least. It does not matter how formidable Cha Hong was, he is already dead, so why should they care about him anymore? Sang Mo and Cha Hong are dead, so it is only natural that the order to arrest the Black Eagle and Xiaxionist is invalidated. I'll follow your order closely, Cave Master. That Xiaxionist and Black Eagle should also thank you for your generosity. The eldest of the 3 Black Turtle brothers, Ba Ming, flatters him again. Qin Yu does not care about this either. The third order, his voice rises again. The guardians and the squad leaders all focus their attention to listen to him. This is the first time Qin Yu has sat in the throne in the main hall and exercised his power as cave master, so these guardians naturally attach great importance to their behavior towards him. When I fought the Black Eagle last time, I felt that it wasn't weaker than Guardian Tang Bai. We should invite such an expert over here to strengthen the Blood Red Cave. Spread this order, my guardians, and if anyone discovers traces of the Black Eagle, let me know about this. This is Qin Yu taking precautions. He has shown his intention of pulling the Black Eagle to his side in front of the 9 guardians, so, when Xiao He comes here later, they will not be very surprised by this. Yes, we will follow Cave Master's order. The guardians immediately bow. In fact, they are very happy. Previously, they still had to hunt for the Black Eagle, but now that the reigning Cave Master has given this order, it is very likely that the Black Eagle will become a member of the Blood Red Cave. There are really strange things in this world. However, the 9 guardians are not too surprised. After all, in the Xiuyo world, it is possible for enemies to become friends in the blink of an eye. That's very good. The last thing, you shouldn't make wild guesses outside. Lu Xing is only my nickname. My surname is Qin. I'll undergo closed-door training for some time from today on. So, if something happens during this period, you can report to Second Master. Alright, everyone can leave now. Right after saying, Qin Yu stands up, turns around, and leaves the hall. Following him, Ho Fei also leaves. Farewell, Cave Master. The 9 guardians bow and say. Only when Qin Yu is left do these guardians begin to discuss with each other in a relaxed manner. It turns out Cave Master's family name is Qin. He's really mysterious. Even now I still can't see clearly how powerful he is. After all, it's hard to tell if he was using his full power or not when he fought Boss Tang. What do you think, Boss Tang? Zhuang Zhong looks smilingly at Tang Bai. Tang Bai says curtly, he shouldn't have been. Oh my, Boss Tang, what does shouldn't mean? Could it be you didn't feel anything? Yan Qing says discontentedly. Tang Bai says with a nod, when I fought Cave Master, his speed was too fast, far exceeding my expectation. I was knocked away even before I could block his attack. Also, I felt that his energy was very fierce and concentrated. It seemed he wasn't wasting any energy. The faces of the other guardians change color. When experts execute a powerful attack, generally they will cause turbulence in their vicinity and give off a massive aura. The existence of this great aura also means that a large amount of the attack's energy is being used ineffectively instead of being directed at the opponent's body. Cave Master didn't waste any energy when he fought Boss Tang? Wu Feng says in shock. Wu Tong says with a nod, Cave Master is really unfathomable. These guardians marvel at Qin Yu's power, but they simply do not know about the characteristics of the stellar transformations technique. At the meteor stage, Qin Yu's energy has been condensed into thin lines. Therefore, when he attacks, his energy is highly concentrated and does not seem to be wasted in the least. Everybody, just now Cave Master said he'd undergo closed-door training. Oh dear, the previous Cave Master Cha Hong often underwent closed-door training, and the current Cave Master also often undergoes closed-door training. Really, could it be a Cave Master has to do closed-door training frequently? Shi Yan says in a lazy manner. The other guardians nod. Qin Yu became Cave Master yesterday, but he is about to start doing closed-door training again. Humph, all of you still can't figure out something from this? Tang Bai says coldly. The other 8 guardians all look at him. To maintain his position, Cave Master must have enough power to control everybody. So, naturally he wants to keep his power in peak condition and often does closed-door training to achieve this. You all can only see that he is overwhelmingly powerful but don't understand how he has become so powerful. If you keep being so lazy, when can you catch up with him? I'll also prepare to do closed-door training. I take my leave. After saying, Tang Bai turns around and leaves the main hall immediately. The other guardians are startled by his words. But what Tang Bai said indeed has some truth in it. And these guardians have also been moved a bit by it. Qin Yu and Ho Fei are going side by side on a road leading to the northern part. Fei Fei, I'll leave the entire Blood Red Cave in your hands when I start my closed-door training. Now the most important thing to us is to stabilize it internally. If the inside is unstable, once members of the 9 Demons Hall come, we'll be in some trouble. Qin Yu says through his holy sense. Ho Fei agrees with him, don't worry about this, big brother. The Blood Red Ridge is only that big, so it won't be difficult to stabilize it at all. But you already killed Detong, and his 8 brothers definitely won't let this matter pass. Facing them, those ordinary fellas will be useless. We need experts. Qin Yu knows very well that purple demon aquatic dragons are so gifted that at the late Dongxu stage they can even rival Kongming stage Xiaxianists. He really has no confidence that he can handle that kind of super expert without relying on the meteoric tear to go all out. But he will not necessarily be able to go all out. If the opponent quickly destroys his head, shattering his soul, even if the meteoric tear was more formidable, it would still be useless. Or if the opponent destroys his dantian, this will be disastrous for him as well. Therefore, he must not fight unless he is forced into a tight corner. Late don't you stage purple demon aquatic dragons? Well, according to the assessments in my hereditary memories, they are very tough. Ho Fei is also frustrated. Even if I ignore the serious consequences to go into berserk mode and fight desperately, I'll only have a 50-50 chance of winning against one of them. Xinyu and Ho Fei discuss for a long time. In the end, they both feel that the Nine Demons Hall is too powerful. But they know that they now have enough power to wipe out the other 7 big caves under the Nine Demons Hall. After all, at the moment the Blood Red Cave has Xinyu, Ho Fei, and Heiyu, who have all become much more powerful than they were. First Master, Second Master, ... Seeing Xinyu and Ho Fei, some guards who are on patrol immediately bow and say, "Ha, this order has spread really fast. I gave it in the main hall just now, but these guards already know to call you Second Master." Xinyu praises. Actually, after leaving the main hall, those squad leaders immediately told their subordinates about this order through holy sense communication. Ho Fei's eyes glitter with excitement. "Kaka, now I got subordinates too. Well, when there's nothing to do, it won't be bad to train these brats a bit." When those patrolling guards hear what he says, their hearts cannot help but skip a beat. Second Master will train them? How will this look like? They all know that this Second Master is terrifyingly powerful. On the secret floor under the northern part of the Blood Red Cave. Nearly half of the secret rooms were destroyed in the fight between Cha Hong and Ditong, but quite a few of them are still good. Xinyu tells his subordinates to take the rubble out while he himself goes into a secret room to start practicing once more. This secret room has a round roof and a square floor. There is a rectangular soft mat made of oceanic soft grass in the center of the room. He sits down on it. Ditong's Yuanying then flies out and floats in front of Xinyu. Because part of its energy was absorbed by him before, it is now one size smaller than it was. He enfolds the Yuanying in an internal flame and begins to refine it again. Various golden rays of light radiate from his body, making him look like a sun. The golden rays of light cover him completely, forming a nebula that rotates non-stop. Meanwhile, the purple Yuanying sends out many purple streams of liquid, which rotate along with the nebula then get absorbed into Qinyu's dantian continuously. In his dantian, the 3 golden grains are revolving unceasingly in the center of the huge inner nebula. If the orbits of these grains are put together, they will form a perfect sphere. Those purple streams of liquid are continuously burnt by the stellar flame until all of their impurities are removed. As time passes, the 3 golden grains gradually become bigger and bigger. The spherical silvery grains in the huge nebula also keep increasing in size, looking like countless stars. Xinyu is quietly practicing without being disturbed by anyone. 3 days later. Clack! A very crisp noise is heard. In his dantian, the 3 golden grains, which have become as large as quail eggs, now split in 3 each again. Immediately, they have turned into 9 golden grains, which also revolve around in orbits that form a sphere together. Once more, the countless silvery grains split in half as well, doubling their number. The late meteor stage. Xinyu has finally reached the late phase of the meteor stage. But nearly half of Ditong's Yuanying remains unrefined. Xinyu of course will not waste it, so he keeps refining and absorbing its energy. Time goes by. After about 1.5 days, he eventually finishes absorbing Ditong's Yuanying completely. However, he is still at the late phase of the meteor stage. It indeed takes a lot of energy to reach the early core stage from the late meteor stage. CSI. In his dantian, the 9 golden grains are revolving around non-stop. Because of their fantastic orbits, a mysterious induction has been created between them. Various brilliant electric sparks have unexpectedly been generated in the center of the 9 golden grains orbital sphere. Those electric sparks are connecting the golden grains with each other, but the grains' revolving orbits have remained unchanged. When the 9 meteors are united, the core will be formed. But I'm still some distance away from the unification of the 9 meteors. Xinyu opens his eyes and says to himself smilingly. After he reached the late meteor stage, an attractive force has been created in the center of the 9 meteors' orbital sphere. When this force reaches its peak, it will pull the 9 meteors towards their orbital center and unify them. At that time it will be possible for Xinyu to reach the core stage. However, before he can, he will have to overcome the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation. Since I've killed one of the 9 demons Hall's aquatic dragons, the other 8 will definitely come here to investigate. The Blood Red Cave is very close to the Qianlong continent. That Nine Demons Hall is 80 million li from here in the south. So, even with their Dongshu stage power, those purple demon aquatic dragons will possibly need a year to arrive. There is a year left, but Qin Yu still feels that he has too little time. He is confident that he would be able to reach the early core stage if he had 10 years. Once he has reached the core stage, he would be able to face the Nine Demons Hall head-on without worries. However, at the moment, he does not have enough power for a head-on conflict with the Nine Demons Hall. There's no point in thinking too much. I'll come up with solutions as problems arise. Once Fei Fei, Xiao Hei, and I join forces, what's there for us to fear? Qin Yu stops thinking about the menace of the Nine Demons Hall, then takes out from his spatial ring some things. They are a top-grade holy class spear, one of the 9 swords, and a black jade case. After opening the jade case, he sees a jade slip. He makes a sweep with his holy sense. Oh, there are 9 keys to the 9 Swords Immortal Mansion. According to what this jade slip says, this 9 Swords Immortal Mansion is really extraordinary. Looks like the jade sword I got is the 8th key. However, Qin Yu bursts out laughing. Even if they can gather the other 8 jade swords, without mine, they won't be able to open that immortal mansion. He has quickly figured this out accurately. His camp's power is weak for the moment, but it will be okay if he does not bring the jade sword out. Even if other Xiatianists can gather the other 8 jade swords, they will still be unable to open the immortal mansion. And Qin Yu will lie low and wait until the Blood Red Cave has enough power to confront the Blue Water Mansion, the Azure Dragon Palace, and the Nine Demons Hall to show the jade sword. However, he still does not know that the Nine Demons Hall's brothers care very deeply about each other. How can they possibly give him time to lie low? How can they possibly give him time to improve his side's power? At the moment, 3 of them are coming to his place, with Di Jian being the leader. Even Ho Fei will have difficulty fighting a late Dongshu stage Di Jian. End of B6C2. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 3. B6C3, Internal Disorder. Deep in the ocean, Di Jian, Di Cheng, and Di Luan, all robed in red, are rushing side by side through the water. They cause great turbulence and surges wherever they go. 7th brother, 8th brother's death is very strange. The Blood Red Cave is at the northernmost part of our territory and next to the Qianlong continent of mortals. The Blue Water Mansion and the Azure Dragon Palace are even farther from it than us. Given such great distances, the killer shouldn't be from the Azure Dragon Palace or the Blue Water Mansion. Di Qing ponders for a long time, then opens his mouth and says, "What he just said is reasonable." After all, Di Tong leaving for the Blood Red Cave was a secret, and not even all of his 8 brothers in the Nine Demons Hall knew about this. How could outsiders possibly have known? Even if in the end the Blue Water Mansions and the Azure Dragon Palace's subordinates were able to discover that Di Tong had gone to the Blood Red Cave, perhaps they would still not have enough time to chase and kill him. Among the 9 brothers, Di Luan is fairly good at stratagems. After thinking for a while, he says with a nod, "Second brother, do you still remember that we sent Chahong a message but he unexpectedly hasn't replied?" When Di Luan set off, he messaged Chahong to ask. However, the message was like a clay ox entering the sea and went unanswered. There are only 2 possibilities. First, Chahong is already dead. And second, he used some unknown wicked method to kill 8th brother, then went into hiding, in which case, he certainly doesn't dare to reply to our message. Di Qing continues. But, for the moment, Di Cheng and the other 2 also have no way to find out if Chahong is dead or alive. In fact, the Nine Demons Hall has basically never thought that the 8 caves under it are important. These 8 caves are merely the managers of its 8 large areas. The Nine Demons Hall has been using them only to govern its 90 million li radius territory and has never collected the soul jade slips of the 8 caves masters. We'll know after an interrogation. What's the point of making wild guesses here? The grim 6th brother Di Jian says. Di Luan's eyes brighten as he hears his 6th brother's words. He says, "Second brother, I've got a method. Not only will it find out if Chahong is dead, it'll also be a big help to us in finding 8th brother's killer." After saying, he takes out a transmitter. Both Di Jian and Di Qing feel happy at once and look at Di Luan. First, let's message the Great Shell Cave, which is the one nearest the Blood Red Cave. The Great Shell Cave's master must know some matters related to the Blood Red Cave. There's another step that can be taken after questioning the Great Shell Cave's master. Di Luan says smilingly. He then sends a message to the Great Shell Cave. In just a while, the Great Shell Cave's master replies. As soon as Di Luan takes a look at it, a faint smile appears on his face. Just as I expected indeed, the Great Shell Cave's master said that the original master of the Blood Red Cave, Chahong, is already dead. This news has spread throughout the entire territory of the Blood Red Cave, so the Great Shell Cave has also heard it. Cha Hong is dead? Hearing this, Di Qing makes a deduction in his mind. Who's the new cave master? He knows very well that it is probable the new cave master killed Cha Hong to seize his position. As they can kill Cha Hong, they can also kill Di Tong. Wait for a while, second brother. I'm questioning him. Di Luan is waiting for the Great Shell Cave's master to reply. After a while, he says frowningly, second brother, sixth brother, according to the message of the Great Shell Cave's master, the new cave master is a former guardian called Lu Xing. But he doesn't know anything about how Cha Hong died. Guardian Lu Xing? Says Di Qing to himself. Di Jian, Di Chang, and Di Luan are all pondering. Second brother, sixth brother, do you remember that old turtle Qing Xian of the Blood Red Cave? Do you still remember that fight several hundred years ago? Di Luan suddenly says smilingly to Di Jian and Di Qing. He has already come up with an idea. Di Jian is startled, old turtle Qing Xian? I've never heard of him. Sixth brother, you never pay attention to what happens outside, so it's normal that you know nothing about him. How about you, second brother? Di Luan looks at his second brother Di Qing. Di Luan says with a nod, I've heard of that old turtle Qing Xian. In the past, when we were choosing a manager for the territory of the Blood Red Cave, both he and Cha Hong strived for this position. In the end, they fought each other. Cha Hong won a narrow victory, but the defense of that old turtle Qing Xian was so astonishing that Cha Hong couldn't kill him. Di Luan says smilingly with a nod, exactly. That old turtle Qing Xian's defense is outstanding. Now he is also a Dongshu stage expert. Most of the 8 caves under our 9 Demons Hall have been unable to completely control their territories, and the Blood Red Cave is one of those. There are many experts in the territory of a cave, how can all of them possibly submit to the cave? The Blood Red Cave rules an 8 million li radius area in name, but in fact it only has complete control over the Blood Red Ridge and cannot completely control some distant valleys and ravines. Even now, Qing Xian's turf, the Qing Xian Ridge, is not under the Blood Red Cave's control. It's weaker than the Blood Red Ridge, but Cha Hong is already dead, so Qing Xian definitely won't accept the new cave master's authority. We can, Di Luan bursts out laughing in a sinister manner. Di Qing's eyes brighten, you're really smart, seventh brother. That's right. Nobody knows that new cave master Lu Xing very well. It won't be bad to let that old turtle Qing Xian have a go at him. If that guardian Lu Xing can kill Qing Xian, then he'll be a major suspect. Di Luan also nods his head. Cha Hong is dead, so naturally the new cave master will be suspected. If that mysterious new cave master killed Cha Hong, then he can have killed Di Tong too. There's some friendship and contact between the Great Shell Cave's master and Qing Xian. Di Luan says smilingly. Why don't we directly back this old turtle Qing Xian, second brother, sixth brother? We'll tell him that the 9 Demons Hall has decided to let him become the new ruler of the Blood Red Cave's 8 million li radius territory. Hearing this, Di Qing cannot help pointing at Di Luan and scolding laughingly, seventh brother, you're really wicked. In the past, Qing Xian fought Cha Hong for this position but eventually lost. He has always considered this defeat a disgrace to his life. If he knows that Cha Hong is dead and that the 9 Demons Hall has appointed him as the new ruler of the Blood Red Cave's territory, will he possibly be able to sit tight? Seventh brother, that Lu Xing fella is just a suspect. If, after we say that we've appointed Qing Xian as the new manager of the Blood Red Cave, he beats Qing Xian, it won't be good for our investigation. After all, we will have appointed Qing Xian as the new manager. Di Qing says with a frown. Di Luan, however, says smilingly, will we? We'll only let the Great Shell Cave's master tell this to Qing Xian. If he succeeds, we won't have to do anything. But if he fails, we certainly can shift the responsibility onto the Great Shell Cave's master. I think he won't dare to say a word even if he's wrongfully blamed. That's right. If the 9 Demons Hall's majesties cause him to be wrongfully blamed, will he dare to speak out? Clever. Clever. Seventh brother, quickly tell the Great Shell Cave's master to message Qing Xian, making him rebel and fight for that cave master position. That Lu Xing, I've never heard of him before. Now I want to see how powerful this mysterious fella is. Di Qing's eyes flash with coldness. If this Lu Xing can kill Qing Xian, Di Jian and the other two will have to consider him their number 1 suspect. The purpose of this maneuver is to estimate Lu Xing's true power. If he is not strong enough and gets killed, of course Di Jian, Di Chang and Di Luan will not pay attention to him anymore. In the Blood Red Cave's territory, there is a particular mountain range that is several times smaller than the Blood Red Ridge. There are nearly 10,000 Zuyuyoists here. This Qing Xian Ridge can be said to be a country within a country. In name, it is under the Blood Red Cave's control, but in fact, it does not take orders from the Blood Red Cave. In the mansion of the old turtle Qin Xian in the Qin Xian Ridge. Old founder Qin Xian is sitting in an armchair. There is a lady-in-waiting gently fanning him with a fan on either side of him. He is all smiles at the moment. His nearly 1 m long bluish flaming hair is slowly flowing. His blue eyebrows are also flowing. May I ask why you are so happy, old founder? A white-clad handsome man comes and then says respectfully on one side. Qin Xian does not answer, but his expression changes irregularly, sometimes looking frighteningly ferocious, sometimes looking excitedly murderous. Bai Yan, have you heard of the Nine Demons Hall? Of course I have. The Nine Demons Hall is the real ruler of a 90 million li radius area and one of the 3 underwater superpowers. How could I not know about it? But why did you mention it, old founder? Bai Yan says doubtfully. Holding his eyebrow between his forefinger and middle finger, Qin Xian slowly arranges his thoughts, then says, the Nine Demons Hall has told the Great Shell Cave's master to message me that Cha Hong is already dead and I'd become the new cave master. Heaven has helped me. Heaven has helped me. That guardian Lu Xing or something, a brat from some small mountain range, has unexpectedly made an absurd attempt to become cave master without checking if he's eligible. Now I've been appointed by the Nine Demons Hall, I'm legitimate. Qin Xian suddenly stands up. The white-clad man bows and waits for his orders. Bai Yan, spread the news that I have become the new cave master for me, saying that this is an appointment made by the Nine Demons Hall itself and that Lu Xing is illegitimate. Qin Xian's lustrous green eyes radiate viciousness. Disturbance, cause a disturbance for me, those rebellious fellas. I want to plunge the blood-red ridge into absolute chaos and blood splattered everywhere. When the time is right, I'll reappear and put everything back in order at one stroke. Bai Yan immediately bows, old founder is really brilliant. In the blood-red cave. Xiaohei, you rushed to hear from the ravine but didn't even tell me about this. I really got a pleasant surprise, Jinyu laughs out loud. At the moment, the 3 brothers, Jinyu, Hofei, and Heiyu, are drinking wine in a building in the northern part. Heiyu stretches his wing and sweeps a cup up with his energy. He then drinks all the wine in it. Fei, I heard that you're second master. How is this possible? When we were in the ravine, we didn't decide who ranked higher and who lower. How about this? I'll be second master and you'll be third master. Heiyu says to Hofei through his holy sense. Hofei, who is happily drinking wine, immediately gives a glare when he hears this. Damn you. What did you just say? I always listen to master's words. At that time he told me to call Qin you big brother, so I accepted this. Now you hairy bird also want to be one up on me? Dream on. He has never dared to disobey Uncle Lan's orders. You hairy bird, master never told me to call you second brother. Hofei says haughtily. Heiyu is furious, step aside, you monkey. What are you being aggressive for? Uncle Lan didn't say who the second is or who the third is, but he didn't say you can get one up on me either. Heiyu is very proud. He is simply unwilling to yield. Jinyu immediately has a headache. Heiyu and Hofei already fought each other before when they were staying in the ravine. Both of them wanted to be one up on each other. Because Hofei is stubborn and Heiyu is proud, they do not easily admire someone. Heiyu has been following Jinyu since he was little, so naturally he listens to Jinyu. As for Hofei, he calls Jinyu big brother due to Uncle Lan's order. But only now, when Jinyu has made quick improvements in power, does he approve of Jinyu? Alright, don't quarrel. Neither of you is higher ranked or lower ranked than the other. You are equal, okay? As for the second master and third master positions, they are just titles. Xiaohei, you weren't here in the beginning, so you should accept your position. Alright, don't argue over this matter anymore. Jinyu has no choice but to say so. Humph, Heiyu utters a cold humph. Hofei also gives Heiyu a fierce stare. Even though these two bicker over their positions, they do not fight over the other matters. The 3 brothers then drink wine and chat excitedly to each other again. They chat non-stop about many things, for example their experiences and their respective fantastic techniques. This drinking session lasts for 3 whole days and is very enjoyable. The life of a Zionist is almost endless, so a 3-day-long drinking session does not mean anything. Jinyu now looks around. There are 6 beautiful ladies in waiting standing respectfully behind him. He says with a wave of his hand, all of you can leave. Don't let anyone come in. Yes, cave master. These girls bow and say then leave deferentially. When the 6 ladies in waiting have left, Jinyu waves his hands, setting up a restrictive spell around the 3 of them, then says mysteriously to Xiaohei, that lowlife Cha Hong had reached the peak of the early Dongshu stage and was also a blood-red aquatic python, so his Yuanying has a lot of energy, enough for you to reach the middle Yuanying stage. For the moment, because of your soul, you should stop absorbing at the middle yuanying stage. Don't absorb more than that before your soul has made another breakthrough. He waves his hand and a purple yuanying floats out. It is none other than Cha Hong's yuanying. Xiao He does not decline and receives it immediately. He Yu has been Qin Yu's companion since he was very young, so they seem to share everything. It does not matter how valuable a treasure is, to them, what's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. He Yu also knows that Qin Yu has reached the late meteor stage. Right at this moment. Cave Masters, something bad happened. Zhuang Zhong's voice rises outside. Qin Yu knows that Zhuang Zhong will only behave like this in a serious situation. He immediately removes the restrictive spell with a wave of his hand. Zhuang Zhong hurriedly rushes in from outside and says respectfully, "My 3 cave masters, word has spread through the Blood-Red Ridge that First Master's position is illegitimate and that the 9 Demons Hall has appointed the old turtle Qin Xian as the new cave master directly. These rumors have made everyone in the Blood-Red Ridge anxious and severely dented our Blood-Red Cave's reputation. Quite a few formidable Zuyuyoists don't even listen to our orders anymore." The faces of Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu change color at once. However, Qin Yu does not know that this is a test that Di Jian and his 2 brothers have given him. End of B6C3. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 4. B6C4, Old Founder Qin Xian. Old Turtle Qin Xian? Tell me, Zhuang Zhong, what is this fella's background? I can see that this turbulence definitely has to do with him. Hou Fei suddenly throws his cup on the floor and says furiously. His eyes radiated golden light. Hou Fei cannot contain his anger. In any case, he is the Blood-Red Cave's second master, so how can he possibly let someone come and seize his position? Zhuang Zhong says respectfully, "My 3 cave masters, this old turtle Qin Xian is also an outstanding expert. In the past, when the 9 Demons Hall was choosing a manager for this 8 million li radius area, he and Cha Hong had a fight against each other. In the end, Cha Hong won a narrow victory, but Qin Xian's true form is an old turtle, so his defense was extremely strong and Cha Hong couldn't kill him. Now that Cha Hong is dead, Qin Xian must want to stage a comeback." Qin Yu slightly nods. Hou Fei, however, winks a couple of times and says with strange laughter, "Kaka, this old turtle couldn't even beat Cha Hong yet, he still wants to become cave master. Laughable, man. I'll smash his black turtle shell directly with a blow of my stick, humph, humph." The look in Qin Yu's eyes turns cold too. "Zhuang Zhong, as far as I know, quite a lot of Zuyuoists in the Blood-Red Cave's territory don't approve of me occupying this cave master position, right? He is indeed not well known in the 8 million li radius territory of the Blood-Red Cave, so naturally Zuyuoists here do not revere him." Zhuang Zhong says respectfully, "Those fellows don't know about your abilities yet. If they know, they definitely won't dare to be like that." "Don't know?" Qin Yu says smilingly, "That old turtle Qin Xian doesn't want to live his worthless life in peace and is even attempting to take my position. Could it be he doesn't know that in the Shojin world, not having enough power will lead to death? This is good too. I'll take this chance to showcase my power." He then says with a wave of his hand, "All right. There's no need to report to me when those small fries cause trouble. But when that old turtle Qin Xian appears, tell me about this. You can leave now." "Yes, Cave Master." Zhuang Zhong says respectfully at once, then leaves. From beginning to end, He Yu did not say anything. Because he heard Zhuang Zhong say that Qin Xian is approaching Cha Hong in power, he does not care about this old turtle. Now, in the eyes of the 3 brothers, Qin Yu, Hou Fei, and He Yu, ordinary Zuyuyoists are no longer a threat to them. Their greatest enemies for the moment are the 9 Demons Hall's 8 remaining purple demon aquatic dragons. "Xiao He, you should do closed-door training to refine the yuanying first. Our lives will become much more interesting some time later. If you aren't strong enough, you won't be able to take part in that grand meeting." There is a faint smile on the corners of Qin Yu's mouth. His eyes flash with fierceness. The 3 brothers of the Qin clan, whether Marshal Qin Feng, the reigning emperor Qin Zhang or Qin Yu, will show no mercy once they have become ruthless. Qin Yu has already thought about what can happen in the future and has considered the worst-case scenario. Since he has prepared for the worst, what is there for him to be afraid of? Now he, Xiao He and Hou Fei have all become strong. They are no easy meat for anybody. Want to touch us 3 brothers? Be careful or your hands will be cut off. Qin Yu looks outside the room. Qin Yu is standing in midair above the artificial mountain in the northern part of the Blood-Red Cave. He makes a wave of his hand and a building appears out of thin air. This is none other than Lei Mountain House, created by Lei Wei. He flies straight into this building. As soon as he enters it, he sees a huge pool before his eyes. Shinyu goes around the pool and comes into a drawing room. Training hall, he looks at the training hall and gives a faint smile. He is remembering the past. At that time, to protect his father, he risked his life to kill Wu Xing, and afterwards he was teleported into this building and regained consciousness in the training hall. Suddenly various beautiful flowers appear in the drawing room. There is a kitten in the middle of the flowers. Master, Starlet says while wagging its tail. Shinyu gives a smile. Starlet, do you feel lonely when I'm not here? Even though thanks to the book explaining the techno-scientific civilization left behind by Lei Wei he already knew that Starlet is an artificially intelligent being, he is still unconsciously treating it as a living creature. Starlet blinks its eyes a couple of times and says, lonely? What is it? Shinyu is slightly startled. Only now does he remember that Starlet is not a living creature at all and therefore cannot have human-like feelings. He cannot help giving a smile. Taking a look around, he quickly sees the door of the storeroom and feels frustrated. The storeroom is comparable to the training hall in size. It has such a large area, but more than half of it is packed with top-grade crystals. He walks to the door of the storeroom and gives it a thought. This door then automatically opens. He takes a look inside and sees that more than half of the room is full of various ores of different colors. These ores must be counted by the 10,000 and, moreover, every chunk is a top-grade crystal. Blue, crimson, green, golden, silvery, black. The crystals flicker non-stop with attractive glows. You can even feel their surging auras. Lei Wei had to roam countless places to be able to gather so many treasures. Not even superpowers like the Blue Water Mansion and the Azure Dragon Palace have so many top-grade crystals. After all, top-grade crystals are very rare. They can be forged into top-grade holy weapons. There are so many top-grade crystals before Shinyu, but he has no way to take them out. Master set up a restrictive spell and said it can only be broken when I've reached the early core stage. Now I'm at the late meteor stage. I'll have to overcome the 6 and 9 heavenly tribulation to reach the early core stage. Shinyu cannot help giving a faint powerless smile. After getting out of the storeroom, he goes towards the back of the building. The pill-making chamber and the weapon forging chamber appear in front of him. While he was in the wilderness, he forged his own holy weapons in the weapon forging chamber. However, when he killed Ditong, his flaming sword was destroyed and one of his flaming gloves was badly damaged. This time I want to forge top-grade holy weapons. Shinyu makes a wave of his hand. 5 top-grade crystals immediately appear. They come from none other than the spatial ring that Ditong left behind after getting killed. The 9 Demons Hall's brothers put their ordinary treasures in treasure-storing palace, but they all bring highly valuable treasures like top-grade crystals with them. The flaming gloves need very little top-grade crystal. 2 chunks are enough. As for the flaming sword, I can forge it from that long spear. Because Ditong's spear is also a top-grade holy weapon, Shinyu will not waste it. However, he cannot use it openly. If he did, this would be no different from announcing that he killed Ditong. With a stride, he enters the weapon forging chamber. The chamber's metal door then automatically shuts. After sitting down with legs crossed on a bulrush mat, he points with a finger. A deep blue flame flies into the 8 diagrams furnace in the center of the chamber. The furnace is set ablaze instantly. At the same time, a spear flies to the area just above the furnace. It is none other than Ditong's top-grade holy spear. Heavenly Gate, 8 diagrams, orthodox. Shinyu shouts in a deep voice. Several golden rays of light shoot out from his finger and fly into several holes on the side of the 8 diagrams furnace. Their respective written talismans and signs immediately brighten. Even the light inside the furnace also becomes much more dazzling. The ultra-young form of the stellar flame. The spear slowly melts. As it is burnt by the ultra-young flame, its many impurities are removed and it also becomes increasingly smaller. After 7 days, Shinyu finally succeeds in making his holy weapons. The top-grade holy spear has been reforged into a short sword, which is still called Flaming Sword. His forging technique is obviously more advanced than that of the 9 Demons Hall. Compared to the spear, the sword is not even half as large in volume because all of the impurities have been got rid of. Now the Flaming Sword is also a top-grade holy weapon and is even sharper than before. Some written talismans and restrictive spells made of liquid purple gold have been fused with its surface. The entire short sword is dark blue and there are purplish golden markings on its surface. Liquid purple gold is indeed an extremely good material for making written talismans and seals. The flaming sword is now even much more powerful than Shinyu's expectations. The new pair of flaming gloves took him 2 top-grade crystals to forge. These flaming gloves are exceptionally thin, just like a layer of skin attached to his fingers. However, they are much more powerful than the high-grade holy class flaming gloves in the past. After forging the holy weapons, Qin Yu quietly reads books on the balcony of the study. He also practices non-stop internally at the same time. On the balcony of the study on the second floor of Lei Mountain House, Qin Yu is leaning back in a chair reading the secret books that talk about many secrets of the Xiuzhen world left behind by Lei Wei. He can see patrolling guards in the distance from this balcony. Cave Master, someone is secretly stirring up trouble in the Blood Red Ridge. Many Zuyuyoists have begun to gossip about you at will. Obviously they have very little respect for you. Quite a few Zuyuyoists even think that old turtle Qin Xian should become the Cave Master. Zhuang Zhong says while standing outside Lei Mountain House. Qin Yu keeps reading the old book in his hands and simply does not look at Zhuang Zhong. He says indifferently, there's no need to care about them. You only have to tell me when that old turtle Qin Xian has appeared. The guardians are worried but Qin Yu is still as stable as a mountain. He continues to read the old books quietly on the balcony. Looking at Lei Mountain House before him, Zhuang Zhong exclaims in wonderment inwardly, where did Cave Master get this building from? It appeared all of a sudden. Even though this building's door is open, nobody can come in except for second master and third master. This is really very fantastic. Lei Mountain House certainly can identify arrivers. Therefore, other than Qin Yu and his two brothers, no one can enter it. As the days pass, the several tens thousand Zuyugoists in the Blood Red Ridge also secretly gossip about Qin Yu. In addition to this, old founder Qin Xian has sent subordinates to spread rumors so most Zuyugoists do not think highly of this new cave master at all. At this moment, a white-clad man goes up to the entrance of the Blood Red Cave. Give this to your cave master. The white-clad man hands a jade slip to a guard then says arrogantly, our old founder has said, according to the Nine Demons Hall's order, the new cave master is our old founder. If this Lu Xing or something is sensible, he should quickly abdicate. Otherwise, there'll be a war and he'll lose his life. After saying this, the white-clad man immediately turns around and leaves like a beam of light. The guard who is holding the jade slip is still dumbfounded. Only after a while does he wake up with a start. This guard is greatly shocked, this is bad. That old founder Qin Xian is coming. What those brothers said is right. This Qin Xian must want to come here and seize the cave master position. Now he already intends to get into action. I wonder if Cave Master can be a match for him. The guard has heard that Qin Yu can defeat Guardian Tang Bai in one hit, but he has never seen this with his own eyes. Moreover, old founder Qin Xian is stronger than Guardian Tang Bai. In just a while, the jade slip is delivered to Qin Yu. He is leaning back in his chair, holding an old book in one hand and the jade slip in the other. After making a sweep with his holy sense, he laughs. A challenge letter. This is the challenge letter that Qin Xian has sent Qin Yu. That Qin Xian thinks that he himself is an expert of the same tier as Cha Hong and that Qin Yu, being a former guardian under Cha Hong, is weaker than Cha Hong so he is confident of killing Qin Yu. Junior Lu Xing. I'm old founder Qin Xian. You must have heard that in the past I had some connection with your previous cave master Cha Hong. At that time I was careless for a moment and suffered a narrow defeat. I've been training hard for several hundred years, intending to fight Cha Hong again soon. Who could have thought that he would die so suddenly? This can be considered his luck. But this is also a good thing. Junior, hand over the cave master position to me immediately, I don't want to argue with a junior like you. If you don't listen, I'm going to burn you to death with my internal flame, destroying your soul. Take your time considering this. I don't mind telling you that the Nine Demons Hall has appointed me as cave master. I'm not fooling you. Plus, I don't feel like fooling a junior like you. I'm going to the Blood Red Cave 3 days later. Whether you'll live or die then depends on your choice. Old founder Qin Xian. Looking at this jade slip, Qin Yu cannot help bursting out laughing. A deep blue flame comes out from his hand and burns the jade slip to ashes. Don't overrate yourself. He remarks indifferently then continues reading the old book in his hand without any anger. 3 days later. A massive group of several thousand Zuyuyoists comes. Highest among this group is a chair carried by 4 Zuyuyoists. An old man is leaning back in the chair. His long hair is flowing like a bluish flame. Old founder Qin Xian occasionally holds his long eyebrows between his index fingers and middle fingers. His slightly closed eyes sometimes flash with coldness. A great number of the Blood Red Ridge's Zuyuyoists are watching from a distance. The Zuyuyoists who have been living for a long time all know about Qin Xian. They know that he is formidable. Qin Yu is only a guardian under Cha Hong. How can he possibly be a match for Qin Xian, who is on the same level as Cha Hong? A crowd of Zuyuyoists stands in midair in front of the Blood Red Cave then uniformly turns around and looks at Qin Xian and his large entourage. This crowd of Zuyuyoists is led by none other than the white-clad man Bai Yen. Old founder. Bai Yan gets down on one knee and says respectfully, "Old founder." The nearly 1,000 Zuyuyoists behind him all get down on one knee and say. Quite a few Zuyuyoists in this crowd came to the Blood Red Ridge together with Bai Yan to manipulate other Zuyuyoists here. It is only because of this that today many Zuyuyoists are standing on Qin Xian's side. Qin Xian, who is leaning back in the chair, opens his eyes and takes a glance at the Blood Red Cave. "Junior Lu Xing, quickly come out to welcome your old founder." His loud and clear voice immediately resounds through the whole Blood Red Cave. The power contained in his voice even causes the faces of the Blood Red Cave's guards to change color greatly. Seeing this, the Zuyuyoists under Qin Xian become arrogant. Hearing this voice, Qin Yu, who is quietly reading a book in Lei Mountain House, cannot help but burst out laughing. "Oh! That old black turtle has come. Let's play with him a bit." He puts the book down and disappears from Lei Mountain House with a movement of his body. End of B6C4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 5. B6C5, A Sword Through the Throat. Followed by a large entourage, old founder Qin Xian is indeed in a very great position. Even though by now all of the Blood Red Cave's guardians have appeared, he is still leaning back in his chair without looking straight at them, which makes him appear all high and mighty. Qin Xian, being so arrogant at the Blood Red Cave, "You're really a bit much." Tang Bai says coldly. Qin Xian gives Tang Bai a sideways glance, then says with an evil laugh that sounds like the cry of an owl, "So it's you, Horned Dragon Tang Bai. If you join me, I'll make you my deputy. What do you think?" He certainly wants to recruit a subordinate like Tang Bai because he also knows that Tang Bai is powerful. "Oh my, old turtle Qin Xian, you're even tempting Boss Tang in front of the Blood Red Cave's main entrance. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful to our cave master?" This is simply. Yan Qing curls her lips, looking very disdainful. Qin Xian's face darkens. His eyes flash repeatedly with coldness. Yan Qing hurriedly hugs Tang Bai's arm, saying, "Boss Tang, that old black turtle scares me. I'm really frightened. You have to protect me." She looks very terrified, but actually there is a hint of derision in her eyes. Seeing Yan Qing acting like that, Tang Bai cannot help giving a faint smile. "You strumpet, I'll definitely take your yuanying and peel your snakeskin off, making you die in a world of pain," Qin Xian says in furious anger. This old founder Qin Xian hates being called Old Turtle Qin Xian or Old Black Turtle the most and likes being called Old Founder. However, Yan Qing has insulted him more than once by calling him what he hates, so how can he possibly not become furious? "Oh my, I'm so scared," Yan Qing says again in a flirtatious voice. Qin Xian is so angry that his eyebrows tremble. "Don't waste your time here, old black turtle. You want to seize the cave master position with your puny power? Don't overrate yourself so shamelessly." Wu Feng and Wu Tong laugh coldly while looking at Qin Xian. They are not afraid of him in the least. The three black turtle brothers, however, say nothing. Their true forms belong to a relatively rare species of black turtle, whereas Qin Xian is just a common old black turtle. He has reached his current level only because he has been practicing for a very long time. Therefore, the three black turtle brothers actually look down on him. "All of you prepare to be burnt to death and have your souls destroyed by my internal flame." Qin Xian points at the 9 guardians and angrily rebukes. Now he has become really angry. Coming here with a large entourage, originally he imagined how the Blood Red Cave's guardians would get terrified when they see him. But his imagination has proven to be wrong. These guardians do not care about him at all. Tang Bai, Yan Xing, Xian, Ba Ming and his 2 brothers, Wu Feng and his brother, and Zhuang Zhong, the 9 guardians, are not afraid of him in the least after they saw him. Other Zuyugoists do not know about Qin Yu's real power, but these guardians do. Moreover, both Second Master Hofei and Third Master Heiyu are already terrifyingly powerful, not to mention Qin Yu. "Oh, if you want to burn my guardians to death, you'll have to ask me, the Cave Master, if I like that first. You're really a bit much, old founder Qin Xian." Qin Yu's voice resounds through an area of several hundred li in radius in which all the Blood Red Ridge's 50,000 to 60,000 Zuyugoists have gathered to wait and see. Countless Zuyugoists all turn their heads looking at the Blood Red Cave. They only see black-robed Qin Yu get in front of the 9 guardians in just 2 steps and face old founder Qin Xian directly. He is now different from when he was still a guardian. There is a faint smile on his face at the moment, making him look very calm and collected. He is standing straight like a javelin. His black robe is fluttering gracefully even though there is no wind. As soon as Qin Xian sees Qin Yu, he slightly frowns. Looks like this brat is no ordinary at all. It won't be simple to beat him. After seeing Qin Yu, Qin Xian is no longer completely confident. But he changes his mind again, thinking, humph, this brat was only a guardian under Cha Hong, so he must be weaker than Cha Hong. Even if Cha Hong himself were here, he wouldn't be able to harm me, let alone this brat, who is inferior to him. When Qing Xian thinks about this, he becomes much more relaxed at once. Brat, have you read the jade slip I prepared and sent to you? What's your choice? Obediently stepping down and giving the blood-red cave to me? Or stubbornly resisting till the end so that I'll have to personally get into action, kill you and destroy your soul, but... Qing Xian looks very arrogant. Qin Yu frowns. Qing Xian, you've overrated yourself a bit, says he. Now he already feels that old founder Qing Xian has overestimated his own abilities too much. Humph. Qing Xian suddenly utters a cold humph. With a movement of his body, he flies out of the chair and stands in midair. His long blue hair straightens like sharp arrows and flaps wantonly. He looks coldly at Qin Yu. His eyes are radiating a strong green light. Brat, I've given you a few chances to save face, but you still think that you're cave master and have been very arrogant in front of me. Good, then don't blame me for being merciless. Qing Xian says with evil laughter. His words are containing killing intent. However, Qin Yu gives a laugh and looks at him. Qing Xian is enraged by Qin Yu's look. Brat, could it be you don't know that real power is the most important thing in this underwater shoujo world? You think you're cave master just because those guardians and guards have accepted you as cave master? Alright, I'm going to let you know what real power is. Qin Yu frowns. Oh, Qing Xian, so you're finally ready to get into action? He looks disdainfully at the Zuyugoists in Qing Xian's entourage below him, then looks at Qing Xian. Could it be you're scared? A hint of satisfaction suddenly appears in old founder Qing Xian's heart. What he has been hoping for is that the current cave master willingly bows his head and subordinates himself to him. This will make him feel even prouder than killing Qin Yu to seize the cave master position. No, I've already been waiting for your attacks. It's just that you've been too noisy. Qin Yu clenches his fists. A series of cracking noises is unexpectedly heard. The faces of some Yuanying stage Zuyuyoists and above change color greatly at once, including old founder Qing Xian. The reason for this is that these experts know those noises are simply not caused by the bones in his fists but by the explosions of the air in his palms when he suddenly clenches his fists. Those noises show how extremely powerful and fast his hands are. One should know that in general when ordinary experts clench their fists, they cannot make the air in their palms explode because it flows out too fast. Only when the clenching speed of the hands surpasses the escaping speed of the air can such a phenomenon occur. Very well, you've got some power indeed. Too bad, you still won't be able to take one hit from me. Qing Xian's long eyebrows flutter. A large octagonal hammer immediately appears in his hand. It is a high-grade holy-class heavy hammer. A black suit of armor then appears on his body. A great cheer goes up from below at once. Those Zuyuyoists under Qing Xian seem to have already seen him kill Qin Yu. Big brother, it's time to get rid of this old black turtle. A strange voice comes out from inside the blood-red cave. A monkey that is carrying a black stick on his shoulder then walks out while shaking his head. His body naturally gives off an extremely ferocious aura. Old founder Qing Xian's face immediately changes color. Qing Xian, don't you want to burn me to death with your internal flame? Qin Yu suddenly gives a laugh. Everybody at the scene can only see that he turns into a golden beam of light in an instant. Qing Xian opens his eyes wide in terror and hurriedly swings his large hammer out. However, his movement suddenly comes to a halt. Qin Yu's body appears again right in front of Qing Xian. He reaches out his right hand. A dark blue short sword in his right hand then penetrates Qing Xian's throat. Old founder! Old founder! Bai Yan cries in a terrified voice. Bai Yan knows that old founder has reached the early Dongshu stage and therefore, in theory, his soul can merge with his Yuanying to escape. However, Bai Yan simply does not know that when Qin Yu's flaming sword pierced Qing Xian's throat, a portion of the stellar flame immediately entered his body. Before Qing Xian's Yuanying can flee, that portion of the stellar flame enfolds it. Spare me, please spare me. Qing Xian's Yuanying cries in terror. Don't you want to burn me to death with your flame? I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine. Qin Yu says through his holy sense. He has excellent control of his own flame, so even though part of his flame is currently inside Qing Xian's body, it does not damage Qing Xian's body. With an anguished cry, Qing Xian's soul is finally shattered. Qin Yu sucks that Yuanying into his spatial ring directly. He cannot help giving a faint smile because he has just obtained another early Dongshu stage Yuanying so easily. Pooh. He pulls his sword out. Blood immediately spurts from old founder Qing Xian's throat. However, Qin Yu has already moved away several meters instantly as if he has used teleportation. Bang! Qing Xian's corpse falls down powerlessly, then drifts non-stop in the ocean's water. Stupefied. The several thousand Zuyugoists under Qing Xian are stupefied by this scene, so are the Blood-Red Cave's 5,000 guards, the 9 guardians and the 50,000 to 60,000 Zuyugoists in the Blood-Red Ridge as well. How is this possible? Bai Yan says to himself in disbelief. The other Zuyugoists, however, are so shocked that they are speechless. Qin Xian was an early Dongxu stage expert, but he was unable to survive just one move executed by Qin Yu and got his throat penetrated. The most shocking thing is Qin Yu's speed. Except for Hou Fei, all of the experts at the scene were not able to see how Qin Yu moved at all. Previously, they all thought that energy and strength were the most important things to an expert. But now they have realized that an extreme speed is also a terrifying weapon. Everybody. Qin Yu's voice rises. All of those Zuyuyoists no longer dare to make a noise. They focus their attention to listen to what he is going to say. They revere strong individuals the most, so who among them would not respect Qin Yu after he has shown that he is so powerful? Today Qing Xian wanted to seize my cave master position, but, his voice turns cold, to do this, you must have enough power. If you attempt to fight for this position with insufficient power like Qing Xian, you'll only get yourself killed. He coldly sweeps his eyes across everyone at the scene. I don't want to see another place like the Qing Xian Ridge in the Blood-Red Cave's territory. I want everybody in this 8 million li radius area to be clear that there is only one ruler, that is, the Blood-Red Cave. Anyone who defies me shall be reduced to nothing and have their soul destroyed. Overbearing. No resistance is allowed. There are nearly 100 Yuanying stage experts in the Blood-Red Cave's territory. 40 to 50 of them live in the Blood-Red Ridge even though they're not guardians. They will also listen to the Blood-Red Cave's orders in serious situations. It seems the Qing Xian Ridge has 20 to 30 Yuanying stage experts. Qin Yu suddenly goes up to Bai Yan. I ask you all. Do you want to continue following Qing Xian's old path? You should know that you will suffer the same fate as him walking this path. Right after saying this, he turns around and returns to the Blood-Red Cave. Bai Yan is smart, so he understands what Qin Yu said. In the beginning Qin Yu said he did not want to see another rebellious place like the Qing Xian Ridge, and if such a place appeared, it would be destroyed completely. So, now, judging from what Qin Yu just personally said to him, the leader of the Qing Xian Ridge, he knows that he has been given 2 paths. Obeying Qin Yu, he will live. Defying Qin Yu, he will die. Bai Yan clenches his teeth. He has made a decision. After entering the Blood-Red Cave, Qin Yu and Hou Fei walk back to Lei Mountain House side by side. Ha, it was awesome, big brother, really awesome. A sword through the throat. Hou Fei is very excited. He is violent and bloodthirsty, so if someone annoys him, he will only want to smash them to death with his stick. If in the beginning Qin Yu had not told him not to get involved, he would have killed someone so arrogant like Qing Xian early on. Hearing Hou Fei's words, Qin Yu does not know what to say. This time he has behaved in such an overbearing manner, but actually he did not want to do so. He is the type who only cares about those who are on his side, so why would he want to control those strangers? However, this is the Shojin world, and Qin Yu knows that if he appears to be soft and harmless, those Zuyugoists will look down on him. It is a rule in the Shojin world that only strong individuals are respected. Therefore he had to subdue everyone with such imperiousness to make them understand that he is the ruler of this 8 million li radius area. Now no one here will dare to revolt against him because any rebel will be utterly destroyed. He can only gain total control of this 8 million li radius territory by doing this. As time passes, the results confirm that Qin Yu's method is correct. The population of the Blood-Red Ridge quickly increases. Not only do the Qing Xian Ridge's Zuyugoists immigrate to the Blood-Red Ridge, some other Yuanying stage Zuyugoists also move over here because they are scared of Qin Yu. Some Yuanying stage Zuyugoists even ask to become guardians. In just a month, the whole Blood-Red Ridge has become stable like an iron panel, with every Zuyuist here listening to the Blood-Red Cave's orders. It can be said that the Blood-Red Cave's persuasiveness is now much stronger than it was during Cha Hong's time. The reason for this is that Cave Master Qin Yu is even more powerful than Cha Hong. However, this news spreads very fast, and the Great Shell Cave, which is near the Blood-Red Cave, quickly hears it. End of B6C5. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 6. B6C6, Uncle Lon, a real expert. In the Silver Claw Cave, one of the 8 caves under the 9 Demons Hall. At the moment the Silver Claw Cave is putting on a grand show. Various kinds of delicacies and fine wines have been prepared properly. Beautiful girls are also performing dances in the main hall. The 3 brothers, Di Jian, Di Chang and Di Luan, are sitting high in the main hall enjoying the singing and dancing. It is really too far from the Nine Demons' Hall to the Blood Red Cave, so these three experts cannot be on the move all the time. After rushing every 1 month or two, they will stop at a cave for a rest. My three majesties, Yu Qian would like to drink a toast to you. A silvery armored woman raises her cup and says. The Silver Claw Cave's master, Yu Qian, is a woman who has also reached the early Dongxu stage. There is an air of heroism and valor about her, which makes her different from the Blood Red Cave's Yin Chang and Shi Yin, who are seductive. Her manner is very swift and fierce, giving a feeling of ruthlessness. Perhaps it was only because of this ruthlessness that Yu Qian was able to become the ruler of the Silver Claw Cave's 9 million li radius territory. Xianer, there's no need to stand on ceremony too much. Di Qing says smilingly. He, Di Jian and Di Luan still raise their cups and drink with her. Even though Di Qing is being very nice to her, he will kill her with absolutely no hesitation if necessary. To Zayashinists, sex appeal is definitely not a determinant of their behavior. After 3 rounds, Di Jian and his brothers feel very good. They keep drinking while enjoying the singing and dancing. Suddenly Di Qing frowns. A transmitter appears in his right hand. As soon as he makes a sweep with his holy sense, his face changes color. Both Di Jian and Di Luan look at him. What happened, second brother? Di Luan hurriedly asks. Seeing that Di Qing's face has changed color, he knows that something serious has happened. Below them, seeing the expressions of the three majesties, Yu Qian immediately makes a wave of her hand to the dancers. They stop dancing at once and go to one side of the main hall. Yu Qian says nothing either so that she will not disturb the three majesties. Di Qing first waves his hands, setting up a restrictive spell around the three of them. He does not want to let Yu Qian and the others know about their business. He then says with a sigh, seventh brother, your prediction is pretty good. That old turtle Qing Xian has died indeed. Di Luan's and Di Jian's faces change color. Second brother, then, that fella called Lu Xing or something is highly suspicious. Maybe he's eighth brother's killer. Di Luan's eyes glitter with coldness. During this period of time, they have always been pondering who the killer really is. Di Jian suddenly stands up, let's go immediately. We're going to capture that Lu Xing fella directly. It doesn't matter if he's not the killer, let's capture him first. Wait a bit. I haven't finished saying. Di Qing says indifferently. Di Jian and Di Luan look at him again. Could there be something else, second brother? Di Luan asks doubtfully. Di Qing says with a nod, the message sent by the Great Shell Caves Master says that Lu Xing needed just one move to kill Qing Xian. Using only one move to kill an early Dongxu stage expert, his power is simply very frightening. One move. Di Luan is astonished. This time, among the three of them, Di Jian is at the late Dongxu stage, Di Qing is at the middle Dongxu stage and Di Luan, the weakest, is only at the early Dongxu stage. Even among the 9 Demons Hall's 9 majesties, Di Luan also ranks last in power. He killed an early Dongxu stage expert in one move. That's how powerful he is. Di Luan frowns. It looks like he's strong enough to kill eighth brother. Di Jian's face is expressionless but killing intent is surging in his eyes. It doesn't matter how powerful he is, if he's eighth brother's killer, he definitely won't escape from the palm of my hand. He totally looks like a ferocious god at the moment. Di Qing slowly shakes his head and says, that Lu Xing fellow was able to kill Qing Xian not thanks to his powerful energy but thanks to his frightening speed. Speed? Both Di Jian and Di Luan become doubtful. Di Qing says with a nod, that's right, his speed. According to the message, Lu Xing's speed is really frightening. The Great Shell Caves Master guesses that he relied on his speed to close in on Qing Xian instantly, making it impossible for Qing Xian to figure out his traveling path, and in the end penetrated Qing Xian's throat with a sword. Being able to kill an early Dongxu stage expert in one move, his speed is very fast. No wonder his name is Lu Xing. Di Jian praises. Di Qing says with a nod, now it looks like that cave master Lu Xing is very likely the killer. He's the prime suspect. Di Luan however slightly shakes his head, saying, second brother, now we mustn't make subjective judgments. If you were the killer of eighth brother in Cha Hong and got one of the 9 swords, what would you do? Could you display your power openly and become the new cave master? Di Qing is startled. After a while, he says in self-derision, seventh brother, I'm indeed not as smart as you. You're right, if I got one of the 9 swords, I'd definitely hide in a place that nobody knows about and train hard. When I'm strong enough to rival experts like Azure Dragon, I bring the Jade Sword out and go with them to open the 9 Swords Immortal Mansion. Exactly, is the Blood Red Cave really important compared to the 9 Swords Immortal Mansion? Di Luan says smilingly. Di Qing says with a nod, I understand what you mean. That Lu Xing fella has now become the Blood Red Cave's master so openly so he's unlikely to be the killer, right? No, Di Luan shakes his head. Di Cheng and Di Jian both look at him. Di Luan says, I don't know much about his character. What if he can guess our thinking, so he intentionally didn't go into hiding and, instead, made himself visible? So, Lu Xing is still a suspect. After he said this, Di Cheng and Di Jian are somewhat confused. Seventh brother, a while ago you said Lu Xing was above suspicion, now you say he's a suspect. What's your meaning actually? Di Cheng questions him closely. Di Luan says smilingly, second brother, sixth brother, I said this to make you understand that Lu Xing is a suspect, but he's not the only suspect. We mustn't totally think that he's the killer, because if we do, we may miss the real killer. Ha, I already get it, seventh brother. Lu Xing is a suspect, but we can't focus our entire attention on him. We have to look at other guys too, right? Di Cheng understands this point. Di Luan says with a nod, that's right. We have to pay attention to all suspects and can't focus our entire attention on anyone. Any of the suspects can be eighth brother's killer. If we can't find out who killed eighth brother, then we'll kill them all. Di Luan's eyes radiate coldness. He would rather kill 1,000 suspects than miss one. Good, then let's go right now. We have to investigate as soon as possible. The longer we wait to begin, the harder it'll be to investigate. Di Luan immediately stands up and says. Di Jian and Di Cheng nods. They then remove the restrictive spell around them at once. My three majesties, I've prepared very nice rooms for you. Would you like to get some rest? Says Yu Qian smilingly. Di Cheng says with a shake of his head, Jenner, we have to resume our journey now. After saying, he immediately flies out of the main hall with Di Jian and Di Luan. They then rush outwards extremely fast. In just a while, they disappear from Yu Qian's field of vision. Only now does Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief. When those majesties of the Nine Demons Hall were here, she did not dare to be indiscreet in the least and was really very tense. Xiaoer, Lunner, come here. She says to two dancers not far from her. Her eyes are blazing. In the Blood Red Cave. Today the number of the Blood Red Cave's guardians has reached 16. Originally there were even more Yuanying stage experts who asked to become guardians, but because, firstly, there are only a limited number of courtyard houses in the eastern part, and secondly, if there are too many guardians, the numbers of guards distributed to each of them will be too few, the number of guardians has been fixed at 16. Moreover, even though those Yuanying stage experts who live in the Blood Red Ridge are not guardians, they will still listen to the Blood Red Cave's orders at critical junctures. On the balcony of Lei Mountain House's second floor. This balcony is 6 to 7 m long and 3 to 4 m wide, so it has a relatively large area. You're still reading books, big brother? This is really boring. Today I gave those guardians a scolding in the main hall. Kaka, it was very interesting. But they actually needed scolding. They only know how to enjoy themselves and lack training. Ho Fei sits down on one side of Qinyu. Qinyu puts the old book he is reading down and says smilingly to Ho Fei, Fei, during this period of time, the Blood Red Cave has been run completely by you. I can see that you're very excited. In the past you said you'd occupy a mountain and become a boss. This means you like to manage subordinates, right? From now on, I'll give the entire Blood Red Cave to you. Xiaohei and I won't manage it. Only find me in Xiaohei if something important arises, okay? Xinyu has largely been alone since he was a kid, so he is used to solitude. As for Xiaohei, he is aloof and proud, so he does not like to manage a large number of subordinates either. By contrast, Ho Fei likes the feeling of being followed by a large entourage and being a boss. Ha, very good, this is really very good. Anyway, there are 3 positions in the main hall, so you two can come whenever you like. But I'll come every time you want to have a meeting. Ho Fei is so excited that he makes strange quacks and scratches his head. Xin Yu gives a smile. In a place like this Shoya world, a cave master's main role is to rely on his individual intimidation to occasionally give orders and not to manage his subordinates every day. Of course, it will be much better if the subordinates are managed every day. Fei, this black stick of yours is made of a very strange material. What grade is it? Xin Yu asks Ho Fei. Ho Fei is startled. After a while, he says with a shake of his head, I don't know either. But I feel that this stick is at least not lower than top-grade holy weapons. Master gave me this black stick when I was little. I've been carrying it with me all the time. It has also never disappointed me. Xin Yu nods. It is not strange for him to have asked so. He has seen all kinds of holy weapons, low-grade ones, middle-grade ones, high-grade ones, and even top-grade ones, but he has never seen a weapon like Ho Fei's black stick. Judging by appearances, it is like a normal black stick. But this black stick is definitely not inferior to top-grade holy weapons. You said Uncle Lon gave you this black stick? Xinyu suddenly thinks about what Ho Fei just said. Ho Fei says with a nod, I started to follow Uncle Lan when I was little, so of course all of my stuff was given to me by him. If he hadn't, then who would have given me? Right, do you know how powerful Uncle Lan actually is? When I was in the ravine, I felt that he was unfathomable. You're his disciple, so you should know about his power, right? He made a certain decision long ago. Now he is only collecting some additional information related to it. Ho Fei says with a glare, don't doubt my master's power, big brother. He's so strong that you simply can't imagine it. In the past I once entered berserk mode and felt that I was too strong in that state, but he knocked me out with just a palm strike. Xinyu's heart skips a beat. A knockout palm strike. Xinyu certainly knows well how powerful Ho Fei is. He is a divine beast, so even without using berserk mode he is already extremely strong. Once he enters berserk mode, he will be terrifying. Xinyu even thinks that, in that state, Ho Fei can be a worthy adversary for Di Long of the Nine Demons Hall. However, even in that state, Ho Fei was knocked unconscious by Uncle Lan with a palm strike. Right, after regaining consciousness, did you feel unwell in any way? Xinyu asks again. Ho Fei says smilingly, no, I didn't. Master is much more powerful than me, so his palm was just enough to knock me out and didn't harm me at all. Heaven knows how many times more powerful than me he really is. Ho Fei cannot help marveling. This is also the reason why Ho Fei never dares to complain when Uncle Lan tells him to do something. So strong. Xinyu is delighted. When he was pondering what would happen if he killed Di Tong, he thought that in the worst-case scenario the Nine Demons Hall would want to hunt him down. Just before he got into action, he remembered Uncle Lan, a real expert who was totally unfathomable to him. Xinyu felt that Uncle Lan was very strong, extraordinarily strong. At least he could not even sense a clue about Uncle Lan's power. Therefore, he dared to kill Di Tong and to occupy the Blood-Red Cave with his two brothers. If in the end the Nine Demons Hall really hunts for him, he and his brothers will fight an exciting battle against it. Given their abilities, they can certainly shake the Nine Demons Hall. Even if they suffer a defeat, they can still run to Uncle Lan and ask him to help them. Xinyu is totally confident about his speed. 2 days later, Xinyu is saying goodbyes to Heiyu and Ho Fei. According to his calculations, there are several months left before the Nine Demons Hall's members arrive. But he has still decided to take a trip back to the ravine in advance. The three brothers therefore have to part even though they do not want to. Xiao Hei, these are 2 top-grade crystals. Your all is only a high-grade holy weapon. If you think they aren't enough, I still have another chunk. Before leaving, Xinyu gives Heiyu 2 chunks of crystal. 1 chunk is enough. Heiyu receives a chunk and does not touch the other. Xinyu takes back the other chunk without saying anything. There is already no need for reserve between them. On one side, Ho Fei is discontented. Big brother, you gave that hairy bird a top-grade crystal, but why didn't you give me one? He says resentfully. Your black stick is already not weaker than top-grade holy weapons. If you still want top-grade crystals, then give me that black stick. Xinyu says smilingly. Ho Fei immediately hugs his black stick, then fuses it with his body. Alright, let's stop chatting. I'm going now. You two can tell the guardians that I'm doing closed-door training. Get it? Xinyu looks smilingly at his 2 brothers. Heiyu and Ho Fei nod. The dark blue flaming sword immediately appears under Xinyu's feet. His golden stellar energy then flows through his body and the sword. In an instant, his entire body turns into a golden beam of light and disappears in the distance. His speed is really frighteningly fast. End of B6C6. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 6, Chapter 7. B6C7, Psychic. The ravine is less than a million li from the Blood-Red Ridge, and Xinyu has become nearly 10 times faster than before, so it takes him just 1 day to reach the ravine. Not even those purple demon aquatic dragons from the Nine Demons Hall can imagine his speed. Late Meteor stage experts can rely on their speed and concentrated offense to fight late Dongxu stage Xiaxianists. This means that late Meteor stage experts are at least superior to late Dongxu stage Xiaxianists in speed. Therefore, it is easy to imagine how fast Xinyu is. He rushes to the entrance of the ravine. At first sight, there is only a continuous mountain range around this place. Outsiders basically will not be able to notice that there is a ravine hidden here. Big brother Lu Xing. No, big brother Xinyu. A purple-clad girl who appears to be in her early teens rushes out through the flora at the bottom of the ocean and shouts loudly in excitement as soon as she sees Xinyu. He turns around to take a look and cannot help bursting out laughing. Little Yanzi, why did you go out of the ravine? It was boring inside, so I went out for a stroll. Yanzi opens her little mouth wide and says. The purple fish scale between her eyebrows is shining. Her purple hair, which is long enough to reach her hips, is flowing freely. Yanzi suddenly says with brightening eyes, let's go, brother Chinyu. Go with me into the ravine. Sis Lear will definitely be very happy once she knows that you've returned. Quick, don't be sluggish. As she is saying this, she holds Chinyu's hand and pulls him while rushing at a precipice. Before Chinyu and Yanzi smash into the precipice, they disappear. After entering the ravine, when Chinyu sees those familiar plants and scenes, his eyes cannot help brightening. In the past, he stayed in this ravine for 3 years. Now, having returned to the ravine, he feels as if he has broken away from the bloodshed outside and his mental tranquility has been restored. Ting! A sound of a zither string is heard and then the music he is familiar with rises. Chinyu stands outside the bamboo house and closes his eyes to listen to it quietly. There is a faint smile on the corners of his mouth all along. When he is listening to the music, time seems to pass very quickly. When the music stops, Chinyu opens his eyes. Only now does he notice that Yanzi has already gone into the bamboo house. After a while, some Zuyuyoists gather. All of them live in the ravine. They and Chinyu are also very familiar with each other. Every one of them greets him. Big brother Lu Xing. Oh, right, it's big brother Chinyu. The fat Zuyuist with a black turtle shell on his back shouts in excitement. Chinyu says with a smile when he sees him, so it's you, fatty. There are also Thinny and Silver Shell here. Fei Fei hasn't been here for a while, so, without anyone beating you, your time must have passed very comfortably, right? He looks smilingly at the Zuyuyoists before him. The fat Zuyuist with the black turtle shell shakes his head a couple of times and says complacently, of course it's been comfortable. Now I can sleep for 3 days and nights without being disturbed by anyone. When I've got nothing to do, I can play chess with Thinny and the others. The game of Go Uncle Lon taught us is really interesting. It's just that, he frowns, sometimes I still rather miss Boss Ho. Silver Shell, who is carrying 2 daggers, is pondering. It seems he rather misses Ho Fei too. Oh my, you really haven't got beaten enough. Chinyu jokes. Alright, you guys keep playing. I've still got something to discuss with Uncle Lon. He says goodbyes to these few Zuyuyoists then goes straight into the bamboo house. After entering the house, he sees at a glance that Uncle Lon is quietly enjoying tea in the courtyard. Come here, Chinyu. He slightly raises his head and says smilingly. Chinyu nods and walks up to Uncle Lon just like when he was in this bamboo house before. After Chinyu sits down, Uncle Lon turns his hand over and a teacup appears. He fills it for Chinyu, who sniffs the scent of the tea carefully. Uncle Lon, this is your 100-leaf tea, right? When he was here before, he already drank this 100-leaf tea a good few times. Looks like you still remember. Uncle Lon says smilingly. Alright, Chinyu, say, why have you come to find your Uncle Lon? Don't tell me that you've come to drink tea with me. I think if you say you've come to see Lear, that's still somewhat believable. He jokes. After Lear's name was mentioned, Chinyu turns his head and looks at her room. He cannot help concentrating his energy in his ears to listen to the conversation between Miss Lear and Yanzi in the room. Yanzi, what flower is this? Where did you get it? It's very beautiful. Why didn't I see it when I went out? Miss Lear's voice rises. Hee hee, there's an island not far from here on the ocean surface. I went up there to pluck it. There are still many flowers there, but this kind of flower only lives on land and can't grow in the ocean. I had to put it in my storage bracelet to bring it down here. What are you listening, brat? Uncle Lan's voice suddenly rises in his ears. Ah. Chinyu wakes up with a start and looks at Uncle Lon, who seems to be smiling without smiling. Right, Uncle Lon, just now you asked why I'd come back here, didn't you? I've returned because of an important matter indeed and I need your help with it. Uncle Lon says with dissatisfaction, don't change the subject. Chinyu can only smile and act the fool. I can guess what you want me to do. You courted trouble outside and the enemies are too strong for you to be confident of handling them, so you want me to help you, right? Uncle Lon looks at Chinyu and says smilingly. Chinyu suddenly feels that the look Uncle Lon is giving him seems to be able to see through his mind. Expert. He's really an expert. Chinyu marvels inwardly. There is no point in lying, so he says sincerely, I asked for trouble by killing a purple demon aquatic dragon. But there's no danger for the moment because the enemies still don't know that I'm the killer. I've come to ask for your help just in case they find out the truth. You also know Fei Fei's temper. If a real fight happens, he won't be able to restrain himself. You don't want to see Fei Fei and me get beaten to death by our enemies, do you? Killing a purple demon aquatic dragon? No, this is not the source of trouble. Uncle Lan's sagacious eyes stare at Chinyu. The source of your troubles is that jade sword. But it can also be a blessing to you. Chinyu is dumbfounded. Uncle Lan, you. He is stupefied. Could it be Uncle Lan is psychic? He has only told Xiaohei and Ho Fei that he obtained that jade sword. Moreover, neither of them has told Uncle Lan about it, so how is Uncle Lan able to know about it? This is really a bit too frightening. You think you can fool me with so little cunning? That jade sword is troublesome, but you're qualified to have it. Uncle Lan says after pondering for a while. Chinyu listens to him carefully. The more he communicates with Uncle Lan, the more he finds Uncle Lan unfathomable. At the same time, he feels that Uncle Lan treats him really very well. He also believes that everything Uncle Lan says and does is for the benefit of him. Mr. Lu Xing, oh, Mr. Chinyu, you have returned? Miss Lear walks out from her room. She is clad in blue and her long hair is tied up with just a hairband. Yan Zi is beside her. Obviously Miss Lear is very happy upon seeing Chinyu. They have been apart for a long time, so when Chinyu sees her again, his eyes brighten. He says immediately, Miss Lear, I've returned this time because I got some matters to discuss with Uncle Lan. As Uncle Lan sees Chinyu's current expression, his facial expression changes several times. His eyes also slightly redden. Now Miss Lear also notices the changes in his expression. Despite being a calm and natural person, she becomes anxious and hurriedly says, Is something the matter, Uncle Lan? Unlike outsiders, she knows what happened to him before. Chinyu also looks at Uncle Lan in amazement. During his 3-year stay in this bamboo house before, Uncle Lan once had this expression in a talk between them too. In those 3 years, he only saw it once. Chinyu, I'll give you an advice. After regaining his composure, Uncle Lan says coolly to Chinyu. Chinyu looks at him. Uncle Lan says firmly while looking at Chinyu, you have to be true to your feelings no matter what happens later. To survive in this world, you'll have to restrain yourself on many occasions, but if you restrain yourself too much, something that makes you feel regretful for the rest of your life can happen. Remember, sometimes, you have to be true to yourself even if you'll die from this. Uncle Lan. Miss Lear looks at him and exclaims. Uncle Lan says with a wave of his hand, Lear, you and Chinyu can keep chatting. There's no need to care about me. After saying this, he reaches out a hand. A stone immediately flies into his hand. It then radiates many purple rays of light, blue rays of light and green rays of light. In a moment, the stone is turned into a transmitter. Chinyu, I know why you've come to find me this time. If you're in danger, just send a message into this transmitter with your holy sense and I'll know immediately. Uncle Lan tosses Chinyu the transmitter that he has just forged instantly. Chinyu feels very doubtful. If it is about messaging each other, then why can he not use his own transmitter to send messages to Uncle Lan's? Why did Uncle Lan specifically create a transmitter for him and say that he, Uncle Lan, will know as soon as he sends a message into it with his holy sense? When he receives this transmitter, he feels that it is special and different from anything he has seen, that is, it does not give off any energy. Uncle Lan. Chinyu raises his head, but he discovers that Uncle Lan has already left the courtyard and gone back to his room. Miss Lear looks solemnly at Chinyu, saying, Chinyu, since Uncle Lan already gave you even this, you must remember his advice just now. Don't forget it. Afterwards, she lets out a sigh. No one knows what she is thinking about. Chinyu is very doubtful in his heart. But he still commits that advice to memory. You just called me Chinyu, Miss Lear. It's really rare for you to do this. You seem to have always called me Mr. Lu Xing or Mr. Chinyu before. Chinyu says smilingly. Lear shakes her head and says with a smile, Chinyu, actually I've always felt that there's a lack of mutual understanding between the other Zayashinists and myself. It seems we don't belong to the same world. So, I've mostly stayed at a respectful distance from them. Alright, from now on don't call me Miss Lear anymore. It's okay to just call me Lear. Chinyu's heart trembles. What Lear said means that she no longer notices any barriers between them, does it not? Lear, I've called you so, are you happy? Chinyu does not reveal what he is thinking one bit. Miss Lear gives a smile then looks at Uncle Lan's room. Chinyu, do you know that in my clan, Uncle Lan is absolutely one who overflows with genius? His power has reached. Oh, why am I talking with you about this? Right, are you going to leave immediately after discussing your matters with him? There's no hurry. I'm going to stay here for several months. Xinyu has calculated carefully that even if the 9 Demons Hall's members set off as soon as Ditong died, perhaps they would need a year to arrive at the Blood-Red Cave. Miss Lear is slightly happy to hear this. Xinyu, I'm leaving first. See you later. Xinyu nods and smilingly watches her go back to her room. He feels that the changes in Uncle Lan just now have caused Miss Lear to change her attitude towards him. Lear and Uncle Lan have usually mentioned their clan. What clan is it actually? He ponders for a long time but cannot figure out anything. However, his current mood is not bad because he feels that he seems to have become a bit closer to Miss Lear. Among the 8 caves under the 9 Demons Hall, the Great Shell Cave is adjacent to the Blood-Red Cave. The name of the Great Shell Cave's master is Fu Hao. At the moment he is leaning back in a chair carved from a large chunk of jade. His pot-belly is bulging. 2 ladies-in-waiting are massaging his shoulders and 2 others are kneading his legs. 2 other ladies-in-waiting on his 2 sides are taking turn putting some rare fruits in his mouth. In the 8 caves, Fu Hao is the fattest and greediest. He is not very strong and is weaker than Cha Hong. He has only reached the late Yuanying stage, but his cave master throne is as stable as a mountain. Alright, all of you can leave. Fu Hao's eunuch-like high-pitched voice rises. The 6 ladies-in-waiting immediately bow and leave his place. Fu Hao himself begins to ponder while stroking his soft white chin and frowning deeply. He is fat, but his skin is white and smooth and his eyes are lively like children's. Judging from the information from both sides, 8th Majesty is really dead. Now that 2nd Majesty, 6th Majesty and 7th Majesty are rushing to the Blood-Red Cave, 8th Majesty's death should have something to do with the Blood-Red Cave. Given 8th Majesty's status, why did he approach the Blood-Red Cave, which is near the Qianlong continent? Fu Hao considers carefully for a while. Could it be because of some treasure? Even if he were smarter, he would not figure out the true reason, because he knows nothing about the existence of the 9 swords. Suddenly, Fu Hao. A red light beam flashes and a silhouette appears in front of Fu Hao. The arriver is very thin and straight like a pole and is dressed in a blood-red robe. His facial expression is ice-cold and grim. With his face, even if he smiles, he will still give a grim feeling. As soon as Fu Hao sees this man, his eyes brighten. He bows and says with a big smile on his face, "Greetings, Lord Tung, **. May I ask why you have come to my place? I'll definitely tell you everything I know." His pleasant smile coupled with his white and smooth fat face makes him look really lovable. 3 Majesties of the 9 Demons Hall should have messaged you, am I wrong? This Lord Tang says smilingly. Despite his smile, his eyes are ice-cold like 2 stars in a winter night. Note. **. Lord Tang and Tang Bai have the same surname in Chinese. End of B6C7.